When the explosion sounded, Yifeng immediately sensed a wave of heat spreading from behind, instantly blowing him away. He never thought that the Huiyun demon lord in front of him would be just his Yang God incarnation. No wonder his strength has dropped drastically, but if the Yang God incarnation is destroyed, it will also cause extremely strong damage to his body. Concentrating the Yang God is to consume the energy of the body. Now that the incarnation of the Yang God, the Fire Cloud Demon Lord, is self-destructing, it is enough to make the Fire Cloud Demon Lord unable to recover for several years. Of course, the most important question now is whether Yifeng can escape from the self-explosion of the Yang God incarnation. Immortal Star Shield. Magical Purple Spirit Bracelet. At that moment, Yifeng displayed the Qinqing shield that he had just learned. A light blue true energy shield dotted with starlight surrounded Yifeng's entire body for protection. Immediately afterwards, the defensive artifact, the purple spirit bracelet, was activated by him, forming a lavender light curtain between Yifeng and Huguang. The defensive power of the purple spirit bracelet is extremely strong. Previously, when explosives exploded in the mountain gate of the Yinxian school, they were still intact. But now facing the Fire Cloud Demon Lord's self-explosion, the incarnation of the Yang God finally couldn't resist it. Magical artifacts are only the lowest level in the world of cultivating immortals. The quality of magic weapons is the lowest, making it easy to withstand various gun attacks in modern cities, but the self-detonation power of the Yang God incarnation of the Fire Cloud Demon Master is comparable to the explosion of a nuclear reactor. The magic weapon of defense is already irresistible. In an instant, the two defensive methods Yifeng used were submerged in the sea of flames. Click. The purple spirit bracelet in Yifeng's hand suddenly shattered into several pieces. As for the Qinqing shield, it was even more fragile, and was defeated earlier than the defensive light curtain of the purple spirit bracelet. Seeing that the huge sea of flames was about to engulf Yifeng, suddenly another true energy shield dotted with the light of stars stopped in front of Yifeng. It was Su Feiying who made the move. Although the same as the shield of the stars, but the effects of the two sides are different and the effects are very different. Yifeng's 20-year cultivation base used the Qinqing shield. The weak and condensed Qinqi shield is not strong enough. In the world of immortal cultivation, it can be said to be broken at the touch of a touch, but Su Feiying's 100-year cultivation base is completely different. In terms of defensive ability, Su Feiying's star shield is hundreds of times stronger than Yifeng's. Just like in the martial arts world, the cultivation base of 60 years is twice as strong as that of 50 years, and the cultivation base of 70 years is twice as strong as that of 60 years. This rule is also followed in the world of cultivating immortals, because each level of cultivation is improved. The difference is not only quantity, but quality. A sea of flame spread to the Qinqing shield cast by Su Feiying, and instantly spread out. A high tongue of flame almost submerged Yifeng, but after a while, it still failed to break through the powerful power of the Qinqing shield to block the explosion. Forcibly blocked. Come. Su Feiying gave a soft drink, lightly waved the two snow-white streamers with her jade hands, and rolled them to the side in an instant. Long Wanner waited for the three girls to roll up the bodies of the three girls at the same time, and then pulled. When the power of the explosion happened to spread to the location of the three women, Su Feiying had already rolled up their bodies to prevent them from being engulfed by the flames. But when the bodies of the three girls were pulled back by Su Feiying, suddenly a string of flames shot out from the center of the explosion and arrived at the location of the three girls in the blink of an eye. Quack 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 quack, all the cute little beauties, I accept it with a smile. A fanatical and domineering voice came, it was the Fire Cloud Demon Lord who was laughing wildly, and then the arms formed by the two flames directly grabbed the arms of the outermost purple gladiolus. Ah! Zi Jianlan was taken aback, and before she could react, she was caught by two flame arms and pulled into the midair beside her. Dream. Seeing this, Yifeng immediately reacted and stepped a little. Gudong. A elixir that quickly restores the true qi was swallowed by him, and then the whole body's true qi circulated with void swordsmanship. Yifeng's figure flashed and quickly reached the side of the purple gladiolus held by the two flame arms. However, the Huiyun demon master seemed to have expected Yifeng's move, so he blocked Zijianlin's body in front of the flame's arm, so Yifeng could only retract the long sword. If it was purely relying on the fighting ability of an immortal cultivator, Yifeng might just watch Zijianlin being dragged away by the opponent, but fortunately, he has also practiced many martial arts, besides the immortal art of an immortal cultivator. The third floor of Dragon Claw Hand. With the improvement of his cultivation base, he used the dragon claws. The two dragon claws that appeared in the hand have turned into a bright golden yellow. At this moment, they surged out, which surprised the Fire Cloud Demon Master. Catch! Yifeng shouted. One dragon claw held the purple sword orchid in the air, grabbed the other dragon claw, and blocked the two flaming arms with a fierce gesture. The purple dress gradually turned into ashes in the flames. Yifeng grabbed the delicate body of the purple sword orchid and pulled it back. The fabric of the burning purple dress flew all over the sky. Bit by bit, the snow-white skin was exposed to the scorching air. Yifeng hugged her into his arms, and could feel her smooth skin becoming hot, so he couldn't help feeling worried. Walk. Su Feiying's cold voice finally came from the side. She had just protected Long Wanner and Su Menghan, and Zijianlan couldn't stand it anymore. Fortunately, Yifeng has quick eyes and quick hands. Those two flaming arms are the essence of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord Yangshan. If the Yangshan incarnation exploded before he escaped, the damage to the Fire Cloud Demon Lord would be extremely limited. So Su Feiying must catch up. If you want to condense the Yang God, you can only reach 100 years of cultivation, so the self-destruction power of anyone's Yang God incarnation is extremely powerful. At this time, the self-explosion of the Yang God incarnation of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord will almost overturn the entire island. A sea of flames. Fairy tale. Su Feiying's hands formed a pair of snow-white and pure Pegasus wings condensed from behind, and the snow-white streamer moved Yifeng and the four of them up. With a light slap of the wings, it seemed that pieces of feathers fell off like angels. Walk in the air. There was a sea of flames on the island, and even the speedboat that Yifeng and the others drove was covered in flames. If you don't hurry and fly away, you will be in trouble when the people from the National Security Bureau and the Navy arrive. Find a place to go down and I'll catch up. Su Feiying said coldly. Yifeng nodded, knowing that if Su Feiying flew with them, it would consume a lot of extra energy, it would be a drag. Huiyun Demon Lord was originally injured more heavily than Su Feiying, and now the incarnation of the Yang God has self-exploded and added injuries. As long as Su Feiying can find the opponent's hiding place, she will be able to kill him in one fell swoop and eliminate future troubles forever. Su Feiying used her fairy art to fly around the sky, chasing after the two flame arms of the Huiyun Demon Lord. Yifeng and the three daughters stayed on the east coast. What should we do now? After stopping, Long Wanner asked. Find a place to rest first. See if there is anything serious about Jianlan. Master will send a message to us when we get there. Yifeng said in a deep voice. He looked down at the unconscious purple gladiolus in his arms. He felt that there was a fire poison running around in her body. When he was in the air just now, Yifeng had already tried to help her get rid of this fire poison. But he found that it was impossible to do it with his cultivation base. After all, the fire poison of Demon Lord Huiyun requires even Su Feiying to suppress it. It is even more serious when it is placed on Zijianlan. There is only one way now. That is to take out the 1,000 years of black ice first. Maybe it can suppress the fire poison in her body. Su Feiying knows that there is 1,000 years of black sword around Yifeng, so she temporarily puts aside the purple sword orchid. Otherwise, I have to say that the current Su Feiying must have misunderstood. She thinks that the three beauties brought by Yi Feng are his women, but she doesn't know that Zijianlin is not. Yi Feng was also a little puzzled about this. Originally, he came to communicate with his master about the preparations before heading to the desert. Now they parted again, without saying much. They didn't even have time to introduce the identities of Zijianlin and Su Menghan to her. But as long as the Fire Cloud Demon Master is dealt with, it will be a matter of time. Yi Feng believed that Su Feiying could easily deal with a Huiyun Demon Lord who had been seriously injured twice. The current Huiyun Demon Lord's main body is not even as strong as the Yang God incarnation before. It is foreseeable that the violent explosion on the Eastern Sea Islands will definitely attract the attention of relevant parties in the country. Yi Feng must leave here as soon as possible. Counting the time, it's time to hand over the damaged teleportation array to the National Security Bureau. If it continues, the opponent's tolerance for Yi Feng may reach its limit. I found a woods by the East Sea. Yi Feng asked Long Wanner and Su Menghan to guard the surrounding area. While he was holding the purple gladiolus, he ran behind a big rock, ready to show her the situation. Because the purple dress on Zijianlin's body was burned a lot by the flames, revealing pieces of snow-white and crystal-clear smooth skin. Letting Yi Feng support her took advantage of it for nothing. Of course now is not the time to think about this. After these 2 months of training, Su Menghan also broadened his meridians and raised the upper limit of his cultivation to 10 years. He successfully condensed the Yin God and possessed divine consciousness. It's a pity that everyone's good days are coming to an end. Because of the storage ring, all kinds of natural materials and earth treasures have been consumed. The next step is to practice slowly bit by bit. Su Menghan took off his coat and put it on for Zijianlin. Then he turned and left to the outside to guard Yi Feng. Her combat experience is obviously not as good as that of Long Wanner. However, if she has spiritual consciousness, she can easily do it with a little vigilance. 1,000 years of profound ice. Yi Feng hugged the purple gladiolus and leaned against the big rock. He took out the diamond-shaped ice crystal in the storage ring. It can be found that the 1,000-year-old black ice is more transparent than 2 months ago, and exudes a bitingly cold aura. It seems to be thicker than yesterday. Yi Feng felt the cold air on the 1,000-year-old black ice. He couldn't help feeling emotional. He had to observe this thing every day. He wanted to see when it would recover its energy and regain consciousness. It's a pity that there has been no movement for 2 months. It can be felt that in a short time, if all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is absorbed, the cultivator will be able to improve his cultivation level for 10 years in one fell swoop. Of course, Yi Feng can't absorb it. Long Wanner and Su Menghan are fine. Including Nanfeng, Dao Scar, Zhao Yi, Ling Chen and others, can all absorb it. It's just that it takes 2 months for the 1,000 years of black ice to recharge automatically. This time is a bit long. Yi Feng can't just waste it. Xian Bing, can you communicate with me? Yi Feng tried to communicate with Qianzai Xianbing again. But it was still the same as before. There was no news. No news came. He shook his head and didn't think much about it. He directly stuffed the 1,000 years Xianbing into the hands of Zijianlin and asked her to hold it tightly. Immediately, bursts of cold air leaked out of the 1,000 years Xianbing and rushed into Zijianlin's delicate body. Within the body. Originally, Yi Feng just hoped that the cold air could suppress the fire poison in the purple sword orchid's body. But something that surprised Yi Feng soon happened. I saw a burst of snow-white light flashing on the Qianzai Xianbing, and then it split into 6 small ice crystals, which were respectively embedded in the arms, legs, forehead and chest of the purple gladiolus. Swish. These 6 parts of Zi Jianlan's delicate body immediately became crystal clear. Then the 6 ice crystals disappeared. However, her skin on these 6 parts became more crystal clear and smooth than before, as white as jade. What happened? Yifeng frowned slightly. The next moment he found that Zi Jianlan opened his eyes. It was still the pair of quiet and elegant eyes. There was a little doubt in the eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Yifeng's worried eyes. Then she felt that her whole body was gone. A blush appeared on her innocent face. What's wrong with me? Zi Jianlan only remembered being grabbed by 2 flame arms. Then Yifeng appeared to save her. Then she passed out. Seeing that she seemed to be fine, Yifeng told her everything that happened before, and then asked, "Do you have any strange feelings now? If you have any, tell me quickly. 1,000 years of profound ice is extremely precious and rare. Even Su Feiying has never seen it. What happened just now?" Even Yifeng didn't know. No. Zi Jianlan's face turned red. She gently raised a jade hand to cover her half-exposed breasts, and then pulled her breasts together. For her, it seemed that the only strange feeling was that she showed so much in front of Yifeng. Up. But as soon as the words fell, her face suddenly changed. "Someone is talking to me." Purple Jianlan exclaimed. "Who?" Yifeng asked reflexively, and then immediately realized. "Isn't that the consciousness of the 1,000 years of Shanbing?" He quickly said, "Hurry up and communicate with him." Originally, Yifeng didn't tell Zi Jianlan about cultivating immortals and Qianzai Shanbing. But now he can only briefly introduce it. Regardless of the surprise on Zi Jianlan's pure face, he quickly asked her to talk to Qianzai Shanbing. Shanbing communicated. Want to gain the approval of Qianzai Shanbing. This is an opportunity. Moreover, the 1,000-year-old black ice was divided into 6 pieces and entered the body of the purple sword orchid. It seems to be quite satisfied with the purple sword orchid. The success rate of being able to subdue it is very high. After hearing Yifeng's words, Zi Jianlan didn't know what to say for a while. Immortal cultivation. Immortal art. Her little head was almost dizzy. But she was still a smart person. Immediately closed her eyes gently, and began to try to talk to the voice in her head. After a while, she fell into a coma again. But this time before she passed out, bursts of cold air emanated from her body, gradually forming an ice sculpture of a little girl on top of her head. 1,000 years of Shanbing. Awakened. When the ice-sculpted little girl condensed on top of Zi Jianlan's head, Yifeng's expression suddenly became solemn. This is the conscious image of Qianzai Shanbing. Whether in the world of cultivating immortals or on the earth, people are the spirits of all things. Therefore, no matter monsters or conscious treasures of heaven and earth, they all like to transform themselves into human images. The lifespan of the 1,000-year black ice is endless. Compared with its existing years, for you, it is completely normal to transform into a little girl now. I saw the little girl who was condensed by the cold with 2 cute ponytails, a pair of watery eyes, and only a thin layer of ice gauze all over her body. She looked cute but cold, and had a noble temperament. It's just that she looked at Yifeng with an obvious look of disgust. "You are Yifeng?" As soon as the little girl opened her mouth, she asked directly in a somewhat annoying tone. "I am." Yifeng was stunned and nodded. Thinking about it, it should be that Zi Jianlan told Qianzai Shanbing about him just now, so he knew his name. But, why does this little girl hate him so much? I really don't understand why my sister likes such an evil person like you. TSK. The little girl looked disgusted. Her watery eyes looked up and down at Yifeng. No matter how she looked at it, she felt uncomfortable. Yifeng was a little puzzled. How evil is he? And Who is his sister? Could it be Purple Gladiolus? Purple Gladiolus likes him. That seems like good news. Okay. Listen to me. The little girl waved her icy and clean hands. It seemed that talking to Yifeng made her very uncomfortable. She looked impatient. I am the Qianzai Xianbing you said. You can call me Binger. Of course. I don't want to see you more. It doesn't matter if you don't remember my name. The little girl held her head high, with a proud look. From now on, I will be my sister's protector. You are not allowed to touch her. Yifeng still didn't speak. He just took a look at the purple sword orchid lying on the side. He thought it would be good. Even if he touched it, it wouldn't work. If you dare to touch her, you are ready to be frozen into an ice sculpture for 10,000 years. The little girl Binger said proudly. She glanced at Zi Jianlan's pure face. There was a look of liking on her little face. Wanyan ice sculpture. Is it what Su Feiying looked like before? Yifeng thought in his heart. He is not afraid that the other party will freeze him into some 10,000-year ice sculpture. It's just that the little girl in front of him is really not easy to offend. If Qianzai Xianbing can recognize Zi Jianlan, that would be a good thing. Anyway, Zi Jianlan is Yifeng's own person. It will not be used by him at that time. Well, no. Don't worry. Yifeng nodded solemnly. I have always treated her as my younger sister. Humph. It's better that way. Binger snorted softly, raised a small fist made of cold air, and swaggered twice. That appearance not only has no deterrent effect at all, but looks extremely cute. People want to pinch her twice when they see it. Then take a look now. How to clean up the fire poison in her body. Yifeng nodded in a fawning manner, and asked, quickly. It's better to leave this kind of problem to Binger. That's easy. As long as I consume the spiritual energy, I can help her clear it up. But it should fall into a deep sleep for a while. Binger acted like she was thinking, but then she reacted immediately. She gave Yifeng a vigilant look. When I was sleeping, you are not allowed to do anything to my sister. Yifeng wanted to laugh when he heard it. This little girl is really pure and scary. She really is a treasure of heaven and earth who has not had much contact with human beings. These words are unclear to remind Yifeng. After Binger falls into a deep sleep, no matter Yifeng, she doesn't notice what Feng does. Of course, facing such an innocent little girl, Yifeng would not cheat or anything. The most important thing is that he still wants to take this thing for his own use. At least, don't make the other party hate him. This is the fundamental treasure for him to strengthen his power in the future. Promise not. Yifeng raised his hands and made a useless promise. Binger took this seriously and nodded seriously. Then I will start to drive her away. The figure of the little girl condensed by the cold air immediately dissipated into a little bit of cold light, and returned to the delicate body of the purple gladiolus. One after another, the cold air of heaven and earth began to swim through the meridians of the purple gladiolus. Drive the fire poison in her body everywhere. Even Su Feiying couldn't completely remove the fire poison. Under the attack of Qianzai Xianbing, it was gradually dissolved little by little until it disappeared completely. After all, it is the coldest thing that has existed for thousands of years. Among the 5 elements, water can overcome fire, and ice can even overcome fire. It is a breeze to deal with these fire poisons. Yifeng watched from the side. He was amazed. He hoped that this thing would wake up sooner. If Su Feiying could subdue it, he might have healed the burn in Su Feiying's body long ago. It's a pity that such a treatment will need to consume 2 months of heaven and earth aura accumulated by the 1,000 years of Xianbing. The next time I want to be treated, I have to wait another 2 months. You can consider keeping it for master. Yifeng thought to himself, but then changed his mind. If DMO can find the teleportation array, Su Feiying can easily buy the elixir to treat the fire wound once she returns to the immortal cultivation realm, and she doesn't need to rely on the 1,000 years of black ice. Seeing that the purple gladiolus gradually returned to normal and her breathing became stable, Yifeng heaved a sigh of relief. And that Binger also soon became silent. It seems that she fell asleep in Zijianlin's body. To get rid of the fire poison left by the fire cloud demon master, it also consumed the world of thousands of years of black ice accumulated for 2 months. Aura. Let it have to sleep and rest. Yifeng lowered his head. Looking at the pure and elegant face of purple gladiolus, he felt a little sad. Qianzai Xianbing fell in love with Zi Jianlan, but he couldn't see him. Could it be that he is really too evil? Yifeng rubbed his chin. It feels unscientific. Besides, Su Feiying should also be very pure. Why was it, right? Yifeng suddenly remembered the sect in the world of cultivating immortals that possessed the 1,000-year black ice. It was rumored that the 1,000-year black ice was handed over to the saintesses of their sect for safekeeping. Moreover, it was said that when the 1,000-year black ice was obtained for the first time, the 1,000-year black ice was no matter what no compromise. In the end, I had to reluctantly agree with a woman. Since then, it has been passed down from generation to generation. Could it be that Binger now feels that someone has dug it out? No matter what, she can't go back. So choose the one that looks pleasing to the eye and approve it. Yifeng thinks it is very possible. Su Feiying was the first to discover Qianzai Xianbing. At that time, Qianzai Xianbing was still very resistant. Naturally, she would have a resistance to Su Feiying. And for the past 2 months, the 1,000 years Xianbing has been taken out by Yifeng to observe every night. I am afraid that he knew that he would not be able to escape, so he had no choice but to follow. Yifeng was secretly delighted. If this is the case, wouldn't it mean that the 1,000 years of Xianbing was really taken advantage of by Zi Jianlan? In any case, it's good that Zi Jianlan is fine, and she has subdued Qianzai Xianbing, which can be said to be double happiness. If Su Feiying chased after him and dealt with the fire cloud demon lord, there would be nothing in this world that could stop Yifeng. Damn ghost, be careful, a large group of people are coming around. Just when Yifeng hugged Zi Jianlan's delicate body and wanted to help her up, Long Wanner's voice suddenly condensed into a bunch and entered Yifeng's ears. Yifeng's 20 years of cultivation has comprehended the wonderful fairy sound, and Long Wanner can naturally comprehend it. Now that the communication between the two of them can be completely unheard by others, even the most advanced modern bugs are useless. Who is it? Yifeng replied. Looks like Tai Chi Temple. Long Wanner replied, and Yifeng could feel her running back like a gust of wind, showing her figure not far away from him. Tai Chi Palace. Yifeng frowned slightly. What are you doing here from the Tai Chi Palace? Could it be that you were chasing him? It seems that this is the only possibility. Perhaps the 2-month deadline is approaching. The other party is afraid that Yifeng will escape, so he brought someone to chase him. Yifeng relaxed a lot when he thought about it. Xiaochen will hand it over to you when they come later. Yifeng uttered a wonderful fairy voice towards the sky. In that direction, it was Ling Chen and Zhao Yibei who were resting quietly. Hearing Yifeng's words, he immediately opened his eyes. A gust of wind that seemed to come from the underworld spread naturally from the bodies of the two of them. Swish swish swish. A piece of leaf was blown off by the dark wind of the underworld. At this moment, both Zhao Yi and Ling Chen have reached 10 years of cultivation. The last treasures of heaven and earth were absorbed by them and became Yifeng now. The biggest help besides a few girls. Both Zhao Yi and Ling Chen's soul cultivators have far surpassed Nanfang, Dao Scar and others in terms of frontal combat power, concealment ability, and sneak attack ability. Because of the characteristics of soul cultivators, Yifeng focused on cultivating them. Immortal cultivators who have cultivated for 10 years can become yin gods and condense their spiritual consciousness, while soul cultivators who have cultivated for 10 years can condense soul bodies. It's just that the face is a little paler than the average person. The higher the cultivation base, the longer the duration of condensing the soul body. Now Ling Chen and Zhao Yi can condense the soul body for different durations. Zhao Yi has never practiced soul cultivation before his death. For him, the road is open, but Ling Chen was a martial arts soul cultivator before his death. This road is for him. It's much harder to say. Zhao Yi can condense the soul body for 10 minutes, but Ling Chen only has 5 minutes. Therefore, when I see Elder Li Xian of the Taiji Palace later, Ling Chen has to hide whatever he has to say in his heart, as long as he can help Yifeng prove his innocence. Give it to me. Ling Chen's thoughts spread to Yifeng's invisible body, floating in midair in his mind. In recent days, he and Zhao Yi have been floating not far from Yifeng, responsible for guarding and protecting safety. This is the rudiment of Yifeng's famous soul guard force in the future. It is rumored that as long as they are there, no one can harm the people around Yifeng. Soon, a group of people from the Tai Chi Hall gradually entered the range of Yifeng's spiritual sense. The other party came very quickly, and there were many people. Besides the short white-robed old man Li Xian, whom I saw last time, there was actually an acquaintance of Yifeng, that is Chen Hui, the #1 genius of the younger generation in the world. The last time this guy was punched by Yifeng in front of everyone in Linhai City under the mountain gate of the Yin sect, he fell into the trash can and lost his face. Now, he might not be able to bear that tone and follow Li Xian to trouble Yifeng. In Li Xian's view, Ling Chen's death was a fact witnessed by countless people, including Nandu Xinquan. How could he still be alive? So this time he didn't even think about seeing Ling Chen. He just wanted to get justice from Yifeng. If Yifeng couldn't give him an explanation, then he wouldn't mind being hostile to Yi Wendian and the Long family. Fairy invisibility. The two girls, Long Waner and Su Menghan, immediately used the invisibility technique and hid in the woods, not far from Yifeng. They formed a triangle shape with Yifeng. If an accident happened, the two girls would be able to react immediately. And Yifeng was standing next to the boulder with his arms around Zijianlin. On both sides of him were Zhao Yi and Ling Chen. Later, Ling Chen would show up to meet Li Xian, and Zhao Yi was guarding against accidents. Yifeng believes that with so many ambushes, even the old man Li Xian, who has cultivated for 95 years, may not be able to eat them all. If it is a sneak attack, the so-called genius Chen Hui will almost certainly die. Of course, if it's not necessary, Yifeng still doesn't bother to pay attention to the other party. If the other party doesn't know what is good or bad, then it's no wonder Yifeng. A moment later, Li Xian, a short old man in white robes, finally led a group of 30 or so people from the Tai Chi Hall to surround him. Each of them aggressively stood at a distance of 20 meters from Yifeng. Yifeng, where else can you run? Li Xian's short body paced back and forth, a pair of piercing eyes glared at Yifeng, standing with his hands behind his back, showing the demeanor of a master. In contrast, the genius Chen Hui, who was also wearing a white robe behind him, seemed a little unsteady. As soon as he saw Yifeng and Chen Hui, a vicious look appeared on Chen Hui's face. It was obvious that he had always harbored a grudge against Yifeng's last punch. If his father hadn't made him endure, he would have found a chance to attack Yifeng. Even if Yi Wendian was by his side, he could still attack those women around Yifeng. But now he finally found a chance to attack Yifeng openly. Chen Hui doesn't believe that under the watchful eye of Elder Li Xian, he will be Yifeng's opponent. Doesn't Yifeng like to use some sneaky tricks? Lin Rendian of the Lin family just used the poison of the Yin sect before. Chen Hui gritted his teeth at Yifeng, but he didn't know that secretly Ling Chen gritted his teeth at him instead. The impression of Chen Hui and Ling Chen is of course very deep. In the Tai Chi Hall, there are a group of people led by Chen Hui. On weekdays, when they try their best to reject him from coming to the East China Sea, when Chen Hui and his group eat, drink and have fun, only Ling Chen goes out to inquire about news. In the end, Li Feng ran into the National Security Bureau and was rescued by Yi Feng, which changed his life ever since. Thinking of the scene where Chen Hui led a group of people to ridicule and contempt him in the Tai Chi Hall on weekdays, Ling Chen felt an indescribable anger in his heart. On the surface, this Chen Hui is a dignified person, but behind the scenes, he has played with many innocent girls and caused many worldly families to be ruined. Yi Feng didn't hide with Zi Jianlin, of course it makes sense. Li Xian and other people from the Tai Chi Hall are chasing after him, but if he is nowhere to be seen by then, they will definitely arouse their suspicion. With Li Xian's 95 years of cultivation, they are so close that they may find signs of Yi Feng's invisibility. But if Yi Feng is outside to attract the other party's attention, the other party will definitely not have the time to detect the surrounding Long Wanner and Su Menghan. I don't want to run away. Yi Feng answered Li Xian's question and said indifferently, according to the agreement, I will let you meet your disciple Ling Chen, but you are so mobilizing so many people that you still bring this guy. Yi Feng glanced sideways at Chen Hui, who was next to Li Xian, obviously very dissatisfied with his appearance. How is it possible that my disciple Ling Chen is still alive? Li Xian snorted coldly, and the short figure in white robe was 2 steps closer to Yi Feng. Ling Chen's death is known in the Jianghu. How can there be any chance of survival if he died under Long Moran's sword? Not only that, but you died because you used it as a shield. Li Xian didn't say these words, but he thought so in his heart, and he hated Yi Feng even more. To be honest, I didn't have too much expectations for Ling Chen and Li Xian, and I didn't give him the best training resources in the Tai Chi Hall, but how can I say that Ling Chen is also from his Tai Chi Hall? It's too embarrassing to be fair. Good. Hearing Li Xian's words, Chen Hui also took a step forward and gave Yi Feng a contemptuous look. The person who killed my Taiji temple gave you 2 months to think highly of you. If you want to escape from us today, that's absolutely wrong. Possible things. While talking, Chen Hui looked at the purple sword orchid in Yi Feng's arms. His eyes were full of obsession and greed. I have to say that Chen Hui still has thoughts about Zi Jianlin, and wants to hear that Yi Feng had 2 women who didn't attack Zi Jianlin when he was in Yanjing. Gladiolus. Meeting such a beautiful woman, if she can still get up the next day, it would be a pity for a man. Seeing Yi Feng holding the purple sword orchid in front of him, Chen Hui's lungs were about to explode, but his woman was being held by Yi Feng. It's unreasonable. This time, no matter what, he will grab Yi Feng and bring him back. Not only for fun, Zi Jianlan wanted to arrest Yi Feng's other 2 women too. Chen Hui was already imagining how to torture Yi Feng's woman so that Yi Feng would suffer more. However, at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew out from the woods nearby, making Li Xian, Chen Hui, and a group of people in the Tai Chi Hall alert. What's going on? Did someone sneak attack? A figure that appeared from the side soon stunned the group of people. Ling Chen. How can this be? A masked boy wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt is gradually coming out of the woods beside him, exactly what Ling Chen looked like in the past. Step by step, Ling Chen walked towards Li Xian, looking through the mask at the old man who rescued him from the fire. His heart was still full of gratitude. No matter what, without Li Xian, he would not be where he is today, and he will always remember this friendship in his heart. This is the soul body condensed by Ling Chen is exactly the same as before Yi Feng healed the burns on his face, but it can only exist for 5 minutes. Master. Ling Chen walked 10 meters in front of Li Xian, and the group of people in the Tai Chi Hall still couldn't come to their senses. After all, this shocked them too much. It's unbelievable that Ling Chen, who died under Long Moran's sword in Donghai more than 2 months ago, actually appeared in front of him. Could it be that Yi Feng still has the ability to bring people back from the dead? But even if Ling Chen is resurrected, he shouldn't be on Yi Feng's side. After all, Yi Feng used him as a shield to make him lose his life. All the people in the Taiji Palace think so, which shows that rumors are terrible. Of course they don't know the relationship between Ling Chen and Yi Feng, and this is exactly what Ling Chen wanted to tell Li Xian. Of course, Ling Chen won't say anything about soul cultivation and immortal cultivation, as long as he tells Li Xian to prove that his death was caused by resources and not by Yi Feng's force, then that's fine, and he will work by Yi Feng's side from now on. Master me. Ling Chen opened his mouth to explain. However, at this moment, Chen Hui, who was on the side, suddenly jumped out. Bold, who the hell are you? How dare you pretend to be someone from my Taiji Hall? Junior brother Ling Chen has been dead for a long time, and you still let him die. It's disgusting. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people in the Taiji Hall were awakened. That's right, since it is impossible for Ling Chen to come back from the dead, the one in front of him must be a fake, isn't it just wearing a mask? Finding someone with a similar size can completely pretend. Li Xian's face turned cold. Who are you? Ling Chen was so young when he saw this situation, he was taken aback immediately. Master, I am you. Shut up, elderly, take off his mask first. Chen Hui shouted. Li Xian immediately raised his hand without hesitation, and immediately let out a fist wind like a gust of wind, instantly swept towards Ling Chen's position, and the target was the mask on his body. Ling Chen didn't expect the other party to be so decisive, and he was stunned for a second, and this stun caused the mask on his face to be blown away by Li Xian's fist wind, and it was blown away like dust. His mask was originally condensed from his own soul power, and when he met the fist wind from Li Xian's strong cultivation, he couldn't hold on all at once. Not only that, even the condensed front half of his face was blown away by Li Xian's fist wind. The whole person was shaken apart by Li Xian's punch like sand. Sure enough, it's fake. Chen Hui laughed loudly and raised his hand to point at Yi Feng. Now let's see what other tricks you can play. Hands on. Yi Feng turned towards Ling Chen, his face turned cold. Since the other party has done so well, Yi Feng doesn't need to be afraid of him. It's just that Ling Chen is no longer suitable for condensing the soul body. Otherwise, some characteristics of soul cultivation may be exposed in front of the other party. If negotiations break down, use force. If you are quiet, if you move, if you take off the rabbit and don't move, you are already a blockbuster. Yi Feng always pays attention to one-hit kills. When fighting, he always rushes to win. At this time, without hesitation, the sound transmission spread around, so that Long Wanner, Su Menghan, Zhao Yi, and Ling Chen, who were hiding in the dark, attacked Li Xian at the same time. Except for Li Xian, who has 95 years of cultivation, the rest of the people in the Tai Chi Hall are about 30 or 40 years old or even lower than Chen Hui. As long as Li Xian is dealt with, others will not be a threat at all. The only thing that worried Yi Feng was whether Li Xian was Ling Chen's master or the one who rescued him from the fire when he was a child. If he launched an attack on Li Xian, Ling Chen might not be able to do so. Since it is a surprise attack, it must be as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. Almost at the moment when Li Xian swung his fist, Chen Hui yelled, and everyone in the Tai Chi Hall was in a state of astonishment. Yi Feng's attack had already been unleashed, like a storm, and hit Li Xian, the short white-robed old man in the center. Long Wanner's star burial arrow shot at Li Xuanhuan like a shooting star. She has been cultivating for 25 years, and this move against the burial star arrow is even more proficient. Even if it is only instantaneously condensed, the speed of the arrow can be compared to the blue light gun of the National Security Bureau. The power is several times stronger. And Su Menghan's cultivation is not up to the level of casting the star-burying arrow, but he can still condense a ball of red flames, exuding high temperature, flying through the forest in an instant, and rushing towards Li Xian, which cannot be underestimated. And the more hidden one is Zhaoibei. The actual combat power of a soul cultivator with 10 years of cultivation is far, far stronger than that of an immortal cultivator with 10 years of cultivation. Woohoo! Zhaoibei's invisible body floated to the top of Li Xian's head in an instant, and then he performed the howl of the underworld. This is a sound attack fairy art recorded in the soul control formula that can affect people's mind. If a timid person is frightened by this trick, he may become an idiot. Completely different. Shura's soul-suppressing sound waves attack from the outside to the inside, while the howling of the underworld fundamentally evokes fear in people's hearts, and affects people's mind from the inside out. Fear is the most difficult to overcome. After this sound, Li Xian, who was as strong as 95 years of cultivation, was stunned for a moment before he could react. Zhaoibei's next attack had arrived. Dirty Bone Spear. This is the only attacking technique that can be mastered after practicing soul control art for 10 years. It uses the soul power of the whole body to mobilize the dirty air in the surrounding air to condense it into a sharp bone spear, which doubles the damage to creatures. That is to say, if this filthy bone spear is used to bombard the wall, it may not have any effect, but if it is used to cast it on people or other creatures, its penetrating power is extremely strong. Where has no one died before? The filthy aura condensed on the bone spear is just a kind of strange power left by a person or creature after death. No one can use it except soul cultivators. A grey bone spear descended from the sky toward the top of Li Xian's head, as if appearing out of thin air. Even Yi Feng would have difficulty reacting to it. But Li Xian is different. He is a super strong man with 95 years of cultivation, and he is 5 or 6 times stronger than the Kalinzi that Yi Feng killed alone before. His perception and fighting instincts are far superior to those of Long Moran and Kalinzi, who suddenly recovered from the howling of the underworld when the dirt bone spear was an inch away from him. Haha! Li Xian opened his arms and quickly drew a circle on his chest. Waves of white inner energy condensed around his body, much stronger than the inner energy shield formed by Long Moran and Kalinzi. Tai Chi. The elders of the Tai Chi Hall are of course proficient in Tai Chi, and this is the signature martial art of the Tai Chi Hall. Li Xian raised his hands above his head and quickly pressed down. A burst of powerful internal air flow spread out from the surface of his body, and greeted Zhaoibei's dirty bone spear, Long Wanner's burial arrow and Su Minghan's with an incomparably fierce posture. Extreme Fireball. The white inner air spread like a wave, firmly protecting Li Xian in it. Not only Zhaoibei's sneak attack, but also Chen Hui and other people in the Tai Chi Hall were blown away by this wave of white air like a kite with a broken string. Dirty Bone Spear. Ling Chen also unleashed a filthy bone spear and shot at Li Xian, but was also engulfed by Li Xian's white inner energy shield. Even so, Yi Feng is still a little relieved and puzzled that Ling Chen actually did something to Li Xian. It seems unscientific. Of course, Yi Feng can't afford to think too much now. The most urgent thing is to get rid of Li Xian. Can the inner chi shield 5 or 6 times stronger than the Kalinzi be broken? Yi Feng doesn't know, but he has to give it a try no matter what. Now his power of using Void Sword Dance is twice as powerful as that against Kalinzi at that time. It didn't take much effort to kill Kalinzi. Hope it is also useful against Li Xian now. Bar. After all, Li Xian's 95 years of cultivation is equivalent to that of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord with less than 50 years of cultivation. Yi Feng is still very confident. Void Sword Dance. This is Yi Feng's real killing move. Yi Feng has quietly disappeared when the others made Li Xian flustered. First Sword. A dark green sword light appeared from the void, and a sword slashed at the white inner chi shield outside Li Xian's body, instantly cutting a dent in the inner chi shield, but did not break it open. The martial art of the Tai Chi temple is full of flexibility. It looks like it will be broken, but in the end, it can persevere dangerously. Second sword. The dark green sword light flashed again, and the interval between the first sword and the first sword was less than 1/10 of a second, and it was at the same place as the first sword. The lightning-fast sword light, invisible to the naked eye, made Li Xian's face more solemn than ever. He would never know what kind of sword technique Yi Feng was using now. Void swordsmanship is the top swordsmanship even in the world of cultivating immortals, let alone on Earth. Now Yi Feng is in a different space and will not be discovered and attacked by anyone. Only when he attacks others can he let go and unleash the most fierce attack. Third, fourth, fifth sword. 3 swords in a row slashed across the surface of Li Xian's white inner chi shield like lightning, cutting the inner chi shield into a jelly-like convex left and right concave, but the inner chi shield's toughness is really too strong. Yi Feng's dragon sword ancient ring sharp, but still can't break it easily. The next 5 swords are like raindrops on the same part of the inner air shield. One sword is stronger than the other and faster than the other. By the time of the 11th strike in total, Li Xian's inner chi shield had only a thin layer left, and Yi Feng's current limit for performing void sword dance is to release 13 sword chi and the last 2 strikes. Break. Yi Feng let out a roar, the 12th sword continued to slash at the same place. Finally Li Xian couldn't hold back, his inner energy was exhausted. Yi Feng's sword cut through the inner energy shield. What's the situation? Li Xian had no idea where those sword lights came from, he couldn't see Yi Feng's figure at all. Seeing that the opponent's 12 swords finally broke through his inner chi shield, Li Xian felt awe-inspiring. As long as there was another sword, he might not be able to resist it, and he was really dead. 13th sword. Yi Feng finally unleashed his sword, and his final killing move has come to an end. When Yi Feng made the 13th sword, his offensive had come to an end, but it was also the time when his aura reached its peak and was the most powerful. After the accumulation of the previous 12 swords, Yi Feng's 13th sword pierced through the air. Along with his body also appeared from the void, the dark green sword light attacked Li Xian's face. As for Li Xian's white inner energy shield, a gap had been opened by Yi Feng before, and it was too late to close it at this time, watching Yi Feng's last sword coming through the gap. This sword is too fast, too accurate, and too ruthless. Even Li Xian's 95-year cultivation base was stunned by Yi Feng's sword dance in the void at this moment. A series of sword light power penetrated through the inner energy shield, making it almost impossible for him to stand still, let alone in this short period of time. Dodged for a short time. Moreover, Yi Feng's sword was completely pierced from the void, it was already in front of him as soon as it appeared, there was no time for him to dodge at all. Elder. The dark green sword light kept appearing and disappearing around Li Xian. This strange scene made Chen Hui and other Taiji Hall disciples around him inexplicably surprised. What is it all about? When the white inner chi shield around Li Xian was broken open a gap, Chen Hui felt as if he saw a ghost. In this world, is there anyone else who can break through Elder Li Xian's inner energy shield so easily in an instant? I'm afraid that even Yu Wentian's level can't do it. Who is it that has such power? Reminiscent of Ling Chen's mask and half of his face that dissipated like green smoke under the wind of Li Xian's fist just now, it made everyone in the Tai Chi Hall feel like they had seen a ghost. Yi Feng's last sword was unleashed under such circumstances. Like a talisman, a sword was drawn towards Li Xian's neck. The sword dance of Shattering Void was many times stronger than Long Moran's Moonlight Singing. In addition, the sneak attack of Long Wanner and the others just now attracted Li Xian's attention, and Li Xian finally felt the threat of death. He hadn't felt this kind of feeling for a long time. Since he became the elder of the Tai Chi Hall 15 years ago, he hadn't fought with anyone except for the martial arts conference every few years. And the martial arts conference is a place for people in the world to exchange skills. There is no need to fight to the death. And of course he will not feel the threat of death. Li Xian's cold hair stood on end one by one, only Yi Feng's last sword remained in his eyes. Dark green. Li Xian only had that flash of sword light left in his eyes. Die. 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 Are you going to die? Li Xian's pupils contracted. At this moment, he seemed to recall all the things he had experienced in his life. He was taken in by the seniors of the Tai Chi Hall when he was a child, and then he practiced martial arts. Relying on talent and hard work, he became stronger and stronger, and then became a member of the Tai Chi Hall. Elder. Just at the moment of this flash, an accident that no one expected happened. The mask and half of his face were blown away by Li Xian's punch before Ling Chen, who was like a ghost, suddenly floated over, and the entity condensed with soul power stopped in front of Yi Feng's sword. Snapped. Ling Chen put his palms together and held Yi Feng's dark green sword light in his hands. Scoff. The sharpness of Yi Feng's sword was not something he could resist at all. This sword directly split his soul body in half, turning into a large cloud of black smoke and dissipating. Of course, Ling Chen is a soul cultivator, so this is not enough to kill him, but the consumption of so much soul power is enough to make him sluggish and slow down his cultivation for a while. In order to block Li Xian's sword, Ling Chen made a great sacrifice. And Li Xian, who had experienced many battles, did not disappoint Ling Chen's hope, and fell back at the critical moment. Yi Feng slashed across his neck with a sword, and a bloodstain appeared without warning. As long as it was even a millimeter deeper, Yi Feng's sword could cut Li Xian's throat and kill him. It's a pity that it still couldn't be done after all. Brother Yi. Ling Chen's voice came from all around. From now on, my life is yours, even if I kill Li Xian again, I won't frown. Only Yi Feng could hear these words, which made him frown slightly. Yi Feng didn't blame Ling Chen, because it was Li Xian who rescued him from the fire and gave him a second life, so this second life belonged to Li Xian. However, now, Ling Chen's second life was already dead. Since Chen Hui urged Elder Li Xian to attack him, and everyone didn't believe that he was Ling Chen, he started his third life. This third life completely belonged to Yi Feng, but before that, he had to make an end to his second life. For saving Li Xian's life, neither party owes anyone else, and there will be no worries from now on. In this way, loyalty and righteousness are at the best of both worlds. If Yi Feng wants to do anything to Ling Chen, because of this, Ling Chen will have no regrets, because his conscience drives him to do so. Yi Feng didn't blame him. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to watch his savior die in front of him. It's just that he frowned. Now that Li Xian is not dead, the next situation will not be easy. But the people in the Tai Chi Hall didn't react at all. What's going on? Wasn't that Ling Chen fake just now? Why did he suddenly jump out to block Li Xian's sword? This is completely unreasonable. When Yi Feng's figure appeared in front of Li Xian, holding a dark green true energy sword in his hand, and his black shirt fluttering in the wind, the group of people in the Tai Chi Hall felt a sense of coolness from the bottom of their hearts. Isn't this Yi Feng too heaven-defying? With his own strength, he almost killed Li Xian. What is the origin of that unpredictable swordsmanship just now? If they all learn this kind of swordsmanship, wouldn't the whole Jianghu be their world? The most important thing is that this Yi Feng is only in his 20s now. What an astonishing and terrifying talent is this. This time the Yi family has produced a monster. He is simply the #1 genius in history. Chen Hui from their Tai Chi Hall is already very evil, but compared to Yi Feng like this, he is not even a scumbag. As if the firefly is competing with the bright moon, there is no comparison at all. Surround him and kill him. Chen Hui really felt jealous, and secretly thought that if Yi Feng left here alive, wouldn't it be a huge threat in the future? He still remembered that at the very beginning, Yi Feng had to deal with Long Moran for a long time, but now he was able to kill Li Xian. How long has it been? This growth rate is enough to shock anyone. Although Long Moran is the patriarch of the Long family, his strength is still far behind that of many elders of the Long family. The main reason is that the gap in cultivation base is too big, and no amount of talent can make up for this gap. In terms of actual combat power, 2 Long Moran might be equivalent to 1 Li Xian. But now, Yifeng has done something that others absolutely cannot do. At the young age of 20, he was able to confront Li Xian. Although it was a sneak attack, the sword dance just now was really amazing. Chen Hui couldn't bear it anymore. If he endured it any longer, not only would he lose his reputation as the #1 person of the younger generation, but it would also be difficult to keep his position as the #1 sect in the Tai Chi Hall. Yifeng's potential is too terrifying. When everyone in Tai Chi Hall heard Chen Hui's order, they all showed ferocious expressions and rushed toward Yifeng one by one. It wasn't until Chen Hui ordered everyone in the Tai Chi Hall to surround and kill Yifeng that Li Xian finally recovered from the shock just now. He didn't ignore some things like others, but quickly recalled the scene just now, feeling that there were too many strange things in it. That figure with half of his face cut off would actually help him block the sword just now, even if he himself was wiped out? Of course he didn't know that Ling Chen was a soul cultivator now, and he wouldn't die even if his soul body was destroyed, but this moved him even more. There is no doubt that only Ling Chen can do such a thing. That figure was really his disciple Ling Chen. But, why did Ling Chen look like that now? Is it a human or a ghost? Yifeng is so strong at only 20 years old, what kind of adventure did he have? What did he do to Ling Chen? Li Xian felt a little regretful at this time. As the elder of the Tai Chi Hall, he considered things far more thoroughly than Chen Hui. People like Yifeng obviously cannot be easily offended, especially when there is no mortal enmity between the two parties. What's more, it was really Ling Chen, and from the way Ling Chen had something to say just now, it should have something to do with Yifeng. Li Xian regretted it for the first time. He shouldn't have listened to Chen Hui's words, and acted so anxiously. Otherwise, the situation would not be what it is now. Li Xian raised his head, and saw everyone in the Taiji Hall rushing toward Yifeng, using various moves of Taijiquan and Taiji swordsmanship one by one, as if they wanted to drown him in the crowd. Seeing this situation, Li Xian's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. These idiots don't know how terrifying this Yifeng is. They attacked him in such a group. Before Elder Li Xian could react, Yifeng over there had already made another move. Swallowing an expensive pill to restore true qi in one gulp, Yifeng's eyes flashed coldly. Facing the many disciples from the Tai Chi Hall who were besieging them, he swept his consciousness and found that these were guys with more than 30 years of cultivation. Yifeng's current 20-year Zhenqi cultivation is equivalent to 40-year internal qi cultivation. Even if he fights hard, he can crush the opponent, let alone he is still a cultivator. Void Sword Dance. Yifeng tightened the long sword in his hand, and once again used this deadly move. Puff. 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 Almost without any ability to resist, 3 people were killed by Yifeng's sword one after another, and Yifeng's figure had disappeared from the center of the siege and broke into the void. Too fast. No one could trace Yifeng's sword light. Often it was just a flash of the sword light, appearing directly in front of them, and then cut his throat with the sword. Li Xian didn't rush over until the 3 of them were killed, and waved his hands. Tai Chi. Waves of white inner energy emanated from his body, condensing into pieces of white inner energy shields, protecting several important figures in them. Puff. 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 The rest of the relatively unimportant disciples of the Tai Chi Hall suffered disaster, and they were beheaded by the dark green sword light one by one. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the disciples of the Tai Chi Hall fell sideways in the woods, their necks were cut, and they were fatally struck by a sword. Yifeng. Stop, if you continue to kill, our Tai Chi Hall will be at odds with you. Li Xian couldn't see so many disciples dying under Yi Feng's sword, so he immediately cried out in distress. Sorry, I was just acting in self-defense. Yi Feng killed one person with one sword, a round of void sword dance, a total of 13 people fell to the ground, and then he reappeared from the void, wearing a black shirt like a ghost. In the woods, he stood still, and the sea breeze, blowing not far away, made his refreshing short hair move with the wind. The dark green long sword in his hand killed so many people, without even a drop of blood on it. Elder, you deal with him, I'll go. Chen Hui was the most important person protected by Li Xian, so he immediately made a suggestion softly. Li Xian didn't speak, just looked at Yi Feng with staring eyes. His short body looked very stable in the wind, the hem of his white robe fluttered with the wind, and the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern on his shoulder showed his identity as the elder of the Tai Chi Hall. How many times can you perform such a move? Li Xian finally spoke out, with an incomparably solemn tone. It was obvious that Yi Feng in front of him was the first enemy he had encountered in these years. Yi Feng must not be treated as a junior. Li Xian knew that underestimating the enemy was a big taboo, so of course he would not make such a mistake. Moreover, Yi Feng killed so many people in his Tai Chi Hall, he couldn't just let Yi Feng go just like that, otherwise, if it spread, wouldn't his Tai Chi Hall be disgraced, and the lives of so many disciples would be a threat to the entire Tai Chi Hall, all great losses. If Li Xian didn't come up with an explanation, he might not even be able to keep his position as an elder when he goes back. He knew that he had hit the iron plate this time. If he had known, he would have discussed it with Yi Feng, so that it would not have turned into such a situation. However, it is over. Li Xian felt that with his strength, he would definitely be able to deal with Yi Feng. At most, he would not be able to capture him alive. How many times, how many times? Why, do you still want to try? Yi Feng said lightly, pointing the dark green long sword at Li Xian from afar. In this world, there are few people who dare to point their long sword at Li Xian like this, and Yi Feng is definitely the most arrogant and youngest among them. Looking at Yi Feng's handsome figure, Chen Hui felt like dying. Why wasn't that person him? Obviously he is the first person of the younger generation in the arena. Whether it's another guy with the same name as him, or this Yi Feng in front of him, don't even think about taking his name away. Chen Hui was extremely jealous, and only hoped that Li Xian would kill Yi Feng quickly. No matter how powerful Yi Feng is, he definitely can't fight against an elder from their Tai Chi Hall, right? Since he is so arrogant, let him taste the consequences of his arrogance. Chen Hui never thought that when he enjoys the title of number one person of the younger generation, he behaves more arrogantly than Yi Feng. But Yi Feng's resistance now is purely self-defense. He can only use his strength to speak for himself, otherwise he will be the only one who is unlucky. It's a pity that Li Xian couldn't be killed in one fell swoop just now, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome now, just kill them all. Yi Feng stared at the front. Li Xian, who was short in white robes, pondered in his heart. In fact, Yi Feng didn't want to use Void Sword Dance, to use it. The elixir he took to restore true qi, although replenished quickly, had serious side effects. After eating one, if you eat a second one within a short period of time, it will only have 1/10 of the effect. In other words, the elixir cannot be taken continuously, and now Yi Feng only has half of his true energy left. Such a little qi is only enough for him to perform the Void Sword Dance once. If he can't kill Li Xian, he can only be slaughtered. However, wealth are in danger. Except for Void Sword Dance, Yi Feng couldn't find any other way to deal with Li Xian. With that layer of white inner energy shield alone, he has no other way to break through. Not to mention that Li Xian was prepared. Once he counterattacked, unless he was in the void, he would definitely be killed by the opponent with one blow. Done. Yi Feng thought in his heart, his eyes revealed a firm look. The good news is that he just performed the Void Sword Dance twice in a row, which made him seem to have a little understanding of this move again. This is a genius, comprehending moves faster than anyone else. When Yifeng and Li Xian started to confront each other, those Taiji Hall disciples who were protected by Li Xian were sweating coldly, looking at Yifeng with fear and shock in their eyes. They never thought that Yifeng would be so powerful. If Li Xian hadn't protected them, they might have died under Yifeng's ghostly sword, and they still had no ability to resist. No matter what, they couldn't figure out what kind of exquisite swordsmanship could reach Yifeng's level, allowing him who was only 20 years old to confront Li Xian, who was 95 years old. Not to mention Chen Hui from their Tai Chi Hall, even the most outstanding martial arts geniuses of all time, they are completely inferior to Yifeng. If Yifeng's strength is his own strength, then there is no doubt that Yifeng is the strongest existence in the martial arts world in the past 100 years, and he can defy the sky. You have no chance to draw a sword. Li Xian's short and fat body stood firmly, a pair of fierce eyes stared at Yifeng from more than 20 meters away, his short hands moved inadvertently, the inner air was released to drive the surrounding air, and they entangled Yifeng flexibly, making him suddenly feel sluggish. Grab the sparrow tail. An exquisite Taijiquan move was easily performed by Li Xian, and the level of internal energy released unexpectedly produced infinite suction, making Yifeng unstable in an instant. So strong. Yifeng's heart was shocked. He raised his head to look at Li Xian, who was wearing a white robe, and tried his best to resist the suction from the other party. This Tai Chi move is really exquisite, especially when there is a big difference in cultivation between the two sides. Yifeng can't even resist. Perform Void Sword Dance? The airflow around Yifeng was disturbed by Li Xian, and he couldn't use it smoothly for a while. After only holding on for half a second, the powerful suction force of Taijiquan's grasping bird's tail sucked Yifeng's body off the ground, and flew towards where Li Xian was. With the surrounding leaves flying around, a gust of wind blew him away from all directions. Come over, and finally gather around Li Xian's body. Make progress. Li Xian looked solemn and showed no mercy at all. Taking advantage of Yifeng being sucked towards him in the air, he punched quickly. This punch was the fiercest punch Yifeng had ever seen since he was reborn in the modern city. Even though Taijiquan focuses on feminine flexibility, it also has domineering offensive moves. The fierce punching wind broke through the air and came to Yifeng in an instant. Immortal art, the shield of the stars. As soon as Yifeng gritted his teeth, the Zhenqi in his body exploded, and a layer of light blue Zhenqi shield immediately blocked him, emitting a faint blue starlight. The defensive artifact, the purple spirit bracelet, had been shattered on the island by the self-detonation of the Huiyun demon lord, and now he only had the Qinqing shield as a means of defense. The defensive ability of the purple spirit bracelet is about the level of 50 years of cultivation to cast the star shield. But now that Yifeng only has 20 years of cultivation, the defensive effect of the star shield is a bit weak. Boom! Li Xian's punch hit heavily on the Qinqing shield, and a burst of violent air suddenly burst out, blowing away all the surrounding leaves and weeds. What is that? Li Xian's expression changed. He felt that something was blocking Yifeng, and saw the faint blue light flashing past, and he became alert all of a sudden. He had a feeling that everything about Yifeng in front of him was weird. If he didn't deal with it carefully, he would really fall here. However, Yifeng did not give him time to react. Chen Xing's shield and Li Xian's fist style were almost at an end, and Yifeng took advantage of the opponent's surprise, and immediately made a move. The surrounding air current is still chaotic, and it is not safe to perform Void Sword Dance. If you accidentally run into the void and cannot return, it will be a sad reminder. Therefore, he used the Shenyang sword technique, the research result of the last 2 months. Of course, with his 20-year-old Shenyang swordsmanship alone, he was still a little too young to deal with Li Xian, so he didn't hesitate, and immediately used the Fenghua Shuiyue swordsmanship. A fiery red Shenyang sword aura, accompanied by an ice blue wind, flower, snow, and moon sword aura, formed two sword dragons to attack Li Xian's place. When Li Xian reacted, the two sword auras were already in front of him. Collided in the distance. The intersection of ice and fire caused a violent explosion between the two sword chis instantly, and the flames and ice and snow rushed at the same time, covering Li Xuanzi's surroundings into a doomsday scene. Several big trees nearby were broken and collapsed, and the whole scene was in a mess. Xianyang swordsmanship. Fengwuguiyu swordsmanship. Li Xian's exclamation came from the chaos of ice and fire. Obviously, the two sets of martial arts that Yi Feng displayed made him recognize them all at once. These two sets of swordsmanship are the housekeeping skills of the Yi family and the Long family. They are considered to be the top two sets of swordsmanship in the martial arts. Learning one of them is already the goal of many swordsmen in their lives. Back then, the Yi family and the Long family took in many swordsmen, and they rose to become one of the top forces. And now, these two sets of swordsmanship appeared in Yi Feng's hands at the same time, and they combined so perfectly. Yi Feng is from the Yi family, so it's not surprising that he learned Xianyang swordsmanship. It is also said that he is Long Wanner's man, so it is not surprising that he has learned the Feng Hua Shuiyu sword technique. But being able to perform two sets of swordsmanship in this way, and can also release the internal energy to the outside, isn't it afraid that the internal energy will conflict in the meridians in the body, and thus go crazy? Li Xian's face became more and more serious. This Yi Feng's talent is too terrifying. If he is allowed to go on like this, wouldn't he be able to learn all the martial arts in the world? Through the flames and ice flakes flying all over the sky, he could see Zi Jianlan still lying on the side, and he recognized her as the adopted daughter of Qi Linzi, the head of the Yinxian school. Doesn't it mean that Yi Feng has even learned the technique of hidden weapons? Li Xian faintly had a premonition that this Jiang Hu would be Yi Feng's arena next, and everyone else, whether it was the genius Chen Hui from the Taiji temple, or the guy from the True Sword sect who was as famous as Chen Hui, would not be Yi Feng. Opponent. How did he know that Yi Fengji is not here? So what if he dominates the entire martial arts world? Going back to the world of cultivating immortals will still be ravaged by others. The most important thing is always only your own strength. Xianyang swordsmanship and Fengwuguiyu swordsmanship could not cause harm to Li Xian. At the critical moment, Li Xianchu used Taijiquan's defensive moves, like a seal, which easily blocked Yi Feng's two swords. However, Yi Feng certainly knew that two swords could not hurt the opponent. This was just used to deceive people. After a period of delay, Yi Feng finally stepped back to a place far away where the airflow was stable. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the dark green long sword was clenched tightly in one hand. Void Sword Dance. This was the last move he could use, and it was also the strongest move he made after he was reborn in the modern city. Compared with the previous 13 swords, he will definitely use one more sword this time. This extra sword can nearly double the power of his entire sword move. With the disappearance of Yi Feng's figure, the ice and fire surrounding Li Xian finally settled down. A group of people in the Tai Chi hall stared at the place where Yi Feng disappeared, and at the same time secretly said, "Here we come again." They all stared at each other with bated breath, knowing that this is a rare duel between strong men. If even Li Xian is defeated by the opponent, then the entire situation in the arena will definitely be rewritten in the future. Yi Feng's figure disappeared. The hairs on Li Xian's whole body stand on end. The inner energy in his whole body maintains the white inner energy shield beside him. This inner energy shield is much stronger than the inner energy shield he displayed hastily at the beginning. Because the current inner energy shield is condensed from his Taijiquan moves. Whether it is the structure or density of the inner energy, it is far superior to the ordinary inner energy shield that was condensed in a hurry. If Yi Feng's swordsmanship is as powerful as before, it will definitely not be able to break Li Xian's tight seal. Elder. A group of people in the Tai Chi hall started arguing one after another. Back to back, they began to be vigilant. But they themselves also knew that facing Yi Feng's weird moves, such vigilance would have no effect at all. There is only one possibility for them to survive. That is to rely on Li Xian's protection. Quiet. Li Xian let out a stern voice, stretched his hands open, and expanded the range of the air shield that seemed to be closed, enveloping a dozen or so people in the Tai Chi hall. As a result, the strength of his inner chi shield decreased. But he wasn't worried. Because he just controlled it a little bit. Letting Yi Feng use the sword move just now just couldn't break his inner chi shield. The dark green sword light finally began to flash. 1 sword. 2 swords. 3 swords. Every sword of Yi Feng seemed to be drawn on the hearts of everyone in the Tai Chi hall, making their spirits tremble. Including Chen Hui, a dozen or so people surrounded Li Xian. They were protected by an inner chi shield that seemed to be closed, but they saw green sword lights one after another slashing on the inner chi shield out of thin air. Let the inner chi shield start deformation, depression. 13th sword. Only half a second later, Yi Feng's void sword dance had come to an end. The 13 sword chi overlapped together and slashed at Li Xian's white inner chi shield one after another. This left only the inner chi shield of this layer. A thin layer. 13. It's about to end. Li Xian counted silently in his heart, his old face relaxed slightly. He breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Feng really couldn't break through his inner chi shield. However, he didn't relax completely. Because he didn't know if Yi Feng had other moves, or what kind of performance he would have next. If Yi Feng's cultivation base was higher, Li Xian really couldn't stop him. It's a pity. Li Xian shook his head. He felt that Yi Feng was still unlikely to have any second moves. His current swordsmanship is already so heaven-defying. If there are other moves, do you want someone else to live? The rest of the Tai Chi hall also thought the same way. All of them were happy after the catastrophe. Chen Hui was even more excited. An elder is an elder. 95 years of cultivation is a waste of fame. No matter how talented Yi Feng is, if he meets an elder, he will only end up in the street. However, just when they were relieved, the 14th sword, like ghosts and gods, quietly pierced through the void and came fiercely. This sword, like a dark green lightning, instantly slashed at the last thin layer of the white inner air shield. Puff. A sword broke open. The dark green sword light dissipated. Everyone in the Tai Chi hall, protected by the inner chi shield, opened their eyes wide. They were shocked and reacted quickly. Yi Feng was actually able to release the 14th sword. This unscientific. Just now Yi Feng used this move twice. Aren't they all 13 swords? Although the void sword dances fast, they are all elites of the Tai Chi hall. It is still possible to count the number of swords Yi Feng has thrown. Ah! Immediately, someone screamed. It was a middle-aged man who was far away from the innermost edge of the air shield. He looked panic-stricken, because Yi Feng's dark green sword was rolling towards his face. I'm not interested in you. Yi Feng was in the void, the corner of his mouth curled up, looking at the panicked expression of the middle-aged man, and the distorted scene around him. A sword. 15th sword. Yi Feng swung his last sword. This was also the last time he performed super level. He swung straight at Li Xian. The dark green true energy sword was advancing in the distorted space. No one could find it. A sword suddenly appeared in front of him. Li Xian was suddenly terrified. It's not one more sword. It's 2 more swords. This Yi Feng can actually temporarily improve his comprehension of moves. This is the level that only a peerless genius can achieve. Li Xian didn't have time to think about it. Fortunately, he had already prepared a move. Tai Chi mane of wild horses. Li Xian's whole body was full of momentum, his figure became short, and he slid his hand down. The energy in his whole body suddenly exploded. In an instant, a gust of air rushed towards Yifeng's body that had just emerged from the void. Li Xian's reaction speed can be described as fast. Moreover, his psychological quality is also excellent. If it was an ordinary person facing Yifeng's moves, he would have been scared to death. Just thinking about why Yifeng suddenly appeared, let alone think of a way to fight back. And Li Xian, as the elder of the Tai Chi Hall, has extremely rich combat experience. He knows that the primary goal in this situation is to defeat the opponent. Instead of thinking about how the opponent will use the moves, wait until the opponent is defeated. There is plenty of time to think about these issues. Worthy of being the elder of Tai Chi Hall. Seeing the other party's reaction, Yifeng admired him secretly, with a weird smile on his lips. Boom. The airflow from the split mane of the wild horse hit Yifeng all of a sudden. The violent force lifted him into the air. But then everyone around discovered that this Yifeng turned into green smoke and dissipated. The weird smile that was shown before the figure dissipated made Li Xian, Chen Hui, and others instantly feel something was wrong. Death. Yifeng's figure suddenly broke through the air from behind Li Xian. This is the real Yifeng. He swung the 15th sword of Void Sword Dance. Only then did he break through the air and appear behind Li Xian. The Yifeng, who was in front of Li Xian before, was nothing more than the soul body, temporarily condensed by Zhaoibei. It easily deceived Li Xian's perception and made him put the prepared wild horse split mane in the wrong direction. Puff. Yifeng's xuanhuan sword finally lived up to everyone's expectations. It pierced deeply into the back of Li Xian's short stature. Blood bloomed on Li Xian's back, staining his pure white robe red. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The disciples of the Tai Chi Hall, including Chen Hui, were all stunned. No way. What kind of battle just happened? Yifeng disappeared and appeared like a ghost. Not even a ninja from a certain country, it's so against the sky. What kind of effort is this? Elder. Chen Hui cried out all of a sudden. His face was pale. Li Xian was pierced through the chest by Yifeng's sword. This scene was simply beyond his imagination. He never imagined that Li Xian would be defeated by Yifeng so easily. It is obvious that Li Xian's strength is more than that. If a full set of Taijiquan is performed, even 10 Yifengs can bear it. Can't live. But the fact is so cruel. Yifeng relied on unknown and strange means. A sword pierced through Li Xian's chest. His white robe was stained with blood. Elder Li. You lost. Yifeng smiled faintly. He put away the dark green true energy sword. He didn't pierce Li Xian's heart. Instead, he spared his life. Not because of Ling Chen, but because of a special reason. Yifeng was not afraid of Li Xian's identity. Even if he is one of the 8 elders of the Tai Chi Hall, it doesn't matter to Yifeng. As long as Su Feiying can kill the Huiyun Demon Master, or he finds the teleportation array in the desert and returns to the world of cultivating immortals. What Tai Chi Hall counts? What? What's more, if he can even kill Li Xian, with all his current power, he can definitely compete with the Taiji Palace. After all, he also has Yi Wendian and the Long family as the backing. There is another who seems to be equally awesome. What about Grandpa? The reason why Yifeng didn't kill Li Xian was because he wanted to control the opponent to achieve certain goals. The intestine-broken powder obtained from the Yinxian sect is really useful. With the sword just now, Yifeng successfully sent the modified intestine-broken powder into Li Xian's body, and seriously injured him. Why don't you kill me? Li Xian didn't know what Yifeng did. He just felt a little strange about Yifeng's actions. Could it be that Yifeng was concerned about his status as the elder of the Tai Chi Hall, so he didn't dare to kill him? Why did I kill you? Yifeng asked a question back. He smiled faintly. Now you've been hit by heartbroken powder. It's best to be obedient. If you didn't come to trouble me, I don't want to go too far. The implication is that as long as Li Xian is obedient, Yifeng will not make things difficult for him. Humph, isn't it just heartbroken powder? Li Xian snorted softly. With a backhand pinch, he pinched Yifeng's wrist that was just about to retreat. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Chen Hui, move." Yifeng's expression changed. He felt a strong force coming from his hand that made him unable to move. He said badly in secret. Facing the seriously injured and poisoned Li Xian, he could break free, but it would take 2 seconds. And these 2 seconds are enough for Chen Hui to do something. The moment Li Xian finished speaking, Chen Hui and the rest of the Taiji Hall disciples had already started to move. As soon as their footsteps moved, they rushed towards the purple sword orchid lying not far away. Don't think about it. Yifeng gritted his teeth. The true energy in his whole body condensed on his wrists. He wanted to burst Li Xian's restraints, but found that Li Xian's cultivation base was much deeper than his. He couldn't break free instantly. At this moment, without Yifeng's order, Zhao Yi and Ling Chen, who were hiding in the dark, acted almost at the same time. Dirty Bone Spear. One after another, sharp dark gray arrows condensed from the surrounding air and shot towards the dozen or so disciples of the Tai Chi Hall who were rushing towards the purple sword orchid. This supernatural scene left those Taiji Hall disciples dumbfounded. What are these gray pointed arrows? How could they appear out of nowhere and shoot at them? This is as weird as Yifeng just now. Could it be that Yifeng is not alone now, and there are many other helpers? The group of people felt uneasy, but the situation in front of them prompted them to react instinctively, avoid the dirty bone spear, continue to rush towards the woman in the purple dress, hold her hostage, and use it to threaten Yifeng. If not, they couldn't think of any other way to deal with Yifeng. Immortal Art. Buried Star Arrow. Immortal Art. Red Flame. Long Wanner and Su Menghan, who were hiding in the dark, finally reappeared and attacked everyone in the Tai Chi Hall with all their might. Long Wanner's 25-year Qi cultivation is equivalent to that of a martial arts master with 50-year Qi cultivation. With this shot, the burial star arrow hit the thigh of an unlucky child in an instant, pierced it ruthlessly, and then shot into another child's thigh. A hapless boy's knee. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Knock 2 people down. And Su Minghan's red flame fireball, because it came quickly, and a group of people on the other side had to avoid the dirt and bone spears, finally hit the chest of a female disciple of the Tai Chi Hall, and the flames spread and burned blazingly. Fortunately, that female disciple's cultivation base is much deeper than Su Minghan's. Seeing this, she immediately rolled on the ground, using the moisture from the vegetation to extinguish the flames. But at this moment, she could no longer stand up and fight. Not good. Chen Hui secretly glanced at the surrounding situation. He found that only this round of attack had caused them to lose 5 people. The other 2 were also hit by the dirty bone spear. They fell to the ground and held in pain. Tai Chi grabbed the bird's tail. Chen Hui was afraid, so he quickly used this move. The internal energy was released, and the strong suction force sucked the delicate body of the purple sword orchid lying not far away. Compared with Li Xian's Taijiquan, Chen Hui's power is much smaller. But Zi Jianlan is unconscious and has no ability to resist at this time. Chen Hui will release her internal energy, so it is only natural that she will be sucked in at once. Extreme Soul Scattered. A sinister look flashed in Chen Hui's eyes. He took out a pointed dart from his waist with one hand, and shot it at the purple gladiolus that was sucked over. This scene also exceeded the expectations of Zhao Yi, Ling Chen, Su Menghan, and Long Wanner. None of them were able to stop it in time. Puff. The pointed dart was highly poisonous. It shot straight into the white and slender waist of Zi Jianlan. She could not help but groan in pain. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng, stop immediately. Seeing this, Chen Hui immediately burst out laughing triumphantly. Desperately scattered. This is a highly poisonous poison that seals the throat with blood. The poisoned person will not get the antidote for 12 hours, and will gradually become demented until his soul is scattered. It is a highly poisonous thing he obtained from his friends in the Heavenly Sword Hall. You have been hit by Jupa-san. Hurry up, or let her die on the spot. Chen Hui finally came out of the fear that Yi Feng brought to him. He was very proud for a while. It seems that even elder Li Xian can't match him in the Tai Chi Hall. Even Li Xian was almost killed by Yi Feng. But he was able to rely on tricks to restrain Yi Feng. He was so clever. Most importantly, he has no antidote to this thing. If you want to detoxify, you have to go to the Heavenly Knife Hall, or you have to go to the Taiji Hall to get the most precious Chunyang Baojian. The former is definitely too late. The latter depends on Chen Hui's mood. It's best to take Zi Jianlan back to the Tai Chi Hall. After it's cured, she won't hesitate to possess her. Let Yi Feng taste the taste of wearing a cuckold. Shameless. Long Wanner's angry voice came from the side, and then rushed over like a gust of wind. The dragon flicks its tail. An angry kick kicked Chen Hui into the air, hitting a big tree heavily. Gladiola. How are you? Long Wanner accurately caught Zi Jianlan's delicate body. Su Menghan also ran out from the side, and bravely stopped in front of the other Tai Chi disciples, staring at each other. Yi Feng, who was not far away, finally broke free from Li Xian's shackles. Li Xian was seriously injured and poisoned. His strength became weaker and weaker. Soon he couldn't hold on. Yi Feng threw his hand away, but was held down by Yi Feng, unable to move. Extreme soul scattered. Yi Feng raised his head and glanced at Chen Hui, who was kicked away by Long Wanner. He squinted his eyes. That guy was so courageous. He even made such a move. He broke through the protection of Zhao Cupi and the four of them. A little unexpected. It's just that he thought that poisoning the purple sword orchid would make Yi Feng compromise. Too naive. Broken intestine powder and Jupo powder are both highly poisonous substances that are well known in the martial arts world. The former is the housekeeping method of the Yinxian sect, and the latter is the secret formula of the Tiandao Hall. Desperate soul? As soon as Li Xian heard the name of the poison, his expression changed immediately. He has always claimed to be a decent sect, disdained to use poison, and even disdained to associate with evil sects such as Tiandao Temple, but he did not expect that Chen Hui would have friendship with people from Tiandao Temple, and even got Jupo-san. From this point of view, Chen Hui has a close relationship with a certain high-ranking person in the Heavenly Knife Hall. This made Li Xian quite angry. The Heavenly Sword Hall was an evil sect. It is too shameful for the most outstanding disciple of Tai Chi Hall to hook up with members of the evil sect. He glanced at Zi Jianlan, who was caught in Jupo-san, and thought that this was the adopted daughter of the former head of the Yinxian sect. He heard that Chen Hui had something to do with her. This son of Chen Hui has a lot of schemes. And if Chen Hui would do this, it's hard to guarantee that his father Qin Jianxiong would not be secretly instituting it, could it? Soon, it will be the day when the head of the Tai Chi Hall will change, and Qin Jianxiong may be planning a large-scale operation to seek the position of the head of the Tai Chi Hall. Li Xian's face became gloomy, but now his short body was restrained by Yi Feng, his chest was pierced and stabbed, and the poison of the heartbroken powder began to spread. There was no way to resist at all. Elderly, whether it's broken heart powder or Jupa-san, using the pure yang mirror from your Tai Chi Hall can detoxify them, right? Yi Feng stood beside Li Xian and asked a faint question. He still remembered what Zi Jianlan told him back then, that the supreme treasure of the Tai Chi Hall, the pure yang mirror, can cure all poisons in the world, and now it seems that it must be used. Want the treasure of my Tai Chi Hall's township? Don't even think about it. Li Xian was afraid of death, but he was even more afraid of losing face. At this moment, he became a hard bone, extremely difficult to chew. He clearly knew that if he ordered someone to send the Chunyang Baojian, the Chunyang Baojian would definitely fall into Yi Feng's hands in the end. I really don't want to die? Yi Feng snorted softly, I just borrowed it, and I didn't say I wanted you. You and Zijianlin either die together or live together, you can decide for yourself. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he left Li Xian alone and walked towards Chen Hui, who was kicked away by Long Wanner step by step. His actions made all the Taiji Hall disciples, including Li Xian, feel their hearts lift up and their eyes widen. What is Yi Feng going to do to Chen Hui? Stand up. Yi Feng picked up Chen Hui's neckline and found that the boy was kicked half to death by Long Wanner. The originally handsome young man in white robe now rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth. The meridians all over his body were completely broken by Long Wanner's kick. If it was the old Long Wanner, it would be impossible to defeat Chen Hui, let alone kick Chen Hui like this. You must know that Chen Hui in the past was the #1 person of the younger generation in the Jianghu, and Long Wanner was young after all, and because she was a girl who was not fully trained by the Long family, the gap with Chen Hui was very large. But now after cultivating immortality, Long Wanner already has 25 years of true energy cultivation, which is equivalent to 50 years of internal energy cultivation, and she can be called a master of martial arts. At best, Chen Hui only had 38 years of cultivation, the difference in cultivation, and Long Wanner kicked in anger. Chen Hui didn't notice it for a while, and was kicked half to death. Dare to poison the gladiolus, you will die. Yi Feng didn't even think about it, he raised his hand and was about to slap Chen Hui to death. Stop. Seeing this, Li Xian, who was not far away, was scared out of his wits. Yi Feng really dared to kill Chen Hui? You must know that Chen Hui's father is one of the most powerful elders in the Tai Chi Hall, Qin Jianxiong, and at the age of 60, Qin Jianxiong has already cultivated for 100 years, and he is a rare top powerhouse in the world. Little did they know that Yi Feng was not afraid at all. Even if Chen Hui is not killed, the hatred between him and Chen Hui is already irreconcilable, so he will be hunted down by Qin Jianxiong? Instead of this, it's better to kill an enemy earlier, and it will make Qin Jianxiong more angry when chasing and killing him, more likely to lose his mind, and make Yi Feng more likely to escape, or even fight back. And the rest of the people in the Tai Chi Hall all stared wide-eyed, as if they were a little suspicious. Yi Feng really dared to kill Chen Hui, the brilliant genius in their Tai Chi Hall? But the next moment. So what if you kill him? Yi Feng snorted softly, and clenched his raised palm into a fist. Crazy boxing. This Yi family's martial art was easily displayed by Yi Feng, and it also released the internal energy to the outside, the level of the second level. Boom. Chen Hui was blown away by this punch, and his body in white robe flew upside down like a kite with broken strings. Boom. 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 Yi Feng didn't stop, his hands formed into fists, and he continued to use the crazy boxing technique. The reason why Yi family's crazy demon fist is famous is that it looks like sealing a demon, and it has no rules and no fixed routine. Winds of lingering punches shot out from Yi Feng's fist, and then hit Chen Hui, who was in the air like a hammer. Puff. 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 Chen Hui kept spitting out fresh blood, and every time he was about to fall, he was punched flying by Yi Feng. The figure in white robe was getting farther and farther away, and he was about to fall out of the woods. Dragon Claw. Yi Feng finally used this move, grabbed Chen Hui with his true energy, and pulled him back with a single pull. This kid poisoned the purple sword orchid. It would be too cheap to kill him with one sword, so Yifeng first used a set of crazy boxing. The current Chen Hui, not to mention the overnight meal, is probably about to vomit out his feces and urine. Immediately afterwards Chen Hui was pulled back by Yifeng. His vague consciousness told him that his life seemed to be coming to an end soon. Puff. The dark green, true qi sword pierced through his heart. Yifeng threw Chen Hui, who had stopped beating, to the ground, then waved his hand, and took out the Shroud of Souls from the storage ring. Swish! All the wandering souls around were absorbed by the Shroud of Souls almost at the same time, crying ghosts and howling wolves for a while. Including Chen Hui's soul, which was also absorbed by the Shroud of Souls. He looked disheveled and panicked for a while, not knowing what happened. It is of course useful for Yifeng to collect these souls. As for the Shroud of Souls, he threw the Shroud of Souls into it after he got the storage ring and kept it with him all the time. In case Li Xian doesn't cooperate, he still has to discuss with Chen Hui's soul. Maybe he can cooperate with him? I believe Chen Hui definitely doesn't want to just disappear from the world. The corners of Yifeng's mouth curled up slightly, and when the time comes to scare Zhao Yi and Ling Chen out, and then seduce and talk about some things like soul cultivation, Chen Hui might give in. As Chen Hui's father, he will definitely be able to mobilize Chunyang Baojian. When Yifeng killed Chen Hui with a single strike of the crazy demon fist, the disciples of the Tai Chi Hall and elder Li Xian all fell into a stupor. No one in the Tai Chi Hall expected Yifeng to be so crazy. He really killed Chen Hui. This is the rhythm of never-ending death with Tai Chi Hall. They didn't expect that Yifeng had killed so many people in the Tai Chi Hall. The two sides must have died endlessly. It doesn't matter if there is another Chen Hui. Immortal art. Red flame. Yifeng threw a bunch of fireballs casually. With his current cultivation base, even if his true energy is almost exhausted, he can still throw red flame fireballs. If it is changed to extreme flame fireballs, he can't release them. The corpses of Taiji Hall disciples were all over the ground. They were directly incinerated by Yifeng's fireballs. Everyone was numb from the shock of Yifeng's method. So many fireballs did not surprise Li Xian and the others. Yifeng brought them too many surprises. Too many to look at directly. How is it? Elderly. Have you thought about it yet? After Yifeng disposed of the corpses all over the floor, including Chen Hui, he walked towards Li Xian with a demonic smile on his face. Seeing the smile on Yifeng's face, Li Xian's heart felt a chill for no reason. After living so much of his life, Li Xian has never encountered such a weird situation. With a weird guy like Yifeng. No wonder people who have dealt with Yifeng before. When talking about it, there will be inexplicable fear. No wonder Long Moran changed so much before. He must have known some of Yifeng's secrets. Could it be that Yifeng has received some inheritance from an ancient martial arts sect? What kind of sect in history has such unpredictable swordsmanship? Li Xian was deep in thought, but couldn't figure it out. In a daze, Yifeng had already come to stand in front of him. The dark green long sword lay across his neck. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you still refuse to bring the Chunyang Baojian, you know what the consequences will be. Yifeng said lightly, I just find it troublesome. I don't bother to go to the Heavenly Knife Hall to find the antidote. Otherwise, at most, I will just make a trip like the hidden Immortal sect before. As soon as these words came out, Li Xian immediately broke out in cold sweat. This Yifeng is really so arrogant. Li Xian naturally knew about the matter of the Immortal sect before. But he didn't take it seriously. After all, the strongest masters of the Immortal sect have only 70 years of cultivation. Compared with their Tai Chi Hall, they are far behind. But now, Yifeng defeated him and even threatened him. He had to admit that Yi Feng's strength had reached the level that the entire sect of the Tai Chi Hall would have to face up to. Not to mention the Heavenly Sword Palace. Yi Feng said that going to the Heavenly Knife Hall to ask for the antidote is definitely not impossible. Then, Li Xian considered it carefully. But in fact, it was only for a moment. He had already come to a conclusion. There was no need to die with that woman from the Immortal sect. Okay. Maybe we can work together. Li Xian stabilized his mood, raised his head, and glanced at Yi Feng, and said slowly. Not only the previous reasons. He also considered Qin Jianxiong. If Qin Jianxiong really colluded with so many evil sects, even if he got the head of the Taiji Hall, it would not be a good thing for the Taiji Hall. Li Xian is upright. There is definitely no way to tolerate this kind of thing. In contrast, Yi Feng was indeed protecting himself all the time. All his actions were unavoidable. Even if he acted first, it was justified. Li Xian didn't have any bad feelings towards Yi Feng anymore. He could be sure that the figure who resisted him before was indeed Ling Chen. As for what happened, after reconciling with Yi Feng, maybe he could ask Yi Feng. Those who know current affairs are brilliant. Yi Feng nodded and finally smiled. It's not easy for the old man Li Xian to compromise. He didn't pay attention to Li Xian anymore. He turned around and walked towards the purple sword orchid. As for how Li Xian contacted the people in the Tai Chi Hall, Yi Feng believed that he would have a way. Modern technology is so advanced. The news reached the world in an instant. How is she? Yi Feng walked over. His face became a little worried. The calmness on his face weakened a lot. In front of the enemy, you must not show the slightest timidity. You must always remain calm. This is what Su Feiying has always taught him. No matter what happens, you must let the enemy feel that you are confident. Unless it is a specific situation to show the enemy's weakness, you can show your cowardice in front of the enemy. Otherwise, you will plant hidden dangers for failure. But now that Yi Feng turned around and faced the poison purple sword orchid, he couldn't hide the worry in his heart. He was more afraid than anyone else that something might happen to purple sword orchid. That's why he killed Chen Hui like that just now. The purpose was to give Zijianlin a bad breath. It seems to be fine. Long Wanner has been taking care of Zijianlin. Hearing this, she said a word without raising her head. The two girls leaned against the big rock. Long Wanner was quietly performing lay on hands. It's a pity that lay on hands has no effect on poisonous wounds. What effect? This made Yi Feng feel even more urgent. He wanted Shu Shu to become a cultivator, specializing in medical skills. If there is a special medical fairy, no matter if you are faced with fire or poison, you will have a solution, and you will be able to handle it with ease, without being controlled by others. In Yi Feng's eyes, if he wants to form his own force, it is necessary to cultivate a medical immortal. And Shu Shu is obviously the best choice. Not only because of her talent in understanding medicine and medical skills, but also because of Shu Shu's gentle and considerate personality. It is very suitable to become a medical fairy. When he came back from the desert, Yi Feng might consider making Shu Shu a cultivator. But now there is no time for that. Tie it up. Yi Feng coldly glanced at the remaining 5 Taiji Hall disciples around. There were men and women. He doesn't want to cause more murders. But it is impossible to let these guys go. Then let them be hostages like Li Xian. Puff puff. Yi Feng quickly shot several throwing knives, injuring the 5 people with lightning speed, making them all infected with the poison of heartbreaking powder. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Bei condensed his soul body in the dark, quietly appeared, took the thick long iron chain Yi Feng threw to him, and tied the 5 Taiji Hall disciples together with one flick. To the side. After it was done, Zhao Bei returned to the darkness and instantly turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. In the eyes of Li Xian and the 5 people in Tai Chi Hall, Zhao Bei seemed to appear suddenly, and then disappeared suddenly. Before appearing and after disappearing, there was no movement at all. It was almost like a ghost. This made them even more frightened. They couldn't figure out what kind of person Yifeng was. They looked at Yifeng, who was wearing a black shirt with his back to them. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that there were question marks all over Yifeng's body. Li Xian took out an old-fashioned mobile phone from his belt, and began to send out several text messages. Obviously, he was informing someone to send Chunyang Baojian. Yifeng noticed his movement and heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to step forward to check the situation of the purple gladiolus, but he found a big snow-white eagle suddenly flew from the sky, soared into the sky, and stopped above his head. This made his heart tremble. Master. The big eagle is a kind of communication fairy art of Su Feiying. It travels 1,000 miles a day. The appearance of the big eagle also represents the news from Su Feiying. This makes Yifeng a little nervous. Master, she chasing after Fire Cloud Demon Lord. How is the situation? Yifeng waved his hand. In the palm of his hand, a little rabbit of true energy condensed. This is the method used by the Star Tomb sect to receive the message. When Yifeng's Xunqi bunny just condensed out, the snow-white eagle soaring in the sky suddenly noticed it and swooped down towards Yifeng's place. This is an extremely normal scene in the world of cultivating immortals. To Li Xian and the others, it was an extraordinary scene. They all watched the big eagle swooping down and dumbfounded. Then they swallowed the real thing in Yifeng's hand. Angry bunny. Boom. The little rabbit and the snow-white eagle exploded together. Immediately afterwards, a piece of paper condensed with true energy appeared in Yifeng's hand. A series of characters were written on it. The Fire Cloud Demon Master is in the Northwest Desert. Come quickly. A few short words revealed quite a lot of information, causing Yifeng's face to change quietly. First of all, in this short period of time, Su Feiying has already chased the Fire Cloud Demon Lord's young god Flame Arm and ran to the Northwest Desert. Secondly, in the process of dealing with the Fire Cloud Demon Lord, Su Feiying still encountered some difficulties. Otherwise, I wouldn't send him a message. Tell him to help quickly. Again, the current Su Feiying is still safe. It's just that there is no way to deal with the Huiyun Demon Lord. But the other party can't pose any threat to her. Otherwise, Su Feiying would not have time to release the summoning eagle. It seems that we have to go to the desert quickly. Yifeng originally thought that he would have some free time. But now it seems that there is no time for him to go back to Yanjing to rest. He crushed the infuriating note. He glanced at Zijianlin in Long Weiner's arms. The two women are stunning in the world. Being together is even more attractive. It's a pity that Zijianlin is still in a coma awake. Yifeng took 2 steps over, held the soft little hand of purple gladiolus, took a look, and found that there was indeed a burst of poison circulating in her body and wreaking havoc. If Qianzai Xianbing is still conscious, this bit of toxicity is definitely nothing. It's a pity that Qianzai Xianbing detoxified Zi Jianlan from the fire poison, and then fell into a deep sleep. There is no energy to deal with this Jupo. Little friend Yifeng, Elder Chen has received the message. He will bring the Chunyang Baojian to the East China Sea. He has already set off. At this moment, Li Xian explained the situation from the side. Better not to play tricks. Yifeng said lightly. He sent sound transmissions to the 4 people around him one after another. He quietly arranged it. Elder Chen. He should be one of the 8 elders of the Tai Chi Hall. He is also the father of the genius Chen Hui. Chen Jianxiong. Yifeng doesn't have much impression of this guy. But if this guy comes here, it's fine. You can use the dead Chen Hui. At this time, the East China Sea has already receded. It has returned to the appearance before the eruption of the 1,000 years of black ice. Many fishing villages along the coast have also started rebuilding work. Yi Feng dragged away the hostages of the Tai Chi Hall together, and came to the big rock, before the sea. Set up a blinding magic array. Compared with Su Feiying's 5-element illusion array, the effect of this phantom array is far worse. But it is still very easy to deceive Qin Jianxiong and others. After making arrangements, Yi Feng went alone to a fishing village that was being rebuilt, hid in the woods, and summoned Chen Hui's soul from the shrine. 2 hours later, Yi Feng came out again. He was obviously relieved. The dead Chen Hui was exactly as Yi Feng thought. He was extremely afraid of death, and was very interested in Zhao Bei and Ling Chen's soul cultivation methods. Therefore, he was coerced and lured by Yi Feng. He quickly revealed some characteristics and psychology of Qin Jianxiong's weakness. What Qin Jianxiong cared most about was not Chen Hui's son, but other things. This gave Yi Feng more bargaining chips in the later negotiations. Elder Chen has arrived in Xiangshan County. When Yi Feng came back, Li Xian was resting his eyes with his eyes closed. He felt Yi Feng coming back, so he said something lightly. Li Xian tried to use his own cultivation to heal his wounds and expel poison. But after 2 hours, he found that he couldn't do it at all. The heartbreaking powder that Yi Feng gave him was more than the heartbreaking powder of the Yinxian sect. It was very difficult to remove. In this way, we can only rely on the pure Yang Baojian sent by Qin Jianxiong. Yi Feng glanced at Li Xian. He found that the old man had a slight worry on his brows. He was obviously worried about something. This made Yi Feng laugh secretly. Of course he knew what Li Xian was thinking. Qin Jianxiong ordered Chen Hui to collude with members of the evil faction everywhere in order to win the general election of the head of the sect. Therefore, for Li Xian, who is also one of the 8 elders, Xian, it is natural to take precautions. Very likely, Qin Jianxiong will be indifferent to Li Xian's death. As soon as Li Xian died, Qin Jianxiong was a little closer to the position of head. Because Li Xian was also a strong contender for the head. Because of this, when Li Xian explained the situation here to Qin Jianxiong, he kept his eyes open. He didn't say that Chen Hui had been killed by Yi Feng. He just said that Chen Hui was also poisoned by Yi Feng's heartbroken powder. This is exactly what Yi Feng meant. If Li Xian didn't say that, the ghost knows whether Qin Jianxiong would bring Qinyang Baojian. Wanner, just stay here and watch them. Protect the gladiolus. Yi Feng turned his head away and said to Long Wanner. Long Wanner nodded obediently, and glanced at the people beside her. The comatose purple sword orchid needs her care. Li Xian, who was seriously injured and poisoned, was tied together with 5 other people in the Tai Chi Hall. They were tied together by thick iron chains. A group of people were also baffled as to where the iron chains came from. Solution. Who knew that Yi Feng actually had a storage ring? Looking at these people, Long Wanner can still do it. The only one who is threatening is Li Xian. At this time, he will not be the opponent of Long Wanner. Menghan. Xiaochen. Come with me. Yi Feng got up and sent voice transmission to Su Menghan and Ling Chen, who were on the side. Ling Chen is in the state of soul. No one else can see it. Hearing this, he immediately responded, yes. He glanced at Li Xian at the side. He shook his head. Since he saved Li Xian's life before, Ling Chen no longer owed the other party. From now on, this life belongs to Yi Feng. Of course, Su Menghan obeyed Yi Feng's words, got up and came to his side. Yi Feng called the 2 of them. Of course he wanted to take the initiative to attack with them. Since Qin Jianxiong arrived in Xiangshan County, Yi Feng took the initiative to meet him and snatch the pure Yang Baojian with lightning speed. As long as the Chunyang Baojian is in hand, no matter what happens in the future, Yi Feng will have the chance to win, and he will be able to handle it with ease. Otherwise, he will be tied up. Even when negotiating, he will have scruples and be at a disadvantage. As for Zhaoibei, I will stay with Long Waner to help. In case Li Xian has the idea of escaping, he can be easily subdued. Ling Chen set off first. Yi Feng and Su Menghan followed in stealth. At the same time, he asked Long Waner to snatch all Li Xian's mobile phones and throw them into the sea to prevent them from tipping off. Set off. Qin Jianxiong got off the plane in Xiangshan County with 3 elite disciples from Tai Chi Hall. On the back of one of the elite disciples, there is a small canvas bag on his back. It looks like it contains a round thing. If other people in the martial arts know, then the small canvas bag contains the pure Yang Baojian from the Tai Chi Hall. It will definitely cause a stir. There was a bloodbath. Yi Feng returned to Xiangshan County together with Su Menghan, and hid incognito in the bustling place in the center of the county. But Ling Chen was flying around, looking for traces of Qin Jianxiong and others. He was originally from the Tai Chi Hall, and he was very familiar with the elders of Qin Jianxiong, so it was most suitable for him to look for them. As a soul cultivator, he is permanently invisible, so he is also very handy in detection work. He can also penetrate buildings and other entities, which is much better than Yi Feng's invisibility. Soon, Ling Chen heard the news from afar, saying that he had found traces of Qin Jianxiong and a group of people. Yi Feng and Su Menghan acted immediately, went to a small alley and looked out. They saw a middle-aged man wearing a black leather windbreaker, 2 meters tall, wearing sunglasses and leather shoes, looking very flamboyant. Ling Chen signaled that the middle-aged man in the black windbreaker was Qin Jianxiong. Because he has to come to the secular world often, Qin Jianxiong is very used to the modern urban attire. Even if he walks in the crowd, he doesn't feel discordant, but that appearance is too cool. Behind Qin Jianxiong, followed by 2 elite male disciples of the Tai Chi Hall in black suits, and a woman in black leather, all wearing sunglasses. A group of people looked like gangsters, making many people around people who pass by are far away. And this is exactly the effect Qin Jianxiong wants to achieve, so as not to cause trouble for people who don't have good eyesight. You must know how precious his time is? The pure Yang Baojian is in the small canvas bag on the woman's back. Ling Chen floated in the sky, and the invisible figure pointed at the woman in black leather. Understood, ready to act. Yi Feng nodded, squinted his eyes, and looked at the woman in black leather. Even though he was wearing sunglasses, Yi Feng could tell with his spiritual sense that she was a woman of average beauty. She didn't look very old, but Yi Feng heard from Ling Chen that this woman belonged to Ling Chen's uncle, is the junior sister of Li Xian, a short old man in white robe. In other words, this woman is estimated to be 50 years old this year, which simply blinded Yi Feng's eyes. From the looks of it, that woman was at most 40 years old. It seems that people in the martial arts at this level are indeed very rich, otherwise it would be impossible to buy so many cosmetics and take care of themselves so well. Yi Feng didn't think too much, but immediately made a treasure hunting plan. Qin Jianxiong has cultivated for 100 years. The woman carrying the Chunyang Baojian is named Wu Jinfeng. She has 60 years of cultivation, she has good strength, and the most important thing is that she has the best body skills, so Qin Jianxiong asked her to wear the Chunyang Baojian. The other 2 men are also about 60 years old, one is beyond a point, the other is not, but to Yi Feng, this little bit of cultivation is no different. It is definitely a very difficult thing to win the pure Yang treasure mirror. It's just that for ordinary people, if it's handed over to Yi Feng, it's not impossible to complete this task. His greatest reliance lies in the invisibility technique. Xiaochen, Menghan, get ready to act. Yi Feng quickly made a decision, he wanted to get the Chunyang Baojian before the other party officially set off. As long as the matter is completed, there is nothing to miss here in Donghai, so go to the desert immediately. Of course, before leaving, I have to make a phone call with Lin Shiqing to deal with the matter with the National Security Bureau. Yi Feng has already explained the detailed action plan to Ling Chen and Su Menghan with Ling Miaoxianin. He believes that with their abilities, they should be able to successfully attract Qin Jianxiong's attention. At this time, Qin Jianxiong, who was wearing a black windbreaker, waved his hand, and looked to the south with his Chinese character face wearing sunglasses, signaling for everyone to go south. The 4 people from the Tai Chi Hall were all expressionless, as if what was about to happen had nothing to do with them, and they seemed to completely ignore Yi Feng, Li Xian and the like. Indeed, with a combination of one of them having a 100-year cultivation base and 3 of them having a cultivation base of 60 years, wouldn't they be invincible wherever they go in this country? A mere Yi Feng, if he meets them, he will definitely end up on the street. But they never imagined that Yi Feng was right next to them, carefully planning how to take away their pure yang treasure mirror. The 4 of them headed south all the way, preparing to cross the road, when a red light stopped the traffic on the road, and the 4 of them followed pedestrians and walked onto the crosswalk. Even among pedestrians, the 4 of them are very conspicuous existences. It is rare to see Qin Jianxiong, who is only 2 meters tall, in reality, let alone they are all dressed like this. People crossing the road on the crosswalk looked at the 4 cautiously one by one, keeping a distance away, for fear that they might be dangerous elements who would start a robbery or something. The corner of Qin Jianxiong's mouth curled up. Is he so scary? Secular people are so fragile, they can only be slaughtered when they fight. Facing these ants, Qin Jianxiong felt a sense of superiority in his heart. Suddenly, he stopped. Qin Jianxiong raised his head, with a solemn look on his face, and looked at the roof of the roadside building. It was a shopping mall building. On the 20-meter-high rooftop, suddenly there was a series of strange sounds, like ghosts crying and wolves howling, and then a brilliant firework appeared, congealed into several large characters. Qin Jianxiong, your time of death has arrived. This firework is not the brilliant color of ordinary firework, but a bit dim and gloomy, which looks even more gloomy in the gloomy afternoon. What is that? Qin Jianxiong's face suddenly darkened. When he just arrived in Xiangshan County, someone set off such fireworks. Who is playing tricks on him? If you let him know who did it, he will definitely slap that bastard to death. Of course he didn't know that the firework was formed by Ling Chen's condensed soul body. Soul cultivation condenses the soul body, which can change into various shapes. Because they don't have a body in the first place, their pure soul power can be combined at will, and it's easy to turn them into a few words. It's just that it takes a lot of soul power to condense into a soul body, and it consumes even more in situations other than the body. Now Ling Chen can only maintain his own image for 5 minutes a day. If it is this kind of fireworks, it would be good if it can last for 1 minute. Of course, 1 minute is enough to attract Qin Jianxiong's attention. This is the ability that only soul cultivators have. Chen Hui is a pig. Ling Chen kept changing his appearance on the rooftop, cursing Qin Jianxiong and others in different ways, and it became a spectacle for a while, attracting a large crowd of people outside the shopping mall to watch. The 4 Qin Jianxiong in the crowd also suddenly became angry. What the hell is that? Never heard of fireworks, can change shape. Grandson. Just at this moment, a very provocative voice came from the side alley. Qin Jianxiong immediately glanced over, but saw a young man in a black shirt standing at the entrance of the alley. Wasn't it Yi Feng who had seen the photo before? As soon as he saw Yi Feng, Qin Jianxiong immediately felt that those things on the roof were made by Yi Feng, and immediately rushed to his forehead. How unreasonable. He is a majestic elder of the Tai Chi Hall, but he was molested by an unknown junior, like this. Yi Feng, who appeared in the alley, was actually Su Minghan's Yin God fake body technique. Then he used the trick to change into Yi Feng's appearance. He called out grandson. The real Yi Feng has appeared not far behind Qin Jianxiong and the others. He is about to seize the treasure in one fell swoop. Grandson. Grandson. Immediately afterwards, two provocative voices came into the ears of Qin Jianxiong and others again. They came from the upper floor of the shopping mall and the entrance of the alley on the other side. Qin Jianxiong quickly raised his head to take a look. Damn it. How is this possible? Three Yi Fengs suddenly appeared around. The one on the upper floor of the shopping mall is actually Su Minghan's real body transformed. Because he is upstairs, the security level is relatively high. He is not afraid of being targeted by Qin Jianxiong and the others. The one in the other alley is Yi Feng's own ancient fake body. Grandson. Ling Chen also came down from the rooftop. He instantly condensed his body less than 1 meter away from Qin Jianxiong. Another Yi Feng. Ling Chen's change was really too sudden. Not only was the distance close, but also the speed was extremely fast. He just appeared in front of everyone so abruptly, like a ghost formed by a puff of black smoke. Not only Qin Jianxiong and the other 4 members of the Tai Chi Hall, but also the other passers-by around were all frightened out of their wits, shouting and running away. There is a ghost. A group of people seemed to have seen a ghost. Ling Chen suddenly condensed in midair. Such a weird phenomenon. Modern people can only see such scenes in horror movies. Who is pretending to be a ghost? Qin Jianxiong didn't believe that there were ghosts in this world. His expression changed, and he drew out the soft sword wrapped around his waist. As soon as he moved his footsteps, he swung his sword towards Ling Chen, who was in the air in front of him. Puff. The Yi Feng transformed by Ling Chen disappeared like blue smoke. All physical attacks have no effect on soul cultivation. Even if he is bombed with an atomic bomb or a hydrogen bomb, it will not cause any harm. If you want to deal with soul cultivators, you can only use the means of cultivating immortals. Maybe there are also those Taoist priests in modern cities who can exorcise ghosts. But Qin Jianxiong definitely can't. He is a man of martial arts, not a man of Taoism. Just when Qin Jianxiong stabbed Ling Chen, Yi Feng, who had been waiting for an opportunity, finally started to act. Void sword art. Yi Feng's figure flashed out of invisibility, and then he stepped into the void, passing through a distance of 100 meters in an instant. Puff. Just a sword. The dark green sword light flashed. Yi Feng had already cut open the small canvas bag on Wu Jinfeng's back with lightning speed. Immediately after, he rubbed his right hand and opened the storage ring. Swish. A burst of light that no one saw flashed. Yi Feng had already thrown a mirror-like thing inside the canvas pouch into the storage ring. After a hasty glance, Yi Feng could see the golden color of the mirror. It exuded a sacred and simple atmosphere. There was a bronze mirror in the middle. From this mirror, Yi Feng could feel an extremely pure masculinity. It means that this is definitely the supreme treasure of the Tai Chi Hall, the pure yang treasure. In fact, it was far away. Yi Feng could already feel the aura on the Qinyang Baojian. Maybe people in the martial arts are not very sensitive. But this kind of aura is too conspicuous to cultivators. As long as it appears next to it, you can feel it right away. What's more, Yi Feng still has divine sense and the ancient ring of dragon sword to detect treasures. One strike succeeded. Yi Feng didn't stop at all. Immortal technique and invisibility technique. It only appeared for half a second. His figure disappeared again. It disappeared together with the Qinyang Baojian in the Tai Chi Hall. Who? Wu Jinfeng and the others came to their senses and turned around immediately, but they didn't see half a figure. Only a gust of wind remained, letting them know that someone had just come behind them. Moreover, the small canvas bag on Wu Jinfeng's back was also cut open with a sword. The pure yang Baojian inside disappeared. Court death. As soon as Qin Jianxiong heard about the situation behind him, he immediately turned around, with a flash of hostility on his face, and swung his sword towards a position not far behind Wu Jinfeng. A sword with a fierce sword aura. The asphalt ground was chopped into pieces. But it didn't happen as expected. I found some strange figure. The person who just quietly took away the Chunyang Baojian. It was so silent, disappeared without a trace. Chen Jianxiong stopped. His face became darker than soy sauce. Someone unexpectedly took Chunyang Baojian away from under his nose. At this time, Yi Feng, Su Menghan and Ling Chen had already brought the prize of this operation, the pure yang Baojian, and headed back to the East Sea together. The invisibility technique performed after 20 years of cultivation is more effective than when it was first learned. Because it can not only hide its own body, but also hide its own aura. In the world of immortality, some old monsters with high cultivation levels can perform invisibility. No one will be able to find out. So in the final analysis, cultivation is still king in the world of cultivating immortals. No matter how talented, if the cultivation base is not high, the actual combat ability will not be improved. Just like the current Yi Feng. If he has 100 years of cultivation base, it will be easy to kill Chen Jianxiong. Unfortunately, now he only has 10 years of cultivation. Of course, it takes a certain amount of time to hide your breath when you are invisible. Yi Feng needs a second now. Because of this, Chen Jianxiong noticed his aura at the beginning. But then he slashed in the air with his sword. It was Yi Feng who finally lost his aura and ran away. Soon, both Yi Feng and Su Menghan were shocked. Because both of them realized that their ancient avatars had been killed by someone. It was obviously done by Chen Jianxiong and others who became angry from embarrassment. It's just that this has nothing to do with Yi Feng and the others. Chunyang Baojian has already been obtained. Not only was Zi Jianlan saved, but also there was no need to waste words with Chen Jianxiong. In this way, Li Xian would be healed, and with some sweetness, Yi Feng could just sit and watch the two elders of the Tai Chi Hall pinch each other. Both of them have ideas about the position of the head of the Tai Chi Hall. Now that Chen Jianxiong has made so many arrangements, it is impossible for Li Xian not to fight back. The matter of losing the pure yang Baojian can be used as an attack point. Of course, it is impossible for Yi Feng to let them know that he stole the pure yang Baojian. No matter what the situation is, he must deny it. Otherwise, it will be hard to say in the Jianghu. I just ran into a friend of the Heavenly Sword Palace. I asked him for some antidote for Jupo-san. Yi Feng returned to the edge of the big rock in the East China Sea. He spoke to Long Wanner as soon as he opened his mouth. Long Wanner immediately knew that Yi Feng had successfully obtained the pure yang Baojian. Friends of Heavenly Knife Hall. Naturally, Li Xian and the others didn't know about Yi Feng's plan. It was a little strange to hear this. Not bad. Situ Zong Dao. Yi Feng chuckled, said a name casually, and said, I don't have to wait for you, Elder Chen, to come over. Wanner, let's go with Jianlan. By the way, Elder Li, you're poison. I can help you get rid of it. Yes, but you must remember to owe me a favor. What? Li Xian had a strange expression on his face. Why is this such a coincidence? Besides, Yi Feng and that old ghost Situ Zongdao are friends. Is there any mistake? That's it. Yi Feng didn't even think about it, his Jinqi burst out from the air, and along with the antidote of heartbroken powder, he tapped Li Xian and other Tai Chi disciples twice, detoxifying them. Immediately afterwards, regardless of the strange and puzzled expressions of Li Xian and the others, Yi Feng took Long Wanner and the others away. On the East China Sea, only Li Xian, who was tied up by thick iron ropes, and the 5 disciples of the Tai Chi Hall were left, looking at each other dumbfounded. Is this Yi Feng sick and suddenly ran away like this? But this is good news for Li Xian. After being detoxified by Yi Feng, the internal energy in Li Xian's meridians finally began to resume normal operation, and his strength gradually recovered. A few minutes later, the iron chain finally couldn't trap him, and his inner energy shook, breaking the iron chain in pieces. Elder. The 5 disciples of Tai Chi Hall were overjoyed and looked at Li Xian in surprise. Elder Li Xian was able to use his inner energy, which meant that they were finally really safe. This time, so many of them ran out, but in the end there were only 5 left. Even Chen Hui lost his life to Yi Feng's men. The loss was too great. They didn't even know that the Chunyang Baojian, the treasure of the Taijidian town school, had been snatched away just now, otherwise they would definitely be in a worse mood. Of course, they will soon find out. Walk. Li Xian waved his hand, bandaged the wound briefly with a cloth strip, and was about to take someone back to find Chen Jianxiong. Their poison had already been detoxified by Yi Feng, so they didn't need the Chunyang Baojian. Of course, let Chen Jianxiong take the treasure back quickly, so as not to cause any accidents. What Li Xian was worried about now was how to explain Chen Hui's matter to Chen Jianxiong. Chen Hui is dead. This must be a very painful fact for Chen Jianxiong, right? They walked all the way to the north, and soon met Chen Jianxiong and the other 4 who were rushing towards them in the grove. The 4 of them ran to the agreed place very quickly because the Chunyang Baojian was robbed, but they didn't expect to see Li Xian on the way. When the 2 sides met, they were both surprised. Li Xian, what's the matter with you? Chen Jianxiong's face was extremely gloomy. Looking at Li Xian, who was alive and kicking, he was very puzzled. Didn't this old guy say that he and Chen Hui were poisoned together, was restrained by Yi Feng, and needed Chunyang Baojian to save his life? Why is it okay now? Where's the pure yang treasure mirror? Li Xian didn't answer, but glanced behind the 4 of them, seeing that there was nothing there, his expression also sank. He thought of 2 possibilities. One was that Chen Jianxiong didn't bring Chunyang Baojian out at all, and the other was that something happened in an accident. If before, Li Xian never believed that someone could snatch the pure yang Baojian from Chen Jianxiong, but after losing to Yi Feng, he felt that nothing is impossible in this world. As soon as the 2 elders of the Tai Chi Hall met, they immediately realized one thing: they were being played with. Yi Feng was definitely one of those who played tricks on them. As for whether other forces were involved, they didn't know. Regarding Yi Feng's ability, Li Xian kept his eyes open and did not tell Chen Jianxiong. Therefore, in Chen Jianxiong's mind, he didn't think that Yi Feng alone had the ability to snatch the Chunyang Baojian. He must have joined forces with other forces, and some top experts participated. The 2 had their own ulterior motives, and for a while, they both listed Yi Feng as their target. For Chen Jianxiong, if he caught Yi Feng and asked about the whereabouts of the Chunyang Baojian, he would be able to make up for his fault of losing the treasure, and also know who coveted the Chunyang Baojian. At the same time, it is very possible that there is an inner ghost in the Taiji Hall, otherwise how would others know that the Chunyang Baojian was brought out? And Li Xian, if he meets Yi Feng again, he can have a good talk. The current Li Xian has already recognized Yi Feng's ability, and guessed that there is a 80% possibility that Yi Feng snatched the pure yang Baojian. If you make good use of it, you can definitely beat Chen Jianxiong in one fell swoop, thus eliminating a strong rival in the competition for the position of master. Just as they expected, it didn't take long before they got the news that Yi Feng had appeared in the desert. Taiji Palace has a large number of people in the desert? When Yi Feng got the news, he couldn't help squinting his eyes. He had just inquired about Chen Hui's soul and obtained some information about the Taiji temple. among which was the news that people from the Taiji temple found the remains of an ancient practitioner in the desert. This relic is under the desert not far from where the Tianhuang stone bead was discovered not long ago. The people in the Taiji temple felt that there must be many treasures in it, so they have been sending more people to the desert to search around. When there was an accident in the East China Sea before, the people from the Tai Chi Hall did not come because the large forces were searching for the ruins in the desert. This made Yifeng think for a while. Judging from the direction of the star compass, the place where the third teleportation array is located is in a ruin in the desert. Moreover, Su Feiying sent another message, saying that the fire cloud demon master is hiding in the desert. So, is he going to the desert, or does he have to deal with the people from the Tai Chi Hall? Then the next desert is interesting. Yifeng checked the pure yang mirror in the storage ring that exudes masculinity. He had tortured Chen Hui, and learned how to use the Chunyang Baojian. He had already used the Chunyang Baojian to absorb the poison of Jupo-san for Zi Jianlan, refining the poison. At first, he wondered how there could be something in this world that could detoxify all poisons in the world, but now he got the pure Yan Baojian and found out that this thing is actually a spiritual weapon. In the world of cultivating immortals, the magic weapon is the lowest level magic weapon. The purple spirit bracelet that Yifeng used and the jade spirit bracelet given to Long Wanner are all magic weapon level defensive magic weapons. Including the Shroud of Souls obtained from the Exorcism sect, which is also a magic weapon of the level of magic weapon. The spirit weapon is a magic weapon one level higher than the magic weapon. In the world of immortality, only high-end cultivators can have it. Walking on the road will attract some people to kill and seize the treasure. Generally speaking, the spirit weapon will have a special function. For example, the pure Yang Baojian has a special function of detoxification, but it can only detoxify poisons below the spirit weapon level. If it encounters a more violent poison, Chunyang Baojian will have nothing to do. Of course, there will not be too violent poison on the earth. Another example is Su Feiying's talisman, which is also a spiritual weapon, the Snow Shadow Streamer, and its special function is that it can be extended indefinitely. As long as the cultivation level is sufficient, the Snow Shadow Streamer can be extended to circle the earth several times, but it is a pity that this function can only work under special circumstances. And magic weapons at the level of spiritual weapons are still devoid of spirituality. Now that Yifeng has obtained the Pure Yang treasure mirror, he can easily activate the Pure Yang treasure mirror and use it to fight. The hardness of the spiritual weapon is extremely terrifying. Yifeng casually urges the Chunyang Baojian to hit it, and the destructive power is equivalent to a cruise missile. However, he will not use this method unless it is at a critical moment. Otherwise, wouldn't it be known that he stole the Chunyang Baojian? Taking Long Wanner and others back to Xiangshan County, after booking the air ticket, Yifeng took out his mobile phone and called Lin Shiqing. I must explain to her about the National Security Bureau and the teleportation array before leaving. The phone was dialed quickly. Hello, Xiaoya. Lin Shiqing's clear and moving voice came through the phone. There was a bit of joy in her tone. It seemed that receiving Yifeng's call made her very happy. It's me, Sister Lin. I will be leaving Yanjing for a while soon. Yifeng thought about it for a while, and opened his mouth to speak. But he was interrupted by Lin Shiqing halfway through. Didn't you leave long ago? Lin Shiqing complained a bit, you didn't even tell me when you left. Do you still have my sister in your eyes? Ahem. Isn't this in a hurry? I haven't had time yet. Yifeng coughed twice in embarrassment. Come on. Lin Shiqing stopped him from continuing. He changed the subject and said, why did you suddenly call my sister? I have something to do. Well, Sister Lin. After I leave, the National Security Bureau will take care of it for you. Yifeng said straightforwardly. Lin Shiqing was obviously a little unhappy. It's fine once Yifeng left. The National Security Bureau still needs her to take care of it. It's not that she doesn't want to help Yifeng. The most important thing is that Yifeng has agreed with the National Security Bureau to hand over things related to space transmission technology to the country, but now she can't get it out. Let alone her, Lin Sure love. Even her father Lin Dedian can't keep Yifeng. As soon as Yifeng left, Lin Shurqing couldn't help even if she wanted to. Don't worry, Miss Lin. I won't make things difficult for you. Yifeng smiled mysteriously. If the National Security Bureau asks, you can take them to my house to find my grandfather. I brought that thing back long ago. Go to my grandfather. He will give it to you. The damaged teleportation array was thrown in the backyard of the villa by Yifeng long ago. Of course he can't just walk away now. Otherwise, Yi Wendian, Xu Xu, and others who are still in Yanjing will definitely be arrested by the National Security Bureau. Yifeng can't do this kind of thing that hurts his teammates. As long as the teleportation array is handed over to the National Security Bureau, the National Security Bureau will not make trouble for them. Even if they do, it will be after some progress has been made in the research on the teleportation array. The National Security Bureau also knows that they can't push people like Yifeng too hard. After all, they know Yifeng far more than all martial arts people. As long as Yifeng is good for the country will not be too embarrassing for Yifeng. Front. Yeah. After listening to Yifeng's words, Lin Shurqing was a little skeptical. Yifeng would really hand in the things as promised. She doesn't doubt Yifeng's words. It's just something about space transmission technology. It's too mysterious. If the country can get it and research results, wouldn't it lead other countries by a large margin in terms of scientific and technological achievements? Don't you believe me yet? Well, that's it. I hung up the phone. After Yifeng finished speaking, he saw that the purple sword orchid had finally woken up, so he hung up the phone first, and threw the phone back into the storage ring. He believed that Lin Shurqing would help him get things done. After all, Yifeng helped her a lot at the trade fair before. If it wasn't for Yifeng, then even if the trade fair didn't mess up, there wouldn't be such a thing. Turnover. He glanced at the purple gladiolus in Long Wanner's arms, wearing a long purple dress, and found that she was sitting up in a daze. Looking around suspiciously, Zi Jianlan found that she was in a speeding car, and Yifeng, Long Wanner, and Su Menghan were all beside her. What happened? It's fine. Seeing that her expression was normal, Yifeng couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Then he said, now you all go back to Yanjing. Don't leave Grandpa one step away. Obediently wait for me to come back. The desert is not a fun place. Yifeng is not going to take them there. Zhao Yi and Ling Chen are enough. I want to be with you. Long Wanner lost her temper. She felt that her cultivation level was higher than Yifeng's. Why did she let her go back? You have to protect Menghan and Jianlan and go back. Yifeng smiled and patted her on the shoulder. Long Wanner heard the words. She glanced at Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan. Seeing that the two girls were looking at her with their eyes open, she couldn't help feeling guilty. It seemed that the sisters Jianlan and Menghan were very obedient. She was the only one clamoring for her. Follow. Let's forget it. Long Wanner felt that she couldn't cause trouble for Yifeng. In the end, she could only nod her head, that's fine. Protecting the two daughters, Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan, is a very important matter. Long Wanner dare not be careless. It didn't take long. Everyone was approaching Lisha International Airport. A row of policemen appeared in front of them to check the road. Everyone looked very serious. Yifeng knew it all at once. Gotta find them. It's a pity. How could Yifeng let them get what they wanted? Immortal art. Obscuration. Now that Yi Feng's cultivation base is getting higher and higher, he is becoming more and more handy in performing the trick of blinding the eyes. Not only is the speed faster, but the effect is also much better than before. It can also produce different effects in the eyes of different people. In the eyes of the taxi driver, Yi Feng and the three women's appearance and body have not changed at all. They are exactly the same as when they got in the car. He can't help but look at the three women with different looks. Don't mention how jealous Yi Feng is. But in the eyes of others, Yi Feng and the others have become a small tour group now, wearing the same clothes. Not only that, he himself has become a short and fat uncle. Became a little girl, a doll, and a middle-aged woman. It looked like a family of three. They brought a doll to travel in the East China Sea. Even the ID card. Yi Feng manipulated it calmly. It was changed to some other people's names casually. There was no loophole. After Yi Feng got everything ready, it was the turn of the police in the row in front to check their taxi. As expected, the police did not embarrass them at all. After looking through the IDs of everyone, they let them go directly. Pass easily. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth turned up slightly. It seems that the methods of immortal cultivators are really useful in the modern city. Even a weak person who has cultivated for 5 years can live his life in a modern city. It's a pity that Yi Feng is still the only child of the Yi family on Earth. It's hard to live a stable life. Unless he becomes really strong, has his own power, and makes the whole world tremble for him. In that case, no one will dare to provoke him easily. Soon the four of them arrived at the airport and waited in the departure hall. After seeing Long Wanner and the three daughters board the plane with his own eyes, Yi Feng was ready to act. He was going to the desert quickly. He would definitely not leave from this airport, because there was no direct flight at all. So he chose to charter a car to go. At the same time, Lin Shiqing also made a phone call and explained Yi Feng's situation to Zhao Ba from the National Security Bureau. Miss Lin, you will make us very embarrassed. Zhao Ba was obviously very dissatisfied with Yi Feng's irresponsible behavior, but he still said patiently, but since it's Miss Lin's order, then I'll do it, sir. As long as the things are in hand, everything is easy to talk about. I'm afraid that kid just wants to leave. It's over. Certainly not. I trust him. Lin Shiqing said firmly. Zhao Ba is an elite of the National Security Bureau. Known as the Eighth Master, relying on his powerful armed combat capabilities, he has made several shocking achievements and enjoys a great reputation in the entire Jianghu. Even Yi Wentin's expression would change when he heard this name. This time, he led several teams from the National Security Bureau to the gate of King Fengyuan. For Lin Shiqing's vow, Zhao Ba was a little unconvinced that Kid Yi Feng would really deliver the things as promised. Although the current National Security Bureau can confirm the existence of such a thing, as for whether it is in Yi Feng's hands, whether Yi Feng will hand it over, these are all uncertain things. Now the National Security Bureau has several operational priorities, one of which is related to space transmission technology, and the other is the flying ferry that appeared in the East China Sea. Including just not long ago, a satellite detected a UFO in the airspace of Huaghua, and the image sent back was somewhat similar to the ferry in the East China Sea last time. Who is that? Judging from the information Zhao Baning knew, the ferry from the East China Sea was related to Yi Feng, so their attitude towards Yi Feng was very relaxed. A psychology expert from the National Security Bureau conducted a personality analysis on Yi Feng, and pointed out that Yi Feng is the type of person who prefers softness to hard work. What do you want to force Yi Feng to do? Totally impossible. If you want to learn any news from Yi Feng, it is best to cooperate with him in a friendly manner. Although some senior officials of the National Security Bureau didn't take it seriously, they thought it was just Yi Feng, so why should they be afraid? But the top official of the National Security Bureau issued an order, and they could only follow through. Giving Yifeng a grace period of 2 months was a decision made under such circumstances. And now, the 2-month time limit is finally coming. If Yifeng can't produce anything related to the teleportation array, it will be regarded as the limit that the National Security Bureau can tolerate. In the team led by Zhao Ba, the 2 captains were Lei Ming and Li Feng. The fierce-looking Niu Meng also followed Li Feng and participated in the operation. After these 2 months, Li Feng's broken arm has basically recovered. With the medical level of the National Security Bureau, it is still easy to deal with ordinary broken arms. He has recovered not long after he returned to Yanjing. It's just that there was a shadow in his heart. For Yifeng, he wished to eat his flesh. It's a pity that he can't change the top management's opinion on Yifeng's handling, and now he can only hope that Yifeng will destroy the Great Wall himself. If he couldn't get anything related to space teleportation technology in Qingfeng Heyuan, then Li Feng would have a legitimate reason to deal with Yifeng. So he came here this time, just to witness how Yifeng died. If Yifeng couldn't produce the relevant items, let alone Li Feng, even the high-level officials of the National Security Bureau would not tolerate Yifeng anymore. From Li Feng's point of view, Yifeng's temporary departure from Yanjing and escape from the surveillance of the National Security Bureau must be absconding in fear of crime. The probability of finding related items from Qingfeng Heyuan is quite low. Zhao Ba brought hundreds of people to Qingfeng Heyuan, and immediately sealed off the entire villa, and all the people in the villa community were driven out. A group of people were pointing outside. Although they didn't know what happened, they still felt very powerful. The young security guards, including Qingfeng and Yuan, were also driven out together, watching a group of guys with live ammunition break into the community. Lin Shiqing was standing at the door of Yifeng's villa, explaining something to Yi Wendian and the others. Yi Wendian, Nanfeng, and Xu Shu stayed in Yanjing, and they seemed to have expected this situation a long time ago, and they were very calm. On the other hand, in the office building not far from Qingfeng Heyuan, Dao Scar and the 8 brothers looked a little surprised when a group of people broke into the community. If they hadn't seen Lin Shiqing present, they would have rushed in and fought with the National Security Bureau. Where are things? Li Feng followed Zhao Ba, who was dressed in casual clothes, all the way to the entrance of the villa, and saw Lin Shiqing, who was dressed as a sexy sister Yu, but didn't take it seriously at all. In Li Feng's eyes, he is only interested in killing people in the martial arts world, and other things like women are like dung in his eyes. He glanced at the 3 people in front of him, and his eyes stopped on Yi Wendian, but he found that the old man was calm and composed, as if he was waiting for them to come over. He couldn't help being surprised. Could it be that that thing is really hidden here? Miss Lin. Zhao Ba was wearing an ordinary gray t-shirt, stepped forward and laughed. Can we start searching now? Please, the old man will take you in. Lin Shiqing smiled gracefully and stood in front of the graceful and mature Xu Shu. In comparison, Lin Shiqing's maturity is a bit green, while Xu Shu is like a ripe red apple. The 2 beauties have very different styles. However, such a beautiful scenery did not make a group of National Security Bureau soldiers restless. They just looked at the 2 women a few more times, followed Zhao Ba into the villa, and walked towards the backyard led by Yi Wendian. As the country's strongest fighters, they kept the goal of this operation in mind. Something related to space teleportation technology. Anything else won't distract them too much. Little sister Lin, how do you think about it? How about marrying my grandson? While leading the way, Yi Wendian whispered wretchedly to Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing was puzzled when she heard this. Isn't Yifeng in charge of this old guy? Why are you still asking this question now? She really has nothing to do with this kind of old man, so she can only say casually, I'm afraid your other granddaughters-in-law will disagree. Then how could it be, old man? I have already talked to them too. Don't worry if you come here, there will be absolutely no problem. Yi Wendian patted his chest, swearing. This scene made Lin Shiqing even more depressed, and even Zhao Ba, who was following behind the two, was a little upset. This old guy, isn't he too shameless? Do you really want all the beauties to be his granddaughter-in-law? As for Li Feng, who was walking next to Zhao Ba, he listened to Yi Wentian's words with a sneer on his face, and secretly said, "Take your time, if you don't get the relevant items this time, Yi Feng will become the first target of the National Security Bureau, even your old man can't keep him. By then, your granddaughters-in-law will all be widows." Just thinking about it, Yi Wentian brought everyone to the backyard of the villa, and then pointed out, "The things you want are right there." Everyone looked at the place Yi Wentian pointed at, and they were all stunned. "What is that?" I saw a huge round stone tablet split into two sections, which was being neatly laid out in the backyard of the villa. Various esoteric characters were drawn on the stone tablet. The entire circular steel is combined together, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and a crack in the middle divides it into two sections. Technical personnel began to detect, and the rest of the personnel closely guarded the surroundings, and no one was allowed to enter. Zhao Ba immediately gritted his teeth and gave an order. "It seems that Yi Feng is quite reliable. The thing in front of him looks very old and mysterious at first glance. It cannot be produced in just 2 months. In other words, the possibility that Yi Feng deliberately made a trick to fool them has been ruled out. The key now is to see if any technology can be researched from this thing." Li Feng and Niao Meng were on the side, completely stunned. "Now it's over, there is no way to deal with that Yi Feng. What about his broken arm revenge? For Yi Feng now, what Yanjing's National Security Bureau and others think has nothing to do with him." Yi Feng would not bother to think about the reaction of Chen Jianxiong and Li Xian from the Tai Chi Palace after they met. 2 days later, in a desert town near Dunhuang City in the northwest desert, a long-distance off-road vehicle stopped in front of a self-service bank, and a young man in a black shirt got out. "Master, I'll go to the front to get some money." The young man in the black shirt was of course Yi Feng. Since he didn't know how to drive, he found someone near the East China Sea to drive him to the desert, and promised him 2,000 yuan as a reward. Yi Feng really didn't have much cash on him, so he could only give 10 red notes first, and now that he arrived at the destination, he could just find an ATM to withdraw some money. "Go lad." The driver of the car is a veteran. He is now in his 50s, and he is kind. He traveled all over the country when he was young and was familiar with many places. Along the way, Yi Feng also inquired with him about the customs of various parts of Huagua, and the relationship between the two of them was pretty good. And the veteran driver also knew that Yi Feng came to Dunhuang to do one thing. He didn't ask about the specifics, knowing that the most taboo thing about walking outside is asking too much. What Yi Feng did in Dunhuang had nothing to do with him. Why did he inquire about it? The temperature in the desert was already cold. After Yi Feng got out of the car, he saw that the crowds on the streets of the town were all wearing thicker clothes. Yi Feng was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, which seemed a bit strange. Of course, Yi Feng didn't care about the weather. Even if he was in the water of -20 to 30 degrees in the East China Sea at that time, he didn't feel much, not to mention that his cultivation has grown even more now. During the 3,000-kilometer journey to Dunhuang, Yi Feng encountered many interrogations, but he used various methods to evade them. It seems that the power of Taiji Temple in reality is also very strong. Thinking in Yi Feng's mind, he quickly took out 10,000 yuan from the ATM, of which 1,000 yuan was given to the driver, and the rest was put into the storage ring for emergency use. The several bank cards that were handed over to Lin Shiqing for investigation, each of which contained 10 million assets, were all thrown to OB by Yi Feng. Now the company founded by Yi Feng actually doesn't have much money, only 1 or 2 million is left for OB as capital turnover. The rest of the hundreds of millions of dollars had already been wildly used by Yi Feng to buy a lot of medicinal herbs and refine them into pills. There are about 20 elixirs for restoring true qi and healing wounds. A rough calculation should be enough for the trip to the desert. This made Yifeng sigh. This money is really not enough to go anywhere. Hundreds of millions of yuan is a huge sum of money for ordinary people in the world, but for him, it can be used up after a trip to the desert. It seems that in the future, I still have to find a way to make a lot of money. After wantonly buying various medicinal herbs, the name Blade Pharmaceutical finally came into the sight of some people. The purchase amount of hundreds of millions of dollars is actually nothing in modern society. Compared with those behemoths with hundreds of billions of assets, Yifeng is still too young. It's just that Blade Pharmaceutical purchased a lot of precious medicinal herbs at one time, so some people in related industries noticed. Yifeng shook his head. He didn't think too much. Now that he first came to the desert, he should find Su Feiying and the teleportation array first. During the operation, one must always be careful of the people in the Tai Chi Hall. According to Chen Hui, the Tai Chi Hall has sent a lot of people here, including 4 of the 8 elders. It can be said that the current desert has nearly half of the power of the Tai Chi Hall. Putting this kind of power in today's martial arts world, it is enough to sweep away any other sect. Yifeng stepped out of the self-service bank, and when he looked up, he saw something happened in front of him. He saw that the dark green long-distance off-road vehicle that brought him was being surrounded by several men who looked like gangsters. Holding iron bars and bricks, he looked like he was about to rob. Yifeng squinted his eyes. Did these local gangsters see that the car had a foreign license plate, so they boldly stepped forward to rob it? It's a pity that there is nothing valuable in the whole car, and the veteran driver himself didn't bring any money with him. The only valuable thing is probably the off-road vehicle itself. Get off. One of them was wearing a leather jacket, with a bald head and pigtails, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He slammed the hood of the off-road vehicle with an iron rod in his hand, making a clang sound, which shocked all the pedestrians around. A short-haired man in short sleeves with a colorful tiger tattooed on his arm opened the door of the off-road vehicle. Since the veteran driver was still waiting for Yifeng to come back, the door was unlocked, so it was pulled open at once. Facing a group of bandit-like gangsters, the bearded veteran driver did not panic, but tidied up his old sun hat, and stepped on the accelerator. I still have 3,000 yuan with me, take it away. The veteran driver took out a stack of tickets from his pocket, and looked at the man in the leather jacket through the car window with some vicissitudes of life. If the other party took the money and left, the veteran driver didn't want to have more things happen. He had experienced too many things when he was young, and he had already passed the age of acting on impulse. Although he was robbed of 3,000 yuan, it was a loss for him to come to Dunhuang, but money is not what he values most. He was willing to bring Yifeng to Dunhuang, not because of the money, but because he thought Yifeng was a nice young man, and he spoke very politely. It's a pity that he thinks so, but those punks don't think so. This guy took out 3,000 yuan, casually. Doesn't it mean that he has more money on him? These little bastards will never be satisfied like this. Old guy, you want to send our brother away for 3,000 yuan? Get out of here quickly, or the labor and management will beat you up and you won't get shit, so you'll be clean. The short-haired man with a colorful tiger tattoo on his arm gave a sip, and stretched his hand into the car from the rear door, trying to drag the veteran driver out of the driver's seat, and at the same time push the door of the driver's seat open. But at this moment, a strong force suddenly came from behind him, pulling out the half of his body that was leaning into the car, and then threw it heavily on the dry sand outside the car. Aren't you afraid of the police when you rob in broad daylight? Yifeng's faint voice came over, and he stepped on the guy's arm with the colorful tiger tattoo. With a click, the bone shattered. Ah! The guy was trampled with a broken hand bone, and suddenly screamed out, but the punks around him didn't react until then, as if they saw something incredible. Is there anyone in this small town who dares to confront their gang? Although the kid in the black shirt pulled dumb away and broke his hand bones with one kick, he looked a bit strong, but one person couldn't hold back the crowd. is that kid a fool? It wasn't the first time this group of gangsters did such a thing in the desert town, but it was the first time that someone dared to stop them, and even hit a heavy hand as soon as they made a move, crushing one of them's hand bones. The man in the leather jacket with the bald head and the pigtails waved his hand and stared fiercely at Yi Feng, causing the remaining 5 people to surround Yi Feng and throw away the iron bars in their hands, replaced by a pair of sharp knives. Originally, they only wanted money and didn't kill their lives, but now someone has come out to challenge their authority, and it's unreasonable not to show some color. Uncle, this is 1,000, you should leave here first. Yi Feng stomped on that guy's hand bones, and then threw 10 red tickets to the veteran driver. These little gangsters also commit crimes locally. Once they leave this place, veteran drivers will not encounter any danger. Here, young man, you. The veteran driver was taken aback by Yi Feng's method just now. How dare someone who is not familiar with the place dare to hit others directly? In case the other party colludes with the police and gangsters or something, this young man can't afford to walk around. Don't worry about me, just a few of them haven't been taken seriously by me. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth twitched. I just have something to ask them. Cup, Xiaochen, search around to see if there is any suspicious person in the town. Most of the people in the Taiji temple are near this small town. There should be some people resting in the small town, and I heard that the xuanhuan sect also organized people to investigate. If they find out the other party's whereabouts, Yi Feng can also make early preparations. Su Xiaoyu and Long Moran were caught by the National Security Bureau before, but the National Security Bureau did not make things difficult for them. For the former, he just asked some questions and got some detailed information about Dong Hai and let him go, while for the latter, with the efforts of Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing, the National Security Bureau let him go. Now Su Feiying's incarnation of the Yang God still looks like Long Moran. She has been recuperating in the Luofu cave of the Long family, and is ready to lead the people of the Long family to appear in the rivers and lakes whenever there is any movement. The last sentence was spoken by Yi Feng through sound transmission, and Zhao Yi and Ling Chen drifted all the way to the desert. Now is the perfect time to help Yi Feng. As soon as the two heard this, they immediately took orders, divided into 2 directions, and searched around the outside. Because the characteristics of soul cultivation can penetrate walls, they can fly into the sky and overlook from a high altitude, so they are handy for investigation operations. For Zhao Yi and Ling Chen, checking the situation of the whole town was as easy as eating a meal while they were alive. Of course, they don't need to eat now, and they can absorb the wedding energy in the surrounding air anytime and anywhere. It's just that the lifespan of a soul cultivator is short. Now that both of them have 10 years of cultivation, they can exist in the world for 2 years. After 2 years, if their cultivation does not improve, they will disappear. Feeling that Zhao Yi and Ling Chen spread out to investigate in 2 directions, Yi Feng felt relieved, closed the door of the off-road vehicle, and then patted the trunk of the car. Uncle, let's go. In order to convince the veteran driver, Yi Feng quickly threw a throwing knife from the storage ring, and sharply shot at the man in the leather jacket who seemed to be the leader among the surrounding group of people. Before he had time to react, that guy's bald head with a small braid showed a pained look. Yi Feng shot at the back of his hand with a flying knife, causing the sharp knife in his hand to fall onto the sand. This scene fell in the eyes of the veteran driver on the car, and he couldn't help but marvel at Yi Feng's strength. This kind of superb flying knives. It seems that this young man is not easy. The veteran driver was relieved. He stepped on the accelerator and reversed the car before leaving. The 3 guys who were heading towards the other side quickly ran into them. Those 3 people shouted and ran away. One of them wanted to chase the off-road vehicle, but Yi Feng grabbed him from behind and slammed him onto the hard sand, making his bones seem to be falling apart. Can't get up either. As many people watched around the streets of the town, Yi Feng took care of the gangsters, and the veteran driver had already driven back to the main road. The veteran driver looked back and saw that Yi Feng had already dealt with all the opponents. He couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this young man was really strong. That way, he doesn't have to worry. The off-road vehicle gallops away. Yi Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the driver uncle refused to leave, he really couldn't carry out many things. Otherwise, he would go about his own business, and Yi Feng would feel bad if the uncle was robbed in the town. After all, it was Yi Feng who asked the other party to drive him to the desert. "You, who are you?" Seeing that his subordinates were easily dealt with by Yi Feng, the bald man with braids panicked all of a sudden. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the throwing knife still tied in his hand. "If you get stabbed by a flying knife, you can go to the hospital and lie down for a few days at most, but if you offend someone who shouldn't be offended, they will lose their lives." Now he has some regrets in his heart. The boss said that some capable people have come outside recently, and he hasn't taken it to heart. He didn't expect that he would actually meet someone. "Who I am has nothing to do with you," Yi Feng said calmly, walked over, stepped on the bald hand that was stabbed by the flying knife. "Tell me, have you seen anyone like me these days?" Hearing this, the bald man with braids froze for a moment. What is a person like him? But soon he realized that the young man in the black shirt was asking him if he had seen someone with martial arts like him. Yes, the boss said that there have been a lot of visitors recently. Let us all be quiet." The bald man with braids immediately nodded and said, "The back of the hand that Yi Feng stepped on felt pain, but he didn't dare to resist. It's just that my brothers are really short of money recently, so I ran out." "If you lack money, you won't find a job?" Yi Feng snorted softly, threw down more than 20 red notes, and then ordered, "I have some things to do here, so you take your people here to watch. If you find any suspicious person, immediately tell me. Report, this is my phone." Zhao Yi and Ling Chen will follow him into the depths of the desert to search for the ruins, and this small town is the nearest foothold outside the desert. If other martial arts people come, they will definitely stay here for a while. If someone informs at that time, Yi Feng, who has already entered the desert, can also be prepared. The bald head with braids was stunned when he saw Yi Feng throwing down so many red notes. He never thought that such an awesome existence like Yi Feng would give him money. "Take the brothers to the hospital, and then the eyeballs will brighten." Yi Feng turned around and smiled, and patted the bald shoulder. "After I'm done, I'll have more for you when I come back." With a slap in the face for a sweet date, Yi Feng directly bought off the bald people. What Yi Feng gave was not a big deal, but to this group of punks, it felt like a timely gift. Of course, they would not be grateful for this kindness, but they would have expectations of what Yi Feng said. The reward after the event was completed, which made them work harder in the future. What Yi Feng gave in advance was just for their medical expenses. Yi Feng was about to explain a few more words to a few people, but suddenly noticed that there seemed to be some movement not far away, and his expression changed. "What's going on?" Zhao Bei suddenly condensed his whole body. Something must have happened to Yi Feng, which made Yi Feng not in the mood to chat with the gangster. He casually confessed a few words, and left more than a dozen 100 yuan bills, so he walked towards the direction of Zhao Bei's investigation. Past. If there are other outsiders coming to the desert town, the bald head will first investigate the other party's information, and if they are suspicious people, they will immediately call and report to Yi Feng. This kind of simple thing, I believe that local snakes like them can still do it. Yi Feng put the bald head matter behind him, took out the counterfeit mobile phone from the storage ring, put it in his butt pocket, and then ran towards the place where Zhao Bei was. "You are Citizen Dao." A childish shout came from a hotel in front. It was Zhao Bei's voice. Only when the soul body is condensed, can the soul cultivator speak like ordinary people, otherwise, he can only rely on the power of the soul to transmit information. This kind of information cannot be received by ordinary people, and only immortal cultivators with spiritual consciousness can hear it. But now, Zhao Bei's voice spread all over the hotel. "Citizen Dao?" Yi Feng rushed over quickly, and when he heard the name, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Isn't this guy the swordsman who hacked to death Dao Scar's wife and Zhao Bei's sister 10 years ago? Didn't expect to meet here. Who? A violent scolding came from the hotel. Immediately after Yifeng entered the range of perception, with a sweep of consciousness, he found that it was a tall and thin man, dressed like Li Hua and Hai Tang before, with an oilcloth package on his back, and a big knife hidden inside. This is Situ Zongdao? At this time, Situ Zongdao was resting and discussing in a guest room of the hotel with several other fellow disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall. As for Zhao Bei, when he detected Situ Zongdao, he immediately condensed his soul body outside the door, taking the appearance of his own body, and then kicked open the hotel door. In the guest room, including Situ Zongdao, there were 4 men who looked ferocious, and each of them had a bloody smell on their faces. It seemed that they had killed people, and they had killed many people. Zhao Bei kicked open the door, and the 4 of them looked at him together. Each of them had a playful and cruel look on their faces, and Situ Zongdao even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Unexpectedly, someone broke into the door without knowing what is good or bad. Don't they know the name of their heavenly sword palace? Knowing the name of my Situ Zongdao, it seems that you are also a member of the Jianghu. There was a cruel smile on Situ Zongdao's thin face, his hands were full of calluses, and there were 3 moles connected together beside his bulging temples. But, don't kids know that in the Jianghu talking nonsense in the middle will kill people? Zhao Bei condensed into a soul body and stood at the door, with a hint of hatred in his eyes. It was this cruel guy in front of him who broke into their gang headquarters when he was drunk 10 years ago, and killed Zhao Bei's sister. He clearly remembered that when his sister came out of the room in a panic, she wanted to find the Scar who was discussing in the hall, but in the middle of her run, she was suddenly cut in half by the Situ Zong knife that sprang out from the side. Zhao Bei will remember until his death the 3 black moles connected together on the side of Situ Zongdao's temple. Finally found you. Zhao Bei's voice was low. Facing the enemy he had been looking for 10 years, his mentality was quite different from before. If he had seen it before, he would definitely have fear while being angry. After all, Situ Zongdao was a murderous maniac. Even if he was chopped off with a single knife, it would be a breeze. One must know that Zhao Bei in the past was just a young man who drove in the Heavenly Snake Gang. Even if Dao Scar saw Situ Zongdao, he might not be able to do anything to him. But now it's different. Now Zhao Bei is following Yifeng. Although he died once, he has become a powerful and unpredictable soul cultivator. Compared with people in the martial arts world such as Situ Zongdao, the soul cultivator is obviously much stronger. Now that he has cultivated for 10 years, his actual combat power is equivalent to that of people in the martial arts world with 20 or 30 years of cultivation. There is another most important feature: will not die. No matter it is a pistol, a sword, or poison, they can't harm the soul cultivator. In other words, facing Situ Zongdao, Zhao Yi doesn't need to be afraid at all. Soul repair is invisible and invisible. How can ordinary people attack him? Of course, soul cultivation is also very limited. Without Yifeng's help, Zhao Bei knew that he would definitely not live beyond 2 years on his own. And this is still on the earth. If you return to the world of cultivating immortals, almost every cultivator will have some methods to deal with soul cultivators. Haha, so what if you find me? Situ Zongdao laughed loudly and stood up at once. His skinny height was 2 meters 1, even more majestic than Chen Jianxiong, the elder of the Tai Chi Hall, who was 2 meters tall. As the backbone disciple of Tiandao Hall, Situ Zongdao has been practicing for 10 years 10 years ago. In the past 10 years, after the careful cultivation of Tiandao Temple, he has cultivated for 40 years, and has touched the threshold of internal energy release. He is less than 50 years old this year, and he is already a middle-level master in the martial arts. The kid in front of him looks only 18 or 19 years old. How could he be his opponent? What's more, he also has 3 senior brothers who are similar to him in cultivation. Of course, Situzong Dao was not mentally handicapped. He was always worried about the backing behind Zhao Beibei in front of him, so his pair of fierce eyes were always looking around and outside the door, ready to slip away at any time. Soon, he got his wish and saw a young man in a black shirt walking to the door of the guest room, standing next to the previous boy. Yi Feng? Situzong Dao recognized Yi Feng, who had been making a lot of noise in recent days. Of course, at a glance, his expression changed immediately. It turned out to be Yi Feng. I heard that Yi Feng, together with the rest of the trash, could kill Long Moran's arm. His strength is beyond ordinary? But looking at it now, it doesn't seem to be a big deal, just an ordinary young man in his 20s. What strength can a guy at this age have? Judging from experience, the rumors in the arena have always exaggerated the facts, which made Situzong Dao feel relieved all of a sudden, and then felt a little hot. If he can defeat Yi Feng here, doesn't that mean he is stronger than Long Moran? The door of the hotel room. Zhao Bei condensed his soul and kicked open the door of the room. Coupled with loud shouts from both sides, it immediately attracted the attention of the passengers in other rooms around them. They opened the doors one by one and stuck their heads out. The innkeeper also rushed over when he heard the sound. But when he saw that something happened to this room, he immediately retracted his head. This bald man knows it. The 4 guys living in that room are all vicious and extremely difficult to mess with. When those guys came to the house, he didn't dare to collect money. Let alone go up to meddle in their own business now. Looking at the 2 young men standing at the door of the room. Not only did the bald man dare not come up to take care of him, he even dared not call the police. He quietly hid aside. 2 young people. Of course they are Yi Feng and Zhao Bei. So you are Situzong Dao. Yi Feng laughed. Looking at the ferocious 4 people in the room, he suddenly felt that the people in the Heavenly Knife Hall were really perverted. Judging from the murderous aura on these people, they must have killed a lot of people. Executioner. Another short, fat man who looked like a butcher opened his bloody mouth wide and spewed out a few words along with the stench. What are you laughing at, brat? You don't know when you're about to die. No, 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 it's so tender. I really like it. Another man who looked like a bamboo pole objected immediately. He squinted his peach blossom eyes and sized Yi Feng several times from head to toe. All the people in Tiandao Temple are transformed. Yi Feng looked at that person's eyes and felt that this sentence was simply the truth. Although he didn't know who said it, but he really admired the senior who said it. Using the word change to describe the people in Tiandao Temple is too appropriate. For 40-year-old martial artists. And none of them have reached the realm of exhaling internal energy. This is simply a piece of cake for Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't even bother to talk nonsense. As soon as he moved his footsteps, the dark green long sword in his hand was condensed with a bang. Shenyang swordsmanship. To deal with these 4 guys, Yifeng doesn't want to consume too much true energy to use void swordsmanship. Yi family's Shanyang swordsmanship is enough. He found that he didn't need too much Shinchi to perform martial arts, but once he performed celestial arts, he would consume more Shinchi. Calculated from the combat experience taught by Su Feiying. If it is not necessary, it is best not to use moves that consume too much. Otherwise, it will be very sad to be unable to continue. Shanyang swordsmanship is divided into 4 moves: Burning God, Burning Sea, Yao Tian, Shanyang. Each move has its own different effects. But to Yifeng, it seems that there is not much difference. They are just swinging a flame of sword energy. It's just that one move is more powerful than the other and consumes more true energy. When Shanyang swordsmanship is displayed, the only feeling it gives is fiery heat. Yifeng just threw out a burst of flaming sword energy with lightning speed. The temperature in the whole room has already risen by 5 degrees. The brat dares to strike first. The chunky butcher-looking man licked his lips when he saw this, pulled out the long knife wrapped in the oilcloth behind his back with one hand, and blocked the flaming sword energy released by Yifeng with one knife. Yifeng is a genius. They have all heard of it. Therefore, they are not too surprised that he can release internal energy and external energy to display sword energy. It's just facing the siege of the 4 of them. What's the use of exhaling the internal energy? The chunky butcher slashed at the flaming sword energy. Fuck. The short and fat butcher screamed in pain immediately. When the long knife touched the flaming sword energy, it became hot like a soldering iron. If it weren't for the ancestors' motto of the Heavenly Knife Temple that the knife cannot be separated from his hand, he would have thrown away the long knife in his hand a long time ago. The knife is gone. Even so, he couldn't hold the long knife in his hand steadily, let alone fighting Yifeng. Be careful. This is the Yi family's Shanyang swordsmanship. Don't underestimate it. Situ Zongdao's face suddenly became serious. And the other 2, the gay guy who looked like a bamboo pole, and the skinny and wretched man who looked like a mouse, jumped up almost at the same time, and rushed towards Yifeng. 2 long knives were held in the hands of 2 people. One beheaded and the other held in the waist. They waved towards Yifeng. It's too slow. With a movement of Yifeng's footsteps, the speed of the 2nd level of Suning Xianzong burst out suddenly. Coupled with his increased cultivation base, the burst speed has far surpassed the few disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall in front of him. Only an afterimage was left on the spot. Yifeng had already leaned close to the bamboo pole-like guy. He used the dark green long sword in his hand to perform the Shanyang swordsmanship. It was swung with a layer of flames. The sword slashed on the opponent's long sword. Clang. There was a crisp sound. The long knife was chopped off by Yifeng's sword, and it was heavily inserted into the ceiling. The long sword with flames was followed by Yifeng's easy swing, instantly chopping off the head of the gay guy who looked like a bamboo pole. Facing these extremely vicious guys, Yifeng didn't need to be merciful at all. Killing them was less psychologically burdensome than killing the disciples of the Tai Chi Hall before. You must know that these perverts in the Heavenly Sword Palace have at least dozens of lives in their hands. Under the high-temperature flame, the bamboo pole guy's head flew up without any blood. The blood flowed out and was evaporated dry by the flame in an instant. But such a tragic scene also surprised the rest of the people. Situ Zongdao and the others never imagined that such a scene would happen to them one day. Once upon a time, they were the executioners who made this bloody scene. But today, they have become lambs to be slaughtered. Death. Heavenly Sword Whirlwind. The long knife in the hand of the mouse-like wretched man danced. It rolled on a sofa and a table in the room at once, tearing them into pieces in an instant. For a moment, the whirlwind of saber light swept towards Yifeng's direction. The movement in this room made the passengers in the corridor outside the room dumbfounded. It was like what was going on inside that turned the river upside down. They never thought of it anyway. What is going on inside is a life and death struggle of martial arts masters. This is Yifeng's second time facing the heavenly saber whirlwind. I still remember the first time I met Li Hua and Haitang in Chongbai Mountain. He was stumped by the whirlwind of the sword. Fortunately, he temporarily comprehended the dragon-slaying sword spirit. Only then could he cut off one of Li Hua's arms in one fell swoop, thus shocking them. Walk. Otherwise, Yifeng and Long Weiner no longer exist in this world. However, this time, facing the whirlwind of the sky knife again, it is completely different from that time. Not only is the cultivation level higher, but even the comprehension of moves and fairy arts is several times stronger. A sword. It was just a sword. The flaming sword light pierced through the periphery of the whirlwind of the sky knife in one fell swoop, sending the wretched man who used the whirlwind of the sky knife into the sea of flames, and died instantly. The unique skill of Heavenly Knife Hall is very difficult to be effective when facing the masters who use internal energy and external energy. It is even more useless in front of Yifeng. Both of them died. Situ Zongdao and the remaining chunky butcher felt guilty at the same time. This Yifeng is actually so powerful. Isn't this kid only 20 years of cultivation? They are no match for him with 40 years of cultivation. When Yifeng launched a sharp attack, Zhao Bei at the side was of course not idle. He is more eager than anyone else to kill the Situ Zongdao in front of him. Unfortunately, he can't deal with 4 opponents alone. He can only rely on Yifeng's strength. Now the opponent has 2 dead. Yifeng is confronting the short and fat butcher. Zhao Yi is facing Situ Zongdao alone. He has a lot of confidence. Although 10 years of cultivation is not equal to 40 years of cultivation, Zhao Yi is a soul cultivator. Compared with people in the martial arts, the advantage of soul cultivation is too great. When you used to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Did you ever think about today? The long sword in Yifeng's hand pointed obliquely at the short and fat butcher in front of him, and asked a faint question, turning a blind eye to the wretched man who was already burned to the side, as if it was just an ordinary fire. The chubby butcher glanced at the wretched man who was burning, and then at the bamboo man whose head was chopped off by Yifeng. Finally, he stared at Yifeng and swallowed. The Heavenly Sword Palace will not let you go. Yifeng laughed when he heard the words. He even got the treasure of Tai Chi Hall, the #1 sect in the martial arts. He would be afraid of a mere Heavenly Sword Hall. In the final analysis, the overall strength of Heavenly Sword Hall is slightly stronger than that of Yinxian School, that's all. Whether it is compared with the Long family or the Taiji Hall, the Heavenly Sword Hall is nothing. For this threat, Yifeng certainly didn't take it seriously. As soon as his footsteps moved, the dark green sword light in his hand flashed past. The short and fat butcher didn't even have time to react, and was pierced by Yifeng's sword. 3 of the 4 elite disciples of the Heavenly Knife Hall were eliminated by Yifeng in an instant. There is only one Situ Zongdao left. Zhao Bei has already set his sights on it. Death. Zhao Bei moved. Situ Zongdao was already mortal anyway. He didn't mind exposing his identity as a soul cultivator. In an instant, his condensed soul disintegrated like loose sand, and swept towards Situ Zongdao like locusts. This scene frightened Situ Zongdao, the only one left in the room. Damn it. If you say that Yifeng is so perverted, it's fine. He killed 3 of his senior brothers at once. Such a young man is unprecedented. No one came. But what is the origin of this boy who appeared first? The body can be decomposed. Is it a ghost? Situ Zongdao couldn't help but think so. He has killed too many people in the past. Of course, he can't remember where he met Zhao Bei. The relatives of the people he killed are all ordinary people. He can't be found at all. Even if he is found, there is nothing to do with him. It was the first time he met. People who had killed before came to seek revenge on him. Without any time to think about what it was in front of him, Zhao hurriedly backed away, holding the long knife behind his back with one hand, and slashed at the green smoke and scattered sand that Zhao Qiupi had disintegrated into. Hum. There was a soft sound. The green smoke and loose sand where Zhao Bei was in suddenly split into two piles, surrounded Zhao at an extremely fast speed, and then condensed into a sole body behind him. Dirty bone spear. A bone spear condensed from the surrounding filth appeared from the upper left corner instantly and shot down towards Zhao. Heavenly knife whirlwind. Zhao's mind was confused. The three moles next to his temples were tightly squeezed together. He could only use this move. In an instant, a violent saber whirlwind burst out. All smashed into pieces. The filthy earth bone spear released by Zhao Bei was also swept in by the whirlwind of the heavenly knife. It quickly disappeared. After all, the actual cultivation level of the two sides is much different. It is normal that this does not work. If it were Zhao Bei with 20 years of cultivation, this dirt bone spear could seriously injure Zhao. And Zhao Bei's own soul body didn't have time to dodge. It was swept in by the saber whirlwind. However, his body was condensed by soul power. The next moment, the saber whirlwind burst out like a gust of wind. Range. It recondensed into a soul body not far away. Yi Feng observed carefully from the side, and found that on this earth, soul cultivators are basically invincible existences, because there are very few people who can cause harm to them. If Yi Feng doesn't use the means of cultivating the immortal world, there are very few methods that can harm the soul cultivator. Only those who have cultivated to the second level or above of martial arts can cause harm to the soul cultivator. And not all second-level martial arts can hurt the soul cultivator. At least. The Taijiquan of Li Xian, the elder of the Taiji Hall, failed to hurt Ling Chen. Yi Feng felt that there were only moves with attributes such as Shanyang swordsmanship and Fenghua Shuiyue swordsmanship. In order to cause damage to soul repair. For the current Zhao, and even for all the people in the martial arts world, the two soul cultivators Zhao Yi and Ling Chen are completely a nightmare. After the Tiandao whirlwind dance, Zhao found that everything in the room was completely destroyed. Even the wall had been pierced with several big holes. A man and a woman who were working in the next room were scared and fled in panic. But Yi Feng and that weird boy were the only ones who stood quietly by the side, completely unharmed, and looked extremely weird. You are a man or a ghost? Zhao was so frightened that his legs trembled a little. Looking at Zhao Bei, he asked tremblingly. What do you say? Zhao Bei was neither happy nor sad. When he heard this question, he was inevitably a little sad. After all, he is indeed not a human being, but a soul cultivator. In the world of immortal cultivation, soul cultivators and immortal cultivators have almost the same status, yes, but on Earth, soul cultivation means ghosts. He is not a person. He is a ghost. It's just that with Yi Feng's help, he became a thinking ghost. That's all. With just this thought, he was able to kill the enemy 10 years ago with his own hands. Just because of this, he was extremely grateful to Yi Feng. Beheaded. It's time to send you on your way. Zhao Bei knew that the battle in this place couldn't be dragged on for too long. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with it until it attracted the attention of other martial artists. He felt ruthless in his heart. His whole body, soul, and body suddenly turned into nothingness, turned into green smoke and scattered, and completely disappeared. Immediately afterwards, one after another, dirt and bone spears shot at Zhao from all directions, making Zhao's whole body, the cold hairs stood on end. Just cast the heavenly knife whirlwind. There is not much energy left in his body. The most important thing is that his heart has collapsed. Facing Zhao Bei's attack again, he was a little at a loss. He subconsciously swung the long knife in his hand twice, blocking the two deadly bone spears. The filthy bone spear penetrated deeply into the flesh. As soon as the filthy bone spear hit the target, it immediately turned into a filthy aura, which penetrated into Situ Zongdao's body. A deadly aura quickly spread in his body, and quickly weakened his life aura. Ah! Situ Zongdao screamed, but was instantly burned to ashes by a white fireball that followed. Someone is coming. Let's go. Yifeng said solemnly at the side, and released several fireballs casually, burning all the corpses in the room to clean, leaving only the mess full of the room. When Yifeng walked out of the hotel door alone, the bald middle-aged owner of the hotel couldn't believe it. He suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. After rubbing his eyes several times, he realized that he was not mistaken. Indeed, the young man in the black shirt survived. The innkeeper originally thought that this young man would definitely be unlucky. But now it seems that things are developing in a completely different direction from what he expected. Judging from the movement just now, there must have been a fight at the top. The bald middle-aged owner of the hotel went upstairs, carefully. He found a large group of people surrounding the guest room where the accident happened. They all pointed in surprise. Whispering. The bald-headed middle-aged boss walked towards the door of the guest room while listening to other people's conversations. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. There was a mess in the corridor. He walked quickly to the door of the room. He looked in. Be good. This room just experienced an earthquake. The bed, sofa, and wardrobe furniture in the entire room were all shattered into pieces. Even the surrounding walls were broken into several large holes. Cracks spread on the walls. The entire high-risk room may collapse at any time. How much will it cost him to fix? The bald middle-aged boss had a heartache. But what surprised him was that there was no one in the whole room. Only some places had traces of being burned by flames. It was not obvious yet. What about those 4 vicious fellows? The bald boss would never think of it. They were killed by the black shirt youth just now, and the corpses were destroyed. Yifeng left the hotel. Zhao Bei followed closely behind him, floating in midair behind him. It can be said that he personally killed Situ Zongdao just now. But the ability to destroy corpses and wipe out traces is still only available to Yifeng. In order to avoid trouble, Yifeng must destroy corpses and wipe out traces when killing people now. At this time, Zhao Bei was still excited. Being able to kill his enemy with his own hands is really a great joy in life. He couldn't wait. He wanted to go back to Yanjing to tell Scar the news. Unfortunately, Yifeng's work in the desert hadn't finished yet. He couldn't leave halfway. After a while, Ling Chen also floated over from another direction. And his figure was appearing and disappearing, constantly floating up and down, and soon circled to another direction, and getting farther and farther away. Soon, a group of a dozen or so people in gray robes ran after Ling Chen, who was looming. Stop. Hurry up. Who knows what that is? A group of people showed unparalleled interest in Ling Chen, who was looming. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they chased him, it was impossible for them to catch up with Ling Chen. After they were lured away, Ling Chen would come back to catch up with Yifeng. This group of guys in gray robes are all from Tiandao Temple at first glance. Among them are 2 old men who have cultivated for 80 years. They must have noticed that the hotel has changed, so they hurried back. On the way, he bumped into Ling Chen, who was lured aside by Ling Chen's tricks. Yifeng took out a straw hat from the storage ring and put it on the top of his head. According to the news Zhao Bei got just now, he walked all the way to the south of the town. Just now, Zhao Bei did not appear directly after seeing Situ Zongdao. Instead, he listened to their conversation before that. He knew that the ruins of the desert found in the Taiji temple were just south of the desert town. It was more than 20 kilometers away. Outside place. Obtaining this precious information gave Yifeng a clear goal. Maybe it's because there are some things in the ruins that interfere with the detection. Yifeng's star compass couldn't find the exact location of the teleportation array. All he knew was that it was within a large area around this desert town. Soon Ling Chen led away the group of Heavenly Knife Hall members, and easily floated back to Yifeng's side. From a distance, it looks like Yifeng walked out of the small town alone, to the southern desert. But in fact, there are two ghosts floating above him, always on guard. The range of Yifeng's consciousness has also reached 200 meters. He is always vigilant about his surroundings, including under the desert. If there is any abnormality, he will be discovered immediately. From the conversations of Situ Zongdao and others, Yifeng knew the four sects of Taiji Hall, Xuanhuan sect, Tiandao Hall, and Tang family. At this time, they had already sent people to the desert. It was really in the way for Yifeng. The Fire Cloud Demon Master is hiding in that ruins. These guys broke in without knowing what to do. If they meet the Fire Cloud Demon Master, they will all have to be burned to death. Yifeng thought in his heart, and quickly shook his head. Even if these guys are burned to death, that is someone else's business. What does it have to do with him, Yifeng? Tai Chi Hall, Divine Fist Sect, and Heavenly Knife Hall. These three sects are not Yifeng's friends anyway. As for the Tang family, it seems that his mother Tang Qingling was kicked out of the Tang family back then. He doesn't need to worry about the other party's safety. It's best to die. Then the whole world will be quiet. Yifeng can't help but think evilly. The distance of more than 20 kilometers. If it was on ordinary flat ground, Yifeng could run it in more than 10 minutes if he used Swift Shadow Wizard. But now it is in the endless desert. If he uses Swift Shadow Wizard to run, it will be very fast. Easily observed by others. So he can only move forward in stealth. Half an hour later, the one person and two ghosts who were hiding finally arrived at the target location. On the endless yellow sand, tents and simple living facilities gradually appeared. People from the martial arts came and went, including the above three people of sect. Tai Chi Hall, Xuanhuan Gate, and Tang family. The three sides are all camping in this boundless sandy sea. They all want to enter the entrance of the ruins, get some benefits from it, and enhance the strength of their sect. As for the Tiandao temple, because they came late, a group of people are still staying in the desert town. And they still have the idea of praying mantis, catching cicadas, and orioles. It's a pity to run into Yifeng. Before entering the desert, for elite disciples have already been lost. It can be said that they died before they left the teacher. Ahead is the entrance to the ruins. Yifeng hid himself close to the camp of the three major sects, and was always on guard. This place was originally just a piece of yellow sand, with nothing there. But now it has become a gathering place for the three major sections. There are hundreds of people in the entire camp. It can be found that the people of the three sects live in harmony on the surface, but the whole camp is full of undercurrents. After all, now, the three sects are competitors with each other. Soon, Yifeng approached a tent and heard two old men talking in a low voice. A few days ago, there was fire in the sky. It fell into the entrance of the ruins. Did your faction find anything today? No news has come. How is your faction? I got the news. The people from the Tai Chi Hall entered the large passage on the left side of the ruins. It seems that they found something extraordinary. What a marvel! A wall of fire. Yifeng hid outside the tent. Hearing the two talking about this, he couldn't help being shocked. A wall of fire in the ruins. Behind the wall of fire must be the hiding place of the fire cloud demon lord. I don't know if these people in the martial arts are trying to get through the wall of fire. If so, what awaits them is definitely endless destruction. Yifeng listened outside the tent for a while, and knew that the two old men in the tent were from the Tang family and the xuanhuan sect, and at this time they secretly joined forces to fight against the Taiji Hall. Now in the desert, there are a total of 4 elders in the Taiji Hall, namely, the 4 gentlemen of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Of course, these 4 gentlemen have now become the 4 elders. Cultivation is extremely strong. As for the Tang family, 2 young elders from the sidelines came, both with only 70 or 80 years of cultivation, weaker than those in the Taiji Hall. With 80 years of cultivation and 100 years of cultivation respectively, they are the pillars of xuanhuan sect, and also the main force that came to the desert to fight against Taiji Temple this time. In addition, xuanhuan sect also has 4 gold medal disciples, each with 70 years or so to repair. Next to Yifeng, the 2 old men who were chatting softly were Tang Yu, the junior elder of the Tang family, and a gold medal disciple of the xuanhuan sect who was in charge of sending messages, exchanging news from the 2 factions in the past 2 days. It turned out that Su Feiying came to the desert after chasing the flame arm of the fire cloud demon master. People from the 3 sects saw it and knew that there were 2 powerful beings in the ruins, and one of them seemed to be the fairy of the East China Sea that was rumored a while ago. The 2 powerful beings did not stay together, and seemed to go in different directions after entering the ruins. The people in the Taiji Hall discovered the fire wall, and there must be one of the powerful existences behind it, and the rumored fairy of the East China Sea has now been initially locked by the Tang family and the xuanhuan sect. Master has been discovered. Yifeng was a little startled when he heard this, and listened more carefully. The more he listened, the more frightened he became. The 2 major sects of the Tang family and the xuanhuan sect have actually joined forces to formulate a fairy capture plan. The border dispatched a batch of combat equipment, such as fishing net guns from the National Security Bureau, explosives, and so on. In order to capture the Eastern Sea Ferry, people from the 2 sects reached a consensus to keep the matter absolutely confidential and not disclose it to any third party, and to work together to share the same after capturing the Eastern Sea Ferry. So they wanted to arrest Master. I have to hurry. Yifeng listened carefully to the conversation between the 2 in the tent, figured out some general conditions, and immediately got up to act. Now that Su Feiying's location has been locked by the Tang family and Shenkwenmen, Yifeng must rush there as quickly as possible and tell Su Feiying to be careful. In the terrain, the display of strength will definitely be limited. Not to mention, Su Feiying is not familiar with many modern technologies, so what if she suffers from boredom? After Yifeng heard the news he wanted, he continued to hide himself, moved forward quietly, and left the place where the 3 sects camped. As soon as he left, Tang Yu, the young elder of the Tang family in the tent behind him, lifted the curtain of the tent, left the tent cautiously, and rushed towards the entrance of the ruins along the path that Yifeng had walked. The entire Tang family is clearly divided into levels, and there is a huge gap between direct line and collateral line. Little elders of the sideline, like Tang Yu, don't have much real power in the Tang family. They are only given the title of little elder because of their good strength and talent. Yifeng's grandfather, Tang Xiefeng, was not taken seriously because he was a collateral. Yifeng's mother, Tang Qingling, was kicked out of the Tang family back then, which was also the reason. Tang Yu and Tang Xian, 2 junior elders of the Tang family, were sent to the desert to fight against the Taiji Hall this time. If they can achieve something, their status in the Tang family will definitely be greatly improved, so the 2 of them worked extremely hard. He did not hesitate to unite with the people of the xuanhuan sect to fight one with 2. As soon as he finished discussing with the gold medal disciple Chuanqing from Shengquanmen, Tang Yu couldn't wait, and ran out in a hurry, ready to take action. Because he got the news that the secular batch of combat supplies will soon be delivered to the desert town. Since Yifeng was invisible and inconvenient to use his true energy, his speed was not as fast as that old man, Tang Yu. He watched Tang Yu, who was wearing a light blue strong suit, overtook him and walked to the front, getting closer and closer to a giant bunker. Yifeng thought about it, and decided to hide at the front and observe the situation first, otherwise it would be bad if the boat capsizes in the gutter. Soon he followed Tang Yu to the giant bunker where the entrance to the ruins was. This is a large sunken bunker. At the bottom of the bunker, there are several developed relic entrances. It can be seen that those entrances are modeled with yellow sand and obviously have an extremely ancient history. In front of each relic entrance, there are several martial arts people are guarding. People from Tai Chi Hall occupy 4 entrances, Xuanhuan sect and Tang family occupy 2 entrances, respectively, and the 2 sides confront each other. Yifeng glanced at it, and felt that the bunkers were all people from the martial arts world. If it was an immortal cultivator with so many cultivation levels, he would have been discovered by those people's consciousness long ago. It's a pity that people from the martial arts world without consciousness, there is no way to find him. Now Yifeng doesn't want to offend those people from the Tai Chi Hall, he just wants to make peace with Su Feiying as soon as possible, so he turned his attention to the 4 entrances occupied by the Xinquan Gate and the Tang family, and found that the man in the light blue dress, when Tang Yu reached the entrance, he ordered 2 disciples of the Tang family to guard carefully before he was able to enter one of the entrances. Now Yifeng's invisibility technique can hide his figure and aura, unless he is a cultivator with a higher cultivation base than him, he will not be found at all. Moreover, there are no old guys with more than 100 years of cultivation under this bunker, so Yifeng followed with confidence, following closely behind Tang Yu quietly. The entire ruins are located more than 100 meters underground in the desert. Now after entering the entrance of the bunker, there is a long passage leading to the bottom, which pours at 45 degrees. If the cultivation level is not high enough or there is no special equipment, walking on this surface will slip. Yifeng burrowed into the yellow sand corridor that could only accommodate 2 people side by side, and found that the corridor was surrounded by dim yellow stone bricks, which looked very old at first glance. Even, from these dim yellow stone bricks, Yifeng could vaguely see something special. This is the ruins of cultivating immortals. Yifeng's expression became dignified. This place is not simple. In this way, it is logical that there will be a teleportation array in it. I hope that the teleportation array will not be damaged and can be activated smoothly. Tang Yu hurried forward without noticing that he was being followed, and whispered to himself in a slightly excited mood, "If I can capture that fairy, my status in the Tang family will skyrocket." In the entire Tang family, apart from the direct lineage, there are a total of 9 collateral families. It's just that the Yi family was destroyed 20 years ago, so Tang Qingling, who married into the Yi family, was directly squeezed out by the other 8 collateral families, and finally Tang Qingling was expelled from the Tang family, and Tang Xiefeng's family. Only Tang Xiefeng came out with Tang Qingling, and the rest joined the other 8 sidelines. This Tang Yu, who belonged to Tang Xiefeng's family back then, was willing to become a running dog of the direct line for the sake of prosperity and wealth. Yifeng is not clear about what happened to the Tang family 20 years ago. But Yifeng followed Tang Yu all the way, listening to him talking to himself intermittently. He felt something was wrong. It seemed that this old man had something to do with the expulsion of Tang Qingling from the Tang family. This Tang Yu is a person who will do anything for power. What happened back then? Yifeng thought in his heart. The look in his eyes gradually became sharper. He still remembered when Yu Wendian told him that his mother, Tang Qingling, had lost her memory and could not remember him, so he never went to find Tang Qingling, but in fact, Yifeng always took this matter to heart. Although he came from the world of cultivating immortals, but because he was reborn on this Shifeng's body, he still inevitably developed various feelings for this Shifeng's relatives, and he couldn't abandon them. Tang Yu, cultivated for 80 years. Yifeng followed the opponent all the way, and found that this downward-sloping corridor was very long, with twists and turns. Yifeng's spiritual consciousness spread out, and he didn't find any other people. Do it. Yifeng quickly considered the current situation, and then made a decision: do it. Being able to defeat Li Xian with a cultivation base of 95 years head-on, although he took advantage of various advantages at the time, Yifeng's strength is beyond doubt now. Facing an old man with a cultivation base of 80 years, he is absolutely sure to subdue him. What's more, Zhao Yi and Ling Chen are still floating behind him, ready to support him at any time. It's just that after entering the ruins, the two soul cultivators, Zhao Yi and Ling Chen, could no longer fly around. The walls of the ruins actually prevented souls from passing through the walls, which is enough to show that the ruins are definitely a product of the civilization of cultivating immortals. When Yifeng decided to make a move, Tang Yu, who was wearing a light blue dress in front of him, was not alert at all. Tang Yu, at this time, was still immersed in the dream that after catching the ferry from the East China Sea, his status in the Tang family would rise. Unfortunately, when he met Yifeng, his dream came to an early end. Void Sword Dance. Yifeng pays attention to one-hit kills. Facing a martial arts master who has cultivated for 80 years, he will never even say a word of nonsense to the opponent. The first move is a killer move, and he will not give the opponent any chance. The dark green sword light quickly flashed from Tang Yu's side, sweeping towards him one after another from all directions. Who? Tang Yu is worthy of being a martial arts master with 80 years of cultivation, and he is also a well-known strong man in the Jianghu. As soon as Jian Guang appeared half a meter away from him, he was immediately spotted by him. It's a pity that he can only find out. At this time, the dark green sword light from all directions has surrounded him. If he doesn't resist, he will be cut into dozens of pieces in the next moment. Inner Air Shield. Fortunately, a martial arts master at Tang Yu's age has already realized how to let his inner energy go outward, mobilize his whole body's inner energy at once, and condense a solid inner energy shield on the surface of his body. The martial art of the Tang family is famous for its dexterity and lightness. Its ingenuity, tenacity, and strength are not comparable to those of other sections. It would be too much to lose if you fight head-on with Yifeng. The nature of internal energy, like Li Xian in the Tai Chi Hall, is tough enough to resist Yifeng. Feng's Void Sword Dance was quite effective. But Tang Yu's inner Qi shield seemed a bit fragile. Being overlapped by Yifeng's three-sword Qi, a gap was immediately opened. Puff. Another sword. Yifeng's figure flickered, and a sword pierced Tang Yu's lower abdomen. After all, only in his lower abdomen was there a gap in the inner Qi shield. This sword pierced through Tang Yu's dantian in one fell swoop, crippling his 80 years of cultivation, making his face ash and ashes, his whole body convulsed in pain. The veins all over his body popped up, his knees bent and he fell to his knees on the ground. Who are you? Tang Yu asked in pain, and looked around, but it was a pity that Yifeng immediately received the invisibility technique after performing the Void Sword Dance, making Tang Yu look around and couldn't find a single person. This made him feel extremely frightened. Maybe he encountered a ghost. This ruin has been around for some years, and there are two extremely strong people in it. It seems normal to encounter such incredible things, but why has no one else encountered this kind of thing, but only him? Up. Well now, the dantian was abolished all of a sudden, 80 years of cultivation was destroyed. What should I do in the future? Don't worry about who I am, I'll ask you, what is your relationship with Tang family Tang Qingling? A refreshing young man's voice came into Tang Yu's ears erratically. Hearing this voice, Tang Yu was covered in cold sweat immediately, and prostrated himself on the ground. Which hero is he? Please show up and see him. Junior Tang Yu is Tang Qingling's little uncle. From Tang Yu's point of view, there is only one possibility that a young man can defeat him so easily, that is, the young man has already reached the realm of extremely deep cultivation and returning to basics. Those are at least old monsters with a cultivation base of more than 150 years. In today's rivers and lakes, it's not that there are old monsters over 150 years old, but due to conventions, these old monsters are all in certain places and will not easily walk around in the world. Now, this ruin actually allows such old monsters with occluded information to appear. It seems that the news of the Eastern Sea Ferry spread too fast. Tang Yu didn't know that his guess was completely in the wrong direction, but he never thought that there would be young people in today's world who could defeat him with one move. Little uncle. Yifeng hid in the dark, and when he heard this, he looked a little weird. In order to learn more about what happened back then, Yifeng directly asked a few other questions, and Tang Yu also thought that this was a back-to-basics senior, so he knew everything and said everything with a respectful appearance. Now that his dantian has been abolished, he is afraid that the senior will be unhappy, and if he snaps him all at once, that would be a sad reminder. Even without cultivation, it is better to be alive than to be dead. And Yifeng listened to the old man's answers to each question. His brows became more and more tight. He didn't expect that things 20 years ago would be so complicated. Originally, Yu Wentian refused to tell Yifeng what happened 20 years ago, because he was afraid that he would not be able to control his emotions after knowing, but now, Yifeng still learned the truth from Tang Yu. Perhaps even Yu Wentian would not have imagined that Yifeng's growth rate was so fast that he could easily subdue Tang Yu, who had cultivated for 80 years, and forced him to ask something. 20 years ago, after the Yi family was destroyed, Tang Qingling, who married into the Yi family, faced unparalleled pressure. Her father, Tang Xiefeng, was originally the patriarch of one of the 9 collateral families of the Tang family. Because of his good relationship with Yi Wendian, he was faintly ranked at the top of the 9 collateral families, but after that incident, he was immediately scolded, saying it was because he shouldn't have married Tang Qingling to the Yi family, especially if he was a dude like Yi Yunfei. All of a sudden, Tang Qingling, father and daughter Tang Xiefeng, faced the pressure of the entire Tang family together, and the Tang Yu, who was destroyed by Yifeng's sword in front of him, was the one who caused the most trouble. The power struggle among the major families in the martial arts is extremely complicated, and it is certainly the same in the Tang family. Back then, Tang Xiefeng had a very good relationship with Yi Wendian, and also married his daughter Tang Qingling to Yi Wentian's son Yi Yunfei, which led to the friendship between the Tang family and the Yi family, and they began to cooperate in many aspects. Relying on his relationship with Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng's power in the Tang family has already threatened the status of the direct line. Therefore, Tang Xiefeng's lineage has long wished to get rid of Tang Xiefeng, or find someone to replace him. In the case of the Yi family being destroyed, there was the elder of the Tang family's lineage. Tang Yutian was manipulating behind the scenes in order to weaken the Yi family's strength and suppress Tang Xiefeng's strength. After the Yi family was destroyed, Tang Xiefeng's brother-in-law, Tang Yu, immediately defected, and fell to the direct line under Tang Yutian's temptation. Tang Yu's surname was not originally Tang, but he entered the Tang family with his sister when he was a child, so he changed his surname to Tang. Facing the opportunity to climb a step higher, he certainly didn't want to lose it, even if it meant sacrificing his sister's daughter. So in the matter of expelling Tang Qingling from the Tang family, Tang Yu was in favor of Dali, and after the matter was completed, he was given the title of Little Elder, and finally had a certain right to speak in the Tang family. Due to the wishes of the entire Tang family, Tang Qingling's expulsion from the Tang family was already an unchangeable matter. Tang Xiefeng threatened that if Tang Qingling was expelled from the Tang family, then he, Tang Xiefeng, would lead the entire collateral sect to leave the Tang family. It's a pity that there are very few people responding to this threat. Under the instigation of Tang Yu and others, no one is willing to follow Tang Xiefeng to lead the Tang family. After all, the current Tang family is stable, comfortable, and powerful, but if they follow Tang Xiefeng and lead the Tang family, they will be displaced and have no fixed place, and there will be no benefit at all. The few people who were more sincere at first were unwilling to leave when they saw other people. So they all stayed and did not follow Tang Xiefeng. In the end, Tang Xiefeng and Tang Qingling left the Tang family desolately amidst the sneer of Tang Yutian, the eldest elder of the Tang family. In the end, they had no choice but to live under the fence and seek refuge with Master Changshan, the head of the Zhejian sword sect. A series of blows finally made Tang Qingling unbearable and lost her past memories. She and Tang Xiefeng opened a tea house under the Shaodong Tianshan mountain of the Zhejian sword school and lived a peaceful life. Originally, the Tang family wanted to find trouble with the Zhejian sword sect, but just at this time, Tang Yutian, the direct descendant of the Tang family, finally had a breakthrough in martial arts cultivation, and successfully climbed the level of 150 years of cultivation. Therefore, due to the established rules in the martial arts, Tang Yutian could only leave the Tang family and go to a secret place to concentrate on his cultivation. From now on, he could only appear at certain times. For example, when foreign barbarians invaded the country of Hua, or an accident occurred in the whole country of Hua, etc., these old monsters would suddenly appear. No one knew where that place was. After Tang Yutian reached 150 years of cultivation, two old men with white hair and childlike faces immediately came to pick him up, which seemed extremely mysterious. As soon as Tang Yutian left, the matter between Tang Xiefeng and Tang Qingling would be over. No one would want to offend a Yuandian. After all, Yuandian was very likely to reach 150 years of cultivation, and to enter the existence of a mysterious place. Where is Tang Qingling's mother? Yi Feng asked one last question. Before Tang Qingling left, she was forced to commit suicide. Tang Yu said tremblingly. At this moment, he could hear a trace of anger from Yi Feng's tone, and wondered if this senior had something to do with Tang Qingling. Then he would be out of luck. When Yi Feng heard this, his complexion in the dark immediately sank. The people of the Tang family are really good at doing things, and this Tang Yu is also the best. In order to gain power, he actually watched his sister being forced to commit suicide. Maybe it was an accomplice. Yi Feng no longer wants to understand the specifics. He only knew that the Tang family was definitely Yi Feng's enemy, not his friend. You can go to hell. Yi Feng made a faint sound. What, senior? When Tang Yu heard this, he immediately peed in fright. Why did he still want to kill him after talking so much? It's unscientific. He struggled to stand up, and was about to run away, when he saw an old man also wearing a light blue suit walking up in the corridor ahead. It was Tang Xian from their Tang family. Tang Xian is the young elder of the Tang family who came to the desert this time to deal with the relic incident together with Tang Yu. Compared with Tang Yu's ordinary appearance, this Tang Xian looks a bit old and cunning, short in stature, especially with very short legs. He walks like crazy, but he is also a martial artist with 80 years of cultivation master. No one dares to underestimate you in the arena. Tang Yu, what's wrong with you? Tang Xian came up from below, and when he saw Tang Yu, whose dantian had been abolished, he was shocked. What's going on? He never thought that Tang Yu would be ambushed here, and he thought Tang Yu was ambushed by people from the Tai Chi Hall outside. The people from the Tai Chi Hall did it. Tang Xian hurried over, and when she got close, she reached out to help Tang Yu up. Careful. Tang Yu knew that this was a time when life and death were at stake, so he didn't dare to be careless, and immediately reminded Tang Xian, notify others to come here, there are. Puff. A dark green sword light flashed from his neck, and then a young figure in a black shirt appeared in front of the two of them. Fresh blood splashed out all of a sudden. Tang Yu's head tilted, and he fell heavily to the ground. He didn't even close his eyes until he died. He will not rest in peace. And Tang Xian was even more frightened by this sword. He didn't realize that there were people hiding around. Where did this sword come from? And the young man in black shirt in front of him, he was Yifeng. Tang Xian saw Yifeng's appearance clearly at a glance, and couldn't help being shocked. Could it be that Yifeng killed Tang Yu? He had no time to think about it, seeing Yifeng's mouth curled up into an evil smile. The dark green long sword in his hand was shining like a butcher's knife. Tang Xian made a quick decision, and he held two short daggers in his hands. Martial Arts, Tangmen Thorn. Tongmen's martial arts are light and dexterous. Tongmen's stabbing and lancet techniques, the former uses a short dagger, and the latter uses a short knife. They are both extremely agile moves. Moves and dismantling moves are unique in martial arts. At this time, Tang Xian was holding two short daggers in his hands, and he swung them twice faster than Yifeng. The sound of inner energy breaking through the air was heard quickly, and the two sharp daggers went up and down to attack Yifeng's neck and heart. The other party's quick reaction was beyond Yifeng's expectation. He let out a soft "hey" and then stepped lightly. The speed of the second floor of Suning Xian Zone broke out, and he retreated more than 20 meters in an instant. At this moment, two invisible shadows appeared behind Tang Xian, like two bloodthirsty ghosts, but Tang Xian hadn't noticed it at all. Dirty Bone Spear. Zhao Bei and Ling Chen waited for the opportunity to move, and one after another, they condensed into bone spears made of dirty dirt and shot out through the air. In this ruins, the filthy atmosphere seemed to be stronger than the outside, and even the bone spears they condensed were thicker, sweeping towards Tang Xian with terrifying power. The existence of two soul cultivators is Yifeng's trump card. Puff puff. The dirty bone spear appeared without warning, and hit Tang Xian's back in a flash, sending out a cloud of internal energy, but failed to break through Tang Xian's internal energy shield. Although Tang Xian's internal energy shield was not strong, Zhao Yi and Ling Chen's cultivation was too low to break through Tang Xian's defense. However, these two strokes also successfully attracted Tang Xian's attention. Who? Tang Xian turned his head subconsciously. From his point of view, Yifeng retreated more than 20 meters, and there was no threat for the time being. He had to see who was sneaking up on him, so as not to capsize in the gutter. His short stature turned around suddenly, but he happened to see two grimaces hanging upside down behind him, like two innocent souls who had died in vain. These two upside-down grimaces were formed by Zhao Yi and Ling Chen's condensed soul bodies. Seeing Tang Xian turn around, the two of them grinned at the same time. Ah! Rao Tang Xian had lived most of his life, and he had never seen such a weird thing. He was so frightened that he took a few steps back, and then he reacted, but it was too late. Void Sword Dance. One after another, dark green sword lights flashed around Tang Xian's body. Yifeng performed Void Sword Dance for the second time, and 15 consecutive sword lights instantly broke through Tang Xian's inner energy shield. It's over. Yifeng's figure appeared deeper in the tunnel, and he threw back two red flamed fireballs, destroying the bodies of Tang Yu and Tang Xian. He didn't even go to see if Tang Xian was dead, because he could be sure that a martial artist with 80 years of cultivation would never be able to take his trick. Even if he didn't die, it would be enough to add a fireball. The bodies of the two were completely burned without leaving any traces, and the yellow sand blown in from the corridor immediately wiped out all the traces of the two people's existence. The brief battle in the corridor did not alarm anyone else at all. Neither the disciples of the Tang family who were guarding outside nor the people in the martial arts inside the corridor who were preparing to capture the ferry of the East China Sea alive did not know that the two sent by the Tang family this time, the elder has easily died. Zhao Yi and Ling Chen also dissipated and followed behind Yi Feng without a trace. The two looked at Yi Feng with admiration in their eyes. The way they killed Tang Yu and Tang Xian just now was really smooth, without any hindrance. Especially Ling Chen, who has a deep understanding of what a martial arts master with 80 years of cultivation means in the arena, and even more knows the weight of the word Tang family in the arena. But the two juniors of the Tang family with 80 years of cultivation, the elder was beheaded by Yi Feng just like that. In fact, Ling Chen knew Yi Feng's strength. He was able to deal with Li Xian, who was 95 years old before, and it would definitely not be a problem to deal with two guys who were 80 years old. But imagination is one thing. When seeing this scene with their own eyes, no one will be very surprised. Ling Chen couldn't help but think of his identity as a soul cultivator. Much better and more promising. Hearing Yi Feng say that their battlefield is not in this world, but in another world full of immortal cultivators, which made Zhao Yibei and Ling Chen's blood boil. Now the two of them will either have their hatred avenged, or their love will be cut off. From now on, their only pursuit is to follow Yi Feng and create a big world. Yi Feng concealed his body and walked forward. Just now, he performed the void sword dance twice, and his whole body's Xinqi was almost exhausted, so he had to swallow a pill to restore his Xinqi. Powerful men like Tang Yu and Tang Xian and xuanhuan sect also have a pair of elders from the north and south. The rest of the true energy is definitely enough. As for other people in the martial arts world, they can win with other ordinary moves, so there is no need for void sword dance wasted energy. As long as there is an opportunity to meet up with Su Feiying in the ruins, the situation will be much better. Yi Feng moved forward quickly, relying on his spiritual sense to detect, and soon officially entered the range of the entire underground ruins. The terrain began to become flat, but the ground of the passage was still covered with layers of yellow sand, showing the ancient architecture of this place. Arriving at this place, Yi Feng found that his spiritual sense could no longer penetrate the wall. As a relic of the civilization of cultivating immortals, the most basic function of the building wall is to shield the detection of the spiritual sense. In the world of cultivating immortals, any building built by a cultivator can block the detection of spiritual consciousness. Unless the cultivation base is more than half of the builders, the scene inside the building will never be detected, and the detection of spiritual consciousness is considered a kind of very impolite behavior. If you easily detect other people's buildings, you will be in trouble if you are not careful. When Zhao Yi and Ling Chen came to this place, they didn't have much advantage. They could only float in the passage with Yi Feng, and it became impossible to penetrate the wall. Yi Feng glanced at the phone, and found that there was no signal for a long time, so he could only throw it into the storage ring, and take it out after the ruins. Soon, Yi Feng came to a passage hub in the ruins, and noticed from a distance that a group of people were discussing something, and this group of people still held a lot of precision instruments in their hands, and they looked like they were ready for battle. NSA fishnet guns, trap mines. Yi Feng swept his consciousness away, and secretly said, "Okay, so many supplies have already been brought in. It seems that people in the martial arts have deeply realized Su Feiying's strength, and they didn't despise Su Feiying at all. It was right to think about it, facing a flying ferry of the East China Sea, wouldn't it be too mentally retarded for them to dare to underestimate it?" Among the group of people, there is an old friend Yi Feng has met many times, that is Nandu Xuanhuan of Xuanhuan sect, Su Xiaoyu. The white-bearded old man was caught by the National Security Bureau in the East China Sea, and it took him a long time to explain that the two members of the National Security Bureau were not killed by him. It took more than a month for him to be released, which made him half dead with anger. He had already guessed that Yi Feng must have killed those two members of the National Security Bureau, but there was no evidence, so he could only let it go and be recorded by the National Security Bureau. Maybe there will be radicals to trouble Yi Feng in the future. Why hasn't the last batch of anesthesia guns arrived yet? Didn't the Tang family come to pick them up? Su Xiaoyu twisted his gray eyebrows, faintly feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't remember it. It was already at this time, everything was ready, only the east wind was needed, and they could really start to capture the fairies when the anesthesia gun arrived. Action. The passage hub where Su Xiaoyu is located has several passages leading to different places, making the whole place look like a maze. The passage hub is not big, just a round stone room with a diameter of about 10 meters. An ordinary disciple of Xuanhuan sect. I want to catch a fairy, but I have no chance. Yifeng kept approaching and smiled quietly. When he came to this place, he already sensed Su Feiying's aura. It was approaching, not far away, and it was even very likely that he was nearby. For Su Xiaoyu, who met here, of course Yifeng wanted to kill him. After all, he was also one of the main persons in charge of this fairy capture operation. But when Yifeng was just approaching the hub of the passage, he suddenly turned his eyes and saw an extremely burly man walking from another passage, about 50 years old, wearing a suit like Su Xiaoyu at this time. The fiery red cloth shirt is Han Jiwu, the famous Beidu Xuanhuan of Xuanhuan. The uniform of the Xuanhuan sect is a fiery red cloth shirt, because their sect is located in Qiqing Mountain Dongtian, and the martial arts of the Xuanhuan sect is vigorous and forward, and the fire red is the color that best represents their sect. Han Jiwu's fists were bigger than sandbags, and he looked like a boxing master at first glance. His face was full of beards like Wolverine, with rough lines, and he was an extremely powerful tough guy. He has 100 years of cultivation. The moment Yifeng saw him, he stopped in his tracks and hid incognito. Comparing a 100-year cultivation base with a 95-year cultivation base, the difference is not even a tiny bit. At least in the world of immortal cultivation, 100 years of cultivation base can condense into a sun god, and the combat power will increase exponentially. There must be a big difference. At least Yifeng felt an obvious difference between Li Xian and Qin Jianxiong. Facing Li Xian, he still had the confidence to fight against him, but when facing Qin Jianxiong, he immediately felt the gap. It would be no problem to snatch a piece of Qinyang Baojian, but it would be absolutely impossible for Yifeng to fight Qin Jianxiong head-on. It is impossible to defeat the opponent. According to what Yi Wendian said, martial arts practitioners who have reached 100 years of cultivation will become very sensitive to their 5 senses, and there will be great changes in all aspects of their bodies. If you get too close, you will definitely be spotted by the other party. Yifeng hid aside, quietly observing the situation in front of him. Old Su, the last batch of things hasn't arrived yet. The strong Han Jiwu came over with 2 disciples of Xuanhuan sect, and asked a question impatiently. It's not here yet, just wait patiently. Su Xiaoyu has a calm personality, is old and cunning, and he didn't suffer as much as Long Moran in the East China Sea. It can be said that it is a blessing in misfortune. In this situation, the old man with white beard is not willing to act rashly, just to be on the safe side. If you want me to say, just rush in and arrest that little bitch, there's no need to wait for those shit. Han Jiwu snorted, gasping for hot air from his thick nostrils, looking very dissatisfied. It's absolutely impossible, let's stay calm and let the Tang family take the lead. Su Xiaoyu quickly stopped and said. Old Su, you are good at everything, but you are too timid. Han Jiwu raised his fist the size of a sandbag, and a confident smile appeared on his bearded face. If the people of the Tang family succeed at that time, wouldn't the credit be theirs? I, Han Jiwu, am not cowardly. Let's fight, and definitely rush to the forefront. Listening to Han Jiwu's words, Su Xiaoyu smiled wryly. This guy is still the same, with such an impulsive temper. Fortunately, he has become more obedient recently, otherwise he must have messed up this matter today. Fairy of the East China Sea, TSK, Tisk. Han Jiwu was fantasizing about something in his mind, and a lewd look appeared on his face from time to time, making Su Xiaoyu, who was watching from the side, filled with hatred. Su Xiaoyu is old and has already lost his ability in female sex, and has long since lost his thoughts, but Han Jiwu is different. Han Jiwu was an orphan adopted by the xuanhuan school in the early years. He was very talented in martial arts, so he spent a lot of effort to build up his cultivation, so he was able to have 100 years of cultivation in his 50s. There is no other example of such a person in the entire Jianghu. Even the head of the Long family, Long Moran, has not risen so fast in his cultivation, because Han Jiwu alone has spent hundreds of years of savings of the entire xuanhuan sect. Treasures of heaven and earth. Han Jiwu, who is in his 50s, is still like a wolf and a tiger in that area recently. He naturally has some evil thoughts about the beautiful fairy of the East China Sea. A group of disciples of the xuanhuan sect wearing fiery red shirts gathered in the passage hub, which made Yi Feng hesitate a bit. Should he move forward, or wait for a while? If they wait for the last batch of anesthesia guns to arrive, they might be arrested. The operation to capture Su Feiying is about to begin. Zhao Yibei and Ling Chen floated behind Yi Feng silently, without saying a word. They will do whatever Yi Feng tells them to do. Other than that, their only thing is to cultivate. For soul cultivators, cultivation not only determines their strength, but also determines their lifespan. We must all work hard. Yi Feng was wondering whether he should move forward, trying to see if he could go around, but at this moment, he felt a familiar aura coming from a passage ahead. Immediately afterwards, a familiar fairy voice came into his ears: cooperate as a teacher, to deal with them. Master. Yi Feng's heart trembled, he quickly straightened his mind, and stared intently. Of course he can't see where Su Feiying is now, but he can feel that Su Feiying is nearby, and he hates the group of Shenkwomen very much. Kill them all, unless the opponent's power is not something she can fight against. For example, the Mo family in Nanling, Su Feiying has nothing to do, but Han Jiwu, an insignificant and strong man in front of him, is nothing compared to the Mo family in Nanling. Master wants me to help. It seems that the injury must be serious, otherwise Han Jiwu, Su Xiaoyu, these guys are not her all-in-one enemies at all. Thinking in Yi Feng's heart, he immediately lost his scruples and showed his figure all of a sudden. Haha, grandchildren, what are you doing here? He swaggered out of the passageway, and appeared in front of a group of people from the xuanhuan sect in a black shirt. His purpose, of course, is to attract the attention of the group of people in front of him first, and then let Su Feiying take the opportunity to attack. With Su Feiying's cultivation base, the attack power of the immortal technique is many times stronger than his. Just give her a little time, can definitely kill a guy like Han Jiwu with one move. It has been a long time since I cooperated with the master to fight. Yi Feng couldn't remember clearly, but when he took a step forward and stood firmly in front of Han Jiwu and Su Xiaoyu, a surge of passion and impulse surged in his heart. At that time, Su Feiying accepted him as a disciple, so that one day he could help her, and even help her fight against the Nanling Mo family. Unfortunately, before that, the two of them teleported to the earth together with the Fire Cloud Demon Lord. Yi Feng, Su Xiaoyu and Han Jiwu's expressions changed at the same time. Su Xiaoyu's complexion became extremely bad, as if he had thought of some possibility, but Han Jiwu was taken aback for a moment, and then burst out laughing. This kid is Yi Feng, he looks delicate and tender, but Long Moran stumbled in the hands of this kid. Han Jiwu grinned, clenched a pair of iron fists that were bigger than sandbags, and made a click and click sound, which showed his profound cultivation. Han Jiwu had obviously heard of Yi Feng's name, but he never paid it much attention, thinking that no matter how capable a 20-year-old boy is, he can't be his opponent with 100 years of cultivation. In fact, this is exactly the case. If Yi Feng was alone, he really wouldn't dare to show up in such a blatant manner, but with Su Feiying by his side, he would have nothing to fear. I didn't come out to fight you. After Yi Feng ran out, he shook his head, paced and said, I'm here to help. Help? These words made Su Xiaoyu and Han Jiwu stunned at the same time. Yifeng knew what they were doing here. On behalf of the Long family and the Yi family, I'm here to help you catch that Eastern Sea Fairy. Yifeng chuckled. Do you know how much the Eastern Sea Fairy has, and what abilities she has? I don't know, but I do. When Su Xiaoyu and Han Jiwu heard this, their expressions changed. What else do you know? If you are here to help, please show your sincerity, otherwise you are not welcome here. Su Xiaoyu became vigilant. Yifeng's appearance here is definitely not a good omen for him, although Yifeng said he was here to help, but all fools know that this is definitely not the case. However, if they could get something out of Yifeng's mouth, then their confidence in this action would be a bit greater. The only thing that is uncertain is whether only Yifeng came to the Long family this time, or a large group of people. If a large group of people came, it would be difficult to handle. Although their intelligence on the ground is not strong enough, it was discovered that people from the Long family were coming, but no one knew whether the Long family would attack quietly. For a while, Su Xiaoyu and Han Jiwu both thought about it separately, while staring at Yifeng cautiously. If it is not necessary, they do not want to be enemies with the Long family. Yifeng paced back and forth, gradually approaching the place less than 10 meters away from the other party. Suddenly a cold light flashed in his eyes, his footsteps moved, and his figure rushed towards the other two like a shooting star. This scene surprised both of them at the same time. Yifeng launched a surprise attack on them. This kid really thought he was so powerful. Su Xiaoyu was still a little skeptical, but Han Jiwu's brain was so hot that he didn't even think about it. He gathered up a pair of fists that were bigger than sandbags and threw them at Yifeng. The fifth patriarch Haon Fist. Han Jiwu has a fiery temper in the first place, and the most unsightly thing is when others provoke him. Now that Yifeng took the initiative to attack him, of course he would not choose to avoid it. Since Yifeng wanted to fight with him, then he would go head-on and beat him to death with his fists. Smash. The fifth patriarch Haon Boxing is the housekeeping martial art of the xuanhuan school, and only core disciples can learn it. Han Jiwu's comprehension of this set of boxing skills has been perfected. The strength of these two punches came towards Yifeng, as if they were going to smash him to the ground instantly. Fuck, it's a bunker. Yifeng exclaimed. The power of the opponent's two fists far exceeded his expectations, not to mention being hit by him. Even if he was blown by the wind of his fist, he might be seriously injured. Sure enough, a century-old martial arts master is not that easy to deal with. Fortunately, Yifeng came out this time only for soy sauce. Void swordsmanship. With a flash of Yifeng's figure, he easily dodged the opponent's two punches, and a dark green sword light rushed towards Han Jiwu's face. Go away. Su Xiaoyu at the side watched Yifeng and Han Jiwu fight together, and immediately made this decision. He is cautious and cautious. He guessed that Yifeng's attack now would not be aimless, so he couldn't figure out what went wrong, so he decided to avoid it for the time being and run towards the entrance of the passage as fast as possible. To Su Xiaoyu's reaction, Han Jiwu immediately cursed, spouting saliva on his unshaven face. This old guy is too courageous. He was scared away like this. As soon as Su Xiaoyu ran away, the other disciples of the xuanhuan sect beside him saw that the situation was not good, and they also wanted to run away, but Han Jiwu faced Yifeng's sword light, and just snorted softly, his inner energy tightly wrapped around his arms. When he resisted Yifeng's sword with his arm, and there was no sign of being injured by the sword. 100 years of cultivation is much stronger than Yifeng's strength. However, just when Han Jiwu was about to raise his fist and hit the exit of the passage to prevent the disciples of the xuanhuan sect from leaving, a vision suddenly came from another passage behind him. He didn't notice that Yifeng deliberately lured him to a direction, and then turned his back to the passage where Su Feiying was. At this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Su Feiying made a move. A streamer of crystal-clear snow-white snow shadow quickly rushed out from the entrance of the passage, exuding bursts of bitter cold air, and instantly began to extend infinitely. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The snow shadow streamer wrapped Han Jiwu tightly like a rice dumpling, and then continued to extend, wrapping all the other disciples of the xuanhuan sect in one fell swoop. Su Feiying's noble and glamorous figure came out from the side passage. With a pull of her jade hand, all the people wrapped in the snow shadow streamer were pulled up, and they were stuck in the air on the stone walls around the entire stone room, like hanging mummies one by one. Stars fall. Su Feiying opened her small mouth slightly, and her hip-length hair fluttered. At the same time, several dark blue arrows formed in her hands, reflecting her perfect face, without a trace of blemish into blue, appearing mysterious and elegant. The second layer of immortal star burial arrows is called the falling stars, which can condense up to tens of thousands of star burial arrows at the same time. As soon as Su Feiying moved, 7 dark blue arrows shot towards the hanging disciple of xuanhuan sect, shining like the most glamorous flowers in the universe. Puff puff. Those ordinary disciples were killed in an instant like this, and Han Jiwu was not spared. He was shot in the chest by a dark blue arrow, his whole body trembled twice, and there was no more movement. Woo! Su Feiying snorted lightly, feeling a little sweetness in her mouth. She knew she must be injured again. Before dying, the Big Dipper fist Han Jiwu actually condensed his inner energy into a bundle of fist lights, and attacked Su Feiying along the snowy shadow streamer. Su Feiying's internal burns were still unhealed, and she ran into Han Jiwu, who also had 100 years of cultivation, suddenly couldn't resist it, was injured by the opponent. The combination of new and old injuries made her even weaker. There was no trace of blood on her fair and beautiful face, but her expression was as cold as ever, like an iceberg. It seemed that there was nothing in this world that could attract her attention. "Master, how are you?" Yifeng came from the side, frowning tightly. Unexpectedly, Han Jiwu could injure the current Su Feiying. It seems that her situation is not optimistic. If she meets Huiyun Demon Lord later, should she fight or not? It doesn't matter, the Demon Master's Yang deity has been destroyed by me. As long as I find his body, I will be able to get rid of him. Su Feiying pressed her heart, said lightly, then a cold light flashed in her eyes. She looked at the entrance of the passage. Su Xiaoyu, who had just escaped, turned around at this moment, and brought a large number of people to surround the passage hub. There was hardly any delay. Su Xiaoyu gave an order, and countless pulse guns, anesthesia guns, and blue light guns spewed out flames, aiming at the 2 people in the stone room. The fairy capture plan has been advanced, but the content has not changed, except that there is an extra Yifeng. When the white-bearded old man led a group of people to block the exit and pointed a large number of guns at them, Yifeng immediately sensed something was wrong. Walk. Without any hesitation, Su Feiying retracted the extended snow shadow streamer in an instant. Several corpses fell heavily to the ground. She grabbed Yifeng's arm, stepped lightly, and rolled Han Jiwu's staring corpse in front of her, blocking the hail of bullets all at once. Before he died, Han Jiwu gathered his internal energy in his whole body, making his body many times stronger than steel. Although he couldn't resist Su Feiying's falling stars, he could easily resist these blue light guns and pulse-suppressing guns. Break out. Su Feiying raised her pretty face and glanced at the entrance where Su Xiaoyu was. For her, she likes to go straight when doing things, and she doesn't like to turn around. She came to the ruins partly to kill the incarnation of the sun god of the fire-clad demon lord, and she has succeeded now, but the fire-clad demon lord is in the other direction of the ruins. Together with the teleportation array, it is not a place that can be reached by walking in this direction. In this case, Su Feiying definitely wants to break out, otherwise how can she find the location of the Huiyun Demon Lord and the teleportation array? Give. Yifeng quickly threw a healing pill. Su Feiying even gave him the storage ring, so she must have nothing on her body. Although the healing elixir is useless for fire injuries, it should still have some effect on Han Jiwu's fist injuries. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng didn't hesitate, instead he grabbed Su Feiying's arm. Now it's time for him to act. Although with Su Feiying's ability, it is very easy to break out of here, but if she is injured, she will obviously make the injury worse. This is not what Yifeng wants to see. But what to do with the other party? And Su Feiying obviously knew her own situation very well, but she was a little skeptical about whether Yifeng could bring her out of here, and thought that if necessary, she would still take action to help Yifeng. Yifeng didn't say much, he held Su Feiying in his arms, and then moved her footsteps, leading her to cast the second layer of the Fairy of Swift Shadows, and rushed towards the entrance of the passage at an extremely fast speed. He grabbed Han Jiwu's steel-like body, thinking that this guy is quite useful as a shield, but unfortunately, after this guy died, his body became softer and weaker, and he might not be able to block bullets soon up. Net gun. A fiber net moved towards where Yifeng was, but with a flash of dark green sword light, the fiber net was directly cut by Yifeng. Although these fiber nets are extremely strong, it is difficult to cut them even with a sharp weapon. Yifeng's true energy sword is more powerful than a sharp weapon, so naturally it can't stop Yifeng. Old man, get out of the way if you don't want to die. Yifeng snarled, he really had nothing to say to Su Xiaoyu, an old fox. It would be nice if everyone was as dumb as Han Jiwu, and there would be no more troubles. Yifeng, you want to break out of here, but you can't do it. At this time, Su Xiaoyu also began to become unyielding. His old expression was full of seriousness. Han Jiwu's death would be a great loss to the entire Xuanhuan sect, and it would even cause the Xuanhuan sect's status in the arena to plummet. If this loss is not recovered, the Xuanhuan sect will never recover from a slump, and will be reduced to an existence like the Yinxian sect that Yifeng swept away. Only by catching the Eastern Sea Fairy in front of me and drawing some words out of it can it be possible to make up for Han Jiwu's loss. Therefore, at this time it is impossible for Su Xiaoyu to back down. From the conversation between Yifeng and Su Feiying that he heard when he just arrived, Su Xiaoyu suddenly understood something, and felt even more that he couldn't let Su Feiying go. Yifeng's master is the Fairy of the East Sea. No wonder he was able to rise up in the rivers and lakes at such a fast speed, and even be able to confront such powerful beings as Long Moran, Tang Yu, and Tang Xian. How could Su Xiaoyu give up this chance to capture Su Feiying alive? However, the wish is beautiful, the reality is cruel. Swish, swish. After the two strange voices, two shadows appeared in the crowd beside Su Xiaoyu in an instant, and one after another, the filthy bone spears began to shoot in all directions. Zhao Yi and Ling Chen, who were hiding aside, finally launched a surprise attack. Who? This sudden attack made Su Xiaoyu's group of people all confused. They no longer dared to use the guns in their hands, and they all frantically avoided. However, some people were still shot by the dirty bone spear, and their vitality quickly disappeared. Su Xiaoyu punched 2 times, and bombarded the shadow where Zhao Yibei and Ling Chen were, but the 2 shadows were smashed into a ball of loose sand, which dissipated like black mist. This made Su Xiaoyu's face darken. What are these things, so weird? Just when Zhao Yibei and Ling Chen were making a mess among the crowd, Yifeng had already galloped along with Su Feiying. Immortal art, shield of the stars. Yifeng snorted secretly, and with one hand, a blue true energy shield spread from his side, covering both him and Su Feiying. Then Yifeng pointed Han Jiwu's body at Su Xiaoyu and threw it heavily, causing Su Xiaoyu to be in a hurry, and took Han Jiwu's gradually weakened body. Leave your life first. Yifeng quickly walked past Su Xiaoyu, smiled softly, pushed his legs away from the crowd, and ran out of the passage. Su Xiaoyu, who has cultivated for 80 years, is no longer invincible in Yifeng's eyes, but now his primary goal is not to deal with Su Xiaoyu, but to take Su Feiying out of this place. Stop, boy. Su Xiaoyu was extremely angry, and punched Yifeng behind, but the force of the fist hit the Qinqing shield, although it broke the true energy shield, it failed to move forward and hurt Yifeng. And the group of people he brought didn't dare to stop the ferocious Yifeng one by one, they all made way for one another. Even Han Jiwu was killed, how dare they face Yifeng's sharpness? It's the puppies that stand still. Yifeng chuckled, supported Su Feiying by the waist, his footsteps were windy, and he ran along the passage, without a trace, in an instant. Feeling the warmth of Yifeng running with her, Su Feiying was a little surprised for a while. She swept her consciousness and found the two soul cultivators behind Yifeng. She was shocked. She didn't expect Yifeng to actually cultivated two soul cultivators. When Yifeng went to the East China Sea to find her, he told Zhao Yi and Ling Chen to wait for them on the shore, so Su Feiying did not expect that these two people who had just become soul cultivators on the islands could have a 10-year relationship so quickly. Shui. Even if there are enough natural treasures, two people need to solidify the 3 souls and 7 souls day and night, otherwise, how can it be possible to raise the upper limit of cultivation to 10 years and 2 months? Thinking of this, Su Feiying breathed a sigh of relief. With these 2 soul cultivators, they can play a great role in dealing with martial arts in this world. Let's save her power to deal with the Huiyun Demon Lord. I don't know if the teleportation array in the ruins is still broken. Outside the passage, in the large sandpit at the entrance of the ruins, the 4 elders of Meilan Juju in Tai Chi Hall were discussing something. The wall of fire that they encountered under the passage on this side really made them a little bit reluctant. The 4 elders in the Tai Chi Hall are of different heights, fat and thin, and there is a woman among them, who is of course an old woman. I heard that something went wrong with Elder Chen a few days ago. Could it be that the Chunyang Baojian was really taken away? This matter should be true, but I don't know who did it. No matter who it is, my Tai Chi palace will definitely fight with it forever. This matter is the responsibility of Elder Chen, so we can ignore it. It's just that the current firewall is difficult to pass, and the Tang family and the Xuanhuan sect are also making a lot of noise on the opposite side. Several people were discussing something, but they quickly turned their eyes to the other side. Opposite the 4 entrances of the ruins on their side are the entrances of the Xuanhuan Gate and the passage guarded by disciples of the Tang family, but at this moment, a man and a woman walked out of it hand in hand. It's Yifeng. Of course, the 4th elder of Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum in the Taiji Hall had seen Yifeng's photo, and recognized him right now, but who was that arrogant and glamorous beautiful woman next to Yifeng? Soon someone thought of the fairy of the East China Sea. It's the fairy from the East China Sea who was kidnapped by Yifeng. The tall and thin old man Elder Zhu patted his head and pointed towards the opposite side. All the martial arts guards at the entrance of the bunker were shocked. The fairy of the East China Sea appeared in front of them alive like this? All of them quickly cast their eyes on the snow-white and glamorous woman. Catch them! The 4 elders of Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum immediately made a decision, and with a wave of their hands, the disciples from the surrounding Tai Chi Hall rushed towards the 2 people on the opposite side. Come and chase after someone. Yifeng, who was wearing a black shirt, laughed loudly, turned around and ran away holding Su Feiying. Stop! Everyone rushed to catch up, leaving only a few disciples guarding the entrance of the bunker. Yifeng, who was in the dark, suddenly showed an evil smile. What just appeared in front of them was not the real Yifeng and Su Feiying at all, but the illusion formed by Zhao Yi and Ling Chen's temporary condensed soul body, deliberately appearing to lure others away. The real Yifeng and Su Feiying, who were still hiding in the side passage and did not show up, finally seized the opportunity and appeared immediately. Puff! Puff! Silently, Yifeng approached the 4 entrances of the Tai Chi Hall incognito, and then killed the guarding disciples one by one. Facing these guys with 20 or 30 years of cultivation, Yifeng solved them all without any effort. Then Yifeng beckoned and led Su Feiying all the way into the entrance of the passage. Seeing Yifeng act so smoothly, Su Feiying secretly praised in her heart, her apprentice did not teach in vain. It seems that Yifeng has already learned most of the things in the world of cultivating immortals. As long as Yifeng's cultivation level rises, even in the world of cultivating immortals, he can make a name for himself, let alone on this earth now. Of course, the people on the earth cannot be ignored. Although martial arts are relatively backward, they still have extremely strong technological strength, which is beyond the reach of the world of cultivating immortals. Su Feiying shook her head without thinking too much. Following Yifeng, she entered the entrance of the ruins on the other side, and immediately felt a bit of hot air in the passageway here. It seems that the Fire Cloud Demon Master has been hiding here for a long time. I just don't know, did the Huiyun Demon Master find the teleportation array? The Demon Lord Huiyun doesn't have a star compass like Su Feiying, so he doesn't necessarily know that there is a teleportation array in this ruins, but the other party has been in this place for a long time, and it is still very likely that he will find the teleportation array. According to the information obtained in advance, Yifeng advanced quickly in the yellow sand passage, and felt the hot and dry air more and more, with gusts of warm wind blowing out from inside. He had already known the route leading to the wall of fire in advance, and he was already familiar with the road at this time, moving quickly through the ruins passage with 9 twists and 18 turns, and soon the surrounding air became hotter and hotter. Along the way, many disciples of the Tai Chi Hall could be seen patrolling the passage, but Yifeng quietly dealt with them, releasing fireballs to easily destroy the corpses and wipe out the traces. In the ruins, all means of communication cannot be used. If you accidentally hang up a few people, you really won't be noticed by other people in the Tai Chi Hall so quickly. As for the Xuanhuan sect and the Tang family, except for Su Xiaoyu, the leaders had already died, and there was no threat to Yifeng, so he didn't bother. A wall of fire is in sight. Yifeng and Su Feiying came to the entrance of a passage, and found that this passage was the key to the central part of the entire ruins, but it was blocked by a wall of fire. Can move forward. This is the extremely flaming barrier cast by the Fire Cloud Demon Master. The temperature of the flame has been so high that it condenses into substance, but it will not damage the stone wall next to it at all. It is an excellent fairy technique used to block the way. Here, Yifeng couldn't absorb the power of the stars, and he gathered the star-burying arrows to pierce through the extreme flame barrier. Go over the side. Yifeng thought about it, and immediately made a decision. The stone wall of this relic is very hard, at least with the means of the Tai Chi Hall. It has not been broken through for so many days, so it is helpless to deal with this wall of fire. Even Demon Lord Huiyun and Su Feiying have nothing to do with the walls of the ruins, because they are too hard. If they want to break through the wall and take another path, it will take several times more time than their normal progress. But it was much better for Yifeng. The true energy sword condensed by Long Jiangujia has reached a level of sharpness that even Su Feiying can't help but amaze. When Yifeng cultivated for 15 years, he was able to cut through the hull of a nuclear submarine with his true energy sword. Although the stone wall of this relic is harder and thicker than the hull of a nuclear submarine, Yifeng's strength has also improved. One sword. Under Su Feiying's astonished gaze, Yifeng slashed with his sword, breaking through the stone wall beside the ruins. A series of esoteric and incomprehensible runes appeared in the gaps in the cracked stone wall, causing Yifeng and Su Feiying's expressions to change. Aren't these all the words of the ancient world of cultivating immortals? This ruin is indeed related to the world of cultivating immortals. This made Su Feiying feel hopeful. The 2 teleportation arrays in front are relatively inferior buildings, so they are naturally damaged after such a long time. But the teleportation array in the ruins in front of me shouldn't be so easily damaged, right? Let's go, Master. As Yifeng said, sword after sword, a passageway that could accommodate one person appeared in front of the 2 of them. With the sharpness of the true Qi sword, they did not encounter any obstacles, and the entire ruins were extremely secure. There is no sign of shaking after passing through a passage. Obviously, it is not without reason that it can be preserved for such a long time. They must be there. Hurry up. At this moment, the 4 elders of Meilan Zhuju of Tai Chi Hall finally came back, saw the passage dug out by Yifeng at a glance, and their faces changed drastically. How was this passage dug out? You must know that they have been busy for several days, using all scientific means and the power of the Tai Chi Hall, but they failed to dig out the stone wall of this relic, and Yifeng and the fairy from the East China Sea dug such a long passage in a short time? The 4th elder's face was solemn, and he led a group of Tai Chi Hall disciples into the passageway in a file. At this time, Yifeng and Su Feiying had already dug the entire passage, bypassed the fire wall, and returned to the original ancient passage in the ruins. A gust of hot air rushed towards the face. The fire cloud demon master hid here for too long. Even the breath of flames rushed far away. Yifeng and Su Feiying felt it from afar. They're coming after them. Su Feiying heard the chaotic footsteps coming from the 100-meter-long passage behind, and immediately knew that those people from the martial arts were chasing after her. It's all right. Let's hide. Yifeng rolled his eyes and thought of a brilliant idea. He pulled Su Feiying to a corner in the passage, and quickly used the blindfold and invisibility techniques, enveloping him and Su Feiying in it. If you don't look carefully, the 4 elders of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum passing by will definitely not be able to spot the 2 of them. Su Feiying immediately understood Yifeng's idea. It was to let the people from the Taiji Hall rush to the front to take the lead. If the Huiying Demon Lord and the 4 elders of the Taiji Hall fought, then Yifeng and her would be able to benefit from each other. She was afraid that Yifeng's cultivation base was too low, and the invisibility technique he used was not safe enough, so she leaned close to Yifeng, waved her jade hand, and used the invisibility technique with 100 years of cultivation base shaped together in it. Under the current circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for the 4 elders of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum to find the 2 of them. Sure enough, the 4 old men led a group of about 10 Tai Chi disciples, and quickly passed through the passage dug by Yifeng. After coming out, they looked back at the extremely flaming barrier. All of them looked very bad. Because they never thought about it. Yifeng and Su Feiying possessed such a terrifying method. They could dig such a passage in such a hard stone wall of the ruins. They were lured away just now. They soon found out that those 2 were just illusions. They immediately realized something was wrong. They turned back and ran into the passage. But unexpectedly, they came a step too late. They failed to block Yifeng and Su Feiying. It's okay, Mr. Zhu. You go back and call for backup. Let's take this opportunity to investigate the depths of the ruins first. The elderly old woman was Elder Mei. Her face was covered with wrinkles. She said to Elder Zhu, who looked like a bamboo pole. As soon as this remark came out, several other people also spoke out one after another. Let Elder Zhu go back alone and seek support from the headquarters of the Tai Chi Hall outside. They first entered the depths of the ruins to investigate the truth. This made Elder Zhu very unhappy. Nima. If there is something good in the depths of the ruins, wouldn't it be taken away by the 3 old guys? But the 3 of them unanimously asked him to go back. He can only obey the majority. Of course, he must be I'm upset. Elder Zhu turned and left. Things here are a bit abnormal. Moreover, the situation of the Tang family and Shenkwenman seems to be wrong. It is indeed necessary to notify the headquarters of the Tai Chi Hall. Let them send out additional staff. As for the depths of the ruins now, as long as the 3 elders Mei, Lan, and Zhu don't go deep into the ruins rashly, there should be no problem. After all, the three elders together have cultivated for nearly 300 years. Absolutely no one in this world can easily defeat all three of them. They didn't think about it. What if the face is not something in this world? Under the influence of Su Feiying's invisibility technique, the two successfully deceived the eyes and ears of everyone in the Taiji Hall. After Elder Zhu left, the three elders Mei, Lan, and Zhu showed expressions of successful schemes, and they all took steps towards each other. Go deep into the ruins. Among the four elders of Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum, Elder Zhu has the best relationship with the current head of Taiji Hall. He has an advantage in the upcoming head election. Therefore, the other three elders are dissatisfied. Expensive. Just to prevent him from getting credit for this operation. Seeing a group of people walking in, Yi Feng and Su Feiying followed behind and moved forward quietly. Yi Feng smelled the faint fragrance from Su Feiying's body next to him. It felt like a world away. Su Feiying, who had always been brave and diligent, rarely had such moments of caution. But in order to deal with the Fire Cloud Demon Lord, she had to be cautious. Su Feiying turned her face to the side, glanced at Yi Feng inadvertently, and there was a hint of relief on her delicate face. In the realm of cultivating immortals, due to lack of resources, Yi Feng's talent could not be revealed. But after coming to the earth, Yi Feng grew rapidly. As long as he is given a certain amount of time, he can even fight against Emojoga. Of course, what he relies on is the earth. Abundant resources of heaven, material, and earth treasures. It is no longer inferior to the Nanling Imo family. Of course, it is absolutely impossible for Yi Feng to fight against the entire Nanling Imo family. Even if Yi Feng has 200 or 300 years of cultivation, it will be very difficult for him alone. Unless... Su Feiying lightly scanned the two soul cultivators following with her divine sense. Obviously, Yi Feng still pays great attention to cultivating his own power on the earth. When this power grows, and with Long Wanner, the 7th rank immortal vein jade body, beside him, it is really possible to fight against the Nanling Imo family. But it is impossible for Su Feiying to pin her hopes on Yi Feng. She has always been a competitive person. Even if Yi Feng can fight against the Nanling Imo family, her achievements will definitely be higher at that time. As a master, she will be surpassed by her disciples. This is very difficult for Su Feiying to accept. A group of people from the Taiji Palace walked in front, while Yi Feng and Su Feiying followed behind. They could feel the air in the tunnel getting hotter and hotter. There were even tongues of fire gushing out from some corners. It was obviously far away from where the Fire Cloud Demon Lord was. Getting closer. Although the bottom leads in all directions, it does not prevent the three elders of the Taiji Hall from finding the right path. They just need to walk towards the hotter passage. Could it be some fire-type treasure? Qin Jianxiong lost the treasure of pure yang, but they found the treasure of the fire element. In this way, one trades off the other. In the upcoming head election, Qin Jianxiong will have no advantage at all. The three elders Mei, Lan, and Zhu were thinking. Their hearts were a little hot, and their footsteps were getting faster and faster. Soon, everyone gradually approached the central location of the entire ruins. Right here. Stop. Suddenly, Su Feiying grabbed Yi Feng and made him hide behind a corner of a stone wall. At the same time, she stopped and hid together. The Fire Cloud Demon Lord is right ahead. As soon as her crisp words fell, a large group of exclamations suddenly came from the front. It was the three elders, Mei, Lan, and Zhu, of the Taiji Hall and a dozen or so disciples. Originally, they moved forward happily and hurriedly. But when they got here, they all seemed to see a ghost. They wished they could quickly return to the ground outside the ruins. Not far from the corner where Yi Feng and Su Feiying are, there is an extremely wide central hall of the ruins. In the hall, there is a huge monster resting. It is the Fire Cloud Demon Lord. It was a giant tauren with a height of 4 meters and a body full of flames. Even the eyes looked a little weak. The incomparable power scared everyone in the Tai Chi Hall. What kind of monster is this? A group of people in the Tai Chi Hall never expected that they would run into such a monster when they ran so hard to come under the ruins. They were clearly chasing Yi Feng and the Fairy of the East China Sea. Could it be that the monster in front of them had some connection with those two? Everyone in the Tai Chi Hall thought this way one after another, and they were all in doubt. In the wide hall, the Huiyun Demon Lord stood upright, taller than 2 people overlapping each other. One had a fierce bull head and was covered in flames. When he found everyone in the Tai Chi Hall, the flames all over his body gradually condensed, wearing flame armor, mighty and extraordinary. A wave of heat, followed by the Huiyun Demon Lord's deep breath, swept towards the surroundings, forcing everyone in the Tai Chi Hall to retreat steadily, and finally some people couldn't stand it anymore, turned around and wanted to run away with screams. "Mom, what the hell is this?" A white-faced young man with greasy hair and pink face showed incomparable panic on his face, and rushed back towards the way he came from. Moo! The Fire Cloud Demon Lord let out a domineering howl, and suddenly spewed out a mouthful of fire. Boom! The white-faced young man with greasy hair and powdered noodles was burned to charcoal all at once, and he only had time to let out a heart-piercing scream. It seems that the person burned to death by the Fire Cloud Demon Master was more painful than Yi Feng's fireball. "You guys, what should you do to disturb the peace of my Vulcan?" Huiyun Yaozhu spoke in a rough voice. His whole body was covered with a layer of flame armor. He looked like a god descending from the earth, and what he said surprised everyone in the Tai Chi Hall. What kind of Vulcan could this flaming cow demon be? Crap! Naturally, everyone in the Tai Chi Hall didn't believe it, but one fact that couldn't be questioned was that they were absolutely no match for the bull monster in front of them. The domineering image of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord directly frightened the group of people in the Tai Chi Hall to pee, and they couldn't even produce a trace of resistance. Even the 3 elders, Mei, Lan, and Zhu, had ever-changing complexions. They don't have consciousness, so it is impossible to detect the strength of the thing in front of them. A fight with the Fire Cloud Demon Master? The 3 elders Mei, Lan, and Zhu didn't know what to do. With their cultivation base, if they escape separately, someone will definitely escape, but if they fight this flame bull demon, no one knows what will happen. As the elders lived older, they naturally cherished their own lives more, but some of the disciples of the Tai Chi Hall didn't think so. Fight with him. With 3 elders here, we definitely have a chance of winning. A young disciple who seemed to be quite a leader gave a loud shout, and walked to the front of the team first, facing the Fire Cloud Demon Master, who seemed like a god alone. Compared with Huiyun Demon Lord, this young disciple is just like a child, but he is happy and fearless, with a sudden sense of pride. It seemed that they were infected by his spirit, and seeing the miserable end of the greasy-haired and flower-faced youth who wanted to escape, the rest of the Tai Chi Hall disciples also ignited their fighting spirit one by one. Even if it is the Flame Bull Demon, it is by no means an opponent for them to join forces with the 3 elders. 9 good young people stood in front of them all at once, and cast their hopeful eyes on the 3 elders, Mei, Lan, and Zhu. These 2 old men and an old woman were stunned for a moment. What the hell, are these boys looking for death? Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, and they can be forgiven for courting death, but don't drag them along. The 3 elders Mei, Lan, and Zhu looked at each other, and the wrinkled old woman, Elder Mei, immediately shouted, "That's right, this monster will not be our opponent in Tai Chi Hall, let's kill it together." As soon as these words were finished, a group of Tai Chi Hall disciples immediately cheered, but then something happened that made them despair. But seeing that Elder Mei just finished shouting this sentence, he immediately turned around and ran away. At the same time, he performed a Taijiquan move of the wild horse's mane, and waved his fat arm in the direction of the disciples of the Tai Chi Hall. The function of the wild horse's main splitting technique is to use the principle of releasing internal energy to push the people around the body away. At this moment, the 9 disciples of the Tai Chi Hall were pushed towards the direction of the Fire Cloud Demon Master. Elder Mei actually wanted to kill them and ran away by himself. Grief and indignation welled up on the faces of a group of people. This Elder Mei is too shameless. Immediately afterwards, Elder Lan and Elder Ju immediately followed in Elder Mei's footsteps, sprinting, trying to slip out. It's a pity that the Huiyun Demon Lord is not a monster without IQ, he is much smarter than some human beings. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but smile. Jia, his whole body suddenly turned into flames, and then ignored those people. The young disciples of the Tai Chi Hall stopped in the direction where the 3 elders were leaving. The Huiyun Demon Master is a demon cultivator in the world of cultivating immortals, and he also has divine consciousness. Of course, he has figured out the level of cultivation of the people present. As long as the 3 elders are removed, the remaining guys will not threaten him at all. Want to run? The Fire Cloud Demon Lord turned into flames very quickly, and suddenly appeared in front of the old lady Mei, who turned around and ran. Boom! As soon as the bull demon opened its mouth, it knew if there was one. The flame spewed out and directly wrapped Elder Mei's body in it. The super high temperature made her involuntarily condense into an inner air shield to resist. The 2 sides were in a stalemate for a while, but in the end it was Fire Cloud Demon who had the superior skill and turned Elder Mei's body into ashes amidst screams. This scene surprised Elder Lan and Elder Ju, who also wanted to escape just now. Even Elder Mei has persisted for so long, so it seems that the Flame Bull Demon is not very strong? If I had known that the 3 would join forces, they would definitely be able to get rid of it. The 2 elders felt a little regretful in their hearts. They looked at each other and nodded at each other, thinking that it is not too late to join hands. With a movement of their footsteps, the 2 galloped towards Huiyun Demon Lord from 2 directions, respectively. Jia. Do you know what fairy art is? The Fire Cloud Demon Lord recondensed into a 4-meter-tall bull-headed monster, laughed loudly, and threw out his 2 arms wrapped in flame armor. Fairy? Of course, Elder Lan and Elder Ju didn't understand, but now they had no choice but to speak out. Look at the move, Tai Chi sword. Tai Chi, move forward and beat. The 2 elders shouted loudly, concentrating their inner energy in their palms, and launched their most violent attacks towards the Huiyun Demon Lord. Immortal art, Flame Dragon Chaos. The 2 arms of the Fire Cloud Demon Master stretched out in an instant, becoming 2 long flame dragons, and immediately uttered 2 dragon roars, grasping Elder Lan and Elder Ju in his hands from a distance with lightning speed. Die! A cruel look appeared on the ferocious bull face of the Huiyun Demon Lord, and the flame was really angry. Boom! Boom! The bodies of the 2 old men who were held tightly by the flame dragon exploded suddenly, turning into a piece of flesh and blood. The 3 elders of the Tai Chi Hall, who were all powerful in the martial arts world, were crushed by the Fire Cloud Demon Lord, just like this. At this moment, in the eyes of the disciples in the Tai Chi Hall, the Huiyun Demon Lord not only scared them, but also gave them a sigh of relief, because the 3rd elder abandoned them and ran away, but died first. This is undoubtedly something they like to hear and see. But next, shouldn't it be their turn? The young man with leadership demeanor felt unwilling, and as soon as he gritted his teeth, he decided to take a risk and negotiate with the Fire Cloud Demon Lord. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Huiyun Demon Lord, who had just killed the 3 elders, before he had time to catch his breath, suddenly encountered a much stronger attack than before. Su Feiying and Yi Feng, who had been hiding aside for a long time, attacked at the same time. When the Huiyun Demon Lord killed the 3 elders of the Tai Chi Hall, it was when he was most relaxed. Yi Feng and Su Feiying chose this moment to attack suddenly. In the astonished eyes of the 9 Taiji Hall disciples, a snow-white streamer suddenly rolled out from the side, wrapping around the Huiyun demon lord like a white lightning. The flame on the Huiyun demon lord's body is a high-temperature flame that can melt even a sharp weapon. It can kill people with a single mouthful, but it has no effect on this snow-white streamer. Even after being engulfed by this streamer, the flames on Huiyun demon lord's body still showed signs of being suppressed. You must know that Su Feiying's snow shadow streamer is her talisman, a spiritual weapon. Like a shroud, the streamer of snow shadow completely wraps around the entire body of Huiyun demon lord, making it airtight. Ho 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 frost. The fire cloud demon lord didn't notice for a while, and was completely entangled by Su Feiying's snow shadow streamer. He roared angrily and called out Su Feiying's nickname in the world of cultivating immortals, Fairy Ice. Caught you. Su Feiying's cold voice spread throughout the audience, connected to the white jade-like snow shadow streamer in Yu's hand. She floated out like a fairy, and appeared in front of the group of Taiji Hall disciples. Her hip-length hair is like a waterfall, and her graceful and slender figure under a long snow-white dress is so perfect that people want to swallow their mouths and rush straight up, but when they see her exquisite face immediately, they can't help it. It will make people daunting again, because her eyes are too cold, like ice that has been frozen for thousands of years. It is almost impossible to look directly at her. As soon as she appeared, all the young disciples in the Tai Chi Hall stared wide-eyed, and all of them lost their ability to think. How could there be such a beauty in the world? Not only the male disciples, but even the 3 female disciples in that group showed expressions of envy and jealousy. The women who appeared here are too beautiful. How can they live like vulgar fans? They are much more beautiful than the so-called beauties who rely on makeup in the world, but compared to this cold woman in a long skirt in front of them, they are nothing, like green leaves against red flowers, dark stars against the sun and moon. Senior, stop. At this moment, among the 9 disciples of the Tai Chi Hall, the young man who was quite the leader unexpectedly realized that he immediately took a step forward and shouted loudly. All he thinks about now is to save his life. Neither the subdued flame bull demon nor the beautiful woman who appeared now were powerful beings that he could imagine. The only thing he wanted was to do everything possible to save his life. And the best way is to let 2 powerful existences fight to the death, and they can take advantage of the opportunity to slip away, and even take advantage of it. In this regard, he came up with a strategy, that is to stand on the side of the fire cloud demon master first, use the 3 inches of immortality to influence the actions of the beautiful woman, and help the fire cloud demon master. However, his calculation was wrong. You just stay there. Yi Feng's figure appeared from the side, standing with a sword in his hand, like a door god, blocking the 9 Taiji Hall disciples, not letting them disturb Su Feiying's handling of Huiyun demon lord. You. The young man with leadership demeanor saw Yi Feng at the first sight, and couldn't help but froze. Isn't this guy Yi Feng? His name is Yang Tsung, and he is usually one of Chen Hui's followers, but this time he was sent to the desert to carry out a mission and separated from Chen Hui. Yang Baojian was robbed, and the memory of Yi Feng still stays in the time when he destroyed the Inxian sect and punched Chen Hui away at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly meeting Yi Feng here. Yang Tsung thought in his heart, if he killed Yi Feng here, and then successfully left the ruins, wouldn't he have made a great contribution? At least Chen Hui should appreciate him very much, and he might become Chen Hui's confidant from now on. Yang Tsung clearly knew how humiliating Yi Feng's punch was to Chen Hui at the foot of the Inxian sect. Now that beautiful woman is confronting the flaming bull demon, and 9 of them surround and kill Yi Feng, isn't this a 100% possible thing? Just do what you think. The god of Vulcan is merciful and generous. He let us go and killed the treacherous elders, Mei, Lan and Ju. We should do something for him. Yang Tsung immediately raised his head, stared at Yi Feng and shouted, Yi Feng, the accomplice who killed that woman, will definitely distract that woman. As long as Vulcan breaks free, we can leave here alive. As soon as he said this, the disciples of the Tai Chi Hall behind him also felt that it made sense. This so-called Vulcan does not seem to be killing innocent people indiscriminately. It seems that there is no difference in helping him now, but they always feel that something is wrong, but they can't think of it. Under the temptation of Yang Tsung, a group of people looked at Yi Feng with a bit of murderous intent in their eyes. Yi Feng listened to the other parties yelling, and there was a chill in his eyes. These guys are working for tigers, and they thought that Huiyun Demon Lord was a good person. Once the Huiyun Demon Lord is out of trouble, these guys will definitely die without a place to die. Since the opponent wants to attack Yi Feng, there is no need for Yi Feng to be polite. Swish. Yi Feng took out the pure yang mirror from the storage ring, and a mirror shining with golden light suddenly appeared in the wide hall, blinding the eyes of the 9 disciples of the Tai Chi Hall. Isn't this the pure yang Baojian? How could it be in Yi Feng's hands? Yi Feng wanted to test the combat power of Chunyang Baojian. Anyway, a group of scum with a cultivation base of about 30 years is not worthy of him performing void sword dance. Letting you die under the treasure of your own sect is considered a great mercy. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth turned up slightly, making a smile, but in the eyes of Yang Tsung and other 9 people, this smile looked evil and strange like a demon. Why is the pure yang Baojian in Yi Feng's hands? Yang Tsung was unable to figure this out until his death. The holy radiance flashed by, Yi Feng held the pure yang treasure mirror, pointed at Yang Tsung's position, and immediately a ball of extremely flaming fire flew out, shining like a small sun. The function of the spirit weapon is that the power of the fairy art casted by the spirit weapon will be partially amplified. For example, when Su Feiying killed Han Jiwu just now, it was the falling stars cast through the snow shadow streamer. And Yi Feng is now using the pure yang Baojian to cast the extreme flamed fireball, which is 30% more powerful than his empty-handed fireball. When the dazzling white fireball blasted towards Yang Tsung, the young man hadn't recovered from the shock just now, and when he was in a hurry to avoid it, it was already too late. As soon as he moved his footsteps, the extremely flaming fireball exploded where he was originally. The violent white light and true energy were stronger than real explosives, and the tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature instantly burned the 4 people around him. Not even the dregs left behind. Counting the increase of Chunyang Baojian, Yi Feng can fight head-on with martial arts masters of 50 or 60 years, not to mention these disciples of Tai Chi Hall who have only been cultivated for about 30 years. The power of a fireball directly horrified the rest of the Tai Chi Hall disciples. What is the origin of Yi Feng? The rumor that he could release a fireball turned out to be true. And the most critical question is why the damn Chunyang Baojian is in his hands. No one answered their question. After seeing Su Feiying's technique of falling stars just now, Yi Feng also had a little understanding of the second-level technique of the burial star arrow. Immediately, with a wave of his right hand, his true energy was once again condensed on the Chunyang Baojian. Not long ago, Yi Feng could only dodge against the 30-year-old martial arts fighters, but now he can face a group of them alone, which shows that his actual combat ability has increased rapidly. Fairy art, Starfall. Yi Feng turned with one hand, and 5 dark blue arrows condensed out of the pure yang mirror at once, shooting towards the remaining 5 people like sharp blue light gun bullets. Perhaps because the attributes of the burial star arrow do not match with the pure yang Baojian, Yi Feng realized that the increase in the power of the star burial arrow is not as obvious as that of the Jian fireball just now, but this does not mean that the pure yang Baojian is not good for him. Useless. Since the dragon sword ancient Jia Zhen Qi sword cannot be regarded as a magic weapon, using the Zhen Qi sword to perform immortal arts will not increase its power. This pure yang treasure sword is still very useful to Yi Feng. It's a pity that if Yi Feng wanted to use void sword technique and dragon slaying sword Qi, Yi Feng had to pass the dragon sword ancient Jia Zhen Qi sword, and even change to another sword, which made Yi Feng feel a little regretful. Of course, the ancient dragon sword ring is his most important property now, and he will not let it fall into the hands of others with all his might. Just now, the aftermath of the extremely hot fireball explosion hadn't ended yet, and Yi Feng's arrows of falling stars killed the remaining 5 disciples of the Tai Chi Hall who hadn't had time to react. Fireballs destroy corpses. Killers are always killed. If you want to kill, you must have the consciousness of being killed. Yi Feng shook his head and sighed. He didn't kill innocent people indiscriminately, but the other party wanted his life, so he had no choice but to fight back. Meanwhile, Huiyun Demon Lord and Su Feiying at the side finally reached the end of the stalemate. Han Bing, you let me go, I have something to say. The Fire Cloud Demon Master was entangled with the Snow Shadow Streamer, and because the Yang God was killed by Su Feiying, so the current strength could not break free from the shackles. After struggling for a long time, he finally compromised with Su Feiying, but he did not give up his resistance, because he knew that as soon as he gave up his resistance, Su Feiying would definitely roll him into a meat paste. The main body of Huiyun Demon Lord is a bull. He is called Demon Lord only after he cultivated to become an adult. He has suffered a lot of hardships along the way, so he is absolutely not willing to die at the hands of Su Feiying like this. Even if you want to die, you can't die in this foreign country. If it's begging for mercy, forget it. Su Feiying's cold voice sounded. It was obvious that she did not intend to let Demon Lord Huiyun go. Starting from the world of cultivating immortals, the Demon Lord Huiyun harassed her repeatedly because of her beauty, and finally was sent to Earth because of the war between the two sides. This made Su Feiying hold back a sigh of resentment. As long as the Fire Cloud Demon Master is eliminated, even if she cannot return to the world of cultivating immortals, she will be able to settle down on the Earth. It's not begging for mercy, it's just cooperation. When Huiyun Demon Lord said this, his rough voice revealed a trace of mystery and expectation. You have a star compass, so you should know that there is a teleportation array in this relic. I have been recuperating here for several months, and I have already found the teleportation array. It's just to activate the teleportation array, but there's still something missing. What's the difference? Sure enough, when Su Feiying heard the news of the teleportation array, she immediately frowned slightly and asked. Insufficient strength, with me or you alone, it is absolutely impossible to activate the teleportation array, but if you join, it will be different. Full of confidence, Fire Cloud Demon Lord spoke out the information he had. Where is the teleportation array? Of course, Su Feiying would not just believe the other party's words like this. She had to wait until she saw the teleportation array to be sure of the details, so she would not let the Huiyun Demon Lord go easily anyway. Pass through the main hall, turn left twice, and you will arrive at a secret room. The Demon Master Huiyun didn't hesitate, and said it directly. Yi Feng heard it from a distance, and frowned slightly. He felt that what the Huiyun Demon Lord said seemed to be true, but if this was the case, he couldn't kill the Huiyun Demon Lord if he wanted to open the teleportation array. I don't know what decision Su Feiying will make. Yi Feng shook his head. Let Su Feiying make the decision on such matters. Su Feiying has much more experience in cultivating immortals than him. She should have encountered many similar situations. How to deal with such matters should be know what's on your mind. Go and see first. Su Feiying lifted her jade hand, and dragged behind Huiyun Demon Lord, who was wrapped in a snow shadow streamer into rice dumplings. The Huiyun Demon Lord, who was originally 4 meters tall, was wrapped in snow shadow streamers like a mummy, and was only less than 3 meters long, without even a trace of flame showing through. One can imagine that the snow shadow, the strength of the streamer is so tightly wrapped. The key plus the current strength comparison between Su Feiying and Huiyun Demon Lord, it is impossible for Huiyun Demon Lord to escape. According to the route given by the Fire Cloud Demon Lord, Yi Feng followed Su Feiying to a closed stone room. He walked beside the fire cloud demon lord who was being dragged along the way, and he could feel the transmission from the other party. The bursts of heat come. Outside the door of the stone room space where the teleportation array is located, there are several stone pillars with torches lit, which are completely different from other places in the ruins that are illuminated by night pearls. If the tomb robbers came to this ruins, they would definitely make a fortune, but to Yifeng and Su Feiying, the Yi Mingzhu was nothing at all, and if they grabbed a lot of things in the world of cultivating immortals, they would be as rotten as stones. When Yifeng passed by the entrance of the stone room, he swept the torches on the stone pillars with his spiritual consciousness, and immediately felt that the temperature on them was astonishing. It was definitely not an ordinary flame, and it felt different from the fire of the fire cloud demon lord. I don't know how many years this relic has existed. It is a miracle that these torches can still burn. This is amazing in the world of cultivating immortals. Following Su Feiying step by step into the only passage leading to the stone room, Yifeng could only feel a sense of simplicity and vicissitudes, and at the same time, the surrounding space became a little unreal, just like before performing void swordsmanship. This teleportation array is really not broken. Yifeng was overjoyed. At this time, he finally followed Su Feiying into the stone room, and when he looked around, he was immediately attracted by an ancient teleportation array in the center. It is a larger and older teleportation array than the damaged teleportation array on Changbai Mountain and under the East China Sea. The whole body is carved with extremely hard materials, and various esoteric and mysterious characters are engraved on it. The material of this teleportation array alone is probably the top refining material in the world of cultivating immortals. This is wealth that makes all the top forces jealous in the world of cultivating immortals. Yifeng couldn't help but think this way, but at this moment, the situation in the field changed suddenly. Hey, Han Bing, you trapped me to death. Huiyun Demon Lord let out a roar, a powerful aura erupted, and when Su Feiying and Yifeng were attracted by the ancient teleportation formation, he wanted to take the opportunity to break free from Su Feiying's shackles. It's a pity that Su Feiying has been on guard against this for a long time, so naturally she won't let him get his wish. In this case, I will cooperate with you to launch this teleportation array to go back. While Su Feiying said coldly, she shook her hands to condense her true energy on the snow shadow streamer, and immediately restrained the Huiyun Demon Lord who wanted to escape even tighter. Regarding the teleportation array, neither the Huiyun Demon Lord nor Su Feiying really understood it. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are teleportation arrays in every big city, but the scale of those teleportation arrays is still relatively small, far inferior to the ancient teleportation array in front of you, and also not as good as the one in Huiyun Cave. A large teleportation array to teleport them over. The teleportation arrays that Su Feiying and Huiyun Yaozhu are familiar with are small teleportation arrays that allow immortal practitioners to teleport in the same world, but the one in front of them is obviously a teleportation array that crosses the world. Can I return to the world of cultivating immortals? They do not know. Will it be dangerous? They also don't know. It's just that for Su Feiying and Demon Lord Huiyun, going back to the world of cultivating immortals is obviously the most urgent thing. They are all born and bred in the world of cultivating immortals. It is really like being in a foreign land in this place of the earth, and they cannot accept living in this place forever in the future. This point, Yifeng is different from them. When Yifeng was teleported, his physical body was already dead, only his soul was protected by the ancient ring of Dragon's Sword, and he was reborn in Yifeng in this world, so for him, the earth and the world of cultivating immortals are his half-home. Now Yifeng feels that it is not unacceptable to stay here forever, because Su Feiying is here, Yi Wendian, Long Wanner, and Su Menghan are all here, and the relatives of the two generations are all on the earth. Why should he go back? Of course, what Yifeng is most afraid of is that if he stays on the earth, he will have no pressure. If he encounters a powerful enemy, it will be a tragedy if he is at a loss for a while. Yi Feng still has a lot of emotions for the earth, influenced by the memory of the last Yi Feng. Jia, those who know current affairs are heroes. The Fire Cloud Demon Master smiled sinisterly. When Su Feiying decided to cooperate with him, he finally saw the light of day again. Just now, he was already showing signs of being unable to hold on anymore. Fortunately, he had an idea and said his trump card. Sure enough, Su Feiying was very keen on returning to the world of cultivating immortals, perhaps because of that person. It's just that just as he broke free from the snowy shadow ribbon, Su Feiying immediately raised her jade hand, and 7 streams of true energy shot into the Huiyun Demon Lord's body with lightning speed. Immortal Art, 7-star binding art. This second layer of 7-star binding technique acts on the inside of the enemy's body, which can restrict the flow of true energy in the enemy's body, making it feel like it is slow and hindered when it uses any fairy technique. It is undoubtedly necessary to use it at this time. The old fate of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord. Although he broke free from the shackles of the snow shadow streamer and saw the light of day again, he fell into this state, which made the Huiyun Demon Lord's mood drop to the bottom all of a sudden. This Su Feiying is too cunning. Okay, let's activate the teleportation array. Su Feiying observed the ancient teleportation array on the side for a long time, but she couldn't figure out the secret of its operation. She only knew that if she injected true energy into a few grooves on the side, the teleportation array could be activated. Although she didn't know if she would be in danger, Su Feiying decided to take a risk in order to see that person again. When she was on Earth, although she felt a lot more stable, it didn't fit her competitive personality. She still has to find a way to go back to the world of cultivating immortals, and one day she will defeat that guy. Demon Lord Huiyun was overwhelmed by her power, so he could only obediently inject true energy into one of the grooves on the side of the teleportation array, and at the same time, he was thinking quickly about how to get rid of Su Feiying. Even if there is no problem with the teleportation array, he knows that once he returns to the world of cultivating immortals with Su Feiying, he will definitely be slapped to death by Su Feiying, so for the Demon Lord Huiyun, he will never go with Su Feiying of. The best thing is that Su Feiying was seriously injured during the teleportation, but that's unlikely, because then he would definitely be seriously injured as well. His mind turned sharply, and while injecting true energy into the teleportation formation, he was thinking about a proper escape strategy. The pure output of true energy will not be hindered by the 7-star binding technique. Soon, the entire ancient teleportation array seems to have vitality, and several profound and mysterious characters begin to flash a faint white light. Seeing this, Su Feiying also stretched out a jade hand and stroked one of the grooves. Yi Feng, watch outside and don't allow anyone to come in. As she began to output her true energy, she glanced at Yi Feng. In this look, it's not just ice cold, but also a little guilty, as if she knew that Yi Feng might feel very uncomfortable if he recklessly activated the teleportation formation. But she doesn't regret it. Yi Feng didn't have much emotion, he responded and walked to the door of the large stone room. He had known for a long time that Su Feiying would not let go of any chance to go back to the world of cultivating immortals. Now that she has finally found a teleportation array that can be used, she will definitely try it, even if she is smashed to pieces. According to Su Feiying's personality, Yi Feng would definitely not be able to persuade her. Remember, if the teleportation array is activated, stay away from here immediately. If there is no problem with the teleportation array, the teacher will come back to you soon. Su Feiying's voice was less cold and more caring, and it reached Yi Feng's ears when his mood was fluctuating. Obviously, Su Feiying wouldn't let Yi Feng take risks with her, not to mention anything else. If something happened to Yi Feng, what would Long Wan'er and Su Menghan, who were still on Earth, do? Now in Su Feiying's mind, Yi Feng had 3 wives on Earth. Yi Feng was hesitating a little, wondering if he should follow Su Feiying or not. When he heard Su Feiying's order, he couldn't help but feel a little warmth. Su Feiying was still thinking about him, but she was really desperate to find a way to go back to the world of cultivating immortals, so it was imperative to activate the teleportation array now. As the true energy of Su Feiying and Huiyun Demon Lord continued to inject into the ancient teleportation array, one after another the mysterious characters on the teleportation array began to light up white, getting brighter and brighter. The stone room that was originally dim under the surrounding torches quickly became like daylight. Even Yifeng standing at the door was dazzled by the white light, and countless shadows from different directions were cast on the ground. The light grew brighter and brighter until it finally reached a critical point. Boom! There was a loud bang, and then a bunch of white masks appeared from the ancient teleportation array, shining from the bottom up. The teleporter has appeared. This is a cylindrical mask. Su Feiying and Huiyun Yaozhu became excited, and the teleportation array was finally activated. This cylindrical mask is exactly what the teleportation arrays in the world of cultivating immortals look like, and they are all too familiar with it. You go in first. Su Feiying was not affected by the teleportation mask for too long, but quickly came back to her senses, and said coldly to Demon Lord Huiyun. Jia, dreaming. Demon Lord Huiyun gave a sinister smile. It was impossible for him to run into the teleportation head first. That's because he had thought of a wonderful way to get rid of Su Feiying just now. Hearing Huiyun Demon Lord's sinister smile, Su Feiying immediately knew it was not good. There was a nervous look on her beautiful face. She turned her head and glanced at Yifeng. Yifeng also sensed something was wrong, and immediately ran out of the room. Unfortunately, it was too late. Immortal art. Flames and dragons in chaos. The fairy art that Fire Cloud Demon Lord had brewed for a long time was finally released by him. Although he has the 7-star binding art added to him, he can still release the fairy art if he prepares for a longer time. A fire dragon roared and rushed out quickly. It engulfed Yifeng, who was just about to leave the stone room. Not only did Yifeng fail to react, even Su Feiying didn't have time to stop it. So strong. Yifeng's heart trembled. He felt the opponent's fire tornado roll over his body, holding him tightly. But he didn't even have the ability to resist at all. The difference between a 20-year cultivation base and a 100-year cultivation base is really too big. Go in. The Huiyun Demon Master rolled Yifeng, with a grin on the corner of his mouth, and threw him towards the teleportation mask. With Yifeng's cultivation level, he couldn't resist it. He secretly said in his heart that it was terrible. This Huiyun Demon Lord is too cunning. Even Su Feiying didn't realize that he was secretly preparing to use the fairy art. Yifeng. Su Feiying watched Yifeng being thrown into the teleportation mask, and immediately flung out the snow shadow streamer around her waist. She wanted to roll Yifeng back. But at this time, Yifeng's body had gradually disintegrated and the teleportation mask disappears. Teleportation has started. Su Feiying's pretty face showed a trace of anxiety. No one knew where the destination of the teleportation array was, nor did she know if there would be any danger during the teleportation process. She must not let Yifeng go there alone. She didn't even have time to take a look at the Huiyun Demon Lord. As soon as she moved her footsteps, her beautiful figure floated forward and jumped into the teleportation mask. She wants to go with Yifeng. You must not let Yifeng face danger alone. And this is exactly the situation that Fire Cloud Demon Lord expected. Seeing Su Feiying run into the teleportation mask, Fire Cloud Demon Lord smiled complacently. After all, this chick is still not as treacherous as him. If Su Feiying didn't care about Yifeng, but came to chase the Huiyun Demon Lord, of course he could be caught or even killed. But Su Feiying cared too much about Yifeng, and followed without delaying for a moment. Inside the teleportation mask, the figures of Yifeng and Su Feiying gradually disintegrated and disappeared bit by bit. They were transported to another world. Finally freed. The fire cloud demon master laughed. The whole body stretched out. It became a 4-meter-high flame armor bull demon again. Standing in front of the white teleportation mask with a diameter of more than 10 meters, there was a bit of complicated expression in his eyes. Do you want to go in? He thought for a moment in his heart, and finally shook his head. Rather than being killed by Su Feiying in the past, it is better to stay on the earth first, accumulate strength in secret, and go there when the strength is enough. Concubine Su is no longer on earth. Of course he should be king on earth. It's a pity that just as he thought about it, he suddenly felt something was wrong inside his body. Before he had time to react, the power of the 7 stars burst out from his body suddenly. The 7-star binding technique planted by Su Feiying actually exploded. The Huiyun demon master's face changed drastically. But the power exploded in his body. He couldn't even dodge it. Ah. 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 He howled in pain a few times. The acupoints in his body were severely injured. Fortunately, he mobilized his whole body's true energy to protect his dantian and dan nucleus at a critical moment. Otherwise, his century-old cultivation base would have been destroyed in one fell swoop. First, he was seriously injured in a fight with Su Feiying in the world of cultivating immortals. Then the incarnation of the Earth Sun God was also wiped out by Su Feiying. At this time, he experienced the implosion of the 7-star binding technique again. The strength of the fire cloud demon lord dropped again and again. Now, the strength that can be displayed is less than 1% of its heyday. Hateful. The Huiyun demon lord screamed twice in pain. His 4-meter-high body suddenly shrank. It became about the height of an ordinary person. In his current state, if he continues to exist in the image of the fire cloud demon lord, it will definitely be a bad luck to meet those people in the martial arts before. Therefore, he must find an identity to survive on the earth. It is best to have an identity that can obtain a lot of resources. That way you can quickly collect resources to heal your injuries. As long as you restore your strength, everything will be fine. And the best choice, of course, is Yi Feng, who was just sent into the teleportation mask by him. Gradually, the image of the fire cloud demon lord changed into Yi Feng's appearance, but his strength dropped greatly. Now even Yi Feng, can easily kill him. Otherwise, the fire cloud demon lord would not have to pretend adult human appearance. This kid has a lot of power in the world. You can make good use of it. Huiyun demon lord thought with a gloomy face. Anyway, Su Feiying and Yi Feng have been transported to another world. Who knows when they will come back? He must take advantage of Su Feiying's absence to recover his strength. If he pretends to be Yi Feng, he will be able to obtain enough resources. At least the relationship between Yi Feng and the National Security Bureau seems to be pretty good. Suddenly, a burst of inaudible footsteps came in from outside the passage, causing the face of Demon Lord Huiyun to change again. Not good. Stealth. Without any hesitation, he immediately cast the invisibility technique. Unfortunately, due to the decline in strength, he did not cast the invisibility technique until 3 seconds later, and his figure was hidden. At the moment when his figure disappeared, a large group of people rushed in from outside the passage. It was a large group of martial arts people. For the fire cloud demon master, he can't recognize what kind of power these people in the martial arts are. He only knows that they are a group of annoying guys. If the current fire cloud demon master is discovered by the other party, he will definitely die without a burial. In this group of people, there are quite a few strong men who have cultivated for hundreds of years. What's that in front of you? The people in the martial arts who broke in did not find the invisible figure of the fire cloud demon lord, but saw the activated teleportation array at a glance. The white and dazzling beam of light made everyone's eyes wide open. I couldn't believe it. What is this beam of light? Immediately, someone tried to take out a hairpin from his pocket and threw it towards the white beam of light. However, after entering the white beam of light, the hairpin was decomposed into extremely fine powder and disappeared after a while. This made everyone look at each other in dismay. Didn't they come down after Yi Feng, Dong Hai Fairy, and others? How could they come across such a weird thing? They faintly felt that they seemed to have encountered something extraordinary this time. Just when they were thinking about how to act next, a sudden change occurred. Immortal art. Flames and dragons in chaos. The Huiyin Demon Lord didn't hesitate at all. While the group of people were stunned, he hid aside for a long time before finally displaying this fairy trick. Ho 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 ho. Countless fire dragons rushed out, pushing away the group of dozens of martial arts people at once. The strong wind pressure blew them into the teleportation mask in one fell swoop. Smelly little. Immediately, someone yelled and cursed. But he couldn't finish the sentence. The body was disintegrated by the transmission mask. A group of dozens of people were all pushed into the teleportation mask by the Huiyin Demon Lord and teleported to another world. Immediately afterwards, the energy of the teleportation array was consumed, and the dazzling beam of light gradually dissipated. After the light on the teleportation array was extinguished, the entire stone room finally returned to the dim scene illuminated by the torches at the beginning. The Fire Cloud Demon Master, who changed into Qin Xian's appearance, was relieved. Jia Jia. Just enjoy yourself. Huiyin Demon, enjoy this earth first. Fire Cloud Demon Lord laughed strangely. Then he swaggered out of the ruins. The first step of the plan is to go back to Yanjing and get in touch with the people from the National Security Bureau. Although the Fire Cloud Demon Master heard that Yi Feng has many beauties, but for the Fire Cloud Demon Master, restoring his strength is the most important thing. So he didn't pay attention to women for the time being. And for him, the favorite is actually a cow. Not a woman. Yi Feng was thrown into the teleportation array by the Huiyin Demon Master. Immediately, there was a tearing feeling. The whole person seemed to be broken down into hundreds of billions of small parts in an instant. However, he was teleported to a very far away place. Seems to span countless worlds. I don't know how long it took. He finally felt that his body was reorganizing bit by bit. He regained a little bit of intuition. It's just that his whole body was a little numb, and he couldn't even open his eyes. All he knew was that he fell on a hard and cold on the ground. Yi Feng felt a little nauseous. His whole body twitched. He couldn't hear anything. He couldn't smell anything. He wondered if teleportation across the world was like this. When he was teleported from the world of cultivating immortals to the earth, he died in the middle of the fuck. So he didn't feel any deep feeling. But now, he feels the pain of teleportation. It's very painful. Fortunately, he has 20 years of cultivation now. If it is lower, he feels that he may have died again now. Now his whole body is suffering. It can't be described in words. Gradually, it's like there are hundreds of millions of ants crawling around in the body. After the body undergoes teleportation, disintegration, and reorganization, this is a normal feeling. It's just a teleportation across the world. The teleportation between cities in the world of cultivating immortals is much more serious. Just when Yi Feng was worried about whether there would be any danger if he appeared like this, he suddenly felt the ancient dragon sword ring on his finger start to heat up. It was like sensing some treasure nearby. This made Yi Feng excited. Where did he come to? What about Su Feiying? Where is Fire Cloud Demon Lord? He was dizzy. Fortunately, under the effect of the dragon sword ancient ring, his internal symptoms gradually improved. His sense of smell, hearing, and vision finally gradually recovered. The first thing that came into his nose was a damp and dark smell. It was like being in an underground palace that had been in disrepair for a long time. Yi Feng could be sure of this. This was definitely not an Huiyun cave. Because of Huiyun, the cave is located near the crater. The temperature is constant all year round. It cannot be so dark and humid. Immediately afterwards, Su Feiying's clear and crisp scolding came into his ears. Accompanied by the faint sound of fighting, there was also a strange sound of reptiles stroking and moving forward on the ground. Su Feiying was fighting with someone. This caused Yi Feng to open his eyes quickly, but he found that the surroundings were completely dark. He could only see a snow-white figure not far away. He was floating around, casting falling stars, and fighting with a large group of pitch-black shadows. Take a closer look. That group of dark shadows turned out to be a large group of dark spiders. Each spider is about the size of a person. It has 8 eyes. It looks extremely ferocious and aggressive. And judging from their fangs, an ordinary person will definitely die if they are bitten. If Su Feiying hadn't stood in front of Yi Feng and helped him resist the group of spiders, he might have been eaten by those spiders. Master. Next. Yi Feng came to his senses and got up quickly. He almost slipped and fell on the ground. Fortunately, he managed to stand firm. Immediately afterwards, he took out the pure yang mirror from the storage ring and threw it to Su Feiying. As soon as the pure yang treasure mirror appeared, a bright white light illuminated the surroundings. Let Yi Feng see clearly that this place is a very, very old temple. It has a similar architectural style to the desert ruins that were sent over. It's just that there are more sacrificial runes on the wall. It looks extremely mysterious. Is this the world of cultivating immortals? Yi Feng didn't know. He only knew that the aura of heaven and earth here was 10 times stronger than that on earth. No wonder these spiders could grow so big. As soon as she saw the pure yang treasure mirror, Su Feiying of course knew what the magic weapon was for. When she was in the desert ruins, Su Feiying was taken aback by Yi Feng taking out this thing. She was also amazed at its effect. At this time, she took the pure yang baojian and immediately wanted to use it to display at Fairy. The large group of spiders were attacking Su Feiying fearlessly, wanting to swallow her. But when the pure yang baojian appeared, they immediately hesitated and hesitated. Before they could make a decision whether to retreat or advance, Su Feiying had already released a large extremely flaming fireball through the Chunyang baojian. This trick is not called Jian, but called Star's Shining Sunday. It is a new type of fairy art, created by Su Feiying by combining Qian and Star Grave School fairy arts. As soon as the white fireball appears, one by one is immediately split from the fireball small blue fireball. Like a sky full of stars against the central sun. Boom boom. The sound of explosions was endless. The violent flame swept across the entire room in an instant. It burned all the black spiders in the room. The sound of insects crawling finally disappeared. The whole room of sacrifices became quiet. Master, do you know where this is? Yi Feng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He patted his buttocks and got up. His spiritual consciousness swept around and found that he couldn't penetrate the walls of this ancient temple. It seemed that it was also a product of the civilization of immortal cultivators. Have no idea. Su Feiying had just dealt with a group of spiders. Turning around, there was a hint of worry on Qingmei's face. Are you okay? With Master here, of course it's fine. Yi Feng grinned. In fact, until now, his stomach was still a little turbulent. But fortunately, there is no serious problem. It will not affect the action. He felt the temperature and guidance of the ancient dragon sword ring in his hand, and suddenly said, the ancient dragon sword ring seems to be more active here. There seem to be many treasures 1 mile to the left. Shall we go and have a look? Seeing his relaxed expression, Su Feiying finally breathed a sigh of relief. She could see the faintly glowing ancient dragon sword ring on Yifeng's hand at a glance. She couldn't help but feel moved. Yifeng is recognized by this ring. If he returns to the world of cultivating immortals, he can try to find the ancient tomb of the dragon sword and accept the inheritance of the dragon sword. If he succeeds, Yifeng's combat power can at least be doubled. Careful. Yifeng suddenly made a sound. He seemed to have discovered something. He pointed at the back of concubine Su. Su Feiying was thinking about something, but she didn't notice it for a while. At this moment, she swept away her consciousness, and still didn't find anything around her body. But the next moment, a hard spider claw suddenly came from behind her, and penetrated it all at once. Her back. Fresh blood flowed from Su Feiying's chest. Behind her was a giant black spider as tall as a hill. Standing up together, she lifted her slender body into the air. Su Feiying's spiritual sense unexpectedly failed to detect the existence and approach of the other party, so she was hit all at once. Su Feiying's delicate body was pierced by the giant spider, and then she lifted it up vigorously. A painful and incredible expression quickly appeared on her face. Such a big thing was approaching, but her consciousness was not able to sweep it. What kind of spider is this? Brute! Seeing this, Yifeng was furious with thunder. This spider actually attacked Su Feiying so cruelly, it was looking for death. Even if this spider is very powerful and cannot be swept away with his divine sense, Yifeng will not be afraid. Void Sword Dance. At the critical moment, Yifeng once again displayed the fierce swordsmanship inherited from the dragon sword ancient ring, and the dark green sword light danced in the darkness, instantly surrounding the huge black spider. Squeak! The giant black spider stood upright, 4 or 5 meters high. Its skin was as smooth and hard as armor, without any hair at all, completely different from the spiders on the earth. Swept over by Yifeng's set of sword skills, the sword lights flickered, and his skin blocked it easily, making the sound of gold and iron clashing. After 15 sword strikes, he was unscathed. On the other hand, Yifeng's attack seemed to have angered the giant black spider, causing it to move suddenly and violently. He ignored Su Feiying, who had already been pierced through the chest by it, and stretched out another hard spider claw, stabbing at the just appeared Yifeng beside it. Yifeng returned to reality from the void, and what he faced was a giant spider claw, as black as steel. If he was poked by it, his body would definitely be pierced. The Wizard of Shadows. Yifeng could only burst into high speed for a while, step back a little bit in the air, and gritted his teeth, a little bit unwilling. Even his strongest moves can't do anything to this giant black spider. Could it be that he and Su Feiying can only hold grudges against it? If this giant black spider was killed, just looking at its skin and hard claws, it would be an excellent refining material, but for Yifeng, this giant black spider is really too strong. Even Su Feiying was seriously injured by him unknowingly. It can be seen that she is definitely not the current Yifeng can match. If the spiritual sense can scan this spider, it may be possible to check how much cultivation it has, but unfortunately even Su Feiying can't check it now, so it can be seen that its cultivation is higher, or it has a special way to hide its breath. For demon cultivators, strength is also divided by cultivation base. Of course, the giant black spider in front of him is not a demon cultivator like Huiyun Demon Lord, but a pure monster, but its strength is also calculated according to the year. Yifeng, next. At this moment, Su Feiying, whose delicate body was pierced by spider claws, let out a soft cry, and immediately raised her jade hand. A dark blue starlight chain shot directly at Yifeng. This is? Yifeng was startled when he saw this. Under such circumstances, Su Feiying still used the fairy art, obviously enduring great pain, but since Su Feiying used this fairy art, it must be the way to get rid of the giant black spider in front of her. Yifeng stretched out his hand without hesitation, and grabbed the dark blue starlight chain that shot over. The moment he touched it, Yifeng felt a majestic power of the stars coming from the dark blue starlight chain, pouring into his body like a vast sea. All of a sudden, Yifeng thought of the most famous fairy technique passed down by the Star Tomb sect, crossing the nebula. This is not a direct attacking magic, but a power transmission magic, which can transfer the true energy of the caster to another person, and then the other person can use it to cast the magic that he knows. The Star Tomb sect was once brilliant hundreds of years ago, relying on this immortal technique, but unfortunately, the talents of the current Star Tomb sect are withered, and the head of the previous generation only accepted Su Feiying as a disciple. Many people have never heard of this sect before. In that case, Yifeng gritted his teeth. Since Su Feiying had already used this fairy technique, he was confident in killing the giant black spider in front of him. Void Sword Dance. Yifeng instantly gathered all the Jinqi transmitted by Su Feiying on the ancient dragon sword ring. In the next moment, he escaped into the void again, and the dark green sword light flashed around the giant black spider one by one. This is the strongest attack method Yifeng has ever used. With a wave of Su Feiying's jade hand, the little remaining Jinqi pulled the giant black spider's spider claw through the snow shadow streamer, and then folded it forcefully, breaking the spider claw abruptly, and the whole cold figure fell on the ground at once. Finally, he broke free from the shackles of the giant black spider. She raised her beautiful face and looked at Yifeng and the giant black spider surrounded by Yifeng's sword light with a complicated expression. This move of crossing the nebula will cause great damage to the recipients with insufficient cultivation. When Yifeng performs Void Sword Dance in this way, the entire pill core will stop functioning for a period of time, and it will even burst if it is serious. So Su Feiying used to. I never thought about using this trick. But now that she was seriously injured, after thinking about it carefully, she realized that the only way to kill this giant black spider was in this way. She felt a little sorry for Yifeng, but after thinking about it, this could be regarded as saving Yifeng himself. Yifeng probably wouldn't blame her. Just as Yifeng performed Void Sword Dance, and the sword light was lingering around the giant black spider, the teleportation array not far away flashed bright light again. This time there was more light, and a total of more than 30 people appeared one after another in this ancient temple. It was the group of people in the martial arts that was pushed by the Fire Cloud Demon Master. Vomit. As soon as it appeared, someone vomited it out, unable to bear the discomfort caused by the cross-world teleportation. Such a cross-world teleportation, even Su Feiying was a little weak afterward, not to mention these people in the martial arts world. All of them were pale and their limbs were weak, which was worse than just having diarrhea all night. However, some high-level martial arts masters and elders of various sects opened their eyes quickly, because their intuition made them feel the danger. Then, what did they see? A woman in a snow-white lawn dress fell to the ground and suffered serious chest injuries. In the darkness, a giant black spider was waving its teeth and claws, with 8 spider claws several meters long waving, extremely ferocious. At first glance, it was thought that the giant black spider was about to kill the woman in the snow-white dress in one fell swoop. But then, a scene that shocked them appeared before their eyes. I saw one after another dark green sword lights appearing from around the giant black spider's hard and huge body, cutting on the giant black spider like lightning, making a burst of clang and clang metal intersecting sounds. Wave after wave of sword light flowed endlessly, like clouds and flowing water, surrounding the entire giant black spider. Squeak. The giant black spider also sensed the danger immediately, and became a little flustered during its actions, but it was of no avail. 10 swords. 100 swords. 1,000 swords. With Su Feiying's tyrannical true energy as the backing, Yifeng finally touched the threshold of the 3rd level of Void Sword Art. Nebula Crossing has high demands on the receiver. If immortal cultivators of the same level of cultivation pass true energy to each other, there will be no major problems, and this will greatly increase the actual combat effectiveness of the entire Star Tomb sect. But if a person with a high cultivation base transmits true energy to a person with a low cultivation base, many problems will follow. For example, now that Su Feiying casts Nebula Crossing on Yifeng, Yifeng's cultivation level is only 1/5 of hers, then the sequelae after receiving it will be very serious, and the pill core will even stop working for several months. In other words, within this period of time, Yifeng was unable to use any true energy, nor could he improve his cultivation in any way, just like an ordinary person. If it is more serious, it is very likely that the pill core will burst. Of course, the possibility of this happening is not great. At least based on the difference in cultivation between Yifeng and Su Feiying, the pill core would not explode. When a group of martial arts people also teleported over, Su Feiying glanced sideways at those people, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She didn't know who these guys were, but it was obvious that they were pushed to death by the Fire Cloud Demon Lord, and the Fire Cloud Demon Lord did not show up, so he probably didn't dare to come over. If the group of guys in front of her dared to attack her and Yifeng, then she would definitely let the other party give their lives to this place. Now that group of people in the martial arts are still in the weak stage of the teleportation, each of them is vomiting and diarrhea, but Su Feiying doesn't care about them. She was most concerned about Yifeng's situation. When Yifeng unleashed the Void Sword dance, because the Jinqi he received was too vast, the Dragon Sword ancient ring in his hand had a new reaction, and he himself had a new reaction to the Void Sword technique. A deeper understanding. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. How is this so weak? Yifeng's heart skipped a beat, and he accelerated his speed. After receiving the tyrannical true energy from Su Feiying, he was confident enough to unleash a more powerful sword technique. 15 swords, this was the limit of what he could perform Void Sword dance before, but now after 15 swords, he felt that this was just the beginning. 100 swords. 1,000 swords. Yifeng looked like a madman, and the dark green sword light flashed out continuously, aimed at the giant black spider and attacked it. Inexplicably, Yifeng seemed to feel a bit of relief from the Dragon Sword ancient ring, as if he was quite satisfied that he could comprehend this level, and then told him that this level of Void Sword art is called 10,000 swords returning to the void. The power of each sword of Wan Jian Gui Su is much stronger than Yifeng's previous Void Sword dance. It didn't take long before the sound of metal and iron clashing with the giant black spider quickly turned into the sound of a long sword cutting into the flesh, and the spider's legs were cut into pieces by sword after sword. Squeak! Squeak! The giant black spider couldn't bear this pain, and immediately wanted to run away, but Yifeng's move was like a tarsal maggot, the black spider would follow wherever it went. You must know that void swordsmanship is a swordsmanship that can teleport, no matter how fast this black spider is. Can it be as fast as teleportation? In just 3 seconds, 9,999 swords. Only 1 sword away, the real 10,000 swords Guishu could appear in the world, but Yifeng couldn't use this most powerful sword. Even Su Feiying's 100-year-old true energy is not enough to unleash the complete 10,000 swords returning to the void, which shows that the level of this set of swordsmanship is by no means easy. Of course, even if it was just 9,999 swords, the giant black spider couldn't bear it at all, and died tragically under the fierce sword light. Just right, all the refining materials on it were cut off. Yifeng appeared in midair, and with a wave of his hand, he put the 8 spider legs and the hard shell of the giant black spider into the storage ring, and stored it in a remote corner. In the future, when refining magic weapons with silver meteorite sand, there will be no shortage of other auxiliary materials. With the shell of this giant black spider, at least the refined magic weapons can be made hard, and it is extremely difficult to break under normal circumstances. At this time, the Dragon Sword ancient ring on his right hand released another cool breath, entered his body and swayed around. It didn't seem to do anything, and Yifeng didn't care. He ignored the group of martial arts people who had just been teleported not far away, and quickly ran to Su Feiying's side, wanting to check on her injuries. "How are you?" Yi Feng helped up Su Feiying's graceful and delicate body, which had fallen to the ground, and made her lean firmly on his shoulder. "Immortal art, lay on hands." A ball of golden light shone out and was pressed by Yi Feng on the wound on Su Feiying's chest. Fortunately, the giant black spider probably wanted to torture her and did not kill her in a sneak attack, otherwise it would be a tragedy. "Are you, all right?" Su Feiying endured the pain, and was very surprised when she noticed Yi Feng's movements. She was aware of the sequelae of Xingyan Crossing. Yi Feng is not only fine now, but he can also use his true energy to heal her wounds. This is really unbelievable. "It's all right." Yi Feng felt a little strange, and suddenly frowned slightly, feeling that Su Feiying's body was also poisoned by the giant black spider's poison, so he quickly put away the pure Yan treasure mirror that was emitting white light, and urged him with genuine energy. With a swipe, a pinch of poison in Su Feiying's body was absorbed by the Chunyang Baojian, and then dissipated by its refinement. It seems that the poisonousness of this giant black spider is nothing more than that, and Chunyang Baojian can still remove it. Hearing Yi Feng's answer, Su Feiying took a look at the ancient dragon sword ring in his hand, and probably knew it. "It seems that this thing is really useful. Can be eliminated." The situation finally stabilized, but Yi Feng didn't dare to take Su Feiying out of the altar stone room, because there were such a group of terrifying black spiders in the stone room, and no one knew what was outside the stone room. He took Su Feiying to lean against one of the walls to rest, feeling that Su Feiying's cold body temperature gradually rose, and Yi Feng's lower abdomen also felt hot. Looking down, he could see Su Feiying leaning on his shoulder, her beautiful face with her eyes closed, like a cold snow lotus free from any dirt, her hip-length hair draped softly behind her, rubbing against Yi Feng. His arm made him feel a little itchy. "Calm." Yi Feng quickly warned himself like this, then raised his head and looked forward. Some people in the group of martial arts not far away finally calmed down, suppressed the desire to vomit, and began to have thoughts about Yi Feng and Su Feiying one by one. It wasn't until this time that Yi Feng had the time to scan the group of guys with his spiritual sense, and found many familiar characters in this group. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a gathering of heroes, including a large number of people from the Tai Chi Hall, the Tang family, and the Tiandao Hall. The most conspicuous among them is Chen Jianxiong, the elder of Tai Chi Hall. At this moment, Chen Jianxiong was staring at Yi Feng. The scene where Yi Feng used the pure yang mirror to heal Su Feiying just now made him feel deeply ashamed. At this moment, no matter what, he wanted to take back the Chunyang Baojian. Chen Jianxiong was still hesitating. Should he come over to trouble Yi Feng and Su Feiying? It seemed that Yi Feng had just killed that giant black spider, and his methods were extremely ruthless, which made Chen Jianxiong a little afraid. In addition, the legendary fairy of the Eastern Sea was right next to Yi Feng, which made him even more afraid to do anything. He gritted his teeth bitterly, and started whispering with the people next to him, secretly discussing something. As soon as the sequelae after the teleportation are over, they will go to take back the Chunyang Baojian. For their Taiji Hall, the significance of Chunyang Baojian is much greater than any teleportation array, especially for Chen Jianxiong. It is the key to whether he can become the head of His Highness Taiji. He had already returned to Yanjing, but when he heard that Yi Feng had appeared in the desert, he flew over immediately, but he didn't expect to be pushed by someone at a critical moment, and came to this bird-shit place. Fortunately, there were more than 30 other martial arts fellows accompanying him, which gave Chen Jianxiong some peace of mind. No matter where it is, the first thing he has to do is to take back the Chunyang Baojian, and then go back. Although his son Chen Hui has died, he still thinks about her wife. The current Chen Jianxiong has not realized that he is no longer on the earth, but has come to another completely different world. In this world, a spider is 4 or 5 meters high, and its hard shell is invulnerable. I'm afraid it can't even explode a bomb, and this is the very beginning. No one knows what kind of ghosts exist outside this ancient temple. You must go back as soon as possible. Su Feiying rested for a while, then suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, and said something to Yi Feng. Well, the fire cloud demon lord didn't come over. Yi Feng frowned slightly. After solving the giant black spider, we can finally consider the current situation. He didn't know where he was now, whether he had returned to the world of cultivating immortals, and Su Feiying didn't know either, but they knew that they had to find a way to go back immediately. If the demon lord Huiyun didn't follow, it would definitely be a disaster if that thing were to vent its power in the city. Yi Feng didn't want to be a hero to save the earth, but he was afraid that if the fire cloud demon master hit his relatives, it wouldn't be fun. Thinking of Long Wan'er and Su Menghan still in Yanjing, Yi Feng felt a little uneasy. Facing the Huiyun demon lord, the two girls really had no chance of winning. Use. And the most crucial point, Zhao Yi and Ling Chen did not pass through the teleportation array. If the fire cloud demon master shows his power, the two soul cultivators will be the first to bear the brunt. With the ability of the fire cloud demon master, it is impossible not to find the soul cultivator, and such a weak scumbag soul cultivator. For the fire cloud demon master, he can definitely be wiped out with a wave of his hand. But don't worry too much, the old monster has been bound by the 7 stars, and now the power in his body should have exploded, and he must be half dead. Su Feiying's expression turned cold, and she reminded Yi Feng, as long as you go back early before he recovers his strength, even you alone can easily take care of that old monster. When Yi Feng heard this, he immediately felt relieved. If this is the case, there should be a possibility for Zhao Yi and Ling Chen to escape. I hope nothing will happen to them. Just when Yi Feng was thinking this way, Chen Jianxiong, who was not far away, finally led a group of people from the Tai Chi Hall and walked towards Yi Feng and Su Feiying aggressively. As for the people from the Heavenly Knife Hall and the Tang family, they were watching from the sidelines. Everyone was very interested in how the conflict between Chen Jianxiong and Yi Feng would turn out. Just now when they saw Yi Feng using Chunyang Baojian, they knew that the conflict between Chen Jianxiong and Yi Feng was absolutely irreconcilable. The desert ruins at this time, the entrance to the bunker. A large group of National Security Bureau personnel had sealed off the entrance to the bunker, all of them solemn and fully armed. As for the other people in the martial arts world, they were all forbidden to approach, and they were all imprisoned in the nearest desert town. Zhao Ba was wearing a chic windbreaker and sunglasses, standing on the head of a truck, frowning in the wind, as if he was thinking about something, and became the most attractive man in the neighborhood. Report, someone took these photos below. After a while, someone ran out from the entrance of the bunker and presented a series of photos to Zhao Ba. It was a photo of the teleportation array in the innermost part of the ruins, but it had stopped operating at this time, and it looked ancient and profound. This made Zhao Ba's face change. Isn't this the space teleportation technology device that was obtained in the backyard of Yi Feng's house last time? It just looks a little more mysterious and is intact. Could it be that all the people in the martial arts are teleported to some strange place through this thing? It seems that it was the right time to come to the desert, and there was such an important discovery. Originally, the Tang family, Shenquanmen, and Taiji Temple were all done in secret, deliberately not letting the National Security Bureau know, but now the paper can't contain the fire, and it still attracted a large number of people from the National Security Bureau, and all the people in the martial arts chased away. Tight defense, and soon the top will send more people. Zhao Ba waved his hand, seemingly indifferent on the surface, but he became serious in his heart. The 2 teleportation stones transported back to the Technology Center of the National Security Bureau have been confirmed to have a certain effect in the short period of 2 days, which can affect the changes in the surrounding space. This made a group of scientists in Huagua ecstatic, but unfortunately the teleportation array stone had been broken, and no research results could be obtained. Therefore, they urgently need a complete teleportation array for their research, but they did not expect this to appear in front of Xiao Ba. What Xiao Ba thinks about now is not how many great achievements he can make, but what kind of changes this discovery can bring to Huogua and the world. It's just that it must be an extremely huge project to dig out this teleportation array. It is extremely difficult to destroy the surrounding stone walls alone, let alone such a deep underground. In addition, the sex of those missing people in the martial arts will definitely obstruct it vigorously. I am afraid that it will not be possible to dig out the teleportation array deep in the ruins within a month or two. During this period of time, the movement of the desert must be kept secret, and it must not be known by any other forces, especially foreign forces. Just as everyone in the National Security Bureau was dignified and engaged in security work, suddenly a figure in a panic ran out from the entrance of the bunker. Xiao Ba raised his head and took a look, only to see that young man wearing a tattered black shirt, ragged like a beggar, with blood stains on his handsome face. It turned out to be Yi Feng. Yi Feng, how are you doing? Xiao Ba jumped off the front of the car, his black windbreaker fluttering in the wind, and then ran towards Yi Feng, quickly. Since Yi Feng provided 2 teleportation formation stones to the National Security Bureau, he became the focus of the National Security Bureau. Xiao Ba also had a good impression of him, and felt that this kid was very knowledgeable. Now Yi Feng actually ran out from the ruins of the bunker. Why didn't the people from the National Security Bureau search just now? Of course, this is not the point is what happened under the ruins. When he went up to meet him, he didn't notice that Yi Feng, who ran out, lowered his head. A fiery cunning flashed in his eyes. Of course this guy is not Yi Feng, but the Huoyan demon master, disguised as Yi Feng. Of course the current Yi Feng doesn't know that the Huoyan demon lord has changed into his appearance on earth. Even if he knew, he couldn't run out and stop him now that he was in the ancient temple. Now he was leaning against the wall, with Su Feiying, feeling the guidance of the ancient dragon sword ring on his finger. After being teleported to this world, regardless of whether this is the world of cultivating immortals or not, the perception of dragon sword ancient ring has indeed become much more sensitive. When he was on earth, there was very little aura of heaven and earth in the air, and the perceived intensity of the dragon sword ancient ring became very weak, not even as wide as Yi Feng's spiritual consciousness. But now, Long Jian Gujia felt that there was a treasure exuding a strong aura of heaven and earth a mile away. Relying on the energy in that treasure, we will definitely be able to reopen the teleportation array and return to Earth. Yi Feng thought in his heart, raised his head, but saw Chen Jianxiong leading a group of people walking towards him and Su Feiying in the dark. He couldn't help but sneered. This guy, whether it's because of Chen Hui's death or because Chunyang Baojian came to trouble him, don't even think about getting benefits from him. Master, you have a break, and I'll take care of that guy. Yi Feng said softly to Su Feiying, who was leaning on her shoulder, then took out a pillow from the storage ring, let Su Feiying lean on it, and at the same time took out an elixir to replenish Shinqi and let Su Feiying take it down. The space of this storage ring is about the same as the room in the villa at home. Of course, Yi Feng has prepared all the useful things and put them in there for emergencies. Now it seems that the pillow has finally come in handy. Otherwise how bad it would be for Su Feiying to lean against the hard, cold, damp wall. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng stood up and took a step forward to meet Chen Jianxiong and his group. Now Yi Feng is full of energy, but Su Feiying naturally can't continue to use Nebula Crossing. With his own strength alone, Yi Feng is undoubtedly very dangerous to face Chen Jianxiong. However, Su Feiying was right behind him, and he couldn't let her approach Su Feiying. No matter what, he had to ensure that Su Feiying would not suffer any harm. It is not so easy to deal with Yi Feng. Now he only needs to wait for a while, and when Su Feiying's injury improves, he can leave this place together, go 1 mile away to find the treasure with rich aura, and then try to activate the teleportation array when he comes back. Yi Feng's consciousness swept forward. Even in the dark, he could completely grasp the whereabouts of Qin Jianxiong and others. On the other hand, Qin Jianxiong and the others dropped the flashlights and other things they had prepared in panic. Now they don't have any lighting equipment, and they can vaguely see Yifeng and Su Feiying only by the faint light emitted by the pile of black corpses of spiders before. Where? This situation is undoubtedly extremely beneficial to Yifeng. Qin Jianxiong, stop. Yifeng took 2 steps forward and suddenly shouted loudly. Humph, kid surnamed Yi, you stole the pure yang mirror from my Tai Chi hall, now is the time to return it. Qin Jianxiong remained unmoved, took another step forward, and snorted coldly. This is not the earth you used to live on, don't you want to know where it is? Yifeng said lightly, stop walking, maybe I will tell you mercifully. After saying this, all the members of Tai Chi Hall including Qin Jianxiong were taken aback and stopped in their tracks one after another, while the Tang family and Tiandao Hall members who were still in the teleportation formation behind also opened their eyes wide. This is not the earth anymore? How can this be? Where is this? Qin Jianxiong's face darkened, and he subconsciously looked around, feeling that the place was gloomy, humid, and dark. He could only see that it was a sacrificial hall about 50 meters square by the faint light of a group of spider corpses. In the center, where they teleported, in one direction of the hall, there is a tightly closed stone door with mysterious words engraved on the stone door, and it is unknown where the door leads. Except for the closed stone door, the entire sacrificial hall is completely enclosed. It can be seen that the group of black spiders are the aborigines in this room, and they are all crazy things. Fortunately, Su Feiying and Yifeng killed first. I don't know where this is either. Yifeng said in a deep voice, if you still want to go back, we can cooperate for a while first, and we can go back to talk about any grievances. That's a good point. Before Qin Jianxiong could speak, a wretched old man standing beside him had already made a sound, and at the same time, tisk tisk twice. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Su Feiying, who was resting against the wall behind Yifeng, and felt that this woman was really beautiful. If he could spend a good night with her, it would be worth living. The wretched old man's gaze revealed a lustful expression, which was caught by Yifeng's keen consciousness. Who is this guy? Yifeng squinted his eyes, seeing that this old man's cultivation was only 65 years old. He didn't know how old he was, yet he was still interested in women. He didn't ask who the old man was, because he already knew the old man's identity and general situation from the whispers of everyone in the Tang family and Tiandao Hall from the direction of the teleportation array. Qin Yarong, Qin Jianxiong's cousin, is just 40 years old this year, but because of excessive lust and a practice of strengthening the body when he was young, he failed, so now he looks like an old man. Yifeng swept his consciousness again, and found that Qin Yarong had a skinny, sallow face, and was extremely wretched. Standing with Qin Jianxiong was like a match in heaven. Although Qin Jianxiong is also an enemy, Yifeng has to admit that Qin Jianxiong is more than 100 times more handsome than this wretched old man. Take care of your eyes. Yifeng glanced at the wretched old man. Whoever dares to trick my master, I will definitely make him regret crawling out of his mother's womb. This warning made that wretched old man, Qin Yarong, feel annoyed. Damn, how dare this brat reprimand me? He simply doesn't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth, and he won't know who his grandfather is unless he teaches him a lesson. Hey, so what if you play your master's idea? Qin Yarong viciously stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked his lips, still looking up and down Su Feiying and scrupulously, boy, if you have the guts to fight one-on-one? If I lose, you can do whatever you want. If you lose, you can kill me. Leave Chunyang Baojian and that beauty to me, how about it? After finishing speaking, Qin Yarong and Qin Jianxiong looked at each other, and a gleam of coldness flashed in their eyes at the same time. Yifeng's consciousness sensed the eyes of the two of them, and secretly thought that it was so. The strategy of these guys was to send a cannon fodder to test it out, and then Qin Jianxiong acted at the side. This plan looks good, but if it is against Qin Yarong, Yi Feng can instantly kill him. What are you afraid of? One-on-one, just one-on-one, I'm afraid you won't succeed? Don't cry in front of Lord Hades when you die. Yi Feng replied calmly. Yi Feng's calmness was obviously within Qin Jianxiong's expectations. From Li Xian's words, Qin Jianxiong roughly guessed Yi Feng's character and strength, but Li Xian did not mention the defeat by Yi Feng. After all, it was a shameful thing. This also led to Qin Jianxiong's miscalculation of Yi Feng's strength. This kid is really arrogant. The wretched old man, Qin Yarong, licked his lips. His skinny face couldn't hide his bare-naked body. He couldn't wait to enjoy the beautiful woman behind Yi Feng. Although the rumored fairy from the East China Sea is awesome, this beauty is obviously seriously injured now. Taking advantage of her illness to take advantage of her body, this is the truth that the wretched old man has always believed in when he walks the rivers and lakes. With this alone, he has successfully ruined many worldly beautiful women. The wretched old man pulled out a sword from his waist, and reflected the surrounding glimmer in the dark sacrificial hall, making it look white and shiny, obviously not ordinary. This is a sharp weapon that Qin Yarong owns, and it is also the treasure that he relies on for his survival. If it is put up for auction, it will be worth several hundred million at least. With this long sword, he has successfully defeated many masters of the rivers and lakes, and he was arrogant and domineering in the world, and spoiled many beautiful girls, so he was also on the wanted list of the National Security Bureau. It was only because of the great power of the Tai Chi Palace, or Qin Jianxiong's personal power, that he temporarily kept Qin Yarong. In this case, I will let you experience the subtlety of Tai Chi sword. Holding the sword in one hand, Qin Yarong looked at Yi Feng contemptuously with a pair of small eyes on his thin face, completely ignoring him. On the other hand, Qin Jianxiong, who was at the side, was very energetic. If Qin Yarong was in danger, he would immediately rescue him. Although Qin Jianxiong didn't know Yi Feng's strength, based on his previous guess, he felt that Yi Feng would not be too weak, but he would not be too strong either. There must be someone else who snatched the Chunyang Baojian, but I don't know if it is the woman behind Yi Feng. Qin Jianxiong glanced at Su Feiying behind Yi Feng, and a series of thoughts flashed in his mind. Yi Feng stood firmly, completely unmoved. He felt that martial arts in the world of martial arts are indeed very exquisite, and Tai Chi sword can become a martial arts school of Tai Chi Palace, which is naturally extraordinary. It's just that subtlety and actual combat effectiveness are not the same concept. Moreover, looking at Qin Yarong's appearance of being hollowed out by wine, it may be difficult to use such exquisite sword skills. Boom! With Yi Feng's Xinqi urging, the dark green Xinqi sword condensed in his hand, and the light suddenly overwhelmed the snow-white long sword in Qin Yarong's hand. Xianqiu, Jian. Yi Feng would be fine if he didn't make a move, but it would be amazing if he made a move. He took out the pure yang treasure mirror from his storage ring and threw it. His true energy released a white fireball through the pure yang treasure mirror, aiming at everyone in the Tai Chi hall. Qin Jianxiong and others didn't expect Yi Feng to be able to do this trick, and his opponent, Qin Yarong, dared to attack everyone in their Tai Chi hall. Almost instantly, Qin Jianxiong did not hesitate, and dodged to the side. He admitted that he had underestimated Yi Feng. This kid could actually use the Chunyang Baojian to release fireballs. This is simply not a means that humans can have. However, at Qin Jianxiong's flash, Yi Feng immediately took action. Void Sword Art. Swish. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the next moment a flash of sword light appeared next to Qin Yarong, and a sword broke his shoulder-holding arm. Ah! Before the wretched old man could make a move, his arm was cut off by Yi Feng's sword, and he screamed. Boom! Just at this time, the extremely flaming fireball released by Yi Feng hit the ground and exploded violently, sending everyone else in the Tai Chi hall flying. Only Qin Jianxiong quickly dodged and didn't suffer any damage, but he missed it because of this. the best time to save Chen Yarong. Receive. As soon as Yifeng put away the storage ring, he put Chen Yarong's sharp weapon and long sword worth hundreds of millions into the storage ring. This thing can be sold for a good price after returning to the earth, and it can be exchanged for some pocket money. Snapped. Yifeng grabbed Chen Yarong's body and controlled him. Master, let's go. Yifeng sent a voice transmission to Su Feiying beside him. Su Feiying's consciousness had been locking on to Yifeng. Even if Yifeng didn't say anything, she knew it was time to leave this place. The effect of the lay-on cure technique is very good, and with Yifeng's 2 pills worth millions, Su Feiying's body is fine now, but she is still a little weak after performing Nebula Crossing just now. Her true energy is exhausted. Even if she takes it, he even tried the elixir to restore her true qi, but it failed to restore her much. After all, the total amount of Jinqi in her body is much more than that of Yifeng, and it is precisely because of this that Yifeng can use her Jinqi to cast Wanjian Guishu, which is only 1 stroke away. The graceful figure under the snow-white long dress floated up, following Yifeng as it flew towards the only stone gate in the sacrificial hall, and at the same time raised his jade hand. A row of ice thorns rose from the ground, blocking a group of martial arts people. Hindered their steps. Want to run? Qin Jianxiong roared angrily, stepped heavily on the ground, leaped high, and chased after Yifeng and Su Feiying. If you still want him to live, stop. Yifeng grabbed Qin Yarong with a broken arm and pointed him at Qin Jianxiong. Cousin, help. The wretched old man was crying with a headache, his nose was full of tears, it was too painful to have his arm cut off alive. Looking at Qin Yarong's appearance, Qin Jianxiong couldn't bear it for a while, and hesitated for a while. With this hesitation, Yifeng and Su Feiying had already drifted away, and arrived in front of the Sherman tens of meters away. Although the stone gate was closed, there was only one exit in the entire sacrificial hall, so Yifeng had to go out from here. Break it. Yifeng swung his sword towards the closed stone door. Chi. A sword split open the Sherman, and the friction between the true Qi sword and the Sherman produced a large amount of steam, making the air around the whole door scalding hot, and this blow made Qin Yarong even cry. Oops. Yifeng and Su Feiying didn't bother to pay attention to Qin Yarong. Just as the closed stone door was opened, the sound of insects crawling at the beginning reached their ears again, and it became more and more dense. Another spider. Sweeping out the consciousness at will, it is a large dense area. Throw him out to feed the spiders. Yifeng made a decisive decision. If he and Su Feiying were the primary targets when the group of spiders rushed in, he would be in serious trouble. He must first attract the attention of the group of spiders, and then Su Feiying would take the opportunity to destroy the group of spiders. Otherwise, not only the 2 of them, but also all the people in the martial arts behind them will be buried here. Don't, sir, don't, my mother. As soon as Qin Yarong heard Yifeng's words, he was so frightened that he peed and shit, threw him out to feed the spiders. Horrible. When he was teleported over, he just opened his eyes and saw a big black spider about 4 or 5 meters high. He had already developed a deep fear of spiders, and now Yifeng actually wanted to throw him out to feed the spiders? However, before he could react, Yifeng had already thrown him out of the hole in the stone door with force. If the girls who were spoiled by Qin Yarong knew that Qin Yarong ended up being thrown out to feed spiders like this, they would definitely cry with joy and scramble to give Yifeng a thumbs up. Hearing the screams from outside the stone gate lasted only a second and then stopped abruptly. Yifeng thought to himself that one sound was enough. Immortal art, stars fall. Su Feiying held the pure yang mirror that Yifeng threw to her, her true energy dissipated, and countless dark blue arrows pierced through the hole in the stone door into the corridor outside the door, turning black spiders one after another into ash. These black spiders are small, but each one is about the size of a wolf dog, and they will definitely scare a group of people to death if they are placed on the earth. But compared to the giant black spider that Yi Feng dealt with before, these things are nothing, and their strength is not strong. Let's go, be careful, I'm afraid there will be big guys. Su Feiying held Yi Feng's arm, trying to jump out of the hole in the stone gate. Etc. Yi Feng grabbed Su Feiying's soft little hand, turned his head, and reminded Chen Jianxiong, who was about to split his eyes, and many people in the martial arts world who were stunned, there is a big spider outside, if you stay here, it must end up being that thing's lunch. Needless to say, Chen Jianxiong and the others had their hair stand on end. Run with Yi Feng and Su Feiying. Almost everyone has such a thought in their minds. Seeing Su Feiying release so many dark blue arrows, it was almost like a fairy art. Let them have a deeper understanding of the magic of Yi Feng and Su Feiying. They guessed in their hearts, since this is not the earth, is Su Feiying also a person from outside the earth? There are so many magical means like a fairy, this conclusion is almost ready to come out. They no longer dared to stay where they were, because no one dared to stay and face a giant black spider 4 or 5 meters high like before. They stood up one after another, enduring the discomfort of having just experienced teleportation, and one by one headed towards the hole in the stone gate. Ran over. Yi Feng and Su Feiying didn't wait for them to approach, they took the lead to step over the stone gate hole, left the sacrificial hall, and arrived at a gloomy and cold wide corridor outside. A smell of burnt muscles and flesh came to the nostrils. It was just that Su Feiying's Fall of the Stars killed a large group of small spiders. I don't know if there will be a big spider. If so, where is it hiding now? Yi Feng and Su Feiying kept thinking about this issue, but they were already prepared, and each used their invisibility technique. They didn't want to avoid the detection of the possible giant spiders, but to avoid the sight of a group of martial arts people behind. After disappearing, the two returned directly from the stone gate hole to the sacrificial hall, watching helplessly as a group of people from the martial arts stepped over the stone gate hole one after another. Those who rushed to the front wanted to look for the figures of Yi Feng and Su Feiying. After all, following them would give them a sense of security, but soon they found that the corridor outside the stone gate was illuminated by the shimmering spider corpses scattered all over the place. Hundreds of meters lead straight to the distance, but Yi Feng and Su Feiying are nowhere to be seen. The man immediately sensed that something was wrong, but before he had time to react, the martial arts people behind him had already followed and pushed him away. More than 30 people poured in one after another. It's not right. Someone immediately exclaimed, but they realized at this moment that it was too late. A huge black shadow hung down from above them, with a spider thread the thickness of a normal human thigh hanging down, and 8 hard and dark spider legs pierced the bodies of the two in an instant. The scream sounded instantly. Walk. Yi Feng and Su Feiying glanced at each other, each nodded, knowing that it was time. Fishing in troubled waters, get out of here. The two of them passed through the Sherman hole at the end, and at the same time cast the Wizard of Shadows. The second layer of speed suddenly exploded. Rush. The two left behind a series of vivid phantoms, while the real body was already running towards the other side of the corridor at an extremely fast speed. With the current state of the two of them, it is undoubtedly very difficult to solve the giant black spider. Even if it can be solved, it will take a lot of time. The most important thing is that if there is no bait, the two of them will not be able to detect the giant black spider. Where? I can only sacrifice those people. Yi Feng thought in his heart, took the time to look back, and realized that this giant black spider here was bigger than the one he killed before, mainly because the poison sac at the rear was almost the size of a minivan. It looked extremely bloated. Yi Feng didn't observe too carefully, the most important thing now is to leave here. According to the instructions of the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring, the treasure with strong aura of heaven and earth is at the end of this corridor, but I don't know what it is. In any case, it must be obtained as soon as possible. Apart from the two, several other people followed and fled in this direction, including Chen Jianxiong. Even in this weird situation, Chen Jianxiong can seize any opportunity to save his life as much as possible. Compared with life, everything else is secondary. His movement skills are good, with the support of 100 years of cultivation. His speed is not slower than Yifeng and Su Feiying. Behind the crowd, people in the martial arts world screamed one after another, but soon they all fell silent, as if the giant black spider had suddenly disappeared. No, it's after us. Su Feiying's pretty face sank, and she grabbed Yifeng's arm. Because the two of them joined forces to kill those little spiders, the giant black spider would naturally list them as the primary target. Faced with this situation, Su Feiying had only one choice. He grabbed Yifeng's arm, of course not to seek a sense of security, but to save Yifeng and take him along. Immortal art moves the stars. A giant black spider might appear next to them at any time, so Su Feiying didn't have time to hesitate. She grabbed Yifeng and immediately cast Star Shift ahead. Not to mention being in such a dangerous ancient temple, even in the desert ruins before, it would be extremely dangerous to perform Star Trek, but now Su Feiying can only consume a little bit of true energy that was finally recovered to save her life. Yifeng's void swordsmanship can't bring people to teleport together, but it can. The figures of the two began to become unreal. Hiss. At this moment, a huge black shadow landed not far in front of the two of them, and the 8 slender and hard spider legs were flexible and nimble, running towards the two of them quickly. Laugh. A hard spider leg stabbed forward and pierced Su Feiying's left leg, whose figure was not yet completely unreal, and then the poison sac at the tail swelled, and a burst of violent and deadly toxin was injected. Su Feiying let out a muffled groan and urged her with genuine energy, and finally successfully launched the Star Shift. Yifeng only felt that the surrounding scene was distorted. After a while, the teleportation ended, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a stone emitting holy light appear in front of him, and at the same time, a strong aura of heaven and earth completely engulfed him. Surrounded. Heavenly Spirit Stone. Yifeng was surprised. He actually saw the Heavenly Spirit Stone in such a place. This is a precious material used to build the teleportation array in the world of cultivating immortals. With this thing, it is completely possible to activate the teleportation array in the sacrificial hall before, and then return to the earth. But he was not overwhelmed by the joy of discovering the Heavenly Spirit Stone. After being startled, he immediately glanced around with consciousness. Before he noticed anything, he felt Su Feiying's soft body suddenly fell into his arms. The place Yifeng was in was another closed stone room, and there was only one closed stone door leading to the outside in one direction. The entire circular stone room is less than 10 meters in diameter, and in the center, there is a simple stone platform engraved with mysterious characters. On the stone platform is a Heavenly Spirit Stone, which is a spherical stone with an extremely smooth surface. The whole body is translucent, and there seems to be a breath flowing in it, like a fairy. The treasure pointed to Bai Yifeng's dragon sword ancient ring is this Heavenly Spirit Stone. He embraced Su Feiying's delicate body who was leaning over, and took out the pure yang mirror from the storage ring. With a surge of true energy, he used this mirror to absorb the toxins in Su Feiying's body. Speaking of it, Su Feiying was too unlucky, she was poisoned twice in a row. Fortunately she had the pure yang treasure. Wrong. Yifeng frowned slightly. He soon discovered that the pure yang baojian couldn't completely absorb the toxins in Su Feiying's body, and that the chunyang baojian couldn't evaporate the toxins absorbed into the body. The toxin of this giant black spider turned out to be extremely poisonous, beyond the spirit level. Is it the poison? Su Feiying also realized that something was wrong. Her black eyebrows were furrowed, making people feel pity at the first sight. She leaned softly on Yifeng's shoulder, losing strength all over her body. After her true energy was exhausted, she was poisoned. Others might have passed it by now, but Su Feiying was more determined and knew the situation is not good now, and I still insist on keeping my consciousness clear. Yifeng hugged her tightly, feeling that the delicate body in his arms was getting colder and colder. He immediately knew something was wrong, temporarily ignored the heavenly spirit stone in the center of the stone room, stretched out his hand, and tore apart the white snow on Su Feiying's thigh. The fabric of the dress. Su Feiying snorted softly. She seemed to know what Yifeng was going to do, but she was powerless to stop him, so she could only push his chest with a pair of soft and boneless jade arms. The Frost Fairy, who was not close to anyone in the past, has become weak and weak at this time. I am afraid that any adult strong man can easily push her down. If some people in the world of cultivating immortals see this, they will definitely be shocked. Big teeth. Unfortunately, in Yifeng's eyes, this was not a good sign. This ancient temple is full of dangers, and it is not known whether the temple is located in the world of cultivating immortals, and there are such ominous creatures as giant black spiders. Moreover, this is only a corner of the ancient temple. If you want to leave this ancient temple, you don't know how many dangers you will encounter. In this case, concubine Su was poisoned, which would obviously endanger the lives of the two of them. So Yifeng didn't hesitate, pulled off the snow-white cloth on the legs of the beautiful woman in his arms, immediately lowered his head, put his mouth on her white and tender thighs, and sucked the wound pierced by the giant black spider. Not caring about enjoying the beauty of Su Feiying's snow-white thighs, Yifeng immediately sucked it up forcefully, and stimulated the true energy in his body to suck out the poison from Su Feiying's body together. Su Feiying bit her red lips tightly, hooked her silky jade hands on Yifeng's shoulders, leaned against the curved stone wall of the stone chamber, her two snow-white slender breasts stretched straight, a blush appeared on her beautiful face. Since she was practicing since she was a child, it was the first time that she was hugged by a man like this, so close to her body, but it was Yifeng who approached her in such a situation, making her lose her mind to think about other things. Yifeng sucked away the poison. What if he dies? The corners of Su Feiying's skirt were messy, her icy and glamorous appearance was gone, and there was only a ray of shyness like a little woman and the worry hidden in her eyes on her beautiful face. It should be gone. After a long time, Yifeng raised his head, his originally handsome face turned dark, but he showed a smile. That spider's poison is really fierce. He glanced at the pure yang mirror in his hand, and found that this holy spiritual weapon was also a little black. It seemed that it would take too long to purify the poison absorbed by it. How are you feeling? Su Feiying didn't care about other things. She quickly stretched out her jade hand to hold Yifeng's darkened face. A pair of bright eyes showed deep worry. It should be fine. Yifeng's lips moved slowly, but when he opened his mouth, he let out a breath of black air. It was obvious that he had been deeply poisoned. He let go of Su Feiying's right hand, clenched it into a fist, and glanced at the ancient dragon sword ring in his hand. This quaint ring has accompanied him since his rebirth to the earth. Although he does not know what level of magic weapon it is a token of the legendary dragon sword inheritance. From the very beginning, the ancient ring of the dragon sword gave him countless help. If it weren't for the ancient ring of the dragon sword, all his actions on the earth would never have been so smooth, and he had even died several times. The role of the dragon sword ancient ring is really too great. Even the after effects of crossing the nebula just now were relieved by the dragon sword ancient ring, which made Yifeng clearly understand the preciousness of the dragon sword ancient ring. With the dragon sword ancient ring, even if his pill core is broken, can it be condensed again? No wonder, there have been rumors of immortality among the descendants of dragon sword all the time. At this moment, when Su Feiying Qiu's face was full of tension, dragon sword ancient ring finally emitted a cool breath again, pouring into the poisonous Yifeng's body again. It's just that the breath this time is much weaker than the previous few times, and it seems to be dispensable, which makes Yifeng know clearly that the ancient dragon sword ring will not help him in a short time up. Of course, being able to survive the poison of the giant black spider is already a blessing, and he doesn't expect too much. Real. Yifeng coughed and stood up, the black air on his face finally dissipated under the lingering cool breath of Dragon Sword Ancient Ring. This made Su Feiying, who was watching from the sidelines, a little surprised. This keepsake inherited from the Dragon Sword actually has so many functions? No wonder it can become a treasure that countless people want to obtain in the world of cultivating immortals. It's a pity that even if they get it, not everyone can get its approval. For example, the Fire Cloud Demon Master should have obtained the Ancient Dragon Sword Ring by accident before, but the Ancient Dragon Sword Ring became a ring in the hands of the Fire Cloud Demon Master. Ordinary rings are useless, and even the word Dragon Sword cannot be displayed, so they are buried in the pile of debris. Seeing that Yi Feng's condition gradually recovered, Su Feiying finally breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the charming scene where Yi Feng sucked the poison out of her without hesitation. A little blush appeared on her delicate face. This is the first time in her life this kid dared to belittle her so rudely, and still think of her as a master? It's a pity that Su Feiying couldn't think of accusing Yi Feng at all, because Yi Feng was trying to save her. If she still scolded him, wouldn't she have no conscience at all? She is not a person who does not repay her kindness. Even though Yi Feng was her disciple, in the situation just now, it would be impossible for someone else to risk his life to suck out the poison for her. If the Ancient Dragon Sword Ring didn't work, wouldn't Yi Feng die immediately? This made Su Feiying's face show a trace of resentment, coupled with that touch of blushing. She really is full of charm, stunning in the world, and overwhelming. As soon as Yi Feng raised his head, he saw the shy, angry and moved expression of the beautiful master, and he was stunned for a moment. Seeing Yi Feng's sluggish look, Su Feiying came to her senses, and sternly said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and take a look at this heavenly spirit stone." After finishing speaking, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at the Tianling stone on the stone platform in the center of the stone room. In the enclosed circular stone chamber, this heavenly spirit stone exudes a soft white radiance, and bursts of rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth emanate from it. The heavenly spirit stone is a special kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure. The heavenly and earthly aura in it cannot be absorbed by the cultivators, but it can be used as a source of power for the teleportation array. The teleportation array in the world of cultivating immortals, the aura of heaven and earth from a heavenly spirit stone can support the operation of the teleportation array for nearly a year, and it is a very precious material resource. Yi Feng doesn't know how many times he can use it to activate the cross-world teleportation formation, but it's definitely not a problem to use it 10 times or 8 times. It should be a perfect sky spirit stone. Su Feiying has more experience in the world of cultivating immortals. After checking the sky spirit stone, she quickly made a judgment, with a look of satisfaction on her pretty face. It will be no problem to go back and forth in this way. You can come here at any time. I just don't know if this is the world of cultivating immortals. If you can get out of this temple, you should know which world this is. Yi Feng sighed. Now we are not in good condition, it is best not to run around, we must go back and recuperate. Su Feiying frowned, a trace of worry hung on her cold face. No one knows her condition better than her. Although Yi Feng sucked out the poison in her body just now, but when she was originally depleted of true qi, she forcibly cast the star shift, and the damage to the meridian dantian was too great. If there is another fight now, she will be able to display less than half of her strength, and she will not be able to perform such high-consumption magic spells as Star Shift for the time being. If they meet that kind of giant black spider just now, they might not even be able to run away. In this case, of course she dare not take Yi Feng to run around again, she just wants to go back to recuperate first. Su Feiying asked Yi Feng to put the Sky Spirit Stone into the storage ring. Yi Feng wanted to return the storage ring to her, but she refused. "You keep it, I'm afraid." The way she hesitated to speak made Yi Feng a little puzzled. What's wrong with Master? But he didn't think much about it, because Su Feiying quickly inspected the entire circular stone room and found a problem. The stone door of this stone room couldn't be opened from the inside. "Let me." Yifeng urged his true energy, held the dark green true energy sword in his hand, and struck down at the stone door with mysterious writing. Hum. A translucent barrier suddenly popped out from the door, blocked Yifeng's true chi sword, and bounced the true chi sword away without a single ripple. This made Yifeng's face change. He never thought that this shaman is so high level, and it also has its own true chi shield. It can't be opened, this shield is too strong. Su Feiying raised her jade hand, touched the translucent chi barrier, frowned and said, even in my heyday, I couldn't break through it. It seems that the builder of this temple is very strong. Su Feiying said that she is very strong, so even she can't fight against it. You must know that even Huiyun Demon Lord is just a little fire bull in her mouth, and it is definitely not enough to be very strong. This cast a shadow over Yifeng's heart. He quickly tried the walls and other directions of the circular stone room, only to find that the translucent Shinchi barrier actually covered the entire stone room. The smooth walls, ground, and ceiling are like mirrors, and there is no hidden mechanism that can open the stone door. Could this stone door only be opened from the outside? Yifeng and Su Feiying looked at each other, and they both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. It seemed that they were trapped in this closed stone room, and judging by the nature of the translucent chi barrier, they might not be able to escape even by teleportation. Obviously, the purpose and function of this circular stone chamber is to trap others in it. It is really not so easy to get something as precious as the Sky Spirit Stone. I don't know if there are other cultivators in this temple. If so, if you come to see the two of you, I'm afraid. And after Su Feiying carried out Star Shift to take away Yifeng, only a large group of martial artists and the giant black spider were left in the originally dark corridor. This made Qin Jianxiong, who was close at hand, sullen. Yifeng and Su Feiying suddenly disappeared? Could it really be the legendary teleportation spell? This is completely beyond his imagination. Help! At this time, two youths passed by Qin Jianxiong with screams, and the huge black spider with a height of 4 to 5 meters scared everyone out of their wits. Only Qin Jianxiong remained calm. Seeing this, he grabbed one of the youths, threw the youth towards the giant black spider, and then quickly backed away. He is not willing to die here like this. He wants to unite with the rest of the martial arts people and work together to deal with this disgusting guy. Puff. The young man he threw at the giant black spider was so frightened that his bile flowed out, but he couldn't escape the fate of being slaughtered. He was stabbed into the lower abdomen by a long leg of the black spider, and the poison entered his body. Then he threw it aside and hit the wall hard superior. After a while, the young man's whole body turned black, and his heart stopped beating. It didn't take long for his whole body to turn into pus, making him inhuman. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Another young man quickly passed through the place where the black spider was, but was lucky not to be caught by Qin Jianxiong, and quickly ran to the end of the corridor. The giant black spider wanted to catch up, but suddenly it seemed a little hesitant, and its huge body obviously paused. This made Qin Jianxiong, who was not far away, suspicious. Is this spider also afraid of something? The next moment he knew what was going on. I saw the young man crying and running forward. Suddenly a section of the corridor in front of him suddenly lit up with flames on both sides, and raging flames spurted out from the side of the wall. The young man who ran to the end of the corridor was burnt to nothing, and the temperature of the fire made the giant black spider more than 20 meters away a little scared. Standing on its 8 long legs, it stepped back from the wall, climb up and hide in the ceiling of the corridor. Qin Jianxiong, who was farther away, also felt a wave of heat rushing towards his face, almost melting his whole body. Based on this temperature alone, he could imagine that even if the giant black spider was thrown into the sea of flames, it would definitely end in death. There is such a trap in this ancient temple. This made Qin Jianxiong feel the hope of surviving. And the rest of the chaotic martial arts people were also stunned by the sudden fire in the distance ahead, which reminded them of the content of a secular sci-fi horror movie. In that movie, there is a passageway full of electric wires, and people will be sliced into meat when they enter it. But the situation they are facing now is that as soon as a person enters the corridor in front, he will be burned to death by the flames sprayed from both sides. What the hell is this place? Giant black spiders, swarms of small spiders, women who can teleport, weird Yi Feng. It's too scary. Different from the despair of others, Chen Jianxiong remained calm in this situation. Calm down, everyone. His voice was condensed into several beams, and it was transmitted to the ears of the Tang family and the highest cultivation person in Tiandao Hall by means of sound transmission. An elder from the Tang family came to the Tang family. He was also an old man with 100 years of cultivation. He was leaning against the wall in cold sweat. Hearing Chen Jianxiong's words, he raised his head and glanced at him. With a movement of his feet, he quickly floated to Chen Jianxiong's side. He accurately realized that now they should indeed hug each other in order to have a chance of survival. Those two old men who have cultivated for more than 80 years in the Tiandao Palace are standing back to back at this time, looking around cautiously, but they are panicked in their hearts, because they know that such a state is very important for those it is useless for a giant black spider at all. There are still 20 people left in the martial arts. Lead that thing into the flames ahead. Chen Jianxiong was extremely calm, and expressed his thoughts to the direct elder of the Tang family. The elders of the Tang family flashed shrewd old eyes, nodded slowly, and gestured calmly, using the light of the fire to draw the rest of the Tang family around. Squeak! Suddenly a black shadow pounced on the two elders of the Heavenly Knife Hall who were standing back to back not far away, and the 8 thick and hard black spider legs slashed towards the two elders like the sharpest blades in the world. Bastard, how courageous! Chen Jianxiong reacted almost immediately, clenched his hands into fists, spurted out all the energy in his body, aimed at the direction of the giant black spider, and performed Taijiquan's progressive move and punch. The tyrannical internal air broke through the cold and humid air in the corridor, and hit the poison sac on the tail of the giant black spider while it was attacking. Puff! The giant black spider's extremely metallic, smooth and hard-pointed legs pierced the chest of one of the old men of the Heavenly Knife Hall at once, but the poison sac at its tail was also hit hard by Chen Jianxiong. The powerful destructive power made the poison sac. It swayed for a while, but finally resisted it. In terms of cultivation, this giant black spider is stronger than Chen Jianxiong. Not to mention other fighting methods, even Chen Jianxiong couldn't match it. Of course, Chen Jianxiong believed that he was a human, while the opponent was always just a spider, and he was confident that he could defeat it with his wisdom. I'll move forward and lead it there. Chen Jianxiong sent another voice transmission, and briefly recounted the plan and those around him who were high enough in the martial arts. As for those with low cultivation, he didn't pay attention to them. For a moment, people with higher cultivation levels from the 3 sects galloped towards the end of the corridor where they could jump out of the sea of flames, and Chen Jianxiong, not to be outdone, took the lead and rushed to the forefront. The rest of the cultivation bases were not very high. Seeing everyone running in, of course they followed suit. Bastard, court death. Another old man from the Heavenly Knife Hall saw his friend who had been with him for most of his life being pierced through the chest by a giant black spider. Blood flowed out, and his eyes were about to burst. He grasped the long knife wrapped in the oilcloth behind his back, and the sky knife whirlwind danced wildly on the spot. The giant black spider was extremely agile, and a sharp leg came across, blocking the pierced old man of the Heavenly Knife Hall in front of him, and greeted the Heavenly Knife whirlwind. Blood and flesh flew all over the place, but soon the Heavenly Knife whirlwind also turned to the black spider body. Clang! 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 There was a sound of metal intersecting in the dim corridor, and the black spider was unscathed when it forcibly resisted the 80-year-old heavenly sword whirlwind of the old man in the Heavenly Sword Hall. Immediately afterwards, he raised a sharp black leg and killed the old man in one fell swoop, and the spinning knife light stopped instantly. The two strongest members of the Heavenly Knife Hall were killed immediately, and the remaining disciples of the Heavenly Knife Hall were scared out of their wits, and only knew to run wildly with Qin Jianxiong. Qin Jianxiong looked at the remaining 5 or 6 Heavenly Sword Hall disciples. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the seriousness of the matter this time, how could he cooperate with this evil sect? If you need to sacrifice later, just use these disciples from the Heavenly Knife Hall. Qin Jianxiong made up his mind, and then he found that the giant black spider behind him had disappeared, 100% chasing him from an unknown corner. Be careful. Once it appears, use the strongest means to deal with it. The hairs of Qin Jianxiong's whole body stood on end, and he entered the most concentrated moment in history, but he didn't stop, and continued to run in the direction where the flames sprang out just now. Close. 100 meters. 50 meters. The destination is ahead, and the giant black spider has not yet appeared. Get your hands on me. Qin Jianxiong didn't notice any signs of an attack by the giant black spider, but at this moment he decisively sent out a sound transmission, ordering a group of disciples from the Tang family and Tai Chi Hall around him, with an incomparably dignified expression on his bright and righteous face. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but be surprised. The spider hasn't appeared yet, so why do you want to attack him? And it's about to reach the place where the flames burst out. If you don't stop, I'm afraid later. However, at the critical moment, they still believed Qin Jianxiong's words. All the disciples in the Taiji Hall used Taijiquan methods. Those who have cultivated for 60 to 70 years are already masters who can let go of their internal energy. Block the hammer. Aim at Qin Jianxiong's direction and bombard it. But the members of the Tang family moved faster. They held the small knives and daggers in their hands one by one, and they used their moves while running, launching a swift and fierce attack on Qin Jianxiong from a distance of several meters. A total of 10 tyrannical internal energy swept towards Qin Jianxiong in an instant. This scene seemed a little strange to the eyes of other low-level people who were not able to vent their internal energy. I don't know why they suddenly attacked Qin Jianxiong. But soon they knew why. Just when the attacks of the surrounding people were about to hit Qin Jianxiong, a huge black shadow suddenly hung down from in front of Qin Jianxiong, and 2 hard and smooth pitch-black pointed legs stabbed at Qin Jianxiong with lightning speed. Qin Jianxiong snorted coldly. Fortunately he was well prepared and expected that the opponent would launch an attack at this time. Qiankuan palm technique, great teleportation. Qin Jianxiong's whole body's inner energy condensed on his palms, forming a special inner energy shield around his body. At the same time, his palms slid along the air, easily catching the sweeping inner energy attacks from other martial artists. The tyrannical force deformed Qin Jianxiong's face when he received these attacks. However, as soon as he gritted his teeth, he immediately rolled on the spot, and rolled awkwardly to the side of the giant black spider that suddenly appeared. Then the 2 palms condensed everyone's inner energy, aimed at the giant black spider and pushed forward. All retreat. Qin Jianxiong stopped the sound transmission, and shouted loudly. The martial arts of the Tai Chi Hall were displayed to the fullest by him. Condensing the inner energy of everyone's all-out attack, he smashed it on the giant black spider at once. The terrifying force made it make a strange squeak sound, and then the huge body couldn't maintain its balance, and was slapped by Qin Jianxiong. Pushed forward. Boom! The flames that were just like a flash in the pan burst out from both sides of the corridor again, engulfing the huge body of the giant black spider in an instant. A shocking burst of heat came from the opposite side of Qin Jianxiong, causing him to close his eyes and almost lose consciousness. Although he was not directly hit by the bursting flames, Qin Jianxiong felt as if he was scorched even though they were more than 10 meters away. If they were pushed into the series of hundreds of meters long sea of flames ahead, no matter who they were, they would die without a place to die. The terrifying heat even made Chen Jianxiong's thinking stagnate. Only the remaining survival instinct drove him to use lightness kung fu and move back quickly. As for the rest of the martial arts people, they had already seen that the situation was not good, and stepped back further away. Their faces were lit with flames. Watching Chen Jianxiong gallop back from the front, a touch of admiration spontaneously emerged from everyone's hearts. As expected, he is the most promising elder of the Tai Chi Hall, to become the next head. Under such circumstances, he can find a way to turn the world around and kill that terrifying giant black spider. A group of elite disciples of the Tai Chi Hall hurried up to greet him and supported Chen Jianxiong's body. A long time passed. The flames in the corridor disappeared, and the giant black spider had also turned into ashes in the flames. There were only a few small black spiders around that were killed by the fall of Su Feiying's stars, emitting a faint light that illuminated the remaining 20 come face to face. What should we do now? Everyone has this question in their hearts. The elders of the Tang family came towards Chen Jianxiong, but were stopped by a group of elite disciples of the Tai Chi Hall, fearing that the other party would plot evil against Chen Jianxiong. Get out of the way, I want to discuss with you, Elder Chen. Tang Qingtian, the direct elder of the Tang family, snorted coldly. Elder Chen is resting, please don't come close. An elite middle-aged man said with a sullen face. Get out of the way. However, Chen Jianxiong spoke in person, and walked forward with a haggard look on his face. Although Kai Kai's hand was beautiful, it also consumed too much of his internal energy, and made him feel a little sluggish. However, he is not afraid of Tang Qingtian's sudden attack on him, because the current situation is still unclear, and it is undoubtedly a stupid act to kill each other now. Research how to get through that sea of fire. Chen Jianxiong came over and looked towards the end of the corridor. Yi Feng and that beautiful woman did not know where they teleported to, and they must not stay in this place. No matter where it is, and what dangers are around them, they must return to Earth. Then, that sea of flames was the only path they could choose. Everyone rested for a few hours, during which nothing else came to attack. It seemed that this place was the territory of the giant black spider, and there was nothing else except that thing. Finally, under the call of Chen Jianxiong and Tang Qingtian, everyone gathered and came to the area where the flames burst out. After researching for a long time, Chen Jianxiong finally discovered through the dim light that there was a mysterious and incomprehensible star map carved on the ceiling of the flame area, which made him overjoyed. Does that star map represent something? Can you pass through the sea of fire? In the closed stone chamber. Yi Feng and Su Feiying searched for a long time, but they didn't find any way to leave the stone room. During this period, Yi Feng tried to use void swordsmanship, but found that the translucent true energy barrier could really prevent people from teleporting. You can come in, but you can't go out. Boom. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and punched the closed stone door. He felt unwilling. Could he just be trapped in this place, where birds don't lay eggs? Although being able to be with a beautiful woman like Su Feiying is not what he wants. The demon lord Huiyun may have already wreaked havoc on the earth, but he and Su Feiying were trapped in this place. If they returned later, something serious might happen. Don't panic. Su Feiying's crisp voice came from Yi Feng's ears, and then a cold and soft hand held him, as if to comfort and encourage him. Master, I am not a child anymore. Yi Feng smiled helplessly, feeling the smooth and soft touch from his hand. It was as if a flame was burning in his heart. This made him miss Long Wanner and Su Menghan a little bit, and he didn't know how the two girls were doing now. Of course he likes Su Feiying, a beautiful teacher who has accompanied him since he was a child, but the other party is his teacher, not to mention that in this situation, he can't think of anything else. You are young. A look of concern appeared on Su Feiying's pretty face, and then she smiled slightly. This smile made Yi Feng stunned for a while. How long has it been since Master didn't smile? When she smiled, she was indeed more attractive than the most beautiful woman Yi Feng had ever seen. After all, she was always icy. Even in the world of cultivating immortals, other cultivators have never seen Su Feiying's smiling face. There will be a way. Su Feiying's smile didn't last too long, and soon disappeared without a trace. She let go of Yi Feng's hand, and walked towards the edge of the closed stone room. Yi Feng looked at the slit of the long skirt that was torn open on her thigh, and could clearly see the snow-white patch on her thigh, which was enough to make any man's mouth dry. And the fabric on the chest of her snow-white lawn dress became fragmented due to the thorn of the spider's leg, as if the pair of snow-white full breasts on her chest could pop out when the wind blows. In this ancient temple, the two of them didn't notice this at first, but now the situation has calmed down, and they couldn't find a way out for a while, so Yi Feng noticed this beautiful scene. "Master, you." Yi Feng pointed to her chest. Su Feiying frowned slightly, lowered her head to take a look, and saw that the long snow-white dress that was already in pieces could not conceal the beauty of her whole body, bit by bit white and naked. Being exposed, she couldn't help raising her jade hand to cover it up. When she raised her head, she found that Yi Feng was looking at her and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "What are you looking at?" She looked cold and turned around, not giving Yi Feng a chance to stare. "No, nothing. Master, this is for you." Yi Feng reacted, quickly took out a black dress from the storage ring, and handed it over. This is what he used to put in the storage ring just in case. It was originally prepared for Longwaner or Su Menghan, but now it happens to be used by Su Feiying. Su Feiying swept her consciousness back, and stretched out her jade hand to take the black dress, without looking back. Immortal technique, blindfold method. She used the magic technique to cover her body with her true energy, and it seemed that she was about to change clothes. Soon, the piecemeal snow-white lawn dress was thrown to one side of the ground, and Yi Feng swallowed his saliva after taking a look at it, and couldn't help but see Su Feiying changing clothes. Su Feiying acted vigorously and quickly. Just a moment later, with a wave of her hand, she removed the cover of the blindfold, and a graceful and seductive figure appeared in front of Yi Feng again. Yi Feng only took one look, and was deeply attracted by Su Feiying, who had changed into a black dress. She was so sexy and invincible. The skirts originally prepared for Longwaner and Su Menghan were indeed too tight on Su Feiying's body, but it showed her sexy and invincible figure even more. Looking from Yi Feng's side, it was full of curves and curves, a perfect dress. The S-shaped curve of the car comes into view. After changing her clothes, Su Feiying changed her previous cool and noble temperament, and instantly became a sexy goddess. She probably felt that the black dress was a bit tight, and Dai Mei frowned slightly, but then she didn't care, and with a wave of jade hand, a ball of fire appeared and burned the piecemeal snow-white long dress. "How does it feel?" With one hand, Su Feiying twisted her long, flowing hair hanging on her chest, and with a light flick, the long black hair floated up like a peacock spreading its tail, and then sprinkled down on her sexy buttocks behind her, like a waterfall draped over her body. Behind her. Every woman is very concerned about her appearance and image, and Su Feiying is no exception. But the action she made casually made her exude endless charm, which made Yi Feng, who had been with her day and night for many years, a little bit uncontrollable. If it was changed to Lin Shirqing's outfit, Yi Feng would not be too surprised, although he would also like it, but he would definitely not be as stunning as when facing Su Feiying. It is true that Su Feiying's cold and glamorous image is deeply rooted in his mind, but now Su Feiying is like a sexy witch, exuding an amazing charm that makes the body warm. The black dress was indeed a little tight, the chest, buttocks, and thighs were all tightly stretched, and each place could make any man go crazy. "Pretty." Yi Feng paused for a moment, and finally only uttered these two words. No matter what kind of language, it is not enough to describe Su Feiying's beauty at the moment, Yifeng only knows that this is the first time in his life that he has such a strong desire for Su Feiying. But then he woke up, Su Feiying was his master, how could he have such an idea? Under the corner of the slightly short sexy black skirt, Su Feiying's small half of ice-like jade calf was exposed, walking gently. It seemed to be able to touch people's hearts, so that Yifeng didn't notice that Su Feiying had already arrived at his bedside. Before. Come back to your senses, there seems to be someone outside. Su Feiying leaned over with her pretty face, and whispered next to Yifeng's ear. Yifeng came back to his senses immediately, but his perception was not as sensitive as Su Feiying's, and he didn't notice any movement outside the stone room. Her spiritual sense could not penetrate the stone wall of the stone chamber, so Su Feiying detected someone outside purely by her sense of hearing. Her sexy and seductive body was so close that Yifeng couldn't help stretching out his hand and took her soft and boneless hand. Her hands are always so cold, if Yifeng hadn't gotten used to it, this one would make him shiver. I won't hide behind you. Yifeng held Su Feiying's jade hand tightly and said firmly. No matter who is outside, run if you have the chance, and bring the sky spirit stone with you. Su Feiying didn't blame him, instead she clenched her hands tightly, her beautiful eyes sparkled with agility, and she raised her eyes to meet him. How about you? Yifeng frowned. I'll be fine, trust me. Su Feiying stared into his eyes, and said firmly. Yifeng looked into her beautiful eyes, suddenly thought of something, and finally nodded heavily, I see. Immediately afterwards, he let go of her jade hand, took a step forward, and stood in front of Su Feiying, facing the closed stone door of the circular stone room, his eyes full of solemn expressions. The current him has already forgotten the charming look just now. No matter what, the two of them have to save their lives to have a chance to pay attention to others. He didn't know who would appear outside the circular stone chamber and what their strength was, but he knew that he had to escape from here no matter what. Even if it weren't for other unknown powerhouses, even the giant black spider before, they wouldn't be able to fight against them now. Yifeng had to use the void sword technique to teleport away immediately, but Su Feiying could only hold back the enemy first, and then use that move to save her life, waiting for Yifeng's rescue. There was a click. The stone door of the circular stone chamber suddenly loosened. Yifeng and Su Feiying's spirits were concentrated to the maximum, ready to cast their immortal skills at any time. Boom. The originally closed stone door finally slowly opened upwards. Yifeng's consciousness rushed out from the gap of the stone door at the first time, and he couldn't help but be surprised by what he found. Originally, he thought that there would be some terrifying and powerful guy outside, but he didn't expect it to be. When the stone door opened, both inside and outside the original vigilants were taken aback. It turned out that Qin Jianxiong and his group of martial artists opened the stone gate outside. Yifeng, who breathed a sigh of relief, immediately became more vigilant. How did Qin Jianxiong and the others get here? Where is that giant black spider? No matter what, both sides are enemies, and the other side has a lot of people. If they really fight, Yifeng and Su Feiying are no longer opponents. The most important thing is that Su Feiying's current state is not good, and she must be unable to cope with the siege. Then, we still have to act according to the original plan. If we find the mechanism to control this stone gate, we can lock Qin Jianxiong and the others in this round stone room, and they will die of hunger and thirst in a few days. You guys are here. When Qin Jianxiong saw Yifeng, he immediately became angry. After thinking for a long time, he found a safe route by relying on a star map above the sea of flames. They found this stone room at the end, but they didn't expect that Yifeng and Su Feiying were already inside. So what? Yifeng smiled contemptuously. His spiritual sense had already found the mechanism to control the Sherman outside. His figure flashed, void swordsmanship. As soon as the stone door opened, he teleported out like a fish returning to the water. Before Qin Jianxiong and the others could react, Yifeng had already run to the edge of the corridor outside, and cut through the throat of a disciple of the Tai Chi Hall who was controlling the Sherman over there with his sword. Immediately afterwards, from the stone room, an infinitely extended streamer of snow shadows burst out instantly. Swish swish swish. The snow shadow streamer rolled up more than 10 people, including Chen Jianxiong, before they could react, pulled them into the stone room, and dragged everyone into it. Yifeng was the only one left outside. Without hesitation, he pushed a stone brick that had been pulled out of the wall back in with one hand. The stone gate of the circular stone chamber began to slowly descend. Inside the stone chamber, Chen Jianxiong and several other martial artists with the highest cultivation base reacted the fastest, and the inner energy in their bodies exploded, pushing the snow shadow streamers away from their sides, and broke free from the restraints. Su Feiying's fighting power dropped drastically at this time, so of course she couldn't trap so many martial arts fighters with thousands of years of cultivation. In the round stone room, Su Feiying faced Chen Jianxiong and other 10 people alone. The situation was worrisome, but she was not worried. Seeing Yifeng running out of the stone room, she felt relieved, and her true energy froze all at once. Immortal Art, Ice Star Tomb. This immortal technique, which can only be cast with 100 years of cultivation, can make Su Feiying trap herself in an ice ball, like a tomb. Unless her cultivation reaches 3 times her level, she will definitely not be able to break through the ice ball. Just as Chen Jianxiong and the others came to their senses, they found that Su Feiying had turned into a water blue ice ball in front of them, and she could not be seen from the outside at all. Boom! At this time, the Sherman descended and closed tightly, shutting Chen Jianxiong and others inside, casting a shadow over the faces of all martial arts people. The Ice Star Tomb is a typical self-rescue move of the Star Tomb sect, but the disadvantages are very obvious. With Su Feiying's 100-year cultivation base, she can last for about 100 days when performing the Ice Star Tomb. During this period of time, Su Feiying is like hibernating, unable to move without eating or drinking, until the ice layer begins to disintegrate after 100 days. Unless one has 3 times the cultivation base of Su Feiying, that is, more than 300 years, the ice layer will never be broken, and a guy with 300 years of cultivation can be regarded as a generation of masters in the world of cultivating immortals, and it is absolutely impossible for him to appear easily. In the circular stone room, Su Feiying used the Ice Star Tomb to directly protect herself, while Chen Jianxiong and his group of people in the martial arts world were terrified. The Tai Chi Hall and the Tang family were trapped in the stone room, unable to go out and had nothing to eat and drink. The faces of a group of people immediately turned gloomy, and they told you to look at the ice ball that is taller than a person in the middle of the stone room. Smash it. Even though there was no hope, Chen Jianxiong still said in a deep voice, he is not someone who just sits and waits to die, and he absolutely does not want to be trapped to death in this kind of place. However, after a group of them took turns and tried together, they found that with their strength, there was no way to deal with the ice ball hiding Su Feiying, and they couldn't even scratch a trace. 15 people were trapped in the stone chamber. As for the other disciples of the Heavenly Knife Hall, they were used as pawns for sacrifices when Chen Jianxiong tried to pass through the sea of fire outside. What to do? Everyone was lost in thought, looked at each other in blank dismay, and worked for a long time, only to find that they had nothing to do. Yifeng was alone outside the stone room. He had a bit of reluctance on his face, and wanted to reopen the stone room and bring Su Feiying out together, but he knew that even if he opened the stone room now, he would not be able to take away Su Feiying, who had protected herself in the Bingxing tomb, but would they were escaped by Chen Jianxiong. Master, after 100 days, I will come back to save you. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, turned around, waved a fireball, and burned the body of the Tai Chi Hall disciple at his feet. This disciple of the Tai Chi Hall was the one who found the stone gate mechanism and opened the stone gate, but unfortunately opened the way to death for a group of them. Yifeng raised his head, looked forward with a glance, and his spiritual sense detected it. It was a mile-long corridor passage. Even Yifeng's spiritual sense couldn't detect the end, but it happened to be within the detection range of Su Feiying's spiritual sense. It was because of this that she dared to perform star shift, otherwise she would teleport if the terrain ahead is not clear. It is extremely dangerous. The two ends of the corridor are just connected to the stone room where the Sky Spirit Stone is placed, and the Transworld Teleportation Array. The corridor was pitch black. Yifeng didn't care much. He took a step forward, and at the same time kept an eye on the surrounding situation, for fear that any giant black spider would come out again. He didn't know how Chen Jianxiong passed through the corridor, and it seemed that the giant black spider had disappeared, but he would definitely not relax his carelessness. But he just ran forward for a short distance, only to find that the danger did not come from the giant black spider, but from the giant black spider. A burst of flames suddenly erupted from the walls on both sides of the corridor, covering half of the corridor that was hundreds of meters long. The super high temperature approached extremely quickly, and as soon as it burst out from the walls, the hair on Yifeng's whole body began to curl immediately. There was a burnt smell. No, run! Yifeng didn't even think about it. He jumped towards the direction he came from. Void swordsmanship. Swish! 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 3 consecutive void swordsmanships exhausted all the true energy in his body. When his figure reappeared in the sea of fire, his whole body was already smoking, his clothes were scorched, his hair was curly, and he looked embarrassed. What kind of mechanism is this? Chen Jianxiong and his group can survive? Yifeng, cursed bad luck, secretly looked back, only to see that the flames spouting from both sides of the corridor were finally retracted, which made him heave a sigh of relief. He knew that since those people like Chen Jianxiong could pass, there must be a way to crack this mechanism, but now he has no time to study it. Anyway, there is absolutely no mechanism in the round stone room where the Sky Spirit Stone is placed, and the exit can be opened from inside. Yifeng is still a little confident in the IQ of himself and Su Feiying. The spider seems to be gone. After Yifeng passed through the sea of flames, he felt that the entire corridor was silent, and there was a faint smell of blood in the humid air, but because the place was not ventilated at all, the faint smell of blood could not dissipate. This place has raised so many spiders. It seems that no one has been here for a long time. I hope there will be no accidents in this 100 days. Yifeng glanced back. He was concerned about Su Feiying's safety, but he knew it was best for him to go back to Earth first. After 100 days, his cultivation level has improved day by day, and Su Feiying has escaped from the Ice Star tomb. The two of them can join hands and try to break out of the temple to see what kind of place it is. If no one else came to this place, there would certainly be no surprises. What I am most afraid of is that some peerless powerhouse lives in this temple. Su Feiying will be in danger at that time. Of course, the probability of such a thing is extremely low. The most likely thing is that this temple has been abandoned long ago, and it was only in this way that such a large group of black spiders could be raised. Yifeng shook his head, and didn't think about it any further, because thinking about it was useless. He stood up and ran in the direction he came from, and quickly passed through the stone gate hole. With a sweep of his consciousness, he felt the trans-world ancient teleportation array. Like the desert ruins on Earth, there are many grooves around this ancient teleportation array, which can be artificially injected with true energy, or stuffed with heavenly spirit stones to activate the teleportation array. Without hesitation, Yifeng took out the heavenly spirit stone emitting soft light from the storage ring, stepped forward, and inserted it into the groove of the teleportation array. This time, the ancient teleportation array was activated much faster than Su Feiying and Huiyun Demon Master. After all, the aura of the Sky Spirit Stone was directly poured into it. The profound and mysterious characters on the surface of the teleportation array immediately lit up with white light, condensed into a beam of light, and shot straight to the ceiling. Yifeng took out the Sky Spirit Stone, stepped into the teleportation mask, felt it, and found that the energy in the Sky Spirit Stone had been consumed a lot. According to the situation, the Sky Spirit Stone, a total of 6 teleportation arrays can be launched. Now 5 times left. When Yifeng stepped into the teleportation beam of the teleportation array, he once again felt the pain of his body being disintegrated. After a while, his figure disappeared, and the teleportation began. In the desert ruins of the earth. This was the second day after the National Security Bureau discovered the underground ruins. Many relevant experts were dispatched to investigate and record the morphological characteristics of the entire ruins before digging. In the innermost teleportation array stone room, a group of 7 or 8 members of the National Security Bureau with live ammunition are guarding the door, and 2 relevant experts are squatting next to the teleportation array, conducting research on the teleportation array. At this moment, a burst of white light suddenly lit up on the teleportation formation stone. When Yifeng regained consciousness, the sequelae of the teleportation were similar to those of the past teleportation, but since it was the second time, he was prepared, and he woke up quickly after getting used to it. / update the fastest / He didn't have time to open his eyes, so he reached out his consciousness as quickly as possible, fearing that the Fire Cloud Demon Master would hide and attack him, but suddenly he found that the surrounding situation was completely different from what he had imagined. The National Security Bureau has discovered this place. This made him startled. When he opened his eyes, he saw 2 old men in white clothes holding various instruments in their hands. They were staring at Yifeng, dumbfounded. From the nameplates on their chests, Yifeng knew that these 2 were 2 experts from the Huagua Academy of Sciences, and belonged to the highest level scientific research personnel in Huagua. They must have been specially approved to appear here at this time. No, we can't let them study. Yifeng was startled, and immediately thought of something. Nima, if this teleportation formation falls into the hands of the country, will Yifeng still have anything to do with him in the future? He still needs to rely on this teleportation array to find Su Feiying. Almost without any thought, Yifeng waved his hand, hypnosis. Although he didn't want to do anything to the country's scientific researchers, there was nothing he could do now. He didn't want to be arrested by the National Security Bureau for slice research. Under the effect of hypnosis, the 2 senior scientific researchers suddenly fell asleep, and Yifeng covered up the short memory he just sent over. I hope this little trick won't lower their IQ, otherwise Yifeng will be guilty. You must know that this is the top scientific researcher in the country. Each of them is an innumerable wealth. Of course, Yifeng's memory of these 2 seconds is to cover up, not to clear. The probability of damaging their brains is very small. Immediately afterwards, his consciousness expanded rapidly outside, and found that there were 7 or 8 National Security Bureau soldiers patrolling with live ammunition at the gate of the stone room, letting him know that time was running out. The best way now is to put the teleportation array under his feet into the storage ring, but the problem is that Yifeng's storage ring doesn't have enough space. He glanced at the 2 rings on his right hand, a quaint ancient dragon sword ring, and an exquisite and small silver storage ring. The previous broken teleportation array was filled with a silver storage ring, but it was small at that time. Now the volume of this cross-world teleportation array is too large. A round stone with a diameter of nearly 20 meters cannot be accommodated in a room-sized space, and this thing cannot be disassembled. Just when Yifeng was worrying about this matter, suddenly the dragon sword ancient ring in his hand became hot, which made him pay attention immediately. But I saw that from the ancient dragon sword ring, a small phantom of a long dragon suddenly appeared. His silver storage ring was swallowed. What happened? Yifeng was shocked. Su Feiying's storage ring was swallowed? This is not scientific. The things in the storage ring, such as pills, sharp weapons, and long swords, etc., add up to more than 1 billion yuan, but this does not make Yifeng feel distressed. Ying's property is worth a lot in the world of cultivating immortals. Was it swallowed by the dragon sword ancient ring? But soon he found that things were not as bad as he imagined. After swallowing the silver storage ring, a small silver mark suddenly appeared on the side of the dragon sword ancient ring, just like the small silver storage ring before it was swallowed, followed by the small silver mark that swallowed the ring. The long dragon circled around Yifeng's finger, and quickly returned to the dragon sword ancient ring. That's all? Yifeng realized instantly. He could feel that the ancient dragon sword ring in his hand had the function of a storage ring, and the space was 10 times bigger than the small silver ring before. The things in the previous storage ring are neatly placed in a corner of the dragon sword ancient ring space. This scene made Yifeng overjoyed. He never thought that the dragon sword ancient ring would have such a high-end function. Although Su Feiying's storage ring was gone, it finally relieved his urgent need. Without any hesitation, with an urge of true energy, he opened the newly opened storage space of the dragon sword ancient ring, moved towards the huge ancient teleportation array on the ground, and collected it together with the yellow sand in the soil. Now the storage space of the dragon sword ancient ring is a cube of 50 meters long, wide, and high. The ancient teleportation array is included in it, but it only occupies one corner. From now on, Yifeng no longer has to worry about the small storage space. The entire storage space can fit into a villa. It's a pity that living things cannot be collected into the storage space, because when the storage ring is built, craftsmen with deep cultivation will set up a formation in it to prevent any living things from entering. As for why this formation was set up, Yifeng only knew that living things would die on the spot if they entered the storage space. As for whether there was a deeper reason, he didn't know. Yifeng didn't have time to think about it, because the moment he made a noise here, he alarmed a group of National Security Bureau members outside. Alert! The sound of footsteps came quickly, and then a series of members of the National Security Bureau filed in. They saw the two scientific researchers lying aside at a glance, and found that the large teleportation array that was originally in the room had disappeared. This discovery shocked everyone, but they swept all over the place, but they couldn't even find a single fly. Yifeng at this time, of course, had used the invisibility technique to hide his body, and seized an opportunity to sneak out of the desert ruins. In the middle of the run, suddenly his consciousness swept aside and there was a soul cultivator floating in midair. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Isn't that exactly Zhao Bei? Zhao Bei seemed to be fine, even though Yifeng was invisible. He suddenly noticed Yifeng's aura. Brother Yi? Zhao Bei was startled, and then overjoyed. It's me. Yifeng didn't show up, because there were too many members of the National Security Bureau walking around. When he saw Zhao Bei's figure floating down, he immediately asked, "How's the situation here?" "Fire Cloud Demon Lord is here now." "Where?" Xiao Chen is staring at him from a distance. "This guy's current strength is beyond our ability to discover." Zhao Bei showed joy. "Brother Yi, it's good that you are back, otherwise something will happen." "What happened?" Yifeng asked. "The Fire Cloud Demon Master has changed into your appearance, and now he has returned to Yanjing. He has gained a relationship with the National Security Bureau and is trying his best to heal his wounds." Zhao Bei recovered from the joy of seeing Yifeng, and said solemnly, "Become like me?" Yifeng's heart trembled. He knew that something was wrong, but fortunately he came back early, otherwise something serious would happen. Even if the Huiyun Demon Lord changed into Yifeng's appearance, with his current state of greatly reduced strength, he would definitely not be able to fool Su Menghan and Long Water. After all, both women are immortal cultivators, and blindfolding is no stranger to them. But what Yifeng was afraid of was that if he came back late and let the Fire Cloud Demon Master use the power of the National Security Bureau to restore his strength, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if Su Menghan and Long Water can recognize each other, so what? There is too much difference in strength, and it is useless to recognize it. Go back now, immediately. Yifeng didn't think about it. He said something to Zhao Bei, and then quickly ran towards the exit of the ruins. When the endless yellow sand in the desert came into Yifeng's eyes again, the cold wind in the morning made him wake up a lot. Looking around, the National Security Bureau has set up camps around, obviously determined to stay here for a long time, and study the teleportation array below. It's a pity that the teleportation array has been taken away by Yifeng, and the National Security Bureau will never know that Yifeng did it. Because Yifeng, in the eyes of the National Security Bureau, has just returned to Yanjing at this time, how could it be possible to steal such a huge teleportation array from the ruins of the desert? The Fire Cloud Demon Master's unintentional move cleared Yifeng's suspicions, but if this matter got to Yanjing's Fire Cloud Demon Master's ears, it might make him vigilant and startle the snake. Now Yifeng can't control so much, so what if the Fire Cloud Demon Lord knows? With his current strength, and the help of Zhao, Ling Chen, Long Wanner and others, it is more than enough to kill a Huiyun Demon Lord whose strength is less than 1/10. I'm afraid that the National Security Bureau will not be able to tell the truth and help the Fire Cloud Demon Master to deal with him. Although the National Security Bureau definitely has a way to see through the tricks, the Demon Master Huiyun's tricks must be more subtle. Anyway, the fact is that he has already penetrated into the National Security Bureau and is chatting with Zhao Ba in Yanjing. Xiaochen followed the Fire Cloud Demon Master. I'll wait for you here. The two sisters-in-law already knew about this matter, so there shouldn't be any serious problems for the time being. Zhao Bei briefly explained the situation to Yifeng, so that he could understand. Huiyun Yaozhu will definitely need a lot of time to heal his wounds, and there will definitely be no problems in these 2 days. Yifeng guessed for a while, then nodded. You go back to Yanjing to help, I will arrive as soon as possible. The speed of Soul Cultivator is several times faster than his running speed, and it is impossible for Yifeng to go through formal channels now, otherwise wouldn't he be targeted by the National Security Bureau? He didn't want the National Security Bureau to know the existence of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord, so he wanted to get rid of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord secretly first. With Zhao Bei in the front and Yifeng in the back, they started to fly all the way to the east where Yanjing is located. Huanxiao has no scruples. For example, Ling Chen can follow the helicopter of the National Security Bureau all the way back to Yanjing. At this time, Zhao Yi also flew to Yanjing at high speed, and he will arrive in a few hours. But Yifeng could only walk from the wilderness and run along the complex terrain next to the highway. With his current cultivation base, he can completely maintain the speed of Suning Xian Zone, that is to say, it is not slower than a car, and sometimes he does not need to take a long way. It is twice as fast as driving back by car, and can run 100 or 200 kilometers per hour. Of course, this method is too weird. If it is not forced to help, Yifeng is not willing to do this. In order to prevent the National Security Bureau from noticing any abnormalities, he could only do this. Running across half of China in 1 day? He's definitely the first human ever to think so. Time flies by. When Yifeng approached Yanjing City without anyone noticing, night had already fallen. Yanjing City Center. After staying in the National Security Bureau for a whole day, Huiyun Yaozhu absorbed some natural materials and earth treasures prepared by the National Security Bureau, and felt that his overall condition was much better. He still looked like Yifeng, came to the center of Yanjing, and decided to have some fun in this bustling city. According to this speed, I will be able to fully recover my strength in half a month. By then. Jia. The Fire Cloud Demon Master was extremely proud, and when he thought of what happened yesterday, his face was full of sneer. Those idiots from the National Security Bureau didn't even realize that he was a fake Yifeng, and because of some broken teleportation array, they respected him so much, sent him back to Yanjing, and even spent today preparing several golden trees for him. Leaf grass, let him recover a lot of strength. He was wearing a black shirt, exactly like Yifeng, standing beside an intersection with a wicked smile on his face, surrounded by busy traffic, tall buildings, feasting. his heart that had been silent for a long time finally warmed up. Woman, woman. Without cows, playing with a few women is the same. Oh no, how many are enough? He is not as incompetent as a human man, he can at least have dozens of women in one night. It's a pity that the injury is too serious now, otherwise this kid's women are very beautiful. He thought of Yifeng's women, Su Menghan, Long Waner, and Zi Jianlan, and couldn't help but licked his lips. Poor if he ran over now, he would definitely be recognized by the two women, and then killed by that old man Yi Wendian. He, Fire Cloud Demon Lord, would not be so stupid. I just don't know where those two little soul cultivators went. Huiyun Demon Lord thought about it, and shook his head. He was imploded by the 7-star binding technique before, and he was so injured that he couldn't detect the two little soul cultivators, but now after a day of cultivation, he has absorbed several golden leaf grasses. Heaven and earth aura, if those two little soul cultivators appeared next to him again, he would definitely be able to spot it right away. He chatted with Zhao Ba during the day, and heard that there are many women in nightclubs such as bars in human society, so he looked up and looked around, found a bar at random, and walked in. Yifeng. As soon as he entered the bar, he heard a somewhat weak voice coming from the corner, which made him vigilant all of a sudden. However, when he looked into the corner of the bar, he smiled knowingly, and saw that it was a sexy beauty in a long red dress, with a pair of proudly full breasts that attracted the attention of 99% of the men in the bar. The sexy red-clothed beauty didn't call Yifeng by his name when she saw Yifeng coming in, but she was holding a wine glass, her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were blurred, she unconsciously called Yifeng's name as if she was drunk. The Huiyun Demon Lord became lustful all of a sudden. Such a hot and sexy beauty was delivered to her door like this, and she just happened to know Yifeng. After falling on this woman, not only will he be physically refreshed, but he will also be mentally refreshed. After all, she is a woman related to Yifeng. Of course, before he could fuck this woman, he had to get rid of the fly sitting opposite her. It was a handsome boy with a white face and a suit, the kind that could make girls scream when he walked on the street, similar to those male stars in Korea, staring at the sexy beauty in front of him obsessively. For Huiyun Demon Master, it is easier than farting to deal with this kind of small boy. If the real Yifeng was here, he would be able to recognize it at a glance. The sexy red-clothed beauty was Xiaoyu, who was drunk again, and the person opposite her was her nominal boyfriend, Zhao Renjie. Of course the demon master Huiyun didn't know the identities of the two, but it didn't matter. He took a step and walked towards the two of them. Xiaoyu hadn't seen Yifeng for a long time. Since returning to Yanjing from the Shanghai Stock Exchange, she has been very unaccustomed to her life for 2 months. She lived in Yanjing in memory, and that was already 6 years ago. Although both are international metropolises, the environments and lifestyles of Yanjing and Shanghai are quite different. There was a fire in the hotel before, and something happened with Yifeng, which made her a little unsure how to face Yifeng and the people around Yifeng, so she has been immersed in work these days. In Yanjing, she found another comic agency. Although the salary was better than that in Shanghai, it was because of the Xiao family's face. When she usually goes to the company, even her boss is respectful to her, which makes Xiaoyu very uncomfortable, but in order to temporarily avoid the Wang family in Shanghai, she can only go on like this first. A few days ago, I heard that Yifeng had left Yanjing again, but he didn't even visit her before leaving, which made her even more sad. Just tonight, at the instigation of her father, Xiao Deqing, Xiaoyu asked Zhao Renjie to come over, and wanted to explain everything to him clearly. Zhao Renjie had made appointments several times before, but Zhao Renjie had shirked them all. He didn't expect to agree this time, which made Xiaoyu a little strange. After thinking about it carefully, Xiaoyu guessed what was going on. Zhao Renjie must have been afraid of Yifeng. This time, he heard that Yifeng had left Yanjing, so he dared to come out with her. This made Xiaoyu despise Zhao Renjie very much, thinking that this is just a cowardly boy, so she despised him more and became less wary. After dinner at the bar, Xiao Yu became a little irritable when she thought of where Yifeng was now, and accidentally drank too much. Sitting opposite her, the handsome Zhao Renjie in a suit looked at Xiao Yu, who was blushing, and from the corner of his eyes, stared at the faintly revealing snow-white color on her chest. His heart became more and more hot. But reason told him that the woman in front of him no longer belonged to him. A pity flashed in Zhao Renjie's eyes. Originally, this sexy beauty should belong to his wife, but now he can only take advantage of that bastard from the Miao family. He deeply knew why Xiao Yu asked him out this time. It was nothing more than to sever ties with him. For Zhao Renjie, this is undoubtedly unacceptable, because without Xiao Yu's support, where would he get the money to live? Asking him to go to work would kill him. So he looked around for connections, and found a collateral disciple of Yanjing Miao's family. The other party promised that as long as Xiao Yu was put on his bed, he could give Zhao Renjie a check for 5 million. Zhao Renjie agreed without thinking about it. That's why the scene in front of me appeared. Seeing Xiao Yu's pretty face getting more and more red, Zhao Renjie knew that it was almost time, so he took out his mobile phone and quietly sent a text message to Miao Qiguang, a descendant of the Miao family, telling him to come here now. By then, Xiao Yu should be drunk, right? Because of Zhao Renjie's cowardly character, Xiao Yu had nothing to guard against him. She never thought that Zhao Renjie would do such a thing of betraying her to others. This is simply insane and shameless. At this time, Xiao Yu also felt that she was not so conscious, so she wanted to get up and leave to go home. That's it, I've made it clear, I'm going first. Xiao Yu was thinking about Yifeng in her heart. She didn't want to look at Zhao Renjie for a moment. She got up and wanted to leave. Xiaoya, what are you in such a hurry for? I'll take you back later. Zhao Renjie stood up quickly, smiling all over his face. He was confident to keep Xiao Yu here, no matter what. He had to wait until Miao Qiguang from Miao's family came. As soon as Miao Qiguang came, the subsequent things would have nothing to do with him. But just as the two stood up, they found a young man in a black shirt suddenly appeared beside the table blocking the way. Who are you? There was some displeasure in Zhao Renjie's voice. He raised his head and glanced at the other party. This glance choked back his next words. It was Yifeng? This is impossible. It was obvious that Yifeng had left Yanjing for another place a few days ago, and there was no news of his return. Yifeng, why are you here? Xiao Yu turned sideways, saw Yifeng appearing in front of her with a wicked smile. She couldn't help being taken aback for a moment, and then she was overjoyed. Her already flushed face became even more rosy. Her consciousness was a little fuzzy, and she secretly thought to herself, Yifeng suddenly appeared here. Could it be that he came to look for her? I didn't hear from Yifeng before, but now that Yifeng is here, it means that he just came back. Just came back to look for her, which means that Yifeng still has feelings for her. She almost wanted to run into Yifeng's arms, but thinking that Zhao Renjie was still by her side, she forcibly resisted the urge. Just looking at the evil smile on Yifeng's face made her feel a little weird. You die. As soon as that Yifeng opened his mouth, he grinned and patted Zhao Renjie's shoulder with one hand. Zhao Renjie didn't have time to dodge. When he was slapped on the shoulder this time, he couldn't help but look stunned. His eyes suddenly became confused. His hands that were originally lightly raised suddenly dropped, swinging on both sides of his stiffened body. No one knew what happened to Zhao Renjie, but Xiao Yu, who was standing aside, couldn't help but feel a bit of coolness, and couldn't help shrinking back. Yifeng. Xiao Yu felt that Yifeng was a bit strange now, as if he was a little different from before, but she couldn't tell what was different. She shook her head, and put all these suspicions behind her. She only knew one thing, that Yifeng appeared in front of her again, which made her heart beat faster. Before Yifeng left Yanjing a few days ago, he didn't even look at her, which made her sad, so he made a decision these days. When he sees Yifeng again, he must. I'm here, Xiaoya. The corner of Yifeng's mouth curled up when he was transformed into the Fire Cloud Demon Lord. From Zhao Renjia's address just now, he knew Xiaoyu's nickname, and he thought that calling her that was definitely right? Unexpectedly, this title made Xiaoyu sober up a lot. Because Yifeng seldom called her that way before, and usually added the word sister after her name, called Sister Xiaoyu, but what happened now? This made Xiaoyu intuitively feel that something was wrong. A woman's intuition is always very accurate, and a dangerous feeling made her sober up a lot. Hey, brat, what are you doing here? Why don't you get lost after seeing me, young Master Miao? At this moment, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly came from behind Yifeng. What are you? When Yifeng, who became Huiyun Demon Lord, heard this, his heart suddenly became angry. He turned around without looking, and stretched out his hand accurately, and pinched the visitor's neck. Xiaoyu looked at it from the side, and felt that something was wrong with Yifeng, and seeing the two clashing again, she immediately took the opportunity to dodge to the side. Yifeng. I'll open a room next door first, you can come and find me later. Xiaoyu blinked her beautiful eyes. She wanted to open a room first, wash her face with cold water to sober up, and think about whether there was anything wrong with this matter. She glanced at Zhao Renjia, who was standing still beside him, but saw that his face was pale, and his whole body seemed to have lost all vitality. This made Xiaoyu feel that the atmosphere was a bit weird. Seeing Xiaoyu said that she took the initiative to open a room, the Demon Lord Huiyun was of course happy. Go. He pinched the so-called young Master Miao with one hand, and nodded with a wicked smile. The Miaoxiao in his hand is the Miao Qiguang called by Zhao Renjia, a descendant of the Miao family in Yanjing, who has just graduated from university this year and is doing nothing. Since the last time I went to drink flowers and wine with Zhao Renjia, I caught a glimpse of Xiaoyu from a distance, which made him think about Xiaoyu, so I discussed with Zhao Renjia and offered 5 million as a reward, and wanted to talk to Xiaoyu have a good night together. Now the good thing is finally coming to an end, but he ran over in a hurry, but was grabbed by the neck by Yifeng, who became the Fire Cloud Demon Lord, and hung in the air. Miao Qiguan's round face was flushed with suffocation, and he became more and more like a pig's liver. He tightly grasped the hand of Huiyun Demon Lord with both hands, and wanted to pull it away, but he couldn't do it. This scene made everyone in the bar stand up, retreat to the side to watch, pointing and whispering. Miao Qiguang's identity was recognized by some people present, but Yifeng's identity was recognized by more people. There is no way, people who often hang out at the night scene are generally well informed. For Yifeng, who is rising rapidly in Yanjing, he knows of course there are more people. The two clashed, causing a group of people to watch from the sidelines with the mentality of watching the excitement. Xiaoyu took the opportunity to sneak out of the bar, ran to a fast hotel next door and got a room, opened the bathroom door as soon as she entered the room, went in and turned on the faucet, and began to wash with cold water. Miss Xiaoyu. At this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared behind her without warning, and called her in a low voice. Xiaoyu was startled suddenly, and turned her head quickly, only to see a gloomy black mist gradually solidified in the bathroom, and soon turned into the shape of a person with a pale face, which was not something she had ever seen before. Any one of. Who are you? Xiaoyu was taken aback by this weird scene, and she woke up suddenly when she was still a little drowsy. My name is Ling Chen, and I'm Brother Yifeng's subordinate. The corner of the black shadow's mouth curled up, he introduced himself, and then stood where he was, without approaching Xiaoyu, which made Xiaoyu feel relieved a little. You, what do you want to do? Xiaoyu had never heard of Ling Chen, so she was a little surprised that this strange black figure was Yifeng's subordinate. She knew that Yifeng's identity was very different from hers, but she never thought that Yifeng would have such elusive subordinates. If he went out at night to scare people, he would definitely scare a lot of people to death. Nothing, just to remind you, get out of here quickly. As the black figure spoke, his tone gradually became serious, The Yifeng you saw in the bar was not Big Brother Yifeng, but someone else faked it. Now Big Brother Yifeng is rushing back. Before that, nothing can happen. As soon as these words came out, Xiaoyu was startled suddenly, and then Haiying seemed to have noticed something, and his face changed. Go. The black shadow turned into a wisp of black smoke, opened the bathroom door at once, and rolled around Xiaoyu, trying to pull her away from this place. Where do you want to go? A calm voice came in from outside the door, and then the door was kicked open. Wearing a black shirt, Yifeng walked in from the door with a faint look, and glanced at the souls of Xiaoyu and Lingchen in the room. Xiaoya, don't be fooled by him, I am Yifeng. Of course, the demon lord Huiyun didn't want to reveal his identity, so he said something decisively, then took a step forward, stretched out his hand to grab it, and the true energy burst out from the air, sweeping towards Ling Chen's soul body. Humph, big fire bull, if you want to touch Brother Ye's woman, you have to pass my test first. Ling Chen is not afraid. The current fire cloud demon lord is seriously injured and can only display 1/10 of his original strength. Ling Chen is confident that he can hold him back for a while. His soul body suddenly dissipated, and then another black shadow condensed, not far away. The special ability of soul cultivation made ordinary attacks useless against them. However, if the fire cloud demon master activates the fire-type fairy art, Ling Chen knows that it is definitely not something he can resist. Big Fire Bull? Hearing this title, Huiyun Demon Lord instantly spewed out 2 streams of hot air from his nose, and his eyes were filled with incomparable coldness. Xiaoyu was very smart, and when she saw the situation was not good, she ran out to the balcony. Fortunately, she was careful when she opened the room and chose the 2nd floor. Even if she jumped down, she could escape. When she came to the balcony window, she saw that the bar next door had turned into a mess, and she didn't know what Yifeng was doing in that bar, but she could faintly hear someone yelling, "He's dead," and "Call an ambulance." Some type of. This made Xiaoyu understand even more that the Yifeng in the room was indeed not the real Yifeng, because Yifeng would never kill someone because of such a trivial matter. Fire Bull? Xiaoyu didn't understand what this was, she only knew that she had to escape and wait for Yifeng to come back. That mysterious black shadow should be trustworthy. Want to run? Fire Cloud Demon Lord glanced at the balcony window, Xiaoyu wearing a fiery red skirt. Under the bright moonlight, Xiaoyu's sexy and fragrant body looked even more alluring. A white and tender thigh was exposed at the slit in the skirt. It made Huiyun Demon Lord want to crush this woman even more. As soon as he moved his footsteps, he exploded at an unparalleled speed, galloping towards the balcony window where Xiaoyu was, and arrived within a short distance. Don't think about it. Seeing this, Ling Chen gathered his soul power without thinking, and unleashed the dirty earth bone spear as quickly as possible, shooting at the fire cloud demon lord from all directions. Roll! The Huiyun demon lord turned his head sideways, let out a roar, and spewed out a ball of flames with his mouth. At the same time, he opened his hand, and his Jinqi condensed into a Jinqi net across the air, netting around the space where Ling Chen was. Ling Chen's cultivation level is still low, unable to break through this net of true energy, and for a while directly faced the flame spewed out by the Huiyun demon lord. If it was burned by that flame, even if Ling Chen's 3 souls and 7 souls were not burned away, they would be seriously injured. Come out! At this moment, a sharp black sword blade pierced through the air from the side. Zhao Bei finally arrived at the critical moment, and broke through the true energy net of Demon Lord Huiyun at once. Zhao Yi's journey in soul cultivation has been much smoother than Ling Chen's, so he has already comprehended a more powerful move in the soul control art, the Soul Seal Magic Blade. There was a gap in the Jinqi net. Ling Chen immediately seized the opportunity. The condensed soul body scattered, quickly dodged the flame, and then disappeared. The other 2 soul-printed magic blades aimed at the advancing Huiyun demon lord, causing him to stop abruptly. Silently, the 2 soul cultivators had already surrounded Yifeng, who had been transformed into the Huiyun demon lord. Xiaoyu looked back at the window of the balcony, but saw Yifeng standing still with a solemn expression. She couldn't help but gritted her teeth, turned over and jumped off the balcony. Ouch! There is no doubt that this sexy beauty twisted her ankle. In the hotel room, Yifeng, who was transformed into the fire cloud demon lord, confronted two soul cultivators who were invisible to the naked eye, with serious expressions on his face. If he was Huiyin demon lord in his heyday, he would probably be able to deal with such two soul cultivators with a wave of his hand, but now he has to spend a little more effort to kill them. That's fine, I'll settle you here. The fire cloud demon lord smiled evilly, and after getting rid of these two soul cultivators, his threat in this world will be a little less. He ignored the sexy sister Yu Xiaoya, who jumped off the balcony and sprained her feet. Instead, he raised one hand, and two balls of flame shot out, sweeping away in two directions, exactly where Zhao Yi and Ling Chen were. Although his strength has declined, Huiyin Demon Lord's comprehension and instinct for fighting are still there, much stronger than Zhao Yi and Ling Chen, two fledgling soul cultivators. Soul Seal Demon Blade. Filthy Bone Spear. Without hesitation, the two also concentrated their soul power and cast their soul spells. The Black Sword Blade and the Grey Bone Spear faced the two balls of fire at the same time. Boom! The fireball was scattered, sparks shot out all over the place, and Zhao Yi and Ling Chen quickly changed directions. Zhao Yi stopped in front of Huiyin Demon Lord, Ling Chen condensed his soul body and went to the balcony outside the window, turning into a black shadow entity. Xiaoyu, who sprained her feet, got up from the flower bed. Walk. Ling Chen gave a soft drink. Xiaoyu endured the pain in her ankle, knowing that this is an extraordinary period, not to mention that she is not usually a spoiled woman, so she gritted her teeth and ran towards the street not far away. Where's Yifeng? She glanced at the black shadow of Ling Chen, and couldn't help asking. I'll be right back, don't worry. Just as Ling Chen finished speaking, the whole figure suddenly dissipated again, turning into a cloud of black mist, which condensed on the other side the next moment, dodging a flame shot by the fire cloud demon lord. Cup? Ling Chen turned his head suspiciously, only to find that Yifeng, who had become the fire cloud demon lord, was quickly jumping off the balcony and chasing after him, but Zhao Yibei was nowhere to be seen. And that Yifeng just ran 2 steps, a soul-printed magic blade suddenly condensed from the side, and shot towards him. Zhao Yibei didn't fight head-on with Huiyin Demon Lord, but just harassed him. The Huiyin Demon Lord couldn't catch Zhao Yibei's figure for a while, and ignored him, and ran wildly, and came to Xiaoyu and Ling Chen in an instant. If Ling Chen was alone, he would be able to float much faster, but unfortunately with Xiaoyu at the side, the speed of the two of them is simply not as fast as that of Huiyin Demon Lord. In the alley behind the hotel, the 3 of them were suddenly blocked by the fire cloud demon lord. Let your soul fly away. A stern look flashed across Yifeng's face, and with one hand clenched, a ball of flame exploded within Ling Chen's body without warning. The raging flames ignited on him. Hello. Xiaoyu was anxious in her heart. She knew that Ling Chen was in pain when she saw Ling Chen, and then Ling Chen's figure dissipated, and his whole body turned into a cloud of black mist, spreading towards the surroundings, but still burning with flames, in the dark night flying like will-o'-the-wisps. When Huiyin Yaozhu was in the world of cultivating immortals, he had killed soul cultivators who were much stronger than the 2 of them. He knew the characteristics of soul cultivators well, and of course he knew how to destroy them as quickly as possible. Ling Chen was hit all of a sudden, suffering terribly, and being seriously injured. Soul Seal Demon Blade. Zhao Yibei approached silently, launched a sneak attack from behind the fire cloud demon lord, and a black sword blade ghostly slashed towards the fire cloud demon lord's head. Innocent. Huiyin Demon Lord snorted softly, and his left foot collapsed forcefully, and several bricks and stones were stepped on by him and flew up, blocking his head. A layer of Xinqi condensed on the surface of several bricks and stones, which immediately resisted the soul seal magic blade. Because Zhao Bei is more flexible and the journey of soul cultivation is relatively smooth, Huiyun Demon Lord is also a bit tricky to deal with. It is not so easy to defeat him, but it is not easy for Zhao Bei to hurt Huiyun Demon Lord. Two lonely ghosts, no threat. Yifeng turned his mouth up, and lowered his head to look at the sexy Xiaoyu, who had sprained his feet, with a smile in his eyes. Xiaoyu, don't worry about them. You don't really believe what they say, do you? You are not Yifeng, don't try to lie to me. As soon as Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, she had come to her senses at this moment. Of course she knew that something was wrong with Yifeng. Yeah? Huiyun Demon Master was a little annoyed when he heard the words. This woman is really troublesome, since she is so, she simply doesn't pretend. He raised his hand, and a ball of flame swept towards Xiaoyu directly, at an extremely fast speed. Xiaoyu is just an ordinary person, she has never seen this kind of scene before. Just now the fireball flying around has made her confused, now she is even watching the fireball flying over. The fiery red color is reflected in the pupil, but it is too late, dodge away. Careful. Seeing this, Zhao Bei, who was wandering beside him, gritted his teeth, quickly condensed his soul body, and quickly stood in front of Xiaoyu. Ah! Zhao Bei blocked the fireball, but his own soul body was contaminated with flames and burned instantly. Like Ling Chen, Zhao Bei quickly dispersed his soul and body into a cloud of black mist. Soul cultivators can't see their bodies, but at this moment, fireballs are floating in the whole alley, like ghostly ghosts, weird and mysterious. Xiaoyu couldn't help but took 2 steps back, leaned against the cold wall, and stared at Yifeng in front of her. What do you want? She forced herself to calm down, stared at Yifeng and asked. It's very simple, I fell in love with you. The demon master Huiyun raised his hand, and the corner of his mouth curled up. How could he burn such a sexy beauty? The fireball just now was originally intended to attract another sensitive soul cultivator, so he guessed that Zhao Bei would not just sit back and watch Xiaoyu be burned to death, and it was so. The battle in the world of cultivating immortals is not only a competition of immortal arts, but also a game of psychology. As an old monster with 100 years of cultivation, Huiyun Demon Lord has a much stronger combat mentality than Zhao Bei. After hearing the words of Yifeng, Xiaoyu's delicate body trembled. What kind of fire bull is this fake Yifeng in front of her? This fire bull is going to fuck her? No, this is absolutely not possible, even if it is death, she will not let this thing succeed. Don't worry, I will make you so comfortable that you can't leave me, Jia Jia. Yifeng Jia smiled, and looked at the environment of the alley. Why don't you stay here? The environment is not bad, I believe you will be satisfied soon. As he spoke, he paced and walked close to Xiaoyu, who was by the wall. Xiaoyu sprained her feet and couldn't run away at all. In this empty alley, she couldn't even find something to resist, she could only watch helplessly as the other party approached. Tear. The Huiyun Demon Lord raised his hand from a distance, and his true energy burst out, instantly cutting a long gash in the chest of her fiery red skirt, causing the plump pair of Snow White and Plump to lose their restraint suddenly, as if they were about to pop out. Look like it's coming. The Fire Cloud Demon Lord got closer and closer, with anticipation in his eyes, and he was about to appreciate the magnificent beauty of her chest, but at this moment, a dark green sword light suddenly appeared around him. Swish! 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 Void sword dance. At the critical moment, Yifeng finally followed Zhao Bei's prompt and arrived before Xiaoyu had an accident. Void sword dance. The dark green sword light flashed beside Huiyun Demon Lord one after another, and the sharp sword light instantly cut several holes in his body, and blood gushed out. Little thief. The Huiyun Demon Lord was suddenly frightened and angry. He was about to enjoy the beauty of the sexy woman in front of him, but how could he expect such a fierce attack from around his body? Almost immediately, he knew that it was Yifeng, that annoying boy who was supposed to be teleported to another world from the cross-world teleportation array. How could Yifeng appear here? If Yifeng appeared here, wouldn't it mean that Su Feiying also? Demon Lord Huiyun was startled. If Su Feiying also came out, it would be impossible for him to escape now. Now he hasn't put Yifeng's attack in his eyes. He has seen Yifeng's void sword dance before, and feels that even if his strength has dropped greatly, it is impossible for him to be defeated by Yifeng's move. After all, he has combat experience rich, you can find the best way to deal with any fairy art. However, he soon discovered that he was wrong. The power of Yifeng's move is much greater than last time. 10 swords. 20 swords. Since Yifeng used Su Feiying's nebula crossing to perform the incomplete version of Wanjian Guishu, he has a deeper understanding of this move, and knows how to use less true energy to condense more sword energy, reducing the power of the move is enhanced when the true energy is consumed by a large amount. When the 20th burst of sword energy attacked the Fire Cloud Demon Lord, the true chi shield subconsciously condensed by the Fire Cloud Demon Lord already felt a little unstoppable. If it was the Huiyun Demon Lord in its heyday, facing this kind of attack, a random chi shield would be able to block hundreds of sword chis, but the strength of the current Jin chi shield has dropped significantly, and it would be as strong as 200 sword chis after blocking 20 sword chis. Broken signs. As for the more powerful Xian Su Hua, the current Huiyun Demon Lord can't use it at all, so he can only be beaten passively. If this kind of sword energy comes even a few more strikes, the Demon Master Huiyun will not be able to hold on, and he will die in xuanhuan. Wait. Yifeng, we have something to discuss. Huiyun Demon Master felt guilty, and hurriedly begged for mercy, using the means of my Huiyun Demon. If I surrender to you, it must be of great use to you. This is the truth. If the Fire Cloud Demon Lord sincerely surrenders to Yifeng, he must be one of Yifeng's fierce generals, but unfortunately Yifeng knows it all with his ass. How could this Fire Cloud Demon Lord surrender obediently? You think I'm stupid? A chuckle came out from the void next to him. Yifeng had the upper hand. Of course it was impossible to keep his hand and give the opponent any chance to come back. The 21st sword. Yifeng's void sword dance was not over yet. He had swung 21 swords in just half a second. The Fire Cloud Demon Lord's true energy shield was finally broken by this sword. It's a pity that Yifeng didn't relax, because he knew that the biggest difference between demon cultivators and human immortal cultivators was that each demon cultivator's body was very powerful, comparable to those sect disciples who specialize in body training among immortal cultivators. Even without the true chi shield, it would be very difficult to kill them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9 swords. Yifeng then swung 9 swords. This time, the void sword dance, 30 swords, is already his limit. Yet this is enough. Under the last 9 swords, the Huiyun Demon Master no longer had the strength to maintain Yifeng's appearance, and suddenly recovered into a 4-meter-high flame bull, a layer of flames wrapped around his body like an armor. Then this layer of flame armor was cut by Yifeng's sword after sword, and finally the sword light touched his hard skin, pierced deeply, and fiery red blood spurted out. Hell! The Huiyun Demon Lord was in so much pain that he wanted to die, but Yifeng stabbed him one after another, and the terrifying sword light that followed pierced his body in several places. Boom! The huge body finally fell to the ground, occupying the entire dark and deserted alley, and the flames soaring to the sky gradually extinguished. The figure of Yifeng wearing a black shirt slowly appeared from the alley. He put away the dark green true energy sword in his hand, jumped down, and stood beside the huge corpse of the Huiyun Demon Lord. Xiaoyu was already petrified by the sight. Has she ever seen a flame bull demon with a height of 4 meters? That layer of flame armor, that ferocious bull demon head, that tall and strong body, that super high temperature in the air, everything made Xiaoyu dumbfounded. Yifeng is back. Moreover, as soon as he came back, he defeated this mighty-looking flame bull demon, which made Xiaoyu's heart pounding. Looking at the thin young man in a black shirt standing next to the huge corpse of the bull demon, Xiaoyu felt that she had never been so excited in her life. The scene in front of her was the most miraculous scene she had ever seen in her life since she was a child. It's like a fairy tale. She covered her snow-white plump chest with one hand, and gathered her other hand into a small fist. She raised her head and looked at Yifeng. Is he her prince? Yifeng stood in the alley, being blown by the cold night wind, looking at the huge body of Huiyun Demon Lord in front of him. His expression was indifferent. It was normal for him to be able to kill the Fire Cloud Demon Lord. After all, Su Feiying said before that now that the Fire Cloud Demon Lord was seriously injured, he would only end up being defeated if he met Yifeng. To lose is to die, there is nothing to say about that. In Yifeng's hand, the ancient dragon sword ring shone, and he took out the Shroud of Souls from it. Immortal art, soul-gathering art. Yifeng directly absorbed the strong soul of the Fire Cloud Demon Master into the Shroud of Souls, struggling violently, but to no avail. Boy, I will take revenge. The Fire Cloud Demon Master's voice became smaller and smaller, but Yifeng was not moved at all. Instead he chuckled lightly. This demon bull has become a soul, how can he take revenge? Moreover, it is impossible to become a soul cultivator with Huiyun Yaozhu's previous cultivation, and the 3 souls and 7 souls will dissipate in a short time. Yifeng didn't have time to pay attention to the soul of the demon lord, Huiyun. He quickly opened the storage space of the ancient dragon sword ring, and put all of the demon lord Huiyun's huge body into it. Several special places can be used as good refining materials. Now Yifeng collects good materials when he comes across them, and when he is free, he can start to refine some useful magic weapons. Immortal art, soul-gathering art. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng gathered his true energy in his hands again, gathered the burned souls of Xiaoyi and Ling Chen around the alley, and sealed them all into the dragon sword ancient ring. The 2 were seriously injured this time. Although they were not fatal, it was not easy to recover. Yifeng decided to search for a kind of herbal medicine called tying grass recently, and use it to refine it into elixir, which can heal Xiaoyi and Ling Chen's injuries. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yifeng turned around and smiled at Xiaoyu, who was cute and pitiful behind him. Sister Xiaoyu, are you all right? As soon as these words came out, Xiaoyu didn't even think about it. She ran over in 3 or 2 steps and threw herself into Yifeng's arms. When the soft and sexy body fell into his arms, Yifeng subconsciously stretched out his hands and hugged Xiaoyu's slender waist like a willow. He lowered his head to look, and a piece of white flowers came into view. Just now, the Fire Cloud Demon Lord cut the red cloth on Xiaoyu's chest from the air, but now Yifeng has made it easier for him, and he has a panoramic view of the most beautiful scenery on her chest. Under the cut red fabric, there are 2 snow-white and plump mountains, but they are faintly visible, and the lower part is covered by a sexy red cover, but the round and firm shape is enough to make people imagine. This made Yifeng's heart suddenly burst into flames. If the man in this situation has not responded yet, it must be Lu Xiaohui. It's a pity that Yifeng is not, so he naturally reacted. Xiaoyu's fiery delicate body was close to Yifeng, and she immediately felt Yifeng's change, but she was not afraid to push him away. Instead she hugged him even tighter, a slender and elastic leg rubbed against Yifeng. Feng's thigh. Don't go back, stay with me. Xiaoyu's fragrance was light like orchid, and she leaned close to Yifeng's ear. Her eyes were like silk, and a white jade hand clasped his chest. Yifeng didn't speak. At this moment he knew that everything he said was nonsense. Taking advantage of the movement in this small alley before anyone else noticed, Yifeng hugged Xiaoyu by the waist, jumped on the balcony of Xiaoyu's previous room with ease, and then grabbed Xiaoyu. Curtain. After the 2 disappeared, finally a small team of policemen ran into the alley with flashlights. They were attracted by the sound of fighting and fire just now. But when they came, they found that there was nothing in the whole alley, which made them all look puzzled. Could it be that they were hallucinating and auditory hallucinations just now? They didn't struggle for too long, because a big incident just happened in the nearby bar, and 2 people died. According to eyewitnesses, the assailant was definitely Yi Feng. He just patted Zhao Renjia on the shoulder lightly, causing him to turn pale and die immediately, and his heart stopped beating. As for Miao Qiguan of the Miao family, he strangled him by the neck and forcibly strangled him to death. The method was extremely cruel and ruthless. What happened here? Quickly alarmed Yanjing Public Security Bureau Chief Miao Zhenqiang, and quickly brought people over. When he saw Miao Qiguan's body, Miao Zhenqiang's face became extremely ugly, but he knew that Yi Feng was now a key manager of the National Security Bureau. Even if he was a senior official at the deputy ministerial level, he had no right to intervene in dealing with Yi Feng. He can only report this matter to the National Security Bureau, and let the National Security Bureau personnel come forward to deal with this matter. But being unable to intervene doesn't mean that Miao Zhenqiang just put this matter behind him. When the National Security Bureau sent Zhao Ba in a windbreaker, Miao Zhenqiang quickly contacted him, and eloquently described Yi Feng's cruel killing methods. In order to make Yi Feng more threatening in the eyes of the National Security Bureau, Miao Zhenqiang even sent someone to chop several knives on the corpses of Miao Qiguan and Zhao Renjia as evidence of Yi Feng's cruel heart. Of course Zhao Ba said that if Yi Feng really used such means, the National Security Bureau would definitely not let Yi Feng off lightly. This made Miao Zhenqiang slightly relieved. In the hotel room, Yi Feng had already been thrown on the bed by Xiaoyu, and her sexy red lips couldn't wait to put it on. It's a pity that at such an age, Xiaoyu took the initiative to kiss someone for the first time. Her performance was jerky, bumpy, which made her feel a little uncomfortable, so she simply let go and let Yi Feng do it. But when the 2 of them fell on the bed like glue, Yi Feng suddenly noticed something. Etc. Yi Feng swept his consciousness around, frowned slightly, and gently hugged Xiaoyu's fiery delicate body aside. What's wrong? Xiaoyu put one hand on his chest, her eyes blurred. She didn't understand why Yi Feng stopped at this moment. It's nothing, I'll come as soon as I go, wait for me obediently on the bed. Yi Feng kissed her face, got up and walked towards the door of the room. With his consciousness, he saw that there were a group of members of the National Security Bureau, accompanied by the police, searching for something in this hotel, and it was estimated that their room would be searched soon. The National Security Bureau was dispatched. It must not be anti-pornography or something like that. Yi Feng knew it must be for him without even thinking about it. It seems that the Fire Cloud Demon Master caused a lot of trouble when he changed into his appearance. Yi Feng didn't want Xiaoyu to worry, so he decided to solve this matter quickly. Fortunately, the leader is Zhao Ba, the elite of the National Security Bureau who is known as the 8th uncle is quite easy to talk to, at least he can reason with him. Just as Yi Feng opened the door, Zhao Ba happened to lead someone to check his room, and seeing him open the door, he couldn't help being startled, and raised the precision guns in his hands one by one. Hands up, don't move. Immediately someone shouted loudly. Yi Feng raised his hands as he said, but the expression on his face was relaxed. He smiled and looked at Zhao Ba, the leader. 8th uncle, what are you doing so hard? Seeing Yi Feng, Zhao Ba gave a wry smile. Didn't you mean to cause trouble? What happened to those 2 people in the bar? Who? Yi Feng asked back. That bar was outside the scope of his consciousness, so he didn't know what happened there. 2 people were killed and many people accused you of being the murderer. Zhao Ba explained. How did you die? Yi Feng went straight to the key point. Hacked to death with knives. One of them showed signs of being strangled, and the other showed some unknown signs. Zhao Ba told Miao Zhenqiang's forensic identification results. That's definitely not me. Yi Feng smiled easily, and with a surge of anger, the dark green long sword was condensed in his hand. If I strike, there is no way there will be a knife wound. And do you think I will be so stupid to leave evidence for others? I think so. Zhao Ba smiled knowingly. I'm looking forward to you telling me the truth. As for now, I won't bother you. I wish you a happy night. Obviously Zhao Ba felt that Yifeng would not be the murderer in this case, but since he appeared here at night, Yifeng would definitely know something about the bar next door. Moreover, he also knew what Yifeng was going to do in the room, so he tactfully did not disturb him. It's just that this matter, I wonder if it will soon reach Lin Shiqing's ears? Yifeng was helpless, but he didn't take it to heart. How was he with Xiaoyu? He didn't intend to hide it at all. If other people asked, he would definitely admit it right away. What's the big deal? Tonight, Xiaoyu witnessed the scene where he killed the Huiyun demon lord, and maybe he had to pass on the cultivation of immortality to her. With a wave of Zhao Ba's hand, he led the people away. Miao Zhenqiang never imagined that the knife wound he intentionally added to blame Yifeng actually cleared him of suspicion. When he learned that Yifeng was safe and sound, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. He is not from the martial arts world, so of course he doesn't know the difference between a knife wound and a sword wound, and he also doesn't know that the National Security Bureau knows much more about Yifeng than he does. Yifeng didn't pay much attention to this matter. For him, the Fire Cloud Demon Lord is already in the past tense. Although the soul of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord is still restrained, that soul is no longer able to cause any disturbances. Yifeng only kept that soul, because he thought that he might use it someday. Get on. As for Zhao Bei and Ling Chen who were seriously injured, Yifeng directly sealed them in the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring without even saying a word, because it would be useless to talk too much. Yifeng's spiritual sense detected that Zhao Ba and the others led people away, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Fortunately, he came back secretly and killed the Huiyun demon lord. He just made up a random story to explain the deaths of Zhao Renjia and Miao Qiguang. There will be no trouble at all. The teleportation array on the other side of the desert was stolen, no one would suspect him. It wasn't until Zhao Ba led the people away that Yifeng turned around, opened the door and walked in. Just after entering the room, a fragrant and delicate body has already entangled like an octopus. Who is it not Xiaoyu? Is there any trouble? Xiaoyu asked softly, her small mouth sipped lightly on Yifeng's ear. She didn't know that Zhao Renjia and Miao Qiguang were dead, but Yifeng would not tell her about it, otherwise the good atmosphere would be ruined like this. It's okay, let's continue. Yifeng put his hands between Xiaoyu's slender waist and began to rub gently. The soft and smooth skin under the skirt fabric seemed to be in close contact with him, with a little bit of ambiguous warmth. Don't worry, I'll take a shower first. Xiaoyu felt the smell of alcohol on her body and made her feel uncomfortable. She struggled to get out of Yifeng's arms, soft and boneless like a water snake, and slid into the bathroom on one side. Yifeng had already been seduced by her like an ant in a hot pot. He followed in without hesitation, and slid the bathroom door behind him. How did you come in? Xiaoyu was taken aback. Let's wash together. Yifeng ran for a whole day, covered with dust and dust. His body was also dirty. Long ago he wanted to take a comfortable hot bath. What's more, washing with a sexy big beauty made his heart burn even more. Seeing Yifeng like this, Xiaoyu suddenly smiled. Her seductive smile was bright and natural. Her personality was not so twitchy in the first place, and she was even more forthright at this time. She was only shocked when she saw Yifeng following in, and she quickly calmed down. She turned on the shower head and reached in to test the temperature of the water. Then, she stretched a pair of white and delicate jade hands behind her back, and pulled the zipper of the red dress down from behind, and her extremely sexy and alluring figure finally broke free from the shackles of the dress. After taking off the long skirt, only a set of red underwear was left on Xiaoyu's body, which tightly wrapped the most attractive and crucial parts of her body. She seems to have a soft spot for red, and this color can better reflect her fiery and cheerful personality. Even Yifeng was taken aback by her actions. this beautiful girl is still so forthright. Yifeng grew up so big, he had never taken a bath with a beautiful woman before. He couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of water. His face was hot and red. He stared intently at the sexy figure of the beautiful woman in front of him. At this time, Xiaoyu had completely taken off the red long skirt, lifted a pair of exquisite little feet like white jade from the bottom of the skirt, and then she threw the long skirt aside and put it on the hanger. Yifeng hadn't reacted yet. Xiaoyu, with her proud plump chest, was already leaning towards him, unbuttoning his black shirt with her slender hands. "Get off quickly." Xiaoyu raised her pretty face, and looked at him provocatively with her beautiful eyes. "Just take it off, who is afraid of whom?" Yifeng didn't believe that he was not as good as a woman, so he loosened his hands and took off the black slacks, leaving only a pair of underwear on his body. Seeing him so forthright, Xiaoyu's face flushed slightly. She looked down and saw the little friend under Yifeng, who had already stood upright, showing off through her tight underwear. Her face turned even redder. Don't look at her actions seem to be very straightforward, but she is really a big girl with yellow flowers. Before the last time the hotel nearly caught fire, she had never seen a real man's body. Did the fireball just now scare you? Of course, Yifeng would not shoot straight up without technical content, but took care of Xiaoyu's feelings, gently hugged her tightly in his arms, and then asked softly. "With you here, I won't be afraid." Xiaoyu turned her pretty face slightly, and pressed Yifeng's face intimately, feeling that both faces were hot. She lightly raised her bare hands, and gently pressed Yifeng's shoulders on both sides, then tiptoed slightly, and immediately pressed her red lips onto Yifeng's mouth. "I'll make you what I am if you want." Yifeng smelled the fragrance of her hair and the faint, intoxicating aroma of wine. His tone was a bit dignified. "People like you mean?" Xiaoyu trembled when she heard the words. She thought to herself that a person like Yifeng, could it be that he flies over walls like in martial arts kung fu movies? No, it must be even more amazing. After all, the fire bull not long ago has refreshed her worldview. Cultivator. Yifeng said these 3 words with certainty. Xiaoyu froze on the spot. Cultivator? She draws comics. Of course she is very interested in some online novels and comics, and has read a lot of fairy tales, and she is also very yearning for some of the scenes described in them, but she never thought that there will really be people in this world. There are immortals. It will undoubtedly take a long time for an ordinary person to accept this fact. If it was someone else, maybe they wouldn't believe Yifeng's words, but Xiaoyu was different. She was just taken aback, and chose to believe Yifeng. Even if she hadn't seen the real body of Fire Cloud Demon Lord just now, she would still believe in Yifeng. Because she believed that Yifeng had no reason to lie to her. Besides, she can also become an immortal cultivator? This made Xiaoyu feel like she was in a dream. If that was the case, wouldn't she want to bid farewell to her previous life? Yifeng hugged her soft and delicate body, and his hands started to walk on her smooth back, and the 2 bodies warmed up quickly when they were pressed together. "Shouldn't you take a shower first?" Xiaoyu asked softly. "Wait and wash later." Yifeng replied. "Then let's go outside." Xiaoyu was a little shy. "It's in the bathroom." Yifeng was categorical, and with both hands he had skillfully unfastened Xiaoyu's red lace bra from the back. Immediately, a pair of plump, upright white rabbits couldn't wait to pop out. Row, the 2 had already had a very close relationship, but at this moment Yifeng saw this proud pair again, and his mouth was still dry. This size, one hand can't hold it at all. At this moment, Xiaoyu's allure to men is absolutely fatal. Of course Yifeng was no exception. Last time, Xiaoyu used her jade hand and small mouth to help Yifeng extinguish the fire, but now Yifeng finally got his wish, and he will taste the taste of this sexy and hot beauty. The 2 naked people faced each other in the bathroom. Yifeng rubbed his hands on her white and smooth jade back, and quickly went around to her chest, holding the pair of plump and tall beauties tightly. making her unable to restrain herself from awe. The graceful figure trembled slightly under Yifeng's movements, and her beautiful eyes were closed. Her willow eyebrows, her eyelashes, her lips, everything is the most natural appearance, without the slightest cosmetic damage, but it is exquisite and perfect, like a most exquisite work of art. The size and softness of the hands gave off an extremely wonderful touch, and Yifeng was totally intoxicated by it. With one hand, he supported Xiaoyu's willow waist, which was unbearable to grasp, and with the other hand, he quietly caressed her most mysterious piece of dense forest. The feeling of electric shock spread all over Xiaoyu's body. She groaned softly, and pressed Yifeng's restless hand, her beautiful eyes blurred. "Take it lightly. Give it to me." Yifeng felt the wetness from his fingertips, kissed her red lips tenderly, turned her over, and let her bend down towards the bathroom wall. Her snow-white round buttocks were raised. "Get up," revealing endless temptation. Yifeng held it up with both hands, and gently leaned on her white and smooth jade back, then straightened his waist, and gently entered her body. It was the first time that Xiaoyu encountered such an invasion in the most mysterious area. Suddenly, a touch of pain spread all over her body, causing her to let out a soft snort of pain. Her snow-white delicate body trembled, and Yifeng was clamped tightly by her two beautiful legs. "Does it hurt?" Yifeng stopped his movements and asked softly. "It's okay, leave me alone and continue." Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, shook her head lightly, twisted her willow waist heavily, and turned her whole body backwards, unexpectedly wanting Yifeng to enter deeper and tighter. Feeling Xiaoyu's trembling snow-white delicate body, Yifeng didn't know that this beauty was slapping her swollen face to make her fat. She pretended to be fine even though she was in pain. She really had a strong personality. Yifeng thought to himself, since all the beauties volunteered, it would be too much of a man for him to shy away. He supported Xiaoyu's silky and slender waist, felt her flat abdomen without a trace of fat, and then straightened her waist, deeply entering her body. This time, Xiaoyu felt a tearing pain, and soon a little bit of bright red flowed out, symbolizing that her purity of more than 20 years was no longer. Even though being held in the bathroom by Yifeng took away the first time, she didn't regret it. It was the first time in her life that she met a man who was attractive to her like Yifeng. Even if Yifeng patted his ass and left afterwards, she would not complain like a shrew, let alone Yifeng would let her follow, and become the same immortal cultivator. She resisted the pain from below, gritted her teeth, gently twisted her slender waist, her beautiful legs clamped tighter and tighter, deeply felt Yifeng's toughness. Is this a man? A strange feeling that she had never felt before spread throughout her whole body, making her body tremble slightly and getting hotter and hotter. Although it was very painful, she wanted Yifeng to continue and make it more violent. Yifeng quickly made her wish come true. He supported her slender waist with one hand, and her flat abdomen without a trace of fat with the other, and slowly moved with his waist straight. Feeling Yifeng's firmness gradually deepening, Xiaoyu couldn't help twisting her sexy body. She held her plump chest lightly with one hand to prevent it from shaking due to the movement, and held Yifeng tightly with the other hand, moaning softly, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Yifeng felt that he had entered a gentle and moist place, and the wonderful feeling made him unable to help speeding up, becoming one with the beautiful woman under him. His movements gradually accelerated, and the strong impact brought about made Xiaoyu almost go crazy. She supported the wall and leaned down, making her tight breasts stand up even more, actively following Yifeng's movements. She couldn't help opening her small mouth, and let out bursts of moaning sounds. The unstoppable refreshment all over made Xiaoyu feel like she was in a dream. Several times she wanted to turn passive into active, but every time she had such an intention, Yifeng speeded up even more, bringing her more intense stimulation, making her soft all over, her small mouth slightly opened, and the fragrance like orchid, completely exhausted to do anything else. Gradually, Xiaoyu supported the wall with both hands, almost lost consciousness under Yifeng's violent impact, and could only pant with emotion. The woman's seductive moans, accompanied by the man's deep panting, came from the bathroom, forming an intoxicating symphony together. The next morning, when the warm morning sun shone into the room, Yifeng woke up on time. As soon as he exerted force on his hand, he felt a soft and delicate touch. It turned out that he was sleeping on the bed with Xiaoyu in his arms. Both of them were naked, and what he was pressing was the pear on her chest. Plump and strong white rabbit. The reason why I say press instead of hold is because it's too small to hold. Yifeng can only hold down a part. As soon as he woke up and tried hard, Xiaoyu, who was pressed under him, let out a coquettish snort. When she came to her senses, she subconsciously hugged Yifeng's body, wrapping her hands around his neck. "Are you going back?" Xiaoyu spoke in a soft voice, exuding a lazy temperament all over her body. Her slender fingers slid gently behind Yifeng's back. "Well, you come with me." Yifeng wanted to take her home together, and then teach her to start cultivating immortals, but she stopped her with red lips when he was halfway through. "No, just go back by yourself. I'm not ready to see them yet." Xiaoyu shook her head lightly, and her two smooth and slender legs were tightly clamped in the bed, but she accidentally touched the firmness that made her ecstasy last night, making her face blush. The scene in the bathroom is still replaying in her mind until now, and she can't help but recall the wonderful feeling at that time. When she recalled the scene in the bathroom last night, she felt a little unwilling, because she was the one who was eaten to death by Yifeng from the beginning to the end, but she didn't take the initiative at all, which made her secretly unhappy, and thought about the next time definitely take the initiative once, let Yifeng know that she is not a woman who can only accept passively. "You are great." She held Yifeng's little friend generously with one jade hand, and kissed Yifeng's face with her small mouth. "I gave you everything, don't forget me." "Am I that kind of person?" Yifeng smiled lightly, put his arms around her delicate body, lowered his head and looked at her with both eyes. "Come back with me, I don't worry about you being alone." Xiaoyu blushed. Did Yifeng really want to take her back? Isn't he afraid to take it back and make the beauties at home jealous and angry? Since Yifeng dared to do this to Xiaoyu, of course he dared to be responsible to her. In the morning, he took Xiaoyu and left the hotel, took a taxi straight away, and went straight to King Fengyuan. After tossing in the bathroom last night, Xiaoyu still hasn't recovered. After getting off the car in King Fengyuan, Yifeng could only support her. When he raised his head, he saw one of Scar's younger brothers came out and bought a lot of them. "Breakfast, ready to go back." Yifeng waved his hand to stop him. "Where's Scar?" Yifeng asked, and remembered that this person in front of him was the bold and careful Xiao Lu among the 8 brothers. Brother Yi, you're back." Xiao Lu was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, his muscular body was full of strength, but when he saw Yifeng, he showed a shy smile. For Yifeng, the eldest brother who taught them the Shuiju, they admired them from the bottom of their hearts. Only when they have practiced themselves will they know the huge gap between practicing and not practicing. The current Xiao Lu is dozens of times stronger than before practicing as Shuiju. Although he used to be Scar's confidant and the gold medalist of the Sky Snake gang, but now he can fight more than a dozen of such guys. And all of these were changed because of Yifeng's appearance, and he also received 2 million settling allowances, allowing him to subsidize his family. This treatment is many times better than before. Giving him 1 million at the beginning already made him very happy, but he didn't expect to give him another 1 million after the exhibition, which was a surprise among surprises. He had a hunch that as long as he followed Yifeng, he would become a dragon among men sooner or later. Seeing Yifeng and Xiaoyu walking side by side, Xiao Lu secretly praised that Yigu is Yigu, and found such a sexy beauty back so quickly. "How many Mrs. Yi are there now?" The mathematics teacher of primary 6 elementary school died early, and this is really too many to count, so I shook my head and didn't think much about it. "Well, go back and tell Scar, come to me later, I have something to discuss with him. Yifeng didn't think about what Xiaolu was thinking, but nodded his head and gave a direct instruction. Okay. Xiaolu agreed, and respectfully watched Yifeng enter the Qingfeng garden. When Yifeng hugged Xiaoyu and returned to the entrance of the villa, Xiaoyu's face became more and more red, and her heart became more and more anxious. It's one thing to be alone with Yifeng, but she really isn't mentally prepared to face Yifeng's other women. She thought that Yifeng would definitely let her hide outside for a while, and finally considered whether to bring her back, but she didn't expect to bring her home the next morning, which made her both surprised and happy. But, will Long Wanner and Su Menghan unite to be hostile to her? Xiaoyu had to think about this issue. She knew that Yifeng was a person who did great things, so she didn't want to cause trouble for Yifeng in these aspects, and thought to herself that if the two women were tricky, she could only endure it first. As for when it will explode, it depends on how long she can endure. Yifeng stood at the entrance of the villa, swept his consciousness, but found that there were only two people in the villa. Long Wanner was practicing with her eyes closed in the bedroom, Shushu was watering the flowers and plants in the front yard, her mature and plump figure was sitting in the morning sun, swinging down, full of sexy. As soon as Shushu looked up, she saw Yifeng and Xiaoyu coming to the entrance of the villa side by side, with a bright smile on her face. Xiaoyi, you are back, come in quickly. As for Xiaoyu, she just looked at her a little bit, as if she didn't care. She put down the watering can, got up and greeted them, and opened the door for them. Regarding Shushu's reaction, both Yifeng and Xiaoyu couldn't help being a little surprised. The other party didn't seem surprised at all that they came home together. Auntie, this is Miss Xiaoya, from now on. Yifeng pondered for a while, and introduced to Shushu, but Shushu interrupted him before he finished speaking. Well, my aunt knows. Shushu smiled gently, and stretched out her hand to hold Xiaoyu's hand. From now on, Xiaoya will be our own person. The bedroom on the second floor has been cleaned up for her. Let me take her to see it first. Xiaoya, Menghan and Jianlan, they have gone to school. Wanner is waiting for you upstairs. You go, you are not here these days, she really misses you. Yifeng and Xiaoyu were taken aback by what they said. She knows everything? Will he be his own person in the future? No way, so smooth? Xiaoyu felt that she might be dreaming, but Shushu's body temperature was so real that she had no way to doubt the authenticity of this matter. Xiaoyu knew about Shushu's identity. Since Shushu had said so, wouldn't it mean that Long Wanner and Su Menghan already knew about it? And already accepted her? Unbelievable. Yifeng wasn't too surprised, he guessed what happened after a little thought, but if he really wants to know what's going on, let's ask Long Wanner later. Xiaoyu waved to Yifeng, then followed Shushu upstairs to look at the bedroom. She didn't intend to stay here at first, she just wanted to come over with Yifeng to see the other girls, and then left by herself, but she didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Of course it was a good thing for her. Originally, her life back in Yanjing was not very satisfactory. When she lived in the Xiaojia Villa Park, she always saw a group of 3 aunts and 6 wives. They were annoying to death, and there were many people pointing at her. To put it bluntly, she is so beautiful and hasn't had a real boyfriend at such an age. Is she sick or something? Ill? You are sick. Xiaoyu really wanted to scold her like this, but the other party was a relative of her Xiao family, and she was not talking about it in front of her, so she endured it. Being able to live with Yifeng is of course the best thing, and if Yifeng really makes her a cultivator, then the manga club doesn't have to go, and she can just resign. She knew that Yifeng opened some kind of blade technology company. That company was just a shell and no one took care of it. If Yifeng wanted, she could help manage it. Yifeng's current women, Su Menghan and Long Wanner, one is in school, the other is obsessed with cultivation, and has no interest in business management at all. Xiaoyu's urgent need can be relieved once she comes over. Although Xiaoyu is a cartoonist, she has been away alone for many years, so she naturally has some experience and understanding of company management. Cooperating with OB, the descendant of the profiteering family, I believe that no matter what the company does in the future, it will make a lot of profits. After Shu Shu brought Xiaoyu to the bedroom prepared for her, Yifeng went upstairs, quietly opened Long Wanner's bedroom door, and ran in. At this time, Long Wanner was sitting cross-legged on the bed, concentrating on widening her meridians. Now her cultivation has reached the upper limit of more than 30 years. Unfortunately, she does not have natural talents and earthly treasures to improve her actual cultivation. Yifeng scanned the meridians in Long Wanner's body with his spiritual sense, and couldn't help but feel moved. With Long Wanner's cultivation and combat experience, wouldn't it be more handy to fight if she was equipped with a spiritual weapon like a snow shadow streamer? If they cooperate with Yifeng, it is enough to double Yifeng's fighting power. It just so happened that Yifeng obtained the silver meteorite sand, the black spider shell, and the body of the fire cloud demon master before. If they were all put together, they should be able to refine a good magic weapon. If you want to refine weapons, you'd better find a place with rich aura, preferably the cave, and Yifeng's best choice now is undoubtedly Quokang Mountain Cave where the Immortal sect is located. In addition, one of the major conditions for refining equipment is extremely hot and high temperature. For Yifeng, although the surface temperature of the extremely hot fireball is as high as more than 20,000 degrees, this level is far from enough if he wants to refine a magic weapon of good quality. In the world of cultivating immortals, many great sects or big masters of cultivating immortals have high-quality refining furnaces, which are magic weapons specially used for refining weapons. They can release extremely terrifying high temperatures, and at the same time emit flames for fighting. It's a pity neither Yifeng nor Su Feiying had such a magic weapon. In other words, Yifeng must try to comprehend a higher level of immortality, Qi Yin. If Long Wanner can be equipped with a high-quality battle weapon, then the chances of going to the ancient temple to rescue Su Feiying will be much greater. As for Su Menghan, Yifeng felt that this girl's cultivation was still too low, and since she was just an ordinary girl, she didn't have enough combat mentality, so it was inconvenient for her to go to a dangerous place like an ancient temple. Wanner? Yifeng entered the room and called softly. Although Long Wanner had her eyes closed, her range of consciousness was wider than Yifeng's, and she had already noticed Yifeng's return. Yifeng's shout woke her up from her cultivation state, and she opened her beautiful eyes to look over. "You're back." She jumped out of the bed, and with a lively and lovely smile, she threw herself into Yifeng's arms like a butterfly. "Isn't it dangerous to go out this time?" "Master, why didn't she come back?" Yifeng hesitated for a moment, but still briefly talked about the ancient temple. From going to the desert, to killing many masters from the Heavenly Knife Hall, Tang family, Shenquanmen, and Taiji Hall, to entering the teleportation array, everything in the ancient temple, and finally returning alone, all of these make the dragon Wanner was startled. Killing Tang Yu and Tang Xian, two young elders from the Tang family's collateral lineage? Kill Han Jiwu? Kill the 4 elders of Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum in Tai Chi Hall? A group of well-known masters in the martial arts world were so vulnerable in front of Yifeng, his beautiful master, and Fire Cloud Demon Lord, they were all killed easily. So, master, she couldn't come back and was still trapped in that ancient temple? Long Wanner frowned slightly. No wonder news came out a while ago that Long Moran announced a retreat in Luofu Cave, prohibiting the Long family from going out to participate in all affairs in the world. Announced retreat? Yifeng was a little surprised, but he was relieved after thinking about it. The current Long Moran is the incarnation of Su Feiying's young god, and Su Feiying has been trapped in the Ice Star tomb in the ancient temple, so of course she can't control Long Moran's actions. In this case, in order to avoid showing his flaws, Su Feiying must let Long Moran declare retreat, otherwise, once the ancestor of the Long family finds out that the current Long Moran is fake, Yifeng will definitely face a disaster. Before the ancestor of the Long family retreated, it was said that he was already a peak martial arts master who was about to break through to 150 years of cultivation. Now that he has been retreating for several years, if he leaves the retreat, he will be famous all over the world. By the way, how do you guys know that Xiaoyu and I? After he finished talking about himself, Yifeng was a little curious, and at the same time asked a little apologetically. Hearing Yifeng's question, Long Wanner smiled, stood on tiptoe and hooked his neck. Her beautiful eyes were full of smiles, and she tilted her head to look at him. Cup and Xiaochen remind us that the fire cloud demon lord changed into your appearance and returned to Yanjing, so we went to Sister Lin last night and asked about your situation. I heard that you went to the bar in that area and killed 2 people, so Menghan and I hurried over. Who knows? Speaking of this, Long Wanner's pretty face turned red, and at the same time she gave Yifeng a white look, with contempt in her eyes. Who knew that you and Sister Xiaoyu are really immoral and not ashamed? Hearing this, Yifeng was also a little embarrassed. No way, you all saw it? I didn't see it, but I have divine consciousness. Long Wanner snorted softly, still in the bathroom. It's really romantic. You want to come too? Then tonight we'll. Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, then stretched out his arms to hug Long Wanner's petite and soft body. Think beautifully. The corner of Long Wanner's mouth curled up, and she punched him hard with her fist. Let's have dinner together when we come back tonight. You should go to Yanqing University first. Today is the day you start school. Menghan and the gladiolus has gone. Yifeng was a bit pity. It seemed that Long Wanner was still too shy compared to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was able to accept being in the bathroom for the first time, but Long Wanner still felt that she would be ashamed to face others. By the way, do you know where there is tying grass? Yifeng lingered with her for a few moments, then suddenly thought of something and asked her a question. Have no idea. Long Wanner shook her head, as if she had heard the name tying grass before. You want to heal Bei Cup and Xiaochen? This kind of grass is rare in Jianghu, and it's not very useful. There may be someone in Xiangxi's corpse sect save. It's the corpse cult again. Yifeng groaned. But you don't have to go find them. Long Wanner followed up with a smile. Soon there will be a 3-yearly Jianghu event in Yanjing, called the Martial Arts Conference. Before the Martial Arts Conference, there will be a grand trade fair, and the members of the Xiangxi exorcism sect will definitely be there. Martial Arts Conference? Yifeng frowned slightly. He didn't know what it was for, but he had a bad premonition, faintly. It's a stage where the various sects in the Jianghu compete with each other. It is mainly divided into 2 types of competitions, the younger generation and the older generation. Long Wanner briefly explained. Chen Hui's title as the number 1 person of the younger generation was obtained from this martial arts conference. All major sects will provide some resources to reward young people with potential. As for the old, a generation of people is going to decide the top 10 masters of today's rivers and lakes. When Yifeng heard this, he knew what this martial arts conference was about. It was nothing more than a grand event similar to some martial arts competitions in the world of cultivating immortals. In the martial arts conference, the younger generation and the strong of the entire rivers and lakes will be determined, which will undoubtedly attract the participation of all martial arts people in the entire rivers and lakes. As for the grand trade fair held before this, of course there will be many precious natural materials and earth treasures born in the past 3 years. When will this martial arts conference start? It's almost a month later, but it's better not to participate. Long Wanner hesitated as she spoke. Long Moran is still in seclusion, so whether the Long family will participate in the martial arts conference is still a matter of debate. But with Long Moran not around, most of the people in Jianghu had hostile views toward Yifeng. If they go to participate, in what capacity will they participate? The Yi family must not do it. After all, the Yi family announced their removal from the martial arts 20 years ago. If Long Moran is not around, he can't show up as the Long family. In other words, this martial arts conference has nothing to do with Yi Feng and the others. Even if it was the previous trade fair, they might cause a lot of trouble if they participated in it. What are you thinking? Yi Feng smiled lightly. What's so good about participating in this kind of conference? I'm too lazy to go, if I'm allowed to go. Don't worry, I'll just find a chance to get sunning grass when the time comes. Yi Feng put aside the matter of the martial arts conference for the time being. He didn't have the leisure time to attend that thing. So what if he became the #1 martial artist? In the world of cultivating immortals, he is still just a scumbag. Although Huaxiao Wushu has many advantages, but now these people in the martial arts are too weak. If Yi Feng lived so many years, he would definitely be able to beat a group of them all by himself. It's just that things like the martial arts conference, if the Long family doesn't participate, it will be too suspicious. Yi Feng thought in his heart, Su Feiying will definitely not be able to control the Yang God incarnation in a month, and it will inevitably make people suspicious. However, facing this situation, Yi Feng had no good solution, so he could only take one step at a time. After coming out of Long Wanner's room, Yi Feng looked for Xiaoyu and Shushu not far away, and felt relieved when he saw that the two women were talking happily. Xiaoya, come with me. If you have anything to pack at home, you can bring it with you. I'll send someone to help you. Yi Feng put his arms around Xiaoyu's tender white jade shoulders, and said with a smile. Okay. Xiaoyu readily accepted, greeted Shushu, and left with Yi Feng. The two came to the gate of Qingfeng Garden side by side, just as Xiao Lu notified that Dao Scar had come down, and parked the silver BMW by the side of the road. When he saw Yi Feng and Xiaoyu together, his eyes lit up. As expected, brother Yi found another sister-in-law Yi. But with so many women together, wouldn't they quarrel or something? Dao Scar expressed his urgency, but it was Yi Feng's matter, and he was too embarrassed to bring it up. Go to Yanda first, and then send Xiaoyu to Xiaoyuan to pack up some things and move back. She will live with me from now on. Yi Feng told Dao Scar about the itinerary, then stared at Dao Scar's eyes. Remember I told you about Situzong Dao? As soon as he heard the name, Scar immediately became nervous. Brother Yi, do you have any news about him? Not only is there news, but he is dead. Yi Feng smiled. Besides, Beizi killed it with his own hands. Unfortunately, Beibei is seriously injured now, and cannot come out to see you in person. Whether you believe it or not. Yi Feng kept talking about Zhao Bei and Huansho Yunyun to Dao Scar, but he never let the two meet because it was not the time before. Now it's time, but because Zhao Bei was protecting Xiaoyu, he was seriously injured by the fireball of Huiyun Demon Lord. Of course I believe Brother Ye's words. Scar's heart shuddered, and he quickly expressed his opinion. He believed in Yi Feng from the bottom of his heart. Since Dao Scar followed Yi Feng, he had a clear understanding of Yi Feng's methods, so it was necessary for such a person to lie to him about Zhao Bei? He clearly knew that his Scar was not important to Yi Feng, lying to control him. Yi Feng was not bored to this extent. Okay, let's go. Yi Feng nodded, thinking that in a month's time he would definitely meet the corpse exorcist, and try to get the tying grass. And the long sword that was taken from Chen Yarong last time seems to be able to sell for a good price at the trade fair. Using this to exchange for a sungrass is definitely a profit for the corpse cultivators. The silver BMW drove towards Yanqing University nearby. Today's Yanqing University is the day when new students enroll. Su Menghan and Zijianlin have already arrived at the school early, accompanied by Yi Wendian and Nanfeng for protection. For these beautiful granddaughter-in-laws, Yi Wendian took a very close look at them, and would never let anyone else have the opportunity to snatch them away. To be a grandfather to do this is to make people burst into tears. When Yifeng arrived home, Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan also just arrived at the gate of Yenqing University and got off a red Lamborghini sports car. It was the school where Lin Shiqing sent the two girls. As for Yi Wendian and Nanfang, they followed behind on foot. In recent days, Nanfang followed Yi Wendian to practice and exercise, and his quality in all aspects has been improved in an all-round way, and he has cultivated for 5 years. The number of treasures collected by Su Feiying is still limited. Although Yifeng himself has been promoted to 20 years, and Zhao Yi and Ling Chen have been promoted to 10 years, Dao Scar, Nanfang and others are not blessed to enjoy it. Nanfang, who has been cultivated for 5 years, is still as weak as a slag in frontal combat, but his advantage lies in sneak attacks. 5 years of cultivation is enough for him to hide in the dark and unleash basic hidden weapon techniques, and he can kill a large group of ordinary people at once with just one hand. The ghost-crying sword technique is even more powerful, but it is a pity that Yi Wendian does not allow him to use it easily. When Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan got off the Lamborghini sports car, together with Lin Shiqing who looked like a top-notch royal sister, they immediately attracted the attention of many men at the gate of Yanmen. Su Menghan was wearing a pink pure t-shirt, and her lower body was a small fresh floral skirt, revealing 2 tender and snow-white calves. When she got out of the car, she turned her head slightly, smiled purely at Zi Jianlan behind her, and said something quietly. That beautiful expression of joy and happiness in the warm sunshine made countless people stare at her and couldn't bear to look away. She was too pure. Yes, it's so beautiful. The purple gladiolus who got out of the car behind her is still wearing a lavender long skirt, with a fresh and natural face with a quiet smile, as if she is an elf from nature, not polluted by any mortal dust, like the purest fairy, so that people will not have the slightest blasphemous heart. If Su Menghan's appearance was expected by some people, after all, she was the school belle of the high school affiliated to Yen University before, and many people had heard of her. But the appearance of the purple sword orchid made all the people at the gate of Yan's gate stop breathing, no matter men or women. Who is she? The hearts of countless people jumped wildly, and each of them opened their eyes wide as if they saw the most perfect goddess in their hearts. Lin Shiqing was the last to get out of the car. Today she was wearing a snow-white V-neck short-sleeved top and a pair of dark blue denim shorts. The combination of fashion and sex appealed to her face, showing her figure vividly. Coupled with her beautiful star-like eyes, as well as her pure, delicate and elegant face, she deserves the name of Yanda's most beautiful school belle. Even though she has appeared in Yanda many times, every time she appears, it will still cause a series of exclamations and admiration. As for the rewarding gaze, it is not less than the previous Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan. Of course, from today onwards, her reputation as the most beautiful school belle of Yanda University may be gone, because there are beauties who are comparable to her like Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan. The 3 women who appeared were equally beautiful in appearance, but had different temperaments and styles. There is no doubt that for men, a top-notch royal sister like Lin Shiqing is more attractive, and people can't help but feel a desire to conquer. But the 2 girls, Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan, are soft and weak, making people want to protect them just by looking at them. Just when everyone at the gate of Yen Gate felt that they were feasting their eyes and had no regrets in this life, suddenly there was a burst of exclamation and admiration from the other side. This made Lin Shiqing and the 3 daughters look over at Xuanxing, only to see another beautiful woman on par with them, walking towards the gate of Yen University. Another newborn beauty? This discovery surprised the surrounding crowd. Although Yenqing University was originally a place where beauties gathered, but who would think there are too many beauties? No amount of coming is enough. The more fresh beauties come, it means that the seniors are blessed this year, and the probability of success is greater. But the new beauty was a little strange. Everyone looked at it, but saw that it was a woman in thin clothes, wearing only a thin shirt, and her shoulder-length short hair made her look fresh and natural. Her bangs drooped down on her forehead, covering half of her fair cheeks, but judging from the other half of her cheeks that were exposed, she was definitely a beautiful woman. Maybe this woman likes such a hairstyle, some people thought in their hearts. Everyone thinks that this woman has such a hairstyle under the thin dark blue attire, which is very suitable, and there is nothing wrong with it. Her eyes that were not covered by bangs were cold, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with her, which made people shudder a little. Su Menghan took a look and felt that the beauty's coldness was not the same coldness as Su Feiying's. Su Feiying was cold from the bottom of her heart, indifferent by nature, but the coldness of the beautiful woman in front of her was just the coldness on the outside, as if she had woven a protective layer. Let's go, today is just a report, and we can go back soon. Lin Shiqing was quite familiar with Yen University's affairs. She didn't pay too much attention to the beautiful woman who came, but smiled and said to the two girls beside her, "If you guessed right, Yifeng has gone home now." Su Menghan nodded slightly, but suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing past her, coming from the direction of that cold, short-haired beauty. This made Su Menghan, who was about to turn around, look back at the other party, but saw that the other party was also looking at her. This glance made Su Menghan feel even more strange, as if she was a little dizzy at that moment. "Menghan, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Su Menghan stunned from behind, Zi Jianlan stretched out her hand in a strange way, shaking it in front of her. "No, nothing." Su Menghan came back to her senses in a flash, only feeling a chill penetrating her whole body, but with the circulation of true energy in her body, the chill was quickly expelled from her body. "That short-haired beauty seems a bit weird?" Su Menghan thought in his heart, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Yu Wendian and Nanfeng were still following behind. If there was any danger, they would definitely take action. The three women turned around and entered the gate of Yen University, and their graceful and slim figures quickly disappeared from everyone's eyes. And the short-haired beauty walked all the way to the school gate, halfway there, but suddenly noticed something, looked at the street not far away, frowning slightly. "There seems to be someone over there?" She shook her head lightly, not paying attention, raised her hand, and glanced at the envelope in her hand, which contained the admission notice of Yanda University. He raised his head again, glanced at the plaque at the gate of Yen University, through his bangs, nodded, and walked into the campus with strides. And in the alley she had just glanced at, there were two people standing in it, an old man and a young man. They were Yu Wendian and Nanfeng. "Is that a ghost girl?" Yu Wendian frowned tightly, leaning against the wall and muttering. "Ghost girl?" The South, who was wearing a crisp shirt, was a little strange. What kind of ghost girl was this? But when he glanced at the short-haired beauty, he felt that the girl looked good, so he was a little moved. It stands to reason that he usually faces a group of beauties such as Long Waner, Su Menghan, and Zi Jianlan, so he should have a strong immunity to beauties, but for some reason, when he saw the short-haired beauty, his heart beat faster. "Kind of like, but not sure yet." Yu Wendian nodded slowly. In the past, ghost girls appeared many times in the Jianghu, and every time they appeared, there would be a bloody storm in the Jianghu. "Even I don't know the specific situation." "In that case, shall we wait for Yifeng to come back?" Nanfeng thought for a while, and pondered. He has extraordinary means, maybe he knows what this ghost girl is, so he can talk to her. Otherwise, if Menghan and Jianlan are threatened, it will be bad. "I'll meet her first, you protect the old man and my granddaughters-in-law." Yu Wendian didn't listen to Nanfeng's words and waited for Yifeng to come back. In his opinion, Yifeng was just a fledgling no matter how powerful he was. He didn't understand many things. How could he do anything when he met the rumored ghost girl? Without waiting for Nanfeng to make any comments, Yu Wendian had already moved his footsteps, and the figure in a white cloth robe disappeared from Nanfeng's eyes all of a sudden. "This." As soon as Nanfeng uttered a word, Yu Wendian disappeared in front of his eyes, so he could only swallow the rest of the words. He shook his head, walked out of the streets and alleys, and followed in the footsteps of Lin Shiqing and others. not only to protect the safety of the three girls, but also to help them drive away some annoying flies. Lin Shiqing took Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan and walked all the way to the place where Yan de Nei reported. But when they came to the stone road next to a rockery, the three women were stopped by a young man with some bodyguards. "Miss Lin, we are so destined to meet again." The young man in casual clothes was doing nothing. Although he was greeting Lin Shiqing, his eyes were not on Lin Shiqing, but on Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan. Su Menghan looked up and couldn't help laughing. "Isn't this young man the son of the Shen family who was taught by Yi Feng last time in the expo center, Shen Tianjiao?" She had heard the rumors about Shen Tianjiao, saying that she had an ideal to form an army of beauties for him to enjoy alone, which made Su Menghan and Long Waner despise him many times. Last time at the expo center, Yi Feng not only slapped the other person across the face, but also planted hypnotic seeds for him, making him deter every time he sees Yi Feng in the future. Since then, the Shen family has equipped Shen Tianjiao with several bodyguards to protect his safety, but they did not dare to trouble Yi Feng. It is even more necessary to avoid women related to Yi Feng. Unfortunately, after Shen Tianjiao was slapped by Yi Feng, his IQ dropped by 20%. Originally, he was wandering around the campus of Yanda University, because it was the day of registration for freshmen, so he wanted to find some beauties, hook up and go back to play. At this time, when she saw Lin Shiqing leading Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan coming, she couldn't hold back for a while, and stood up to stop the three women. "What are you doing here?" Lin Shiqing knew Shen Tianjiao. She was a little strange when she saw him, but she didn't take it to heart. With her status, Shen Tianjiao would never dare to do anything to her, and Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan naturally had someone to protect her, so she didn't need to be in a hurry. "Nothing, just..." Shen Tianjiao smirked, and pointed to the two women behind Lin Shiqing. "Seeing these two beauties, I can't help but want to come over and exchange ideas. Miss Lin, how about introducing them to me? I won't treat them badly." When Shen Tianjiao said this, the three beauties including Lin Shiqing all laughed. "Is this kid joking? Last time I was beaten by Yi Feng, I don't have a long memory." They don't know that Shen Tianjiao's IQ has dropped by 20% due to Yi Feng's hypnotism. Not only his memory is bad, but his thinking ability is also bad. Unscrupulous people make a stumbling block if they cannot be defeated head-on. It's a pity that he is not as witty as before. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shen, we don't have time to play with you, so please get out of the way." Lin Shiqing kept her usual politeness and shook her head at Shen Tianjiao and refused. After saying this, the two bodyguards beside Shen Tianjiao immediately became unhappy. A fat man and a skinny man stood in front of Shen Tianjiao and stopped the three women even more urgently. The fat man is 1.5 meters tall and looks like a meatball. Eyes, nose, mouth and other facial features are tightly packed together. As long as it is a human aesthetic point of view, this guy will definitely feel ugly. He stood up and stared sneakily at the three girls with his small eyes. He kept looking up and down with an extremely wretched expression in his eyes. "The three beauties just don't give us Mr. Shen face. You know, he is the son of the Shen family in Yanjing. I can throw out tens of millions for you to spend casually." Puff. Su Menghan couldn't help but smiled, covered her mouth and said softly, "Don't you know the identity of Sister Lin? You are not afraid of biting your tongue if you talk big here." As Lin Shiqing, how could she be frightened by a Shen Tianjiao in Yanjing? The Lin family is much stronger than the Shen family in Yanjing. What is Miss Lin's identity? Fatty Rukia glanced at Lin Shiqing, sweeping back and forth on her towering chest, couldn't help swallowing. The thin man on the side had some eyesight and pulled at the fat man's accomplice and said in a low voice, "It seems that Shen Tianjiao, the direct descendant of the Lin family in Yanjing, can't restrain her and us." The skinny man is 1.9 meters tall, just like a bamboo pole. His cheeks are sunken, his eye sockets are sunken, and he has panda eyes. It looks like he didn't sleep well last night. Since these two became Shin Tianjiao's bodyguards, it can be said that they have been having fun every night, eating, drinking, and having fun everywhere. With Shin Tianjiao's financial support, they can eat well wherever they go. People are popular, and there are always chicks to play with at night. Now I suddenly saw Lin Shiqing and their three beauties at Yanda University, and I suddenly became obsessed with them, and I wanted to keep them in my bag. The three are just right. One person can play with each other after finishing playing. Be respectful with your eyes. Lin Shiqing looked at the wretched gazes of the two people. She was a little annoyed, and then she turned cold and said to Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan, "Let's go." After speaking, I took the two women to try to bypass each other. Fatty looked at it but said hee hee with a smile, moved his footsteps and stopped in front of Lin Shiqing again. Even if it's the direct line of the Lin family, so what, little girl, come and give me a laugh. The fat man's huddled small eyes are even more wretched. To him, what about the Yanjing Lin family? He is not a secular person, but someone from the martial arts world. Anyone who comes to serve as Shin Tianjiao's bodyguard thinks highly of him. Playing with a few women is nothing in the world, as long as you don't force others. Otherwise, before the National Security Bureau came to the door, those women were all voluntary for money. Even an ugly man like a fat man is willing to accept it. Laugh at your sister and get out of the way. Lin Shiqing didn't know that these two fat guys were from the martial arts world. Her expression became even colder. If she was annoyed by such a small role in the world, she would definitely make the two of them suffer like hell if she called Li Feng. Li Feng has a special hatred for people in the martial arts. These two guys messed around in Yanjing and fell into Li Feng's hands. They must be dead. Ben Fat just won't let you do anything to me. The fat man smiled cheaply. Play with us without losing a piece of meat. You are happy, I am happy, everyone is happy, and you can get money. What do you think? It seems that the fat man refused to let go, but the skinny man was a little apprehensive, looking at Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan. He always felt that something was wrong but couldn't remember. Both had been cultivated for 20 years. Su Menghan possesses spiritual consciousness, and with a glance of divine consciousness, he can know the cultivation bases of the two of them. Zi Jianlan stood quietly by the side and didn't panic because she met two people blocking the way. Ever since the 1,000-year-old black ice broke into 6 pieces and merged into her body, she became calmer and more attractive than before. Although she is now practicing martial arts, she is actually half a cultivator. The changes brought about by Xianbing for thousands of years have been imperceptible. If she starts to practice the mind of cultivating immortals now, there is a huge room for improvement. One is fat, the other is thin, and two martial artists, with 20 years of cultivation, are nothing to Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan. If there is a real fight, Zi Jianlan is not a vegetarian, but the identity of the other party makes Zi Jianlan a little afraid. Disciple of Tian Hua Yunzong in Shicheng Cave. They weren't afraid of Hua Yunzong, they were just afraid of causing trouble for Yi Feng. Now that Yi Feng has enough troubles, if they add another big sect, one of the top 10 caves, what if they are too busy? And now Long Moran has also announced that he is retreating without the support of the Long family. The current Yi Feng forces actually don't have much protection in the arena. Unexpectedly, people from Hua Yunzong came down the mountain to serve as bodyguards for someone. Zi Jianlan glanced at a white cloud pattern on the chests of the two of them, and said a sentence in a tone full of contempt that everyone could hear. Oh, I didn't expect this beauty to know our Hua Yunzong. The fat man was surprised. People in the secular world would never know about Hua Yunzong. The beauty in the purple skirt in front of him is also from the martial arts world, which is a bit tricky. Dare to ask the girl where the teacher came from. The thin man changed his face and asked. The fat and thin people just came down the mountain, and they really don't know who Zi Jianlan is. In fact, Zijianlin's identity as the adopted daughter of the head of the Immortal sect is not widely known. Of course, she is not as famous as Yi Feng. If Yi Feng appeared here, the two fat and thin people would recognize him at a glance. After all, Yi Feng is now in full swing in the martial arts. Some sects even specially show photos to their disciples so that they are not allowed to provoke Yi Feng. It's a pity that Zijianlin and Su Menghan are still completely unfamiliar to most people in the martial arts world. What does this have to do with you? When Zijianlan heard the thin man's question, she asked back and then waved her hand. If you don't want to cause trouble, get out of the way, otherwise it will be too late if you want to leave later. These words made the fat and thin people jump up like cats whose tails have been trampled on. Damn, isn't that underestimating them? They came down from the mountain to serve as Shen Tianjiao's bodyguards. Besides Yi Feng, who else should they be afraid of in the mundane world? The two suddenly became angry. When the fat and thin people heard Zijianlin's words, they suddenly felt that this beauty despised them. How about being despised by beautiful women? As men, they must not be able to bear it. Immediately, the two of them looked at each other, and their hearts shuddered, and they wanted to use force to give these women some color first. But just when the two raised their inner chi, a leisurely voice came from the side. If you two use your inner chi rashly, you must be careful that your meridians burst. The fat and thin people felt chills when they heard this. They each looked down and saw a long needle stuck in their chest, but they didn't realize it. The two looked not far away at the same time, but saw a young man sitting on a stone bench across the intersection, with a faint smile. It can be imagined that if the fat and thin people dared to do it, the two throwing knives in the young man's hand would definitely be directly inserted into their heads. This young man is of course the South, who caught up later. To him, Lin Shiqing and the others are all Yi Feng's women, but these two fat and thin people plus that playboy from the Shen family dare to moles Lin Shiqing and the others, aren't they courting death? Even if he doesn't make a move in the South, let Yi Wentian see these three guys later, it will be a terrible death. Although the South has only been cultivated for 5 years, his whereabouts are strange. He has practiced various hidden weapons techniques of the Yinxian sect. This is also one of the top 10 sects of the Yinxian sect whose cultivation level is not high but has a high status in the Jianghu. It is a pity that the Yinxian sect's skills and moves are too weak in frontal combat, so they were given by Yi Feng. Take it away. The fat and thin people suddenly changed their faces when they saw Nanfang. They can feel the poison attached to the long needle in the chest. If they use their internal energy, they might burst their meridians and die without a burial. How dare you brat do anything to our Huayan sect members? The fat man's fat face was wide open with angry eyes. He stared at the South from a distance and roared angrily. This sound spread all over the surrounding quiet campus, causing the other YSU students who hadn't noticed the rockery to look over and saw Shen Tianjiao and the fat and thin people standing in front of the school flower Lin Shiqing. Lin Shiqing was surrounded by two beautiful girls of the same level, so they stopped one by one and began to watch. What is Huayanzong? These Yan University students don't know, but they immediately became interested when they saw that there was something exciting to watch, not to mention that they were related to 3 top beauties, which made them want to leave without ejaculating. All of a sudden, more and more people gathered around. So what, hee, I warned you just now, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later. Su Menghan snorted softly at the side, took Zi Jianlan's little hand and followed Lin Shiqing, wanting to bypass them and leave. The fat and thin too were poisoned by the invisible needle for thousands of miles and dared not stop them, reluctantly moved away, but at this moment, Shen Tianjiao, who had originally retreated, suddenly stood up. What use are you for something that is really useless? Shen Tianjiao looked at the useless fat and thin people with disdain on their faces, and stopped in front of Lin Shiqing alone, and said proudly, Miss Lin, bring the 2 beauties and let's go have a meal together. How about Miss Lin, won't you give me Yan Jing? The face of the Shen family. Although Shen Tianjia's IQ has dropped by 20%, he still knows that his biggest backing is the Yanjing Shen family. If the Shen family is moved out, Lin Shiqing should give him some face. People around who knew Shen Tianjia's identity were all excited. This is a famous playboy in Yanjing. I didn't expect to come to Yanjing University today to hunt for beauty, but why did I meet Lin Shiqing? They all thought that Lin Shiqing would never dare not give Shen Tianjia face. After all, both of them are members of the big Yanjing family. If there is any conflict between the two families because of this matter, it will not be a trivial matter. Even a group of people looked at Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan behind Lin Shiqing. Although they were amazed at the beauty of the two women, they felt a little pity in their hearts. These two beauties must be freshmen. It's a pity that they met Shen Tianjia when they first came here. It must have been ruined so much that there is not even a scum left. However, a group of people just wanted to shake their heads and sigh to discuss the sudden change in the situation. A figure descends from the sky. A leg quickly swung over and directly slapped Shen Tianjia's face, kicking his body away heavily. The whole person spun dozens of times in midair, and finally fell headlong into the small lake beside him like a green onion. Into the mud with a splash of water. This scene left a group of people around stunned. No way, Shen Tianjia was kicked away just after he finished saying a word. Who is so bold that there are people in Yanjing who dare to kick Shen Tianjia like this? Everyone looked towards the field, but saw that standing in front of Lin Shiqing was a young man in a black shirt with a vague smile on his face, looking calm and composed, as if he had just kicked Shen Tianjia's ball into the air. Not at all like him. Who is this person? Many students of Yan University still don't know Yifeng's name. Only the children of some powerful and small families recognized Yifeng's identity. Everyone was surprised why Yifeng suddenly appeared there. It's unscientific. I didn't even see him walk over. Yifeng came from stealth. Of course they didn't see how he appeared. I said it was really noisy to see me go around and still chatter here. Yifeng didn't even look at Shen Tianjia, who was kicked into the pond. He shook his head in wonder. How come there are always such idiots in this world? Oh no, it seems that Shen Tianjia's IQ decline is due to Yifeng's hypnosis. He didn't see you. If he saw you, he would have gone straight away. Seeing Yifeng's figure, Su Menghan couldn't help, but her beautiful eyes lit up, her heart filled with joy. She stepped forward and took his hand. The intimacy of the two suddenly blinded the eyes of many people around. It turns out that the young man in the black shirt is the boyfriend of that beautiful woman. No wonder he is so domineering towards Shen Tianjia. But kicking Shen Tianjia away like this and messing with the Shen family in Yanjing, this guy must be dead, right? Yifeng didn't care about the Shen family's problems. In his opinion, anyone who dares to provoke him, who dares to hit his woman's idea, should go to the street. He turned his head and glanced at the two fat and thin Huayunzong. Yifeng. The fat man suddenly trembled. He had seen Yifeng's photos, but he didn't expect to see Yifeng himself in Yanda. Who knew that beauty turned out to be Yifeng's woman? We don't offend the river Yifeng. If you dare to attack us, you can wait to bear the wrath of Huayunzong. The skinny man was more daring. He gritted his teeth and threatened. The two were poisoned and couldn't use their internal energy. If they fought, they wouldn't be beaten to death by Yifeng, so the two directly moved out of Huayunzong's backstage, hoping to calm Yifeng down. The Huayun sect occupies one of the top 10 caves in the Hua Kingdom, Shiqing Mountain Cave Heaven. It is also a large sect in the Hua Kingdom, and its strength is comparable to that of the Xuanhuan sect. From the point of view of the fat and thin people, Yifeng would always be afraid of them, bringing up the name of Huayunzong. After all, Yifeng already had many enemies, so adding another Huayunzong would be an unwise choice. But they didn't know that Yifeng didn't care about Huayunzong at all. What's your name? Yifeng narrowed his eyes, stood in front of the two, and asked a question. Hey, my name is Li Daqiu. The fat man thought that Yi Feng was frightened all of a sudden, so he proudly announced his name. The thin man hesitated for a moment, but seeing that the fat man had said everything, he also said his name, Li Dash. The names of the two are just like their people, one is as fat as a meatball, and the other is as thin as a long snake, which made Lin Shiqing and the three daughters couldn't help but smile when they heard the words. This is simply too appropriate, their parents must be very talented. That's good, Li Daqiu, Li Dash, remember my name, Yi Feng. Yi Feng said lightly, took a step forward, clenched his fists tightly, concentrated his true energy, and swung his fists out. Crazy boxing. The two seemingly random punches blocked all the escape routes of Li Daqiu and Li Dash, and made the faces of the two people change drastically. This, Yi Feng actually said to do it, so he did it. Isn't he afraid of Hua Yunzong's revenge? Not to mention that the two of them were already poisoned. Even if they were not poisoned, it was impossible for them to react to Yi Feng's two punches. Boom! Yi Feng punched Li Daqiu in the face, causing his meatball-like face to sink in. His facial features, which were already tightly packed together, were twisted and squeezed together, and a large stream of snot sprayed from his nose. Come out and fly to a small lake not far away. Shin Tianjiao, who had just straightened up from the muddy lake, was still groggy, and was hit in the face by the snot all of a sudden, and the huge impact knocked him down into the water again. His face was burning with pain. Li Daqiu's plump spherical body was sent flying more than 10 meters away by Yi Feng's punch, and hit a rockery heavily. Boom! Another punch hit Li Dash's stomach. The strong force made his long tongue stick out, the sunken eye sockets suddenly protruded, and the whole person was thrown into a flower bed beside him. Passed out heavily. Hua Yunzong, if you want to come, just come. Yi Feng threw the two of them flying in an instant. His short hair was blown up in the wind, and there was a domineering look in his eyes, which made many students beside him tremble with fear. What kind of strange power is this guy, that he sent two adults flying with just two casual punches? One of them was a fat man who weighed at least 200 kgs. The fat man had rough skin and thick flesh, and he didn't pass out after Yi Feng's punch, but half of his face became red and swollen unavoidably, like a pig's head. Hearing Yi Feng's words, he was terrified in his heart. Is this Yi Feng really not afraid of Hua Yunzong at all? Although Yi Feng single-handedly destroyed the Immortal sect in the Tsongshan cave, Hua Yunzong's strength is much stronger than that of the Immortal sect. At least in a frontal fight, Hua Yunzong would never be afraid of the Yinxian sect. In this way, wouldn't they be beaten in vain this time? Li Daqiu understood that if he ran back to Hua Yunzong and cried, the elders of the sect would definitely scold him. But Li Daqiu couldn't swallow this breath. Relying on his status as a disciple of Huayun's sect, he ate, drank and had fun in the secular world, but did he encounter any obstacles? He was actually beaten by a little Yi Feng today. Even Chen Hui, the #1 young man in the martial arts world, would not dare to treat him so unscrupulously. He was beaten by Yi Feng today. He absolutely wants to get back on the field, go back and talk to the elders. Even if he gets scolded, he will make Yi Feng an enemy of Hua Yunzong. Thinking of this, Li Daqiu immediately closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Yi Feng knew what this fat ball was thinking when he saw his eyes, but he didn't pay much attention to it. For him, there were already many enemies in the martial arts world. Even apart from the temporary control of the Long family by Su Feiying, Yi Feng has become an enemy of the whole world. What's the harm in having one more Huayun sect? The martial arts conference will be held in Yanjing in a month. Recently, Hua Yunzong has to prepare for the conference. I guess I don't bother to talk to us, but... Zi Jianlan stood beside Su Menghan and analyzed softly, when it comes to the martial arts conference, they will definitely come to trouble us. Don't worry Jianlan, as long as they dare to come, I will tell them not to go back. Yi Feng spoke lightly, glanced at Li Daqiu, who was not far away, and these words passed into Li Daqiu's ears intact, making his heart skip a beat. This Yifeng, is he really not afraid of Hua Yunzong? Nanfeng got up and walked towards Yifeng, still playing with two throwing knives in his hand. Regarding Yifeng's attack just now, even he couldn't see clearly, thinking that Yifeng's strength is really unfathomable and his progress is rapid. If he wants to be Yifeng's arm, he has to work harder, otherwise for Yifeng, his south will soon become dispensable. Okay, let's go. Yifeng glanced around, smiled, and put his arms around Su Minghan's shoulders, letting her lean into his arms. Wherever his eyes looked, the students there all looked away and left as if they didn't care. To them, this young man in black shirt was too scary. He even knocked Shen Tianjiao and the other three into the air. With a backstage as big as Shen Tianjiao, this young man in black shirt is not afraid. How dare they provoke him? I believe that the news here will spread quickly, and Su Minghan's famous woman will definitely break the hearts of a large number of Yen University presidents. Of course, they won't be too entangled in this matter, because even if Su Minghan's famous flower has a owner, they can still pursue Zi Jianlan. Doesn't this unearthly beauty still have a boyfriend? As for Lin Shiqing, most people would not even dare to think about it. Xiaoya, come with me, I have something to tell you. At this moment, Lin Shiqing suddenly came up to him, tugged at Yifeng's cuff, and signaled him to come over. Yifeng looked back, but saw Lin Shiqing's face was strange, and he seemed to be complaining. Well, Minghan, Jianlan, you guys wait here. Yifeng nodded, greeted Nanfeng, asked him to protect the two girls, and then followed Lin Shiqing to the side. What's the matter, Miss Lin? Yifeng came to the side and asked aloud. Let me ask you, are you and Miss Xiaoya the same? Lin Shiqing frowned slightly, as if she couldn't believe it. When Yifeng heard it, it turned out that this was the case. It seemed that not only Long Wanner and Su Minghan knew about it, but even Lin Shiqing knew about it. Lin Shiqing and Xiao Qi are best friends, so of course she has a good relationship with Xiao Yu. When she first heard the news, one can imagine what Lin Shiqing would think. Seeing Lin Shiqing's frowning expression, Yifeng felt a little funny. Sister Lin, does this have anything to do with you? Why doesn't it have anything to do with me? Lin Shiqing patted him on the shoulder, and said bitterly, Sister Xiaoyu is my good friend, you actually did it, it's too beastly. Why can't your good friend do it? Yifeng spread his hands and asked innocently. Because I'm you, that. Lin Shiqing wanted to say that she was Yifeng's fiancée, but after thinking about it, this is wrong. Didn't both parties object to this marriage? What am I? Yifeng smiled puzzled, if you really want to be my fiancé, I will do it too hard. No nonsense. Lin Shiqing spat, her pretty face flushed slightly. Anyway, Sister Xiaoyu is my good friend, what are you going to do now? Are you really planning to marry so many wives? Sister, let me tell you, if you dare to disappoint Sister Xiaoyu. Don't worry, Xiaoya will live with us in the future. Yifeng waved his hand, he didn't want to talk about this topic. Talking about other women with a fiancé in name, Yifeng always felt awkward. Although both parties disagreed with this marriage, at least the engagement has not been cancelled. After speaking, Yifeng returned directly to Su Minghan and Zijianlin, and looked Zijianlin up and down. The gladiolus is more beautiful, do you feel any discomfort recently? Yifeng smiled, thinking that the 1,000 years of Xianbing had merged into her body, he couldn't help being a little worried. No, brother Yi. Zijianlan's face turned red, and she stood beside Yifeng calmly and gracefully. Yifeng stretched out his hand, grasped her slender and soft wrist, and penetrated his true energy into her body. After a brief inspection, he found that the 6 places in her body were gradually emitting cold air, but it was not serious. Even I didn't feel it myself. Waiting for me obediently in the room tonight, I have something important to ask you. Yifeng leaned close to her ear and said something with a smile. As for Shouxian, only Long Wanner and Su Minghan know the details. The rest, including Yi Wendian, Nanfeng, Zi Jianlan, and Shu Shu, don't know about it. They only know that Yi Feng has a miraculous master. Master knows many wonderful methods. Yi Feng felt that the 1,000 years of Xian Bing had integrated into Zi Jianlan's body, so it was time to teach her the mind of cultivating immortals, so that she could get familiar with the operation of the mind of cultivating immortals earlier. In addition, there is Shu Shu. Yi Feng wants her to practice immortal medical art, and wants her to play a role in the future. Of course, the sooner he can teach her to practice immortal cultivation, the better. Yi Feng asked Zi Jianlan to wait for him at night. Of course he wanted to go to her room, to teach her the mind of cultivating immortals. It's just that this sentence is not the same in Zi Jianlan's ears. The pure girl's face flushed, like a ripe red apple. What does Yi Feng mean, let her obediently wait for him in the room? What does Yi Feng want to do with her? There is no doubt that the pure girl's thinking is wrong, and it is seriously wrong. Of course it's not her fault, after all, she has also heard that Yi Feng, a pervert, just took Xiaoyu into his bag last night. Are you going to attack her now? What should she do? Should it be resisted or should it be obeyed? Zijianlan became entangled in her heart. Of course she liked and admired Yi Feng, but he also had too many women. Deep down in Zijianlan's heart, she couldn't accept what Yi Feng would do to her. If Yi Feng insisted on her, she probably, maybe, could only obey. After Yi Feng said a few words, he found that Zi Jianlan had a strange expression, her pure cheeks were flushed, and there was a bit of cautiousness and shyness in her eyes when she looked over. She couldn't help being a little strange. What's wrong with this girl? But soon he realized that he guessed what Zi Jianlan was thinking now, and couldn't help but laugh. Forget it, let her think about it. If there is no emergency, Yi Feng will not casually say something as important as cultivating immortals, so he can only wrong Zi Jianlan, and I have been entangled for a while during the day. Yi Feng smiled, patted Zi Jianlan's soft and weak shoulder lightly, without saying anything, turned his head to Nanfeng and asked, Nanfeng, where is my grandpa? He wanted to ask Yi Wendian about the martial arts conference. Of course the most important thing was the trade fair before the martial arts conference. Yi Wendian is an old man, so he must have a better understanding of such issues. Have no idea. Hearing the words, Nanfeng shook his head helplessly. Just now he said he went after the ghost girl, but he didn't know if he caught up. By the way, since Ms. Lin is here, why don't you do me a favor and find out the identity of that freshman? As he spoke, he cast his gaze in the direction of Lin Shiqing. Rao is common in the south, but standing with the three beauties at this time still feels like Alexander. They are so beautiful, and the rate of turning heads is too high. Almost anyone passing by will cast their eyes on them several times. And these three are the granddaughters-in-law Yi Wendian chose for Yi Feng. Other men don't want to get involved. In Nanfeng's mind, with Yi Feng's methods and abilities, it is normal to have so many beautiful wives. He deeply knows how strong Yi Feng is now. Even if he surpasses Yi Wendian, it is only a matter of time. Ghost girl? New student? As soon as these words came out, Yi Feng and the three women present were all taken aback. Who is that? It's the short-haired beauty who followed you at the school gate. Senior Yi said that she was a ghost girl, and she wanted to meet her. As Nanfeng spoke, he described the appearance of the short-haired beauty. It was only then that the three girls suddenly realized. Su Menghan suddenly remembered something, and said quietly to Yi Feng, at that time, I felt a burst of cold air coming, but fortunately, the true air in my body disappeared after a while. Chill? This made Yi Feng think for a while, but he couldn't draw any conclusions until he saw the so-called short-haired beauty. Just as everyone was about to leave with Lin Shiqing and go to the academic affairs office to check the files of this freshman, they turned around and were suddenly stunned. I saw a short-haired beauty in thin clothes walking quickly, passing by the gravel road not far away. Her shoulder-length short hair was refreshing and natural, and her long bangs hung down to cover half of her cheeks. Obviously her target was not on Yifeng and the others, because only when she was passing by, she glanced coldly at Yifeng and the others with her exposed eye, and then continued to walk forward at the same speed. There is something to do. As soon as this short-haired beauty appeared, Nanfang's face immediately changed. He got along with Yi Wendian a lot on weekdays, and of course he knew that Yi Wendian kept his word. Since he said he would meet this ghost girl, he would definitely come. Nanfang didn't believe that Yi Wendian's speed would be slower than him. Since this short-haired beauty appeared here safe and sound, it means that something happened to Yi Wendian? Although this sounds unlikely, Yi Wendian is a master with more than 100 years of cultivation. How could he be defeated by a suspicious girl? But the South believed in his own judgment. When the short-haired beauty appeared, not only Nanfang's complexion changed, but Yifeng was also taken aback. No way, isn't this beauty a rare innate ghost in the world of cultivating immortals? Even when Yifeng swept over with his spiritual sense, he could find a large group of roaring ghosts wandering above the head of the short-haired beauty, which made people shudder. Of course, ordinary people can't see the ghost above her, and immortal cultivators with insufficient cultivation, such as Su Menghan, can't see it either. Innate ghosts mean that some people are possessed by ghosts when they are born, and this ghost will help the owner absorb the aura of heaven and earth, so there will be many lonely and wild ghosts around. According to Yifeng's perception of consciousness, this short-haired beauty has an innate ghost spirit on her body. This innate ghost spirit has no thinking ability, only instinct, and the innate ghost spirit body has always been scrambled for in the world of immortality. Candidates for disciples. Obviously, the short-haired beauty in front of Yifeng didn't know that she had an innate ghost on her body, but because of the existence of this thing, she has been a cultivator of immortality for 10 years now, and the true energy in the meridians in her body very concise. It's just that because she doesn't know how to condense into a Yin God and derive divine consciousness, her cultivation has been stuck for 10 years. Because of this short-haired beauty must have found that she is much stronger than ordinary people. Maybe she thought she was born with supernatural power? The corner of Yifeng's mouth curled up. This short-haired beauty is really interesting. If possible, he can take her under his command. The innate ghost spirit body is a rare talent for cultivating immortals. Yifeng wanted to go to the Menghuang temple to save Su Feiying. If he had a 10-year cultivated innate ghost spirit to help him, he would be more confident. Innate ghost spirit body has unique advantages in many aspects, which cannot be compared with by ordinary immortals. Compared with soul cultivators who are ghosts themselves, the biggest feature of the innate ghost spirit body is that it can manipulate other people's souls. In the world of cultivating immortals, every famous innate ghost spirit body is a powerful rearing master. Relying on the innate ghost spirits, they can raise many powerful monster souls, immortal cultivator souls, the most powerful innate ghost spirit body experts, and they can even single out a sect with their own strength. It just so happened that Yifeng kept the soul of the demon lord Huiyun in his hand. If the short-haired beauty in front of me can successfully control the soul of the fire cloud demon lord. Yifeng's blood boils just thinking about it. That is a giant monster with 100 years of cultivation. Even if he becomes a soul, with the support of the innate ghost spirit, his strength can still retain half of his life. The most important thing is to be obedient. It is absolutely impossible for a soul raised by an innate ghost body to be betrayed. Half of Huiyun Demon Lord's strength during his lifetime is stronger than that of Long Moran. It's just that to raise a powerful soul, it needs to consume a lot of resources, which can only be discussed later. Anyway, the current Yifeng can't afford the soul of Huiyun Demon Lord. When Su Menghan, Zi Jianlan, and Lin Shiqing saw the short-haired beauty, they all felt a little strange. Is this the ghost girl that Nanfang said? Strange to say, it seems that every time they see this short-haired beauty, they will feel a chill down their backs, as if being blown by a gust of wind. When Yifeng detected it with his spiritual sense, the short-haired beauty seemed to have sensed something, and looked back at Yifeng with a kind of coldness isolated from the world. Immortal art, gathering soul art, exorcism. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth curled up, and he raised his hand. His true energy swept towards the short-haired beauty like a gust of wind. Before the short-haired beauty could react, Yi Feng had already dispersed all the ghosts gathering above her head. For a moment, everyone around felt that their breathing became much easier, and the oppression that had been faintly spreading from just now disappeared all of a sudden. What happened to that gust of wind just now? Everyone looked at Yi Feng in surprise, and most of them stopped, wanting to see what would happen next. The group of ghosts above her head dissipated, and the short-haired beauty was first taken aback. What's going on? The gust of wind blowing just now. It seems that the gloom that accompanied her for many years has disappeared. This made her feel much better all of a sudden, and she had never been so refreshed in her entire life. It was as if a person who was always experiencing the rainy weather suddenly walked into a world full of sunshine. The feeling of being suddenly enlightened caused a slight change in the eyes of the short-haired beauty looking at Yi Feng. She was very surprised. Who is this kid in a black shirt? Why did a gust of wind blow when I stretched out my hand? It shouldn't be a coincidence, right? The short-haired beauty didn't believe that there were so many coincidences in this world. She snorted softly, walked towards Yi Feng, and at the same time said coldly, "Who are you?" "Hi, my name is Yi Feng." Yi Feng introduced himself in a very traditional way, and smiled lightly. "Just now you drove away some ghosts, don't you feel better now?" As soon as these words came out, the short-haired beauty immediately showed disgust on her face. "It's boring to pretend to be a ghost." Her words were very brief, and she didn't seem to like talking very much. After she finished speaking, she took a look at Yi Feng and the three beauties behind him, then turned and left coldly. Seeing her reaction, Yi Feng was a little unexpected. He helped the other party get rid of so many ghosts gathered above his head. The other party should feel relieved. Even if he is not grateful, he shouldn't have such a cold face, right? You must know how annoying those souls accumulated from childhood to adulthood are. Not only will it make her feel depressed in normal times, but it will also bring bad luck to those around her. The gathering of so many ghosts is definitely not a good phenomenon. And the other party just said 2 words boring and left? Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng realized that this short-haired beauty was able to be admitted to Yanda University, and she received a modern scientific education, so she naturally scoffed at talk about ghosts and gods. After thinking about this point clearly, he let go of his heart. He didn't chase the other party to pester him. Anyway, they were all Yen University students, and there were plenty of opportunities to get in touch, and now the first thing to do is to find Yi Wendian. Same as the South, Yi Feng felt that something might be wrong with Yi Wendian. "Yi Feng, what did you just do?" Su Menghan looked at Yi Feng's movements a little strangely, and asked a question. "Soon we'll have another partner." The corner of Yi Feng's mouth curled up. What, did Yi Feng take a fancy to that short-haired beauty? Nan Nan on the side is almost foaming at the mouth. What the hell, this is just meeting. Brother Yi, even if you like beautiful women, you can't monopolize them all, right? How does this make other people live? And Su Menghan and Lin Shiqing thought the same way. Their eyes suddenly became a little strange when they looked at Yi Feng. Especially Su Menghan, she felt that Yi Feng seemed a little unscrupulous now. It seems that he had to discuss it with Long Wanner when he went back, and let Yi Feng know what the end of being unscrupulous would be. Of course, now you can also add Sister Xiaoyu. As for Zijianlin, she was still immersed in what Yi Feng told her just now, asking her to wait obediently in the room, and didn't pay attention to the matter here for a while. Go find Grandpa first. Yi Feng gave an order, and ran to the side, his consciousness spread out like a spider's web. Yi Feng is not very clear about Yi Wendian's strength, but knowing that he has only cultivated for 100 years, he is comparable to the previous Xuanhuan school's Beidou Xuanhuan Han Jiwu. Of course, Yi Wendian's talent in martial arts is higher than that of Han Jiwu. If he fights, Yi Wendian must win. Yi Feng can be sure. Then, with the strength of the innate ghost girl just now, it is absolutely impossible to do anything to Yi Wendian. That is to say, Yi Wendian encountered other delays when chasing the short-haired beauty. It is very likely that Yi Wendian is in trouble now. Nanfeng was stopped by Yi Feng and stayed to protect the three daughters to report, but Yi Feng left alone and spread his consciousness everywhere to search for Yi Wendian's trace. It didn't take long before he searched most of Yenqing University's campus, but he couldn't find Yi Wendian. Asked the sky-half figure. He stood by the Weiming Lake pondering for a moment. If only Zhao Yi and Ling Chen were still there, it would be the easiest to find someone, but it's a pity that their souls are damaged now. Yi Feng can't ask them to come out to do things. At this moment, Yi Feng's spiritual consciousness spread towards the Weiming Lake, but he suddenly noticed a person approaching, and couldn't help but have a weird face. Why did he meet again by such a coincidence? Walking along the gravel road by the Weiming Lake is the short-haired beauty Yi Feng wearing a thin top. From a distance, she can feel her innate ghostly aura, which is too conspicuous for a cultivator. He raised his head and saw a lost beauty with short hair walking around the shore of Weiming Lake. She turned her head sideways and suddenly saw Yi Feng's half-covered brows slightly wrinkled. She didn't expect to see Yi Feng here again, and suddenly she didn't like him even more. Could this boy be following her all the way? The short-haired beauty was slightly annoyed and thought it was time to show her strength. Look at this kid, he must not know that she has been born with supernatural powers since she was in junior high school. She will scare him to death when the time comes. She walked towards Yi Feng aggressively. Hi, meet again. Yi Feng wanted to have a good relationship with this beauty. Seeing this, he immediately put on a smile and waved his hand. Don't follow me. The short-haired beauty looked at him with disgust. I'm different from those women of yours. As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, before Yi Feng could respond, the short-haired beauty had already grabbed Yi Feng's arm with one hand, and at the same time stretched out a slender leg, as if she wanted to trip Yi Feng directly. With a crisp sound, Yi Feng quickly blocked the opponent's jade hand and bypassed her outstretched leg. Girl, I didn't follow you, this is just a coincidence. Chance encounter. The short-haired beauty laughed back angrily. Why is the boy in the black shirt so shameless? But Yi Feng was able to take over from her, and she felt that Yi Feng's strength seemed to be stronger than hers. She couldn't help being surprised in her heart. What happened to this guy? Did you know that there are many ghosts around you all the time? Yi Feng didn't care about the other party's bad attitude, but said solemnly, did you often feel dizzy in the past, always felt like being spied on when you slept at night, and the most important thing is that you will always be cold here. Yi Feng pointed at the bound chest of the short-haired beauty while talking. The congenital ghost hides in the heart of the human body, so there is nothing wrong with Yi Feng's finger, but for a girl, being pointed at her chest in the street and making irresponsible remarks is a terrible experience. So the short-haired beauty suddenly became angry. Shameless. With a coquettish scolding, she withdrew her hand and showed no mercy. Her little feet in canvas shoes were thrown towards Yi Feng's waist heavily. It's okay for girls to be so violent. Yi Feng shook his head and easily stretched out his hand to snap the small ankle that she kicked over and grabbed it. Calm down. The attack was blocked by Yi Feng. The short-haired beauty broke out in cold sweat. She couldn't figure out how the young man who looked like a playboy in front of her could take such a heavy kick from her. After thinking about it, what Yi Feng said just now is not wrong. She is indeed often inexplicably dizzy. Since she was a child, she can't sleep at night, and the chest Yi Feng pointed at is indeed always cold. But how could something like a ghost be possible? As a person with a modern education, it is absolutely impossible for her to accept such fallacies. Although someone told her this kind of thing before, she has never believed it. Let me go. The short-haired beauty gritted her teeth, twisted her body, turned around and kicked Yi Feng again. This kick was more powerful than before. She believed that no matter how powerful Yi Feng was, it would be impossible for him to take this kick. Finally, she could give him 3 points. Look. The two fought on the bank of Weiming Lake, which immediately attracted the attention of many Yan University students passing by. Seeing Yifeng, a man bullying women, they all pointed and looked down upon them. But they didn't know that this short-haired beauty could kick them away with a random kick. If Yifeng didn't fight back, he would definitely be seriously injured. There is no end. Yifeng's expression turned cold, his true energy condensed in one hand, and quietly sprang out from the air, forming 2 invisible dragon claws, grabbed the legs of the short-haired beauty, and then pressed them on the ground. Yifeng reached out and hugged her to prevent her from being torn to the ground by the dragon's claw hand. That would be too indecent. It's just that she lost her balance all of a sudden. The short-haired beauty's face suddenly became a little panicked. The bangs that originally covered half of her face were also blown away by the wind. That is. Yifeng glanced at it and couldn't help being stunned, only to see that on the other half of her cheek covered by her bangs, there were several mysterious and profound lines engraved on her face like ghostly symbols. This woman's innate ghost spirit is so powerful that she has an innate ghost mark on her face. Yifeng immediately understood what it was. It is said that for the innate ghost spirit body, the more innate ghost marks on the body, the stronger it is, and the appearance of the innate ghost marks is in order. First, several parts of the body appear, and then the face appears. May appear. It is said that the guys with innate ghost marks on their faces are all giants in the world of cultivating immortals. Although Yifeng thinks so, he also knows how much trouble the congenital ghost mark on her face has caused to a girl who was born on the earth and lives in a modern city. No wonder she has such a hairstyle that covers half of her face. The short-haired beauty saw Yifeng staring at the other half of her face with a hint of panic in her eyes, and realized that their posture was not right. She quickly stood her ground and quickly took several big steps back. She didn't expect that she wanted to show Yifeng some color, but in the end she was molested by Yifeng. She stretched out her hand to tidy up her short hair and recovered the half of the cheek that showed the innate ghost mark. She glared at Yifeng bitterly. How are you satisfied? I'm so ugly and still interested in me? Yifeng looked at her and thought it was funny. He nodded his head naturally. Of course I'm interested. The short-haired beauty was stunned for a moment. No way, this kid is crazy, seeing those ugly black marks on her face and still interested in her. She glanced around briefly and found that the half of her face that was accidentally exposed just now was not seen by others, and she felt a little relieved in her heart. If this incident was exposed, she knew that she would become the laughingstock of others in this school again. Her family is in Guangdong province in the south of China, and she grew up in an environment where she was ridiculed, disgusted, and isolated. Not only on her face, but also on her body, there are 4 other ghost marks, which made her looked down on by her family since she was a child. Not only relatives and friends stayed away from her, but even her mother disliked her very much. Fortunately, she has a father who loves her and worked hard to pay for her education, and she lived up to his father's high expectations, and finally got admitted to Yenching University, the #1 university in the country. From elementary school to junior high school to high school, once she showed the ghost marks on her face, she would be rejected by others immediately, leaving her in a helpless situation. And one incident in high school made her even more sad. If she covers that half of her face, there is no doubt that she is an out-and-out beauty. She can stand shoulder to shoulder with Su Menghan and Lin Shiqing. Therefore, when she first entered high school, many boys pursued her and even listed her as the school beauty of the entire high school. At that time, she was ignorant and felt that no one had ever treated her so well, so she developed a little affection for one of the boys who pursued her. He was the most handsome boy in their class and the son of their municipal party secretary. Crush. She felt that if the other party liked her, she would be able to accept everything about her, so after one get out of class, she raised her hair in front of him, but she didn't expect the fact to be completely different from what she imagined. The son of the municipal party committee secretary was so frightened that he peed his pants when he saw the ghost marks on her face. Since then, he hasn't said a word to her or even looked at her directly. This incident was also passed on by the son of the municipal party committee secretary. Going all over the school made her the same as she was in junior high school and became the object of ridicule by all the students in the school. In the past, those girls who were jealous of her beauty even worsened, gossiped and slandered her a lot behind her back, making her notorious throughout high school. In the end, she could only be forced to transfer to another school because the son of the municipal party secretary sued her father, so the school persuaded her to leave her on the grounds that she was ugly and ruined the school's image. Her family is just an ordinary family. I can transfer. Since then, she never showed the other half of her face in front of others, but Yifeng saw this scene because she moved too much just now and a gust of wind blew past. What shocked her the most was that Yifeng actually said that he was interested in her after seeing the ghost marks on her face. This is bullshit. Roll. The short-haired beauty no longer wanted to have any entanglement with Yifeng. She stepped back a few steps and looked at him from a distance. Just pretend you haven't seen me, okay? What she is most afraid of now is that Yifeng will tell this matter to the public, but she can't put down her face and beg Yifeng, so she can only hope that Yifeng will forget this matter. However, for Yifeng, it is impossible to forget this matter. Don't worry, let's talk somewhere else. Yifeng shook his head and stretched out his hand. Believe me, I'm different from those other people, I will help you. Help me? How can you help me? The short-haired beauty was stunned and then sneered. Don't think I'm going to fuck you, don't follow me when I'm gone. The first time she saw Yifeng in her heart was him standing with Lin Shiqing and other beauties, so she had already labeled Yifeng as a pervert, which made her unable to treat Yifeng anyway. Have a good impression. After saying a word, she turned around and walked away. Her short hair was refreshing and natural. Looking at it from the side, this short-haired girl is fair and beautiful, with long legs and a thin waist. No matter how you look at it, she is a first-class beauty. It's a pity that she raised an innate ghost spirit, and the innate ghost mark appeared on her face. In modern cities, it is extremely difficult to be accepted by others. No matter where people are, people will always subconsciously reject people who are different from the public. Yifeng shook his head and didn't catch up. If the other party believed her, he could explain the innate ghost matter, but with the other party's attitude, Yifeng could only let this matter go. After all, now that Yi Wendian was missing, he had to settle this matter first. Only then. Didi. The counterfeit mobile phone on his body rang twice to let him know that there was a text message. One last glance at the slim figure of the short-haired beauty, Yifeng took out his mobile phone and glanced at it, and saw that Lin Shiqing had found the information of the short-haired beauty. It turned out that her name was Zhang Xinyun, but her ID photo was a normal one. There is no innate ghost mark on the face of the short-haired beauty. Of course, Yifeng understands this point, now that PS technology is strong, not to mention that Zhang Xinyun is a beautiful woman. Even an ugly woman can become a beautiful woman, nothing unusual. The corner of Yifeng's mouth twitched. Recalling just now when he saw the innate ghost mark on Zhang Xinyun's face, there seemed to be tears in the woman's eyes, and she couldn't help feeling a little pity in her heart. Just thinking about Yifeng, you can know how her childhood came to be. In this world, I am sure. Few people recognize her. It will be like this on the earth. If it comes to the world of cultivating immortals, then Zhang Xinyun will definitely be the existence that thousands of people worship and respect. Yifeng temporarily put aside the matter of Zhang Xinyun and brought his attention back to the matter of finding Yi Wendian. Clap clap. Just as Yifeng was about to leave the Weiming Lake and continue searching, there was a burst of clapping in the distance, followed by a teasing female voice. Not bad, not bad, the heir of the Yi family bullies a girl in the street, it's very promising. The voice moved from far to near and soon reached, not far from Yifeng. Yifeng's heart trembled when he heard the words, his spiritual sense swept out, and he found that the other party had just approached him within the range of his spiritual sense, and it turned out to be a woman he had seen before. She looks a bit old in appearance, isn't she? Wu Jinfeng, an elite disciple of the Tai Chi Hall? Yifeng still remembers that the spiritual weapon, Qinyang Baojian, was snatched from behind her. Why is this person here? After Zhang Xinyan left, the onlookers by the Weiming Lake dispersed one after another. At this time, Yifeng was the only one nearby, and Wu Jinfeng, an elite disciple of the Tai Chi Hall, was quickly approaching. 60 years of cultivation had already allowed her to run extremely fast and stride like flying. In a moment, she came to a big rock by the lake not far from Yifeng and stood there. A smile appeared on her old but well-maintained face. Want to see your grandpa? Let me do it. Yifeng's expression changed upon hearing this. Could it be that Yi Wendian fell into the hands of people from the Tai Chi Hall? When Yifeng met Wu Jinfeng, who had cultivated for 60 years in the Tai Chi Hall, and heard what she said, he immediately knew that something was wrong. Wu Jinfeng said that Yi Wendian probably fell into the hands of the Tai Chi Palace, and the situation is worrying. It goes without saying that the purpose of the Tai Chi Hall must be for the pure yang precious mirror. In the past, the Tai Chi Hall and the Yi family well water did not violate the river water, but Li Xian messed up this matter all of a sudden, causing Yifeng and the Tai Chi Hall to enmity. In the final analysis, it is because of Chen Hui, this poor guy has become Yi Fengjian's soul. With the strength of the Tai Chi Hall, it is too easy to set up an ambush to deal with Yi Wendian. As long as 2 or more elders are dispatched, this matter can be easily done. It's just that instead of dealing with Yifeng directly, they chose to go to Yi Wendian to force Yifeng to submit. From this, one can see the fact that the current Tai Chi Palace is even more afraid of Yifeng than Yi Wendian. Although Yi Wendian is an old senior, his strength is already known. It is nothing more than the 3rd level of the Mad Demon Fist with 100 years of cultivation. The other martial arts of the Yi family are the 2nd level. But Yifeng is too mysterious. In particular, Li Xian had seen Yifeng's power in person, and after Qin Jianxiong and the 4 elders of Meilan Zhuju went to the desert and never returned, everyone in the Tai Chi Hall had a sense of vigilance towards Yifeng. If they blindly underestimate the enemy, they will definitely pay a more painful price. Where is my grandpa? Yifeng saw Wu Jinfeng running, but he didn't panic. He glanced over and asked a question. Why bother asking, just follow me. There was a sarcastic smile on Wu Jinfeng's face, as if Yifeng was determined this time, so I'm not afraid that he won't go. It is true that something happened to Yi Wendian. Of course, Yifeng can't ignore it. Even if the danger is heavy, he will definitely rescue Yi Wendian from the tiger's den and wolf's lair. However, how could Yifeng just follow the other party so stupidly? Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, I prefer to go to the Tiger Mountains, but there are many ways to go up the Tiger Mountains. Rather than follow Wu Jinfeng into a trap foolishly, it is better to think of a way to secretly approach Yi Wendian's location and then secretly rescue him to avoid the enemy's weakness. Thinking of this, Yifeng didn't hesitate anymore. He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, so he felt relieved. The dark green long sword condensed out of his hand, followed by a flash of figure. Void sword. Wu Jinfeng, who has only 60 years of cultivation, didn't realize at all that a sword light had already appeared in front of her eyes, piercing her shoulder blades trickily. Fairy invisibility. Yifeng followed closely and quietly hid beside him, waiting for Wu Jinfeng's reaction. Brat. Wu Jinfeng gritted his teeth and cursed loudly, covering his injured shoulder with one hand, and blood flowed out through his fingertips. An old face that was still pretty at first suddenly became hideous. However, she looked around and shivered instantly when the cold wind blew. Where is Yifeng? Infinite fear welled up in Wu Jinfeng's heart. No, she's just a guide, she doesn't want to die here. I heard that even elderly Xian is very afraid of this Yifeng. If Yifeng wants to kill her, wouldn't it be easy? From the sword just now, Wu Jinfeng has already deeply felt the horror of Yifeng. If Yifeng wanted to kill her, she would be a corpse now. This made her feel a deep fear from the bottom of her heart. Go back. This idea suddenly came to her mind, but then she was a little hesitant. Yifeng stabbed her with a sword and then disappeared. Could it be that he was letting her lead the way? Soon she shook her head. Even so what? Her task is to lure Yifeng to the ambush location, as long as Yifeng follows him. As for how she gets there, can she still control it? Anyway, she didn't want to be stabbed a second time. Besides, when Yifeng arrived at the ambush site, his life and death would be up to him. Wu Jinfeng gritted his teeth, pulled his legs, turned around and ran. Because he was covering his shoulders with one hand, he lost his balance, and his speed was more than half of that when he came here. Yifeng stabbed deeply with his sword, but tried his best to avoid the vital parts of the blood vessels. Although Wu Jinfeng was in pain, the actual blood flow was not much. Wu Jinfeng left Yanda from places where there were few people along the way, and no one noticed her abnormal place. Yifeng followed closely behind. Walking alone on the Hushan mountain, Yifeng just wanted to catch the opponent by surprise. After leaving Yanda, Wu Jinfeng specially picked places with few people and kept looking around, but he still couldn't see Yifeng's figure, and there was no trace of him following him. This made her hesitate if she couldn't complete the task and go back. No, that kid is scheming and has definitely caught up. Wu Jinfeng gritted her teeth and finally decided to stick to her original idea, and ran towards the predetermined ambush spot. In order to prevent Yifeng from being unable to keep up with her, she deliberately slowed down her speed to make Yifeng, who was following behind, want to laugh. With her speed, Yifeng can easily keep up with him even if he is invisible, not to mention if he is not invisible, he can overtake her in one fell swoop. The Tai Chi Temple's martial arts, body skills, and light kung fu are not very good at it. It's just a set of Tai Chi boxing and a set of Tai Chi swords, but they are extremely exquisite. In addition, the great movement and power of the Quanhuan palm can make them very powerful in frontal combat. Yifeng's follower, Wu Jinfeng, soon arrived at the entrance of a casino. This made Yifeng a little surprised because this casino is not the venue of the Tianbang. Unexpectedly, the sphere of influence of the Tianbang has now expanded so far have all. It seems that during this period of time, the underworld circles in Yanjing are surging. Not only a new gang has emerged, but the Tian gang is also rising, even more unwilling to be lonely. Ever since Yifeng shot the ceiling at the Royal Entertainment Club, no one from the new gang has ever come to cause trouble. They even found out where Yifeng lived and sent someone to deliver gifts, but Long Weiner kicked him out of the door because she's afraid that there are drugs hidden in the delivery, and it won't be fun if the police search for it. Yifeng shook his head and didn't think too much about these things, but followed Wu Jinfeng into the courtyard of this casino step by step. This casino is also located in the basement, and the upper floors are full of bars, video game centers, billiard halls, and other entertainment places. It is not easy for ordinary people to enter the casino, but Yifeng followed Wu Jinfeng to the underground casino with ease. The Heavenly Gang dares to operate a casino in Yanjing, of course there are people above it. When Yifeng came down, he swept his consciousness around and understood the situation in the entire casino. As expected, Yuwendian was imprisoned in this place. After entering the underground casino, Yifeng quickly scanned the entire casino with his consciousness, and the corner of his mouth curled up after a while. Just this one tiger mountain? I thought there would be a lot of tigers, but I didn't expect it to be nothing more than that. Since it was broad daylight, there were not many people in the lobby of the underground casino, but there were quite a few people discussing matters in the many elegant private rooms. As for Yuwendian, he was locked in one of the private rooms, sitting on the floor on a carpet, his eyes closed, and there was a faint blackness between his brows. It looked like he was poisoned, and he was exercising to suppress the toxin. Next to Yuan, there were 2 disciples wearing white robes from the Tai Chi Hall, each with 40 or 50 years of cultivation, guarding Yuan with a serious face. On the sofa in the room, a middle-aged man with a frivolous expression was playing poker alone, and glanced at Yuan and the door of the private room from time to time. He was also a member of the Tai Chi Hall, and he had 90 years of cultivation. Another elder? Yifeng guessed in his heart, his consciousness swept to the private room next door. In the private room next door, as expected, Li Xian was in it, and there was another middle-aged elder with a cultivation base of 120 years. He was a long-haired man with an arrogant look on his face. Among the 8 elders of the Tai Chi Hall are all top figures. The third of the remaining 4 elders in the Tai Chi Hall actually came together, which shows how much they attach importance to Yifeng. In this private room, apart from the people from the Tai Chi Hall, there is also a man who looks like a mafia boss, with thick round arms and sunglasses, standing respectfully facing the 2 Tai Chi Hall elders. From this point of view, Tai Chi Hall is the big backstage of the Yanjing Heavenly Clan? Thinking in Yifeng's mind, he looked at the remaining 2 middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes in the private room. They looked a bit similar to the face of Shen Tianjiao, who he had thrown into the pool just now. Yifeng immediately understood the situation in this private room when his consciousness scanned it. The backstage of the Tianbang is the Yanjingshan family, and the Yanjingshan family has a cooperative relationship with the Tai Chi Palace. It seems that I was right in beating that kid just now. The Shen family really wants to deal with me. Yifeng smiled coldly. The people from Yanjing's Shen family don't seem to be good men and women. He also said that the last time he beat Shen Tianjiao in the expo center, the news got out and the Yanjingshan family was embarrassed for a long time. Why did the other party keep silent? Unexpectedly, there was a conspiracy here, and they even colluded with the Tai Chi Hall to kill him all at once. Yuan caught it. Facing the 3 elders of the Tai Chi Hall, Yuan was not an opponent even in a direct confrontation, not to mention that the opponent used despicable methods such as poisoning. But when the other party did this, Yifeng understood that he was purely trying to lure him out, and then took out the pure Yang Baojian. As soon as Wu Jinfeng came back, he immediately ran into the private room where Li Xian and the others were in a panic, and hurriedly said, "Quick, quick, I'm back." "You're back, where's Yifeng?" Seeing that she came back alone, Li Xian's face suddenly sank when she still looked so flustered. "He must have come back with me." Wu Jinfeng looked flustered, but said with certainty, enduring the sword wound on his shoulder in pain, it looked like he had suffered a big loss outside. "Humph, nonsense, there is no sign of Yifeng outside." Li Xian casually looked outside, and what he saw was still the noisy and usual scene, and then he let out angrily. If Yifeng came here, the outside casino lobby would definitely become more chaotic, so Li Xian could tell at a casual glance that Yifeng was definitely not here. He glanced at Wu Jinfeng, glanced at the shoulder she was covering, snorted lightly, and waved his hand, "Take her to heal her wounds, and we will continue to discuss." This change in the desert has caused heavy losses to our Tai Chi Hall, and 4 of the 8 elders have disappeared. Elder Zhu is also temporarily insane due to excessive fright. Hearing this, Yifeng realized why the bamboo elder, who was like a bamboo pole, didn't come, but was frightened out of his mind in the desert. The old man shouldn't have encountered anything. Could it be that he said he was sick? That's right, the 3rd elder Mei Lanju disappeared from the desert, and he recovered his life. At this time, he definitely doesn't want to come out to participate in more right and wrong events of. Yifeng thought for a while, didn't pay much attention, and quietly walked towards the private room where Yuan was being held. The frivolous middle-aged man with a 90-year cultivation level didn't notice Yifeng's arrival at all. He still flipped through the cards casually and boredly, and cast his eyes on Yuan who was poisoned in the middle from time to time. This old man, it's good that he doesn't mess with my Tai Chi Hall, but now he joins hands with that good-for-nothing grandson to take away the most precious treasure I sent, Chunyang Baojian. He is looking for his own death. The frivolous middle-aged man had an evil smile on his lips, thinking in his heart, Qin Jianxiong is too weak, and I don't know where he is now. But as long as he hasn't seen the body, he will still be found, even if it is a strong competitor for the head of the sect, but if Qin Jianxiong is gone, the strength of my Tai Chi Hall will be greatly reduced. As one of the 8 elders of the Tai Chi Hall, he naturally coveted the position of head of the sect, but his cultivation level is slightly lower. Compared with Qin Jianxiong and others, the probability of being the head of the sect is much lower. But just as he was thinking this way, a chill suddenly struck from around his body, followed by one after another dark green sword light, sweeping towards him from around him in a short period of time. Damn it! The frivolous, middle-aged man cursed, and immediately threw out all the poker sets he was playing. Pooh! 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 The sharp sword light cut those poker cards into pieces one by one, turning them into rain of paper and scattering them on the ground. The frivolous middle-aged man surrounded by them was already tightly surrounded by 20 sword lights. Hero, I am an unknown person, please let me go. The frivolous middle-aged man sensed the irresistible power of these sword lights, and he was shocked and exclaimed. Do you think I'm stupid? The sneak attack was of course Yi Feng, who came from stealth. He didn't make a sound, just smiled coldly in the void. One of the dignified elders of the Tai Chi Hall also said that he is an unknown person. Who is he lying to? Of course, the current Yi Feng really doesn't know the name of this frivolous middle-aged man, nor is he interested in knowing. The sword dance in the void did not stop, and swept towards the opponent like flowing clouds and flowing water, and the dark green sword light quickly cut a crack in the hastily condensed inner air shield. On the surface, with Yi Feng's 20-year cultivation base, the opponent's 90-year cultivation base is more than 4 times his. But in fact, Yi Feng's true Qi cultivation is equivalent to 40 years of inner Qi cultivation, so the real gap is not as big as it appears on the surface. Coupled with the terrifying move of Void Sword Dance, it is not impossible for a frivolous middle-aged man with 90 years of cultivation. Puff. 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 In just an instant, the frivolous middle-aged man felt wet. Blood spattered, screamed, and stared out. At this moment, the other 2 Tai Chi Hall disciples in the center of the room, and Yi Wendian, who was recovering from poisoning, finally opened their eyes and looked towards Yi Feng's place. Yi Feng is here. The 2 Tai Chi Hall disciples hadn't seen Yi Feng's figure yet. They just saw the series of dark green sword lights, and immediately raised their voices and shouted. As soon as Yi Wendian opened his eyes, he saw that the elders of the Tai Chi Hall who were guarding him were surrounded by a series of sword lights. The scene where the blood splattered out made him startled. Was that his grandson Yi Feng? Yi Wendian always thought that although Yi Feng was powerful, he was relying on his beautiful master. He always felt that even if Yi Feng had outstanding talent, it would take a long time to settle down if he wanted to fight against a top martial arts expert like him. But now it seems that is not the case. Yi Feng, who has been cultivating for 20 years now, can easily kill the elder of the Tai Chi Hall who has been cultivating for 90 years. Yi Wendian couldn't believe it. In the entire history of the martial arts world in Huagua, there has never been such a monstrous freak. It is as incredible as a child who was born shortly before suddenly having infinite supernatural powers and defeating an adult. Grandson. Yi Wendian burst into tears for a moment. Such a terrifying genius turned out to be his grandson, which made him feel like a dream. With a grandson like this, why would the Yi family not be able to rise in the future? As long as Yi Feng is given some time, even dominating the martial arts world is not a dream. Even the mysterious place where the top masters gather in the rivers and lakes, I am afraid that Yi Feng will step under his feet. What is the identity of that Eastern Sea Fairy? As if she is really a fairy, such an existence should not appear in this world. No, this place is a dragon's pond and a tiger's lair. If my grandson breaks in, wouldn't it be a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? As soon as Yi Wendian got excited, his expression immediately changed, because he thought of his current situation and where he was. Elder Li Xian of the Tai Chi Hall, and the most powerful elder Wuma Changfeng are all in this place. No matter how powerful Yi Feng is, he cannot be the opponent of Wuma Changfeng, who has cultivated for 120 years. Wuma Changfeng has the highest cultivation level among the 8 elders of the Tai Chi Hall, and is also a rare master in the secular world who has reached 120 years of cultivation. With a cultivation base of 120 years, the strength of a frontal battle is 4 or 5 times stronger than that of 100 years. It is not a level of existence at all. Therefore, Yi Wendian was stunned for a while because of shock, and was hit by the Jupo-san released by the opponent. The poison from the heavenly knife hall flowed everywhere in his meridians, producing extremely strong toxicity, which made him almost unable to use the inner qi in his body. Under such circumstances, Yi Feng's desire to take him away from this underground casino is undoubtedly a dream, unless he tells Tai Chi Hall and others that Yi Feng has the pure yang precious mirror to cure him of the poison of Jupo-san. Just, how is this possible? How could it be possible for Yi Feng to possess the treasure of the Taiji Palace School, the pure yang treasure mirror? Yi Wendian didn't believe that there would be a treasure mirror of pure yang on Yi Feng's body, which little bastard was slandering their grandfather and grandson. Shut up! Yi Feng heard the shouts of the 2 Tai Chi disciples, and his figure finally appeared from the void. Immediately afterwards, the 3rd layer of dragon claws was released, grabbing the 2 Tai Chi disciples, and throwing them to the ground. Air. Immediately afterwards, there were 2 domineering and crazy fist marks, the crazy boxing technique. Boom. Boom. The 2 Taiji Hall disciples were punched by Yi Feng twice, they flew upside down and hit the wall, they foamed at the mouth and passed out. Grandpa, are you okay? Yi Feng turned his head to look at Yi Wendian. Without thinking, he took out the pure yang precious mirror from the dragon sword ancient ring. Swish! Bright and holy light shone from the mirror, making Yi Wendian's eyes brighten up. It is really a treasure of pure yang. Yi Feng didn't have time to elaborate, and with a urge of true energy, he directly used the pure yang baojian to absorb the Jupo powder poison in Yi Wendian's body, and refined it. Haha, brat, you're really serious. Yi Wendian felt that the meridians all over his body were loosened, and the toxin of Jupo-san was absorbed instantly. He couldn't help laughing a few times, and then coughed uncontrollably. He frowned slightly and looked at the frivolous, middle-aged man beside him. Corpse. Obviously, Yi Feng killed this frivolous middle-aged man as soon as he came, which made Yi Wendian feel a little troublesome. There are many slaughters in the rivers and lakes, but a master like this who has been cultivating for 10 years rarely dies, because it is the most noble wealth in the entire martial arts, and it is also a valuable force when fighting against foreign invasions. It seems a bit inappropriate for Yi Feng to keep killing like this. However, what he didn't know was that the dragon sword inheritance that Yi Feng inherited was originally the inheritance of killing. Under the sword of the inheritor of the dragon sword, there is only death and no injury. Yi Feng's most powerful technique is void sword dance, but unfortunately he can't control this move freely now. Once released, he can't stop. He pays attention to killing with one blow. Take out the sword and see blood, otherwise, your skills will be inferior to others, and your own life will be in danger. And facing this group of despicable guys in the Tai Chi Hall, why should Yi Feng care about his feelings? Grandpa, let's go. Yi Feng stepped forward and wanted to help Yi Wendian leave here, but was thrown away by Yi Wendian. No need, you can leave by yourself. Yi Wendian's face was a bit solemn. We two are together, we must not be able to leave. As soon as the voice fell, several people appeared at the open door of the private room and blocked the door. It was Li Xian, the elder of Taiji Hall, and another arrogant elder with a cultivation base of 120 years, Wuma Changfeng. Ha ha ha, I can't imagine that the son of Yi Yunfei, who used to be a waste, has grown to this extent today. Wuma Changfeng is an arrogant middle-aged man. When he saw the corpses of Yi Feng and the elders on the ground, he laughed out loud. The absolute confidence in his eyes can be seen. Because it is second to none in the entire martial arts world. Except for the peak master where the peak is, he is one of the strongest in the world. Even Yu Wendian, a top player with 100 years of cultivation, cannot compare with him. Wuma Changfeng didn't become angry because Yi Feng came to kill an elder, because he believed in a truth, that is to fight with real skills, and those who rely on their backstage background to show off their might will end well sooner or later. Since the elder died in Yi Feng's hands, it means that his skills were inferior to others, so there is nothing to say. Get out of the way, I will deal with these two people. Wuma Changfeng smiled arrogantly, and stood up, holding an ordinary long sword in his hand, staring at Yi Feng and Yu Wendian. In his eyes, these two people are his prey, and together they will not be his opponent. And he is going to take back the pure Yan Baojian from Yi Feng, and then he will 100% become the next head of the Tai Chi Hall. His identity and his strength have given him such confidence, and his arrogance has never let him down or let others down. He is the pillar of Tai Chi Hall. Invincible. Stinky boy, I'll hold him back. You find an opportunity to slip away. Don't worry, the poison of Jupa-san has been cured, and I will have a way to escape. Yu Wendian stopped in front of Yi Feng, and said quietly, through voice transmission. This made Yi Feng feel bad. Nima, you are having fun fighting here by yourself, but you want to drive me away? Yi Feng was resolutely unwilling to back down even in the face of such an arrogant and powerful enemy as Wuma Changfeng. You must know that in the ancient temple, he even took care of the giant black spider. Compared with the Wuma Changfeng in front of him, it is nothing. Of course, Su Feiying was there to help, but now there is still Yi Wen. God is here to help. Of course, in these two situations, Yi Feng was just playing soy sauce, and the real contributors were Su Feiying and Yu Wendian. Grandpa, he wants to stop us so easily. Yi Feng also transmitted the wonderful fairy voice to Yu Wendian. This time Yu Wendian looked at him in amazement. No way? His grandson has already learned to use sound transmission in only 20 years of cultivation. People in the martial arts want to transmit sound transmission at least 10 years of cultivation. Stinky boy, I told you to go and you just go, what are you talking about? Yu Wendian let out a bitter cry. Obviously very upset. Yi Feng actually didn't listen to him. This is a rare situation since he was a child. Stop talking nonsense. I came here to rescue you. How could I leave you and run away in despair? Yi Feng looked up and didn't even look at Yu Wendian, but stared at the arrogant Wuma Changfeng in front of him. With his footsteps, he moved his hands with true energy and urged the void sword dance. His figure suddenly disappeared into the void, but at this moment, Li Xian, who was standing beside Wuma Changfeng, had the foresight to lift a fist with one hand. As a person who has suffered once, Li Xian will not suffer a second time. So when he saw Yi Feng put on such a posture, he immediately reacted with Taijiquan and grabbed the bird's tail. The tyrannical inner energy rushed out from the air, grabbed Yi Feng's body and pulled it back. How can you capture this moment? Yi Feng was shocked by Li Xian's sharpness, but still motivated by his true energy, he gritted his teeth and broke through into the void. A streak of dark green sword light swept towards Wuma Changfeng. It's just that because Li Xian's hand and Yi Feng's power is only half of what it normally does, it's less than 120-year-old Wuma Changfeng, so it's even weaker. Chi 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 chi. One after another sword light was blocked by Wuma Changfeng's inner chi shield that was randomly condensed. Until the last 20th sword light, Yifeng failed to break through the inner qi shield. 120 years of cultivation is really too strong. After reaching this level, every year of improvement in cultivation base will greatly improve the strength. Compared with Yifeng's cultivation base, it is far behind. Even with the heaven-defying dragon sword inheritance swordsmanship, void sword dance, Yifeng couldn't overcome such a huge gap in cultivation level to kill Wuma Changfeng, and couldn't even cause the slightest damage to him. Is that all Yifeng is? Wuma Changfeng expressed dissatisfaction with Li Xian's meddling, but he also knew that if Li Xian hadn't been meddling, even if he had accepted Yifeng's move by himself, he would be under a lot of pressure when facing Yi Wendian. But now he blocked Yifeng's move effortlessly. Let you know what is the real essence of Chinese martial arts. Wuma Changfeng waved the long sword in his hand, pointed it at Yifeng's figure that appeared, swung the sword towards him and tapped the sword. As soon as Yifeng appeared from the void sword dance, he was faced with Wuma Changfeng's fierce and unparalleled sword. In Yifeng's eyes, this sword was like thunder and lightning, like wind and calm waves, and it gave people a feeling that they couldn't dodge at all. No matter whether it is left, right, upward or downward, the escape route is blocked by this sword. Wuma Changfeng's sword didn't use the method of expelling the internal energy to the outside, but such a simple sword was a bigger threat to Yifeng than those swordsmanship that released the internal energy. Martial arts can be so exquisite. Yifeng was in a crisis, but he couldn't help admiring that just this simple sword, Wuma Changfeng, was enough to become the strongest opponent he had ever met since he came to the modern city. In comparison, Yifeng's void swordsmanship has no special features except for teleportation. If he can integrate the opponent's Tai Chi sword style into the void sword art, Yifeng is confident that he can double the power of the void sword art and make it even more unpredictable. The martial arts of the Tai Chi Palace must be obtained. Yifeng made up his mind and hastily raised his true energy sword to block Wuma Changfeng's simple empty step. When the two swords intersected, Wuma Changfeng's tyrannical internal energy immediately knocked Yifeng into the air. Not bad, ha ha ha, being able to take the old man's sword really deserves to be the heir of the Yi family. Wuma Changfeng wore a white robe, laughed arrogantly, took a step forward, made a light leap, and then stabbed with a sword. Yifeng, who was in mid-air, had no way to avoid it, he could only block it with his sword, but the opponent's tyrannical internal energy had been shocked by the sword just now, his tiger's mouth was numb, and the true Qi sword almost collapsed. Facing Wuma Changfeng, Yifeng was completely useless with the second sword. Hold on to the next. At this moment, two fist prints blasted from the side. Don't even think about hurting my grandson. Yi Wendian shouted angrily. The famous crazy demon fist appeared in his hands again. At this moment, both fists were red and white hair was fluttering like a madman. However, Wuma Changfeng's second sword was forced back by Wuma Changfeng's two random punches. Pata. Yifeng stood steadily on the ground and observed Yi Wendian's movements. He found that although his crazy magic fist seemed to be chaotic, it was actually at a tricky angle to attack the enemy's weakness. It is not easy to have such a fighting awareness in battle. At least Yifeng still can't do such an exquisite boxing technique, even if he has comprehended the third level of the mad magic boxing technique, he won't be Yi Wendian's opponent in a fight like Yi Wendian. This made Yifeng more interested and enlightened. Most of the battles of immortal cultivators in the world of immortality are throwing immortal arts at random. If martial arts are integrated into them and interlocking and continuous, wouldn't the power be more than doubled? Yifeng gradually became excited as he thought about it. He decided to try to combine the martial arts and fairy arts he had learned to see the effect. Old guy comes well. In the face of Yi Wendian's mad magic boxing, Wuma Changfeng does not retreat but advances. The Yi family crazy demon fist is well known in the Jianghu. The most taboo is to fight head-on with the guy who uses the crazy demon fist. But for Wuma Changfeng, He doesn't have this scruple because his cultivation level is 20 years higher than Yi Wendian's, and his qi intensity is stronger. 4 or 5 times as much. Reverse hack. Lunge sword. Sweep. Tai Chi sword's exquisite moves were displayed by Wuma Changfeng, and Yi Wendian's red fists fought together to create an overwhelming advantage. It's so exquisite. Wuma Changfeng has already performed the whole set of national quintessence of swordsmanship to perfection. Yi Xiaoyu handed over the Chunyang Baojian to spare your father's life. Li Xian, who was short in white robes, looked at Wuma Changfeng from the side and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, glanced at Yi Feng and said lightly. When Li Xian spoke out, Yi Feng glanced at the old man and remained unmoved. Even if he handed over the pure young Baojian today, would the other party easily let them go? It's absolutely impossible. This kind of behavior of letting the tiger go back to the mountain would definitely not be done by Yi Feng. Then this Li Xian can't give any guarantee even if he just talks in plain language. Why should Yi Feng believe him? What's more, Yi Feng has no intention of returning the Chunyang Baojian to the other party. This thing is a serious spiritual weapon, which is as good as Su Feiying's snow shadow ribbon. Wouldn't it be a pity in the hands of people? In order for the treasure to play its due role and make it shine in the world, it is of course impossible for Yi Feng to do such a foolish thing of letting the pearl cast in secret. Okay, it's up to you. Yi Feng raised his fist and condensed his true energy on his fist. It is not so easy to integrate martial arts into immortal arts, at least if it is replaced by ordinary people, it is definitely a huge project. It needs to be studied day and night before it can be put into practice. Otherwise, if the two operating lines collide, there will be a collision, the meridian will be damaged, and it will not be fun. At least, you will be seriously injured for life and will not be able to practice anymore. At worst, you will die. But this is not too difficult for Yi Feng. With his talent, he has a very deep understanding of martial arts and fairy arts. He wants to combine the two as long as it is theoretically feasible. Immortal flame. Yi Feng's true energy condensed on his fists, and suddenly 2 balls of white flames condensed on his fists. The intense heat spread to the entire room at once, but condensed on his fists. Look at the extreme flame crazy demon fist. Yi Feng gave this move a name, then swung his flaming fists and swept towards Wuma Changfeng not far away. Fuck. Even Wuma Changfeng was taken aback when he saw Yi Feng's actions. Is this kid a human? How could 2 balls of white flames emerge from his fists, and the temperature of the flames was obviously as high as tens of thousands of degrees. If you are accidentally touched, even Wuma Changfeng will eat a pot. You must run your inner energy shield with all your strength to barely resist it. Yi Wendian on the side was even more taken aback. He used the 3rd level of Mad Demon Fist, but at least his fists were red and swelled to the size of a sandbag. Yi Feng just burst into flames. This is the 10th floor of the crazy boxing technique, right? Careful. Seeing this, Li Xian's expression suddenly became serious. Appeared Yi Feng's strangest ability to breathe fireballs, this time it was even more bizarre. He actually congealed fireballs from his fists to perform the crazy demon fist. That insane appearance could even make gods and ghosts tremble. Boom boom boom. The sofa and other utensils in the private room began to burn in the wind of Yi Feng's fist, and then he waved his fist step by step to force Wuma Changfeng back towards the door. Seeing how powerful his grandson is, Yi Wendian immediately let go of his heart. He stepped heavily on the ground and looked at the gap. In Yi Feng's flame fists, he unleashed the 2nd layer of dragon claws. The 2 invisible dragon claws formed by the condensed inner energy instantly held Wuma Longwind caught. Yi Wendian, who has been cultivated for 100 years, uses the power of the dragon claw hand. It is conceivable that even Wuma Changfeng will find it difficult to break free in an instant. This gave Yifeng an opportunity to take advantage of it. Taste the punch. Yifeng swung his fists with white flames and violently smashed at Wuma Changfeng, who was caught by Yi Wentian's dragon claws. Elderly helps. Wuma Changfeng saw that something was wrong and hurriedly yelled. Hearing this, Li Xian wanted to make a move, but when he saw Yifeng's crazy appearance, he hesitated, and the time for him to stop this hesitation has passed. Middle. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, feeling the high temperature of the two flames hitting Wuma Changfeng's white-robed chest. The power of Jian Crazy Demon Fist is naturally more than double that of the ordinary Crazy Demon Fist, and compared to the ordinary Xianshu Jian, its high heat can be completely emitted during the punching process, allowing it to the energy reaches its peak without any waste. The delicacy of Mad Demon boxing and the dominance of Xianshu Jian together constitute this move. Yifeng punched out flames that burned on Wuma Changfeng's body. Although the inner air shield opened in time, Wuma Changfeng could still feel that his whole body was covered with extremely terrifying flames, as if he was in a furnace. Sweat dripped down his forehead quickly. Second punch. Wuma Changfeng was thrown flying by Yifeng's fist, covered in flames, and fell heavily in a corner of the private room. It's on fire, it's on fire. Soon someone in the casino noticed the abnormality in this private room and rushed to call for people to put out the fire. In the flames, the short old man Li Xian in white robe looked solemnly at Yifeng and Yi Wentian. Is this the only way the Yi family can do it? Didn't he want one to hit us both? Yifeng smiled lightly, dissipating his true energy and dispelling the extreme flamed fireballs on his fists. Why is elderly still stopping me? Leave as you want. Li Xian turned sideways to make way for Yifeng, and there was no expression on his face, as if he didn't care. Seeing this, Yifeng turned his head and glanced at Yi Wentian. Let's go. Yi Wentian nodded in satisfaction and looked at Yifeng with more and more satisfaction in his eyes. Although he didn't know what method Yifeng used just now, but he was able to knock Wuma Changfeng away at once while he was controlling Wuma Changfeng. This is no longer something an ordinary young man can do. Yifeng is so talented, Yi Jiadangsing. The two left from the door of the private room one after the other. Li Xian didn't stop him, but just stood aside very calmly, with a trace of regret in his eyes. What a talented young man, it's a pity that he only has 1 month left to live. Seeing the backs of Yifeng and Yi Wentian leaving, Wu Jinfeng, who followed behind Li Xian, was still trembling until now. Originally, she didn't know how strong Yifeng was, but when she came to see Yifeng, she actually killed one of them, a 90-year-old repairman. The elder Wei was so shocked that he couldn't speak when he killed her. When she saw Yifeng and Yi Wentian defeat Wuma Changfeng together, the shock in her heart was even more indescribable. Who else can cure this young man in the future? If you want to be an enemy, you must get rid of it as soon as possible, then you can only wait a month later. 1 month later, the head of the Tai Chi Hall will leave the customs to participate in the Triennial Martial Arts Conference. At the same time, the ancestor of the Long family will also leave the customs. At that time, you have to be careful. After leaving the underground casino, Yi Wentian quickly told Yifeng the bad news. This made Yifeng's expression change. I heard that the ancestor of the Long family is an unreasonable hobmeat. Forget it, there is still 1 month to think of a way. Yifeng shook his head, but there was a heavy burden in his heart. Let's talk about things in a month's time. During this month, Yifeng can do many things, such as getting the short-haired beauty Zhang Xinyan in his pocket, and comprehending the 3rd level of the fairy art Qiyan, and going to Quokang Mountain Cave where the Yinxian school is located to refine a spiritual weapon out of it. As for learning the martial arts of the Taiji Temple, it is not difficult. Yifeng Shu still has Chenhui's soul in the shrine. Now that Yifeng has reached 20 years of cultivation, he can perform the soul search in the soul-gathering technique. As long as the soul is not too determined, Yifeng can search out his memory with a single search of the soul. Yifeng doesn't want to be devoured by him, but it won't be too difficult for someone like Chen Hui, but he has to be careful. After all, this kid has practiced martial arts. If his mind is too firm, Yifeng will also suffer from the opponent's backlash. You go back to class. After he came out, Yuwendian said to Yifeng, Wuma Changfeng is seriously injured and shouldn't bother you for the next month. You can practice at ease. As for the matter after a month, I will try to solve it for you, old man. Yifeng didn't reject Yuwendian's kindness. This old man is old and cunning. Maybe he can really think of a way to deal with the ancestor of the Long family and the head of the Tai Chi Hall. And after this time, Yuwendian finally recognized Yifeng's strength and decided not to follow him from now on, but to go back to the villa while cultivating and protecting the girls in his villa. Originally, Yuwendian thought that Yifeng was the first object of protection, but now he realized that Yifeng didn't need his protection. Even if he met an opponent like Wuma Changfeng, Yifeng would have a way to scare him, injure him, and run away anyway. Is able to do. After Yuwendian left, Yifeng ran back towards Yanqing University, not far away. In the middle of the journey, in a remote alley, Yifeng took out a bundle of soul niches and wanted to summon Chen Hui's soul, but after thinking about it, he waved his hand and summoned the soul of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord together. He wants Zhang Xingyun to control the soul battle of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord, so it is necessary to beat the Fire Cloud Demon Lord's soul in advance. As soon as the Huiyun Demon Lord's soul appeared, the entire dark alley was reddened, and a wave of heat rushed towards his face, but the current Huiyun Demon Lord's soul couldn't get rid of the shackles of the soul niche, and lost his body, so he couldn't be independent. Exist too long. Son, you trapped me, and I will die in this life. As soon as the Huiyun Demon Lord's soul appeared, a gust of hot wind swept around. His voice cannot be heard with the ears, only with the spiritual sense can it be detected, but Yifeng is unmoved by these words. Chen Hui, come out. Yifeng waved his hand and summoned Chen Hui's soul. As soon as the phantom of Chen Hui's transparent body appeared in front of Yifeng, he immediately panicked and didn't understand what was going on with him. After thinking about it for a long time, he realized that he was killed by Yifeng with a sword on the East Sea, and his soul was killed by Yifeng. Feng was arrested and forced to ask him many questions about Chen Jianxiong. Yifeng, what's going on with me now? Chen Hui looked down and saw that his transparent lower body was still attached to an ugly urn, and he was terrified. Why is it still like this, bird? The second time Chen Hui came out of the Shroud of Souls, the fear in his heart continued unabated, and when he felt the 4-meter-high Huiyun Demon Lord's soul beside him, he was frightened out of his wits. If he didn't die, he would have peed in fright. What is this? Chen Hui was terrified. Snort. The Huiyun Demon Master glanced at Chen Hui's soul phantom and didn't take him seriously at all, but said to Yifeng self-consciously, Stinky boy, let me go, or else I will make you regret it. And? How can you threaten me? Yifeng snorted coldly, be honest, now I can kill you with a wave of my hand. How do you treat it? If you want a big monster to compromise, it is absolutely impossible. According to his personality, Huiyun Demon Master has very hard bones. Even if he dies, he would not be able to bow down to human beings. This is the dignity of a great demon. It's no big deal if you die at the hands of humans, but if you bow down to humans because you are afraid of death or for other reasons, then you are ashamed of the ancestors of demon cultivators. In the history of the world of cultivating immortals, there have been many large-scale wars between demon cultivators and immortal cultivators. There have been countless deaths and injuries, and there is great hatred, especially for the demon master Huiyun, who is a descendant of the ancient bull demon king. Everyone has their own attachments. Even the vicious Huiyun demon master has something deep in his heart that he wants to protect, and that is the dignity of being a demon cultivator. I don't think everything is absolute. Yifeng squinted his eyes. You can't change the fact that you are dead, and you can't change the fact that your soul has fallen into my hands. As long as you surrender to me, I will release you immediately. The conversation between the two made Chen Hui beside him feel like he had come into contact with a big secret. Yifeng seems to be maybe not from this world. After hearing this, Chen Hui knew that no matter whether he was alive or dead, he would never be able to escape from Yifeng's grasp, because Yifeng would never allow him to take this secret away and tell it out. This made Chen Hui feel more and more heavy, and what Yifeng wanted was this effect. Searching for the soul will be much easier later. Surrender to the impossible. The Huiyun demon lord rejected it without even thinking about it. The urn sound blew all around with a trace of fiery temperature. You must be very sorry to die in a foreign country. Yifeng said lightly, if you surrender to me, maybe I can take you back to the world of cultivating immortals to see. Anyway, you don't have much time to surrender to me. So what does it matter if you surrender to me for a short period of time? Delusion. Demon Lord Huiyun refused without a word, but there was a hint of hesitation in his tone and expression. It is true that he is very unhappy about dying on Earth. If he could choose, he would definitely choose to die in the world of cultivating immortals. The so-called dignity of a big monster is something that can be eaten? Yifeng chuckled lightly. Anyway, you won't exist for a few days, surrender or not, it's up to you to think about it slowly. With a wave of his hand, he took the Huiyun demon master back into the Shroud of Souls. If Zhang Xingyun wants to control the soul of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord, he must first use the Soul Control Immortal art to suppress the Fire Cloud Demon Lord's soul, and it is even more difficult to suppress the Fire Cloud Demon Lord's soul with Zhang Xingyun's cultivation level. That's why Yifeng said to Huiyun Demon Lord that if Huiyun Demon Lord surrendered to Yifeng, then the resistance to suppression would be much smaller. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng aimed his gaze at Chen Hui's soul at the side. Can you learn the Tai Chi swordsmanship from the Tai Chi Hall? Incorporate it into the Void Sword dance to double its power? Due to the conversation with the Fire Cloud Demon Lord just now, the current Chen Hui's soul is full of deep fear of Yifeng. He also knew very clearly that he was dead, but he was not reconciled. Since his awareness still existed, he would try his best to work for his own benefit. For example, the two souls beside Yifeng seem to be very powerful. If he, Chen Hui, can also become such an existence. Chen Hui, I'm going to ask you a few questions now, and you have to answer them honestly. Yifeng turned his head to look at his soul, and said lightly, what is the problem? Chen Hui thought to himself that he came to ask questions again, so he must answer wittily. Half of what he said was hidden, so as not to lose the value of using it if he said it all, and it would not be a tragedy because he resisted Yifeng. How many moves are there in total in the Tai Chi swordsmanship in your Tai Chi hall? Yifeng asked the first question. A total of 32 moves. Chen Hui was taken aback for a moment, and answered subconsciously. What's the name of the first trick, tell me? Yifeng smiled, like a wretched uncle seducing a little girl. If Long Wanner and the others saw it, they would definitely despise him. Let's tap the sword. Chen Hui roughly guessed Yifeng's intentions, and then very straightforwardly stated the method of performing the first move and the inner chi movement route. Yifeng was a little surprised that this kid was so obedient, but it was good, so as not to worry him. Listening to Chen Hui's narration about the cultivation method of Tai Chi sword, Yifeng pondered in his heart, and soon discovered that this set of sword techniques is indeed exquisite, and the internal energy circulation circuit is even more complicated than many elementary fairy arts. No wonder it is so powerful. Yifeng tried to combine the Tai Chi swordsmanship with the void swordsmanship he knew, but he found that it was not as simple as Ji and Crazy Demon Fist. To successfully display the Tai Chi void sword, Yifeng must go through many trials, and he must also be proficient in a complete set of Tai Chi sword techniques. What about the second move? Yifeng asked immediately. There was a flattering smile on Chen Hui's soul face, and he explained to Yifeng the internal qi movement route of the second move independent counter stab. The Tai Chi swordsmanship of the Tai Chi Hall is the same as the 32 Tai Chi swords spread among the people, but compared with the folk ones, the people in the Tai Chi Hall will have the internal energy to flow through the whole body when they practice, so they can display the effect. Very different. Immediately afterwards, the third move, the fourth move, the fifth move. Chen Hui's level of obedience far surpassed Yifeng's estimation, and his obedience was outrageous, making one have to suspect that he had some intentions. And Yifeng carefully studied what Chen Hui said, and found that there were no mistakes in it. The internal energy flow was very reasonable, and Yifeng was surprised by it, and he gained a lot. Even these internal qi circulation circuits can be of great help to him in the future, to comprehend the immortal art and create his own immortal art. The quintessential Tai Chi sword handed down in Huagua since ancient times is indeed broad and profound. But soon, when Chen Hui finished explaining the cultivation methods of the first 16 moves of swordsmanship, he suddenly shut his mouth. Yifeng, since I have already told you half of the cultivation method of Taiji swordsmanship, do you want to tell me something? Chen Hui said with a humble expression, looking at Yifeng, as if he was not afraid of his uncompromising appearance. When Yifeng heard it, hey, this kid originally wanted to give him sweets first, and then whet his appetite, so as to gain some benefits. Do you want to become the same soul cultivator as my two brothers? I'm sorry, but your IQ is too low to practice soul cultivation. Yifeng pretended to be exaggerated, opened his mouth wide, stared at Chen Hui, and said. As soon as these words came out, Chen Hui's face suddenly became gloomy. Yifeng, you are deceiving people too much. Humph, you can never imagine the second half of Tai Chi swordsmanship, except for me. No one in the entire Tai Chi hall will tell you. When Yifeng heard this, he was even more surprised. Doesn't that mean that your character is not good? You actually betrayed the sect for yourself. If Chen Hui hadn't died and was still alive, Yifeng would have said that his face would turn blue and purple now. Nima, his IQ is too low. He was the number one person of the younger generation in Jianghu before his death. His character is not good? This seems to be a bit. Even Chen Hui himself had to admit that he had a problem with his character, but he didn't care. Everyone has their own style and characteristics, and being shameless is Chen Hui's nature, ahaha. If he wasn't shameless, how could he have slept with so many beautiful girls during his lifetime? He devoured all the beautiful disciples in the Tai Chi hall, even the underage ones. To treat this kind of person, Yifeng could only cast him a contemptuous look. Will he compromise with Chen Hui? Obviously not. With a wave of his hand, a translucent gray and black wind swept across, gathering souls, searching for souls. Yifeng had already reserved a hand in order to prevent this situation. The soul search technique is very harmful to the soul, and even after the soul search, it will turn the soul into an idiot and never be able to wake up, but this trick is very suitable for a guy like Chen Hui. As soon as Yifeng performed the soul search technique, Chen Hui's eyes immediately became dull. Immediately after, a series of fragmentary memories were received by Yifeng's consciousness, and after a while, Yifeng expressed his defeat dizzily. He has successfully acquired the second half of the Taiji swordsmanship training method, but at the same time, he also knows many other unsightly scenes, most of which are things that Chen Hui remembers deeply. One woman after another, one white body after another. This Chen Hui has had sex with too many women, making Yifeng feel ashamed. If Yifeng is a beast, then Chen Hui is undoubtedly the super invincible beast in the universe. Yifeng hurriedly got rid of those unsightly memories from his mind. After reading these memories, Yifeng instantly felt that his whole life had become impure. It seems that the soul search technique will be used less in the future. Yifeng resisted the urge to feel nauseous, took several deep breaths, and then waved his hand to break away the demented Chen Hui's soul, and then went back to Yenqing University. The next month is crucial for Yifeng. He must pay close attention to everything possible to improve his strength and influence. Fusion of Tai Chi swordsmanship and void swordsmanship to form Tai Chi void sword. Combining the silver meteorite sand, the giant black spider corpse, and the fire cloud demon master's corpse to refine magic weapons. Equip Long Wanner. Build a good relationship with Zhang Xingyun and let her control the soul of the fire cloud demon lord. Yifeng took out his mobile phone and called Su Menghan, then he knew that she had finished the report, and Zi Jianlan and her 2 daughters went back first, but Lin Shiqing was still at Yanda University, so Yifeng could ask Lin Shiqing to lead the way. Yifeng nodded in agreement. He really didn't know anything about going to college, and if he didn't contact Lin Shiqing, he probably wouldn't even know where to report, so he called Lin Shiqing again. The call was connected quickly, but it was a man's voice.